I survived another 1,000 days across Minecraft's biggest and toughest mod packs. In these 1,000 days, I built gigantic machines, took out bosses of mass destruction, took out cataclysm bosses, took out souls-like bosses, and I even defeated the RLcraft final bosses as well. So sit back and enjoy the journey. I survived 100 days in hardcore RLcraft. RLcraft is one of the most intense and popular mod packs. In these 100 days, my goals are to slay tons of dragons, clear Lycanite dungeons, and defeat the Ender Dragon. Aside from those, I just want to survive. Day 1, I spawned on a pretty cold biome and discovered this mob called a Bobeko. At this point, I really needed to get some starter items. I ended up finding a lava pit, which helped warm me up a little. After that, I noticed a much warmer biome, which I jumped down into and collected some sticks. While searching for a potential village, I used this nymph to heal. Then I made some cobblestone and finally found some gravel. With all of that, I could get some starter tools. I made a flint knife and used that to get some of these plant strings and then used those strings to make a hatchet. Then I chopped some trees down to upgrade the tools once more. Luckily, there was a hut here with a crafting table and a chest with some wheat in it. I also mined some stones while I was there and upgraded once more. Then that night I also fought a crake, which was pretty terrifying at this stage. I didn't kill the pixie, but it managed to hurt me really good. This meant I had to sleep to heal up. The next morning, I snatched the bed up and went out to explore. I put one more level into defense as well. During this village search, I took out some turkeys and squid for feathers and ink sacks. Then I was able to make a furnace to cook up some food, and I put another level into agility. As I moved forward, I harvested some coal and ended up in a medical camp area. Here I got some iron leggings from the chest and met a villager with a Supreme Smite enchantment book. That's not all though, these chests had a bunch of healing items which were really helpful. Inside another chest, I picked up 11 obsidian and grabbed a ton of wool from the tents. I was then able to stock up on bandages and also get some sugarcane. Past this place, I finally found a village, and in here was a Lycanite's dungeon, but I was focused on exploring the area first. I activated the waystone and found another structure right across the village which had a chest full of wool and food. I stocked up on even more bandages and knew that this place had a set of chainmail armor, so I grabbed that while I was here. Still, my defense was too low, so I had to grind out a little more levels. Once all the food cooked, I got level 3 defense and only picked up the important items I had stacked away. This is when I made a mistake and wandered out. I ended up getting attacked by a mob called an Afrit and was set on fire. Luckily, I healed up but the house started to burn down. The only thing I could do was run away, and luckily I ended up in a place that was safe. I also made sure to sleep the night away once again. Day 3, I went to clean up some of the residual mobs, which got me up to level 4 defense and allowed me to wear chainmail. I felt significantly safer and also decided to explore as well, and I made sure to mine all these coal for levels. As I moved forward, I ended up in another village and this place was significantly better. The first village I found was a Fletcher who I traded a bunch of string with. That ended up giving me a good amount of levels and emeralds. I grabbed the bow as well, and with all that trading, I got up to level 11, which allowed me to get level 6 defense and level 4 agility. I picked up the dodge skill, traded some more, and looted the top floor of this roguelike dungeon. This chest had better armor, some lockpicks, and 2 decent bows. I grabbed all those and found these crates, which were game changers. I stored a bunch of items in them and then got my defense up to level 7. I didn't want to deal with any of the mobs in the night, so I slept once more. Day 4 to 5, it was now time to progress. I grabbed a bunch of stairs and slabs, which would help me on these battle towers. Then I stocked up on hay bales and wool with the help of this tower over here. After that, it was time for a new weapon, and I chose a stone spear because of the range. I also made sure to get a stone tower shield as well to protect myself from skeletons, and finally moved on to this battle tower which was nearby. Luckily, there was a villager structure close to it, so I activated the waystone here and slept the night away as well. Once it was daytime, I went over to the battle tower and was able to break one spawner until I got attacked by a Pterodon. I had to run inside one of the villagers' houses, and while I was there, I changed the UI for the hearts and healing. I got a hit or two off on the Pterodon, but the Aegises ended up handling the rest. With that done, I went back to the tower and picked up the levels from the last spawner, and then I broke the other one down here as well. The next 2 spawners got me up to level 16, and I finally had a mob encounter on the floor above this one. These guys were easy to take out, and I was level 18 now. I did manage to almost die from something, but I was able to heal and keep moving. I ended up picking up 3 iron ingots and breaking the top 2 spawners, which got me up to level 23. Here I fought this pixie as well, and this guy packed a punch. Once I healed, I got my attack and defense up to 8, mining to 4, and building to 6. I was now able to use an iron sword and slowly made my way down to the lower floors, which had tons more mobs. I took out some geist and used these slabs to block the zombies off. That ended up backfiring a little, so I had to retreat. A baby zombie also got through, so I had to place even more slabs. Once that was done, I actually ended up getting thirsty, and since I didn't have purified water, I ended up getting parasites. Lucky for me, there was a nymph around. Once I healed up, I also took out some macas for leather and smelt my chainmail pieces to get some extra iron. I was able to get some iron boots and then specialize into combat. I mined some iron ore around the village, and while things were cooking, I took out more mobs, and once all that was done, I had an iron helmet and picked up some shears. Day 6, I went right back to grinding out levels from the zombies. I placed some slabs in the front of my head so these gravity zombies couldn't pull me in. Doing this, I was able to take out a bunch of these guys. One of the sticky mobs actually ended up stealing my iron sword while I was there. But things changed when a blighted mob spawned, so now I had to be really careful since these guys can one-shot me. One of the other zombies exploded and that scared me really badly, so I had to retreat quickly and gather myself. This guy ended up outside of the tower, but it was really weak, so I took it out. While I was out there, I found a little head glitch area where I could do tons of damage to the blighted mob. Since they all piled up there, I went back to the stairs to collect some of the levels I had down there. I blocked even more zombies off and got some really close calls from these enchanted guys. Eventually, the blighted mob also came through, but this time I managed to take it out. Still, one of those sticky guys kept stealing my weapons, so I had to swap around these items for a bit. But I did clear out the area and get 8 whole levels from the blighted mob. I was level 31 after that. I managed to pick up an iron chestplate as well and some heart crystals. Plus, I got my iron sword back. The last floor had tons of skeletons, which were much more dangerous right now, so I went back to the village to sort things out. I smelt the rest of the chain meal and some iron ores first. Then with all the levels, I got my attack and defense up to level 12 and got my building up to 8, which meant I could use reforging stations whenever I could make them. The rest of the levels I had to put into magic so I could get a head start on enchanting, and then I fought this really weird mob who dropped leather, but it was something that I really needed. I ended the night off by crafting a tool belt, which was my first bauble, and then made an iron spear, plus I picked up these javelin from the mob drops. Day 7 to 8, I used these waystones to travel back to a previous village and then grab some wool. I also noticed this building which had 2 enchantment tables and tons of books, and then I actually remembered to craft an atlas. I used my only redstone, but now I had one of the most important items. With that done, I collected even more books and wool just to trade and then started exploring. I found a waystone out in the wild which I used to teleport around and then decided to explore in another direction. Here I made another stone pickaxe and kept moving along until I found a desert. There were these myrmeks around who I took out using my javelin. As more and more of these mobs started spawning, I decided to camp out in this little structure. This is where I set up a furnace and smelt some sand for glass. With the glass, I made some bottles and was finally able to purify water. I had to wait the night out though, staying in this water to fight the heat. And in the morning, there was this little mob in front of the house who did tons of damage. I was able to use my javelin to take it out and then decided to move away. Luckily, I ended up in a much cooler biome, and there was a villager nearby as well, where I grabbed a bunch of obsidian and activated the waystone. Since this place was right next to the desert, I picked up this giant dragon carcass which gave me a tier 5 fire dragon head. With that done, I went back into the village, fought a mob, and went inside of the library. Now these places always have some really good enchanted books. I made my way up to the 2nd floor and I was right. I couldn't really do anything with these books just yet, so I decided to advance some trades on this librarian. I sold a librarian on the 1st floor tons of books which gave me a bunch of levels. To level up some more, I made a stone axe and tore the bookshelves apart in here. Around this time, I started getting hypothermia as well, but at the same time, I was back to level 22. With those levels, I got up to magic 10 and was able to put some of the good enchanted books onto my crate. The next day, I grabbed a few more books to sell and explored the outskirts of the desert. I took out some mobs using my javelin, which got me up to level 12. This meant I could upgrade my magic and now use enchantment tables. I found a small dungeon as well, which had a spawner and 2 chests. Inside of one of the chests, I got a golden apple. From there, I went back to the village to clear my inventory out. And then after that, I teleported to a previous village, which had enchantment tables, and grabbed those. After that, I went back to the desert to explore some more, and during the night, I marked down a Lycanite's dungeon and fought a Reaper. Later on top of this hill, I found a little zombie spawner area, and while I was trying to farm a few levels from the zombies, they started spawning outside of the structure. This ended up doing crazy damage, so I had to drink one of the recall potions I had. While I was recovering, I traded more with this librarian to get some extra levels, and then before the night ended, I slept to fully heal. The next morning, almost immediately, I was attacked by a mob who did tons of poison damage. I was already about to die. I slowly took these guys out, but I had to use a good amount of bandages. Luckily, I got some slime balls and some good XP. From there, I went back towards that little zombie structure, and since none of them were spawning anymore, I was able to break the spawner as well. I kept moving moving forward through these really hot biomes and ended up in a defiled lands biome. Now here I saw my first dragon, so I got out of the render distance really quickly. I marked the dragon down and explored this place a little more. There happened to be a waystone sitting on top of a pyramid which I activated, and as it was turning dark I had to return back using the waystone, and this time while exploring the village I ended up getting another crate, which cleared up my inventory. I also purified more water just in case and crafted an emerald ring. This one gave me plus 1% speed. Once all that was done, I decided to teleport to one of the first villages I found to go explore in another direction. Day 11, it was time to get really serious. I used my leather to make a saddle, and with that I grabbed the nearest horse available. For now, this guy was a game changer. I decided to move forward in one direction and ended up in front of a battle tower. Since I had 23 levels, I used them on shield proficiency and iron skin. With that set up, it was time to clear a battle tower to the best of my ability. I gathered some stone, chopped the tree down to have tons of oak planks ready. Then I blocked off the sides of the battle tower and tried to clear a few mobs. This didn't work too well since a few mobs jumped off from the top floor, so I stuck with plan B, which was just to build up behind the tower and try to break the spawners. Using oak stairs, I was able to create some separation, all while being able to hit the zombies myself. I did this for each side and only had to be careful around the enchanted mobs. One of those guys eventually dragged me down, so I had to run away. I healed up and slept in a cabin. For a few days straight, I was only focused on the battle tower. I managed to fully clear the first floor and looted the chest. Then I made my way up the stairs to see the second floor as well. I tried fighting from this angle, but I was taking too much damage, so I went back behind the structure. I built up 7 blocks from where I was and used the stairs once again. This time I placed a water bucket down for safety, and once everything looked clear, I checked the floor out. A few mobs dropped down from the floor above, which was scary, but after that, this thing was pretty much cleared. I managed to pick up a lesser fire aspect sword as well from here. For the next floor, I once again tried taking the mobs out on the stairway, and it was working pretty well to start. I cleared most of the skeletons, but I noticed that none of the spiders were around. Turns out they were all climbing up the wall in front of me. I ended up getting hit by one of those guys, which was really scary. The next morning I tried clearing out most of the spiders, and the regular ones were super easy to take out, but the enchanted guy was a nightmare. I had to retreat a bunch of times, and while doing that I put another 2 levels into defense while I was safe. Most of the spiders ended up getting cleared out anyway, so I started moving up the tower. Since I had some arrows now, it made the job a little easier, but these guys still did serious damage when they did manage to hit me. So I decided to stick with the outside strategy and built up a bunch of blocks above from where I was. Doing this, I was able to mow down zombies, but even with this separation, I would still get hit once in a while. One of these hits was extremely terrifying because I would have died since it launched me all the way back. I only survived because of the water bucket. Then since most of the spiders were cleared out, I used the stairs again because this way I could grab a bunch of XP. I was able to take out a blighted zombie while I was there and a bunch of other enchanted mobs as well. There happened to be so much loot, I carefully went inside this floor and got like 4 levels and 5 heart crystals. I had 8 now since I already picked up 3 from a previous battle tower. I managed to grab a wither skeleton head also and made some lockpicks. The lock chest here was not that good though. Once again I went to the back of the tower and then started climbing up trying to cheese it. This time I was only looking for the chests. I cleared out some mobs, made extra lockpicks as well, but this one chest was really hard to open and the loot was terrible. As it was turning night, I decided to move on from the battle tower, so I grabbed my horse and went inside that cabin to restock and organize my items. Before taking on any of the final floors, I wanted basic enchants on my armor at least. Day 14, I got on my horse and moved on. I found one of those iron ore mounts and started mining a bunch of them. There was also a little cave in here which had some valuable resources that I snatched up. While everything was cooking, I got my defense up to level 16 and my mining up to level 6. I gathered some extra leather, which allowed me to make a quiver, and this was very helpful since it provided like half a heart. As I moved forward, I ended up back in that first village I ever found. Then I was basically like freezing to death, so I had to sleep the night away. Day 15, I tried to see if I could cheese this Lycanite dungeon, and as soon as I got down the stairs, a little mouse started to come towards me. Now I know how dangerous this little thing was, so I had to use a recall potion. It brought me back towards the Tundra village, and from there I just explored on. I ended up finding another battle tower inside of this jungle, and this one had blazes. It seemed easy at first and I was able to break a spawner, but one of those blazes were enchanted and was able to throw webs around. I ended up taking a good amount of damage, so I moved on from there. As I kept moving on, I ended up in another desert biome where I saw another dragon. Past this place was a battle tower, but this one went underground. I sprinkled some slabs to see if I could cheese the first floor, and there happened to be a blighted mob inside, which was pretty scary. I think my javelin pushed this guy down a floor, which made the first area pretty safe, so I climbed up to break the first 2 spawners. Once that was done, I I went down to slowly clear the zombies. The blighted guy made its way back up, so it was very scary down there. It took a bit, but I cleared that dude out and picked up 3 more heart crystals. I ended up with 1 more after clearing out the rest of the zombies. With that, I went up to the top and crafted my first heart container. Once that was done, I hopped right back in to clear out the leftovers. Luckily, these guys dropped tons of bandages and plasters. I did get attacked by a reaper and eventually had to use a med kit since it did so much damage. Also, during this time, my horse died, but at least I was almost level 30 again. Day 16, somehow, someway, even with the spawners broken, more mobs would just be on the first floor. I was there the whole time and only coming up to heal or make more weapons. Eventually, an enchanted spider came out, and I was able to hit it a few times, getting its health down to 25%, but this guy was insanely fast and stole my spear, so I had to run out and jump into the river. I only had like 1 javelin, so I ended up getting its health down a bit more. This guy was uniquely annoying since it gives you the wither effect every time you hit it. Thankfully, it got trapped in this little cave, so I was able to get away. I decided to explore a little bit of the desert as a slight detour and found some random items hidden in these chests. There also happened to be a random waystone out here as well, and since I was really burning up, I decided to take that back to the tundra village to purify more water and clear up my inventory. I also really needed another horse, so once that was done, I teleported towards another village, but here I was attacked by a ventoraptor and had to hide out in this tower. Luckily, I found this diamond skirt, which actually protected a lot. As soon as I woke up, I went out to search for a mount, and along the way I got attacked by a hippogriff. And this guy ended up dropping a lot of leather, which was really nice. Eventually, I was right next to an ocean and decided to just follow the coastline. I traveled for a pretty long time until I decided to make a saddle. As it turned dark, I ended up in a swamp where I almost died to this tarantula. From there, I slept the night away and finally ended up in a pretty much perfect village. The first thing I did here was activate a waystone, and then I tamed a horse. Once that was done, I started looking through the trades of these villagers. One of these guys was a librarian, and after leveling it up, I got extremely lucky with a mending book trade. I picked up this glass, and as I was about to trap this villager, I just couldn't find it anywhere. Eventually, I found this guy, and I encased him in glass. I lit up the area as much as I could, marked the village on my map, and picked up my first mending book. From there, I found another one of those enchantment buildings in this village and grabbed a ton of books. On the top floor, I reorganized the enchantment table, which was basically maxed now, and this place was going to be a temporary home until I started getting stacked. As I was grabbing wool that night, there was an explosion, which I thought was from a dragon. Luckily, it was from another mob. The Aegis handled that, and I was able to pick up tons of emeralds from this fisherman, and with all of that, I picked up my second mending book. Day 19, I stocked up on more emeralds and picked up a third mending book. Then I got on my horse and went out to explore. Right next to this village was a defiled lands biome, and since I wasn't really careful, my horse ended up dying by one of those poisonous plants. I also noticed a dragon here as well, which I marked down. Right next to it, I found a cool looking structure which I broke into and leveled up my mining to 8. This was because I wanted these emerald blocks, and those needed an iron pickaxe. I also noticed these charred blocks, so I had to leave the area pretty quickly because I knew the dragon would still be able to attack me here. Once I made it past this biome, I ended up in another one of those battle towers that went underground. I broke the spawners on the top floors and used the water bucket to push these mobs back in. As the zombies piled up, I noticed another blighted mob in here as well. I was able to take out a lot of them, but it got dark, so I slept just in case any mobs spawn over me. As soon as I woke up, I made a spare iron chest plate and started chopping down more zombies. One of the enchanted zombies was actually giving me a hard time, so I had to heal a lot. I also decided to switch to an iron sword since it would do a bunch of sweeping damage. After a good amount of time and bandages, I finally took out the blighted and enchanted mobs. I managed to level up a few more times and finally got onto this floor. The chest in here sucked, but I did manage to get a heart container. I quickly slept to heal up and started moving down the tower. Since I basically fought hundreds of mobs on the floor above, the next floor was pretty safe. I then made some lockpicks to open this chest and it was alright. Once again, I had to remake a sword and spear and then was able to clear the way down. Now this floor was also empty and the chest had some shock locks. Either way, this chest sucked, so I kept moving on. I switched to an enchanted sword and I managed to clear this area out as well. Finally, I reached the good chests, and this one had a golden apple and a diamond pickaxe. From all of this, I also got up to level 45. Day 23 to day 24 was pretty much the same thing. I slabbed off the entryway and took out a bunch of mobs. I then noticed a troll on the floor below, which would be pretty useful for me. In the meantime, I opened the chest in here and this one was really good. I picked up an emerald amulet, a haste ring, and diamond horse armor which I could smelt down. While While I was there, I also did some inventory management and made a backpack. With that and 7 diamonds from horse armor, I was actually pretty happy. I also grabbed some slabs and started staircasing down. With my spear, I got a bunch of hits off on the troll, but I think it started fighting these other mobs as well. Once I got down to the floor, I noticed it didn't drop any troll leather or its tusk. Then, without realizing, I accidentally angered the golem by opening a chest, and then I had to run away. I also got attacked by a banshee, so I had to use my recall potion. This worked out fine because now I could start enchanting a lot of the stuff I had. I chose protection 2 on the chest plate, lesser sharpness 5 on the spear, and unbreaking 3 for the diamond skirt. For the helmet, I also got protection 3, which was huge, and I managed to get some really good boots as well. It had protection 4, double jump, and some feather falling. With all that done, I purified even more water and got vampirism 1 on my sword. Then I tamed a new horse and went back to the battle tower. This time I realized I could snatch up the chests and bring them away from the golem's view. After practicing, I started making my way down to do it on the real thing. It ended up working perfectly on the second to last chest, and after 2 trips, I brought the whole thing to the top floor. Now this chest was great. I got a diamond chest plate, more ender pearls, and lapis, plus a bunch of other important stuff like blaze powder and emeralds. I split some items between the backpack and crate and then had the very hard task of grabbing the final chest. For this, I broke 2 blocks away from the battle tower and dug down until I was on the same level as the chest. Then I covered the top of the chest so I wouldn't be able to open it, and it worked. I snatched up 1 chest, put it at the top floor, and went back for round 2. Now this chest was even better. It had 3 diamond blocks, a cobalt shield, and tons more stuff. From there, I explored around the desert a little bit more and marked down some dragons. Eventually, I ended up in a village where I activated a waystone and camped out in the village trying to battle the heat. I made a bunch of bandages and then moved on. But while I was out there, I actually got caught by these sirens. These guys were actually super tough to beat and I was genuinely scared. With that done, I got to another battle tower during the night, which was sandwiched between 2 dragons. Luckily, they were just far enough to not see me. Before taking that on though, I teleported back towards some random village to sleep. Day 26, as soon as I woke up, a Lycanites mob event started, and this one was called Sub-Zero. Now all these guys were like level 8 mobs. They also did tons of damage, so I had to camp out inside of the house for a little bit. Once the mob stopped spawning, I cleared some of these guys out near me and I was able to get out of there. I got back towards the Mending village and was able to enchant my diamond chest plate, which turned out to be protection 4 and unbreaking 3. Then I got my building up to level 12 and snatched up an anvil to put a mending book on this piece. I then grabbed an extra mending book and made a diamond helmet to check out enchants with. As I was getting ready to travel again, I purified more water and crafted a diamond shield. I also really wanted this potion ring of speed, which I actually had most of the items for. There also happened to be a sugar cane in the village, but I was just 1 sugar short. With all this setup done, I teleported towards the desert village, grabbed my horse, and went over to the battle tower. I broke the spawners at the top and started making my way down. Once again, I used slabs, but since this was an underground structure, I also opened the top floor up to let the light through. With all that and a vampirism sword, I cleared out that floor super quickly. The next floor was pretty easy too, and the only issues I really had were the spiders. Once this floor was clear, I had the hard task of opening this diamond enchanted lock. This lock was an absolute nightmare, and I ended up getting bombarded by spiders, so I had to get away, plus my horse died. Then as I tried to sleep, a reaper attacked me. From there, I decided to just skip sleep and clear the rest of the spiders out. Also, I decided to move on from the diamond lock chest as well. I focused on the floor below and cleared that place out. Plus, this chest only had gold locks, so I opened it up after making a few more lockpicks. The next floor wasn't too hard, especially since I had crafted a bunch of extra weapons to help me. This floor's chest sucked, and the only things that mattered were the health crystals I ended up getting. I did basically the same thing on the floor below this one, except now it was finally getting tons more mobs. When I went into the room, I got hit by some spiders and fell into the room underneath as well, and since there were a ton of mobs there, I had to grab my recall potion and come back home. While I was back, I turned the heart dust into crystals and got some really good enchants on the diamond helmet. I put mending on it since I really needed the helmet for now. Next up were the boots, and I got protection 3 on those. I held off putting mending on those for now, and instead grabbed a ton of books from here. With that, I traded with the mending guy and teleported to that desert village to loot some more things. The only issue was this hypothermia. I got some books and some sugarcane, which allowed me to make a potion ring of speed. Then I grabbed even more books, traded for an extra mending book, and enchanted an iron sword as well. Day 30, I just needed a few more things before I cleared out the battle tower again. First, I teleported around around to get some grapes, and this was just to make warp scrolls. With that, I had to tame another horse, and finally went back to the battle tower after that. The last floor I cleared had a pretty good chest. Once again, I slabbed up and cleared the mobs down here, and just like clockwork, my horse died again. This next floor was alright, but the next two were the big ones. I didn't know that lockpicking doesn't aggro the golem yet, so I decided to take on the hardest chest first. I built basically a spiral, and since I didn't block off the line of sight, the golem got angry immediately and I had to recall. Also, since my horse died, I would have to walk there, but at least I was back. So I got more water and made a bunch more golden apples. Day 31 to day 32, I wasted a bunch of levels looking for enchants on iron swords, but I managed to smelt them for iron nuggets and then use those to make more lockpicks. I then combined a few of the bows I had together and decided to run back to the tower. There were just a few issues with this though. First, I had to avoid dragons. Second, I had to avoid really strong mobs. And third, I had to deal with the heat. Nonetheless, I was able to make it back to the desert village and chilled out in a pool of water. I slept the night away to get free health and finally got back to the tower. My first plan was just to use this water bucket to push the golem away from all the loot, but that didn't work that well at all. However, being eye level with the golem managed to work 100% perfectly, and I was able to loot from the stairs that I built. I grabbed as much as I could without moving forward and I put all that stuff away. This is also when I unlocked the chest that was on the second to last floor, and then I managed to bring it all the way to the top so the golem doesn't get angry when I open it. This chest was really good. There were a lot of diamond gear that I could smelt down. I also found some sugarcane as well and harvested those to make a second potion ring of speed. This would be helpful for dragon hunting. I didn't want to risk angering the golem anymore, so I settled with whatever I had on me right now. Then after smelting all the diamond gear, I had 19 total diamonds. That night I fought a few mobs and wanted to explore the north area of my atlas. This is where I fought like a 2-star enchanted mob. Once it was daytime, I was along the coastline again, so I chopped down some trees to make a boat. I quickly explored this structure and went right back onto the boat to find something better. This worked out very well as I ended up on a mesa biome next to a 4-tower structure which was right in front of a village. Inside the mesa, I was having some really bad issues with the heat, so I had to sit in water the whole time. From there, I checked out one side of the 4-tower, and this side was filled with tons of vindicators. They were blocked off by a slab, so I was able to farm them for emeralds. I was basically decimating these vindicators, waiting for their spawners to break. I picked up tons of emeralds, but the most important thing I got after I defeated these enchanted vindicators were these 10 extra heart crystals. I grabbed all the other heart crystals I had and I was able to make 2 heart containers. From there, I got my attack up to 16 and a creeper dropped in front of me which scared me really badly. That's not all though, this Keppel thing attacked me as well and it did so much damage since it like afflicts you with poison and plague too. I had to go back to the villages and use some bandages. Then I slept to fully heal up. On day 34, I was back at the 4-tower and I made a little safe room that I could run to and started checking this area deeper in. Some wither skeletons spawned, so I had to back out really quickly, and I also got splashed by a witch who messed up my inventory, so I could already imagine just how annoying they were gonna be. With the mobs gone in that area, I grabbed everything in the 3 chests there. I ended up filling a whole crate with these enchanted books, but they were really good. I got like sharpness 4 and infinity. I then used slabs to block some areas off and broke the spawners that were exposed. So with those spawners cleared, I thought I was safe and I walked in, but I ended up getting attacked immediately. I managed to block off the main entryway though and broke 2 more spawners. The chests in front of those spawners were great though since they gave me a bunch of arrows and bolts. The next challenge was clearing this corner out. Now, this side was filled with vindicators and sometimes banshees and reapers would spawn. I carefully took out as many vindicators as I possibly could and made sure to use this nymph as much as possible as well. As I was taking out a bunch of the other vindicators who bunched up next to a window, I had to fight a banshee, and while fighting that guy, I also had to take out this Keppel. They did tons of damage, so I needed to strategize back at the village. Here I crafted a bunch of slabs and stairs, and also made some stone slabs, which are needed to reforge baubles. For some reason, the recipe wasn't working at first. I was working on that till the morning and then decided to check out this tower in the village. Here I used some diamonds to make lockpicks. That all ended up being a huge waste since the loot in these chests absolutely sucked. I decided to go back though and clear the bottom floor with one of those 4 towers again. A blighted vindicator spawned, so I was super careful, but eventually I managed to take the guy out. This gave me a ton of stuff and I finally felt safe enough to check the rest of the room out. I grabbed 1 block of emerald and went over to the room connecting to this one. Eventually I saw another blighted mob's fire, so I steered clear from this this place for a little bit. Instead, I went back to the village, and since I had grabbed some anvils from the fort tower, I made a reforging station. With that, I used my gold to get undying on the 2 potion rings I had. I also used most of my leather on the tool belt as well, but the extra hearts were all worth it. Since I also had level 16 attack, I crafted a diamond sword as well. Day 36, I quickly hopped back into the Mending village to enchant the diamond sword, and after combining another sharpness book on that sword, it actually ended up looking really solid. After that, I got some very bad news. The Mending villager was no longer with us. I think the dude passed away. Anyway, with that done, I went back to the 4 towers and explored the rooms I hadn't been in. The chests in here were pretty nice, and after that, it was time to move up the tower. At first, I tried luring all the zombies down to clear them out safely, and that was actually working pretty well at the beginning. The second floor's chests kind of sucked, and my backpack was filled at this point, so I had to run back to the village to do some inventory management. Then I went back up the ladders to the bulk of the towers. I was able to block off a good amount of zombies, but some mobs dropped from behind me and did a bunch of damage, so I had to retreat. I still cleared out a good chunk of mobs, and since it was turning to day, I slept to heal quickly. As soon as I woke up, I was attacked by a banshee, and then 2 of these mobs called Ichitiks. I had to eat a golden apple and then fully heal up after that fight. From there, I was basically just cheesing the tower. Doing all of that, I got up to level 35 and used one of those levels to get my agility up to 10. Then after fighting a few more mobs, I got my agility up to 12 and was able to pick up this undershirt perk. After that, a very scary blighted mob spawned in that area, which meant I had to stay back. I managed to take care of that guy and picked up 5 more levels from it. After all that clearing out, I could finally loot this library room. I picked a bunch of really nice books, 13 heart crystals, and saw a blighted vex, so I warped back towards the nearest village. From there, I got another heart container and cleared up my inventory while purifying more water. At 38, I picked a bucket of lava and made another one of those reforging things. Then I was using a bunch of diamonds trying to get masterful on my diamond armor. It ended up taking most of my diamonds, but I did get like 2 pieces that were good. As soon as that was finished, I went back to the 4 towers and I tried exploring another room. This is where I got attacked by the blighted vex, who did so much damage. I ended up jumping into the fountain and warping away. Once I was safe, I decided to make a few more diamond swords and roll a few enchants. I ended up getting vampirism on one, so I combined it with the main sword and smelt the others. I quickly came back to the Mesa village to grab more grapes so I could have more warp scrolls for an emergency. Day 39 to 40, now with the form of lifesteal on my sword, I felt pretty invincible. I started moving across this 4 tower pretty quickly, fighting a bunch of witches. I picked up a few heart crystals and ripped the ground apart looking for spawners. Some of them were very well hidden though. I cleared the room out, drank a potion of luck, and started moving on. The next room was much easier, but it spawned creepers who were just annoying. Once that place was done, the room next to it was an actual challenge. I took out a few mobs and any spawners I could reach and used these cobblestone stairs to block mobs off for now. Then I grabbed the ores in this room and started looting the chests, which were pretty nice. There was a diamond lock chest in there too, which was actually pretty challenging, but the loot inside was really nice. With that done, I used the smallest little gap in the stairs to take out mobs on the floor above. This gave me more levels, which I used to get iron skin to level 2 and pump up my resistances. Everything was going well until one of those witches set off a lightning blast, which burned the oak stairs down and allowed some mobs to start dropping. I also took a bunch of damage, so I backed off and healed. The next day, I slowly built back up to the floor, but was hurt by witches again, so I had to retreat. Then out of nowhere, even more mobs spawned, and there was way too much going on that floor. At this point, I decided to chill out and let those guys despawn, so I explored more areas around the village. I ended up finding another one of those structures with tons of bookshelves, and behind that was just a free house. I mean, there were a few mobs in there. I had to clear out the zombies and break some spawners first. With the bottom floor cleared though, I made my way up to the attic, which was filled with wither skeleton spawners. I lit up the area as well, and then I retreated. Once the wither effect went away, I came back to clear the mobs and the spawners. This place was basically the best home for me. One of the rooms also had 3 enchanted golden apples as well, so I decided to move in. I made a bunch of torches and lit them up using matchboxes. Day 41, once everything was lit up, I chose the bedroom as the place to put the chests in. This process actually took a little bit of time since I had so many items in my backpack and inside the crates. I basically made one chest as a valuables one and the other one for general items. With that done, I made an enchantment setup in the attic and store all of the things like enchanted books, regular books, and lapis there. I put the reforging stations and the anvils there as well, but the only issue for me right now was the heat. Other than that, this place was perfect, so I slept for the first time in my new home. Day 42, I made an extra bow and checked out some of the area behind my house. Luckily, there was only a dead dragon behind me, who I didn't even grab the loot of. Past that area, there was a little crater thing which I poured water into, but I was too late and cinders managed to spawn anyway. I fought one of those guys and just decided to move on. From there, I ended up in a desert biome, which had a pyramid and a dragon, so I went in the opposite direction of that. I ended up in a savanna biome as it was getting dark, and as I went further along this place, I saw what looked like another dragon's nest. I marked that down and realized I was sandwiched between two dragons. I also realized I had been here before, so I warped back home. It had been forever, but now my backpack was actually empty, so I filled it with things that I could potentially need during my travels. Then I broke all the armor stands in my house to get the chainmail armor. I decided to cook those for iron nuggets. All of that gave me a few blocks of iron as well, which I kept inside the backpack. Day 43 to day 44, I was once again fully prepared to take on this 4 tower again. I started jumping back to where I left off. The floor I was on had blocks of iron, emerald, and diamonds. I started fighting off the witches as well, but they weren't too bad when they didn't throw those OP potions at me. I had to do some tactical retreats here and there to heal as well. Then I was trying to place some blocks, and it turns out that there was a magical force that wasn't allowing me to. Turns out I would have to break the end crystal on the top floor first. The only problem was that the stairs burned down, so I was having a hard time reaching the top floor. After that, a ton of witches dropped down, and that ended up doing a bunch of damage to me. Once I healed up, I picked another corner to clear. This area was only filled with skeletons who were actually not really hard to take out at all. Once that was cleared, I went inside, fought some of the leftover mobs, and grabbed whatever was left. This also gave me another heart container, which was a huge help. I ended up climbing the ladders in here and went to the floor above. Now, one of these rooms had tons of TNT placed around and some creeper spawners. I blew up a few and got an achievement as I was running away. After that, I spent the whole night clearing out the mobs left over in that room, and in the morning, I could finally climb over to the top of this one tower. There was a chest in here with some enchanted books and frost rods. Across this tower was another room filled with witches, and for the rest of the day, I was only focused on getting in that room to go up those stairs. I basically just lured out as many witches as I could, so I could hopefully cause the spawners to break. One of those guys jumbled up my inventories, which was super annoying, and still, for some reason, it felt like there was like infinite witches. And if that wasn't bad enough, a Lycanites mob event started that night as well. I ended up eating another golden apple and then had to warp away to sleep. Day 45 to day 46, I used the diamonds I had to make a diamond strengthened crossbow. I then enchanted this thing and got Unbreaking 3 on it. Once that was done, I rolled a bunch of enchants and got lucky with a looting tool book, which I put on my sword. With that done, I went back to the 4 tower to clear some of the Lycanite mobs out from the last event. I got some good levels and made my way back towards the top floors where I broke the end crystal in the center. This basically dropped a bunch of mobs onto me, so I had to retreat again. But now I could break and place any blocks up there. I was fighting those Vindicators off the whole night, and in the morning I finally made it to the top, but it didn't last long since I was swarmed by Vexes and had to run away once again. I tried like 5 or 6 more times and kept failing. The only thing that helped me was that the floor below had tons of healing items. Eventually it all worked out and the spawners broke, and this meant that I could loot all the chests. The first 2 chests sucked and were not worth any of the work at all. Actually, on that whole floor, all the chests were really bad, but I was able to build my way to the other towers. This next place had a few spawners, and the chests were packed with arrows. To stop some creepers from spawning, I had to sleep the night away. It took basically forever, but I made it to the last tower and broke the crystal in here as well. After running away and healing, I now only had to deal with the last set of mobs, and they were just wither skeletons. Very slowly, I was fighting these guys, and then their spawner broke, so I was able to make my way up. In the first chest, I got a really good bauble. This potion ring of health boost was the best bauble I had so far. The rest of the chest had the same types of loot. It was just random gear, ingots, and some really good enchanted books. I picked up all the gold nuggets and gold blocks from the floor underneath, and then came back home. The first thing I did when I got back home was make a bunch of bolts, and then I expanded the book chest above. Once that was done, I put everything away and enchanted these diamond boots. The next morning, I smelted down the other diamond items and leveled my mining up to 13. Then I healed up using a nymph, crafted more warp scrolls, and put all the gold I had to use to reforge this new potion ring. This took embarrassingly long. I had to settle with the healthy perk instead of the undying one that I wanted. Day 49 to 50, I really wanted this fire dragon eye, but I wasn't even close to having enough of the glowing ingots. So I leveled up my farming to 4 and picked up some carrots. With that, I had this ring of enchanted eyes that I would swap around with the potion ring of speed. From there, I wanted to explore and had a very bad lag spike, but that meant this gigantic structure spawned in front of me. So the thing about this structure is that it has a chance to spawn mending villagers. So I started searching for that by going through every single building I could. At night, I equipped my night vision ring and kept doing the same thing. I did stop and buy a ton of arrows from the Fletchers though. I filled up the entire quiver and found a ton of iron blocks lying around. I grabbed all of that, and as it started turning into morning, I was near what seemed like the main castle. While exploring the boat next to the castle, I upgraded my quiver to gold, and then I made my way into the main building where I saw a throne made out of emerald blocks. I got 14 emerald blocks and 5 golden apples from that room. After that, I managed to find some more gold blocks and decided to move on from this structure since I was now freezing. After traveling for a while, I settled down on a savanna biome and called it a night. Day 51 to day 52, I was back on the boat exploring another direction, and this time I ended up on some floating structure. I opened the locked chest in here and used some of the bandages around the area, then decided to move on. Eventually, as I moved through the ocean, I found a battle tower, but there happened to be a dragon nearby, so I marked the area down and got out of there. This is when I got pulled in by an enchanted siren, and these mobs did a number on me. I was actually terrified, but I pulled through and was able to sleep to heal myself. In the morning, I made another boat and fought more sirens. Once that was done, I found myself back on some land in front of a dragon. I pulled out my crossbow, and with the little bit of bolts I had, I started firing it. I got a good few hits and was able to run away as it aggroed on me. While running, I heard more heavy wings flapping, so I got scared and warped back home. But I was able to mark this place down on my atlas. Once I made it back home, I got attacked by these dogs who hurt me pretty bad. Then I put everything away and made a bunch of golden apples. With all that done, I checked my enchanted books and realized I had a Power 5 book and an Infinity book. So I combined those two together and put them on my crossbow. This thing was now ready to take dragons out. Then I used a good chunk of levels combining Protection 3 and Feather Falling 4. Last but not least, I reforged the crossbow until I got something good and then used the nymph to heal my hearts. Day 53 to day 54, I really wanted to try out this crossbow, so I went out to travel. This thing managed to shred through one of these sylphs. I tried to loot the pyramid though, but way too many sylphs spawned, so I instead focused my attack on a dragon. I was able to get a bunch of hits off as this dragon started flying up. Eventually, it almost caught me, so I ran, and that worked out pretty well. My entire dragon hunting strategy was to stay as far away as possible and bolt the minute it starts to investigate. This fight actually was pretty nerve-wracking and took a really long time. I was very lucky that I had the night vision ring, but even with that, the dragon was hard to see. Still though, I fought the dragon the whole day and only managed to take damage from the other mobs in the area. I put a pretty good amount of levels into these archery perks as well and actually managed to kill my first dragon. For this guy, I grabbed 2 bottles of blood, and then for the rest of the carcass, I just grabbed the scales instead. I fought a few more of these very strong mobs in the morning and decided to come back home. As soon as I was back, I put the stuff away and enchanted and repaired my boots. That's not all though, I ended up getting them to masterful quality as well. Then with this fire dragon heart, I finally made a dragon canteen. I was sick and tired of purifying water. I kept the old water I had so I could drink it and use the empty ones for dragon blood. Before moving on, I harvested some of the farm, grabbed a bunch of hay bales, and picked up a bunch of wool. That night, I even fought a bunch of these sea mobs. Day 55 to day 56, I repaired my diamond sword and got on a boat to explore some more. After a little while, I ended up in a desert village which was next to the waters. I checked out the villagers, activated the waystone, and saw a giant sea serpent. I was able to take the first one out and noticed an even larger sea serpent behind a mountain. This guy kind of disappeared, so I tamed a horse really quickly. Things got even better as I noticed a battle tower out on the sea and a librarian with a Viper 5 trade. I stored most of the books I got in this library inside my crates and went towards the battle tower. Really quickly, I broke the 2 spawners up top and lockpicked the top chest as well. With the night vision, this tower felt pretty easy. I steamrolled through the first floor, breaking the spawners and looting the chests. I grabbed a few slabs and did the same thing for the next floor. The only issue I had were the spiders once again. This was since poison ignores your armor. I had to tactical retreat this time, and while I was out, I got picked up by a flying mob and launched into the water where I got attacked by these water mobs. Yeah, things were going pretty bad. I managed to heal up though and fully waited till the morning. With that done, I went back and carefully cleared that spider room, but even with all that taken care of, I didn't get a single bazoar. From there, I noticed that this battle tower was connected to another structure, so I stayed on the same floor and fired down some arrows to thin out the herd safely. I managed to take out an absolute ton of mobs, and for the first time in this world, my game was actually lagging. So I think there were like basically hundreds of mobs around this battle tower. This was the most amount of zombies I had to clear out ever. It actually took a really good amount of time. I ended up getting a bunch of levels though. With those guys gone, I opened a gold lock chest and got some junk. Then as I was taking out some spiders on the floor underneath, I noticed they dropped a bazoar. As I made my way down the stairs, I realized why I was lagging. Turns out hundreds of zombies had piled up right on the corner of the battle tower since it was right next to a doom-like dungeon. I also accidentally fell onto the floor below as I was trying to heal, and I had to eat an enchanted golden apple. That allowed me to clear the mobs off and then also block off the doom-like. Inside one of the chests, I got 1 enchanted golden apple and some really good books. This time I had to clear out hundreds of zombies on 2 fronts. One was from the stairs below, and the others were from the Doom-like dungeon. Both of these took me absolutely forever to clear out, and eventually I did, and got up to level 48. With those levels, I got my defense and attack to level 20. So I was still in the same battle tower, but I could finally start moving down, and these chests were getting pretty good. I got the sunglasses bauble, and I also accidentally equipped these Curse of Binding silver leggings. So I would have to wait for those to break eventually. After clearing out the skeletons in one of the last few rooms, I only had spiders left, which were easy to take out now that I had a Bazoar. This happened to be the second to last room, and since the golem was underneath me, I made sure to safely pick up the chest here and bring them all the way up to the top. After fighting off some of the mobs, I looted the chest and got some really good stuff like this broken heart bauble. After storing everything away, I got my defense up to level 23 and built a spiral staircase that led down to the final chest. This time I actually aggroed the golem, but I managed to escape. I came back down right away, and this dude was basically just chilled out. I did only manage to get a few items though, and at this time I was basically done with the tower, so I got out of there. After that, I crafted a bunch of bandages, checked out more villagers, and smelt most of the diamond gear I had on me. Then that night I had to craft another saddle since my horse died, and this had to be like my 6th time. With that horse, I pushed my luck and went to challenge the giant sea serpent behind the hill. Now this fight started off great and I was able to do tons of damage, but eventually it launched up and almost decapitated me. I jumped down from the hill, and luckily this thing was still there, so I was able to shoot it down. I picked up tons of scale and hopped back on my horse. Day 58, I was riding around till the morning around these deserts and mesa biomes. Eventually, I went over a small hill and was really close to a fire dragon. I managed to get away before it attacked me and started taking shots at it from a distance. The strategy remained the same: keep firing until the dragon notices you and then bolt. With the horse, this strategy was working extremely well and I felt way more safe. There were a few issues, but after they were taken care of, this dragon started breaking into the side of a mountain, which allowed me to get off the finishing blow. This time I only picked up the scales and got on my horse quickly as possible. I heard large wings again. It turned out to be an ice dragon, so I was really lucky that I got out of there quick. I really wanted to get out of there, but I decided to take this guy on as well. Since it was an ice dragon, the lesser flame on my crossbow actually worked. Every once in a while, I was able to light this dragon on fire. My biggest challenge this whole fight was the hypothermia. After employing the same strategy, I ended up taking out the ice dragon as well. Just to be safe, I took 2 bottles of ice dragon blood and then looted the rest of the carcass. Right here, I forgot to pick my backpack back up, so without realizing, I just leveled up my defense to 24 and came home. As you can see, when I tried to place my backpack down and nothing happened, I started to freak out. I immediately got on my horse, healed up using this nymph, and rode all the way back to get that backpack. Once I picked it up, I noticed another dragon, and I felt pretty brave, so I started firing off on it. Now this one was bronze, which was a really good color. This fight ended up taking all night, and at some points it was actually really scary. The next day I was still on the same dragon hunt and accidentally fell into a cave. Just so I wouldn't get a fire rain down on me, I stayed low. Eventually this dragon moved back, so I got on my horse and started firing off even more arrows. This time it finally happened and I took another dragon down. That's not all though, I managed to get 26 scales from this guy. A little bit further I ended up seeing another dragon in that same vicinity, but I held off since I already took out a bunch of dragons already. Instead I came back home to put the massive haul I had away. Now with all this loot, my chests were actually starting to get filled up. I ended up making these barrels for the dragon loot, but they end up getting filled up really quickly, just watch. After that, I used the bronze scales to make a set of dragon armor. I even made a flame dragon bone sword as well. I put them in a barrel next to the enchantment setup and placed the books I wanted to use next to them as well. With that done, I repaired my diamond sword and reforged that as well. Day 60 to day 61, the baubles I had were still pretty weak, so I looked at the ones I could potentially craft. One of them was called a poison stone, which took a lot of blaze rods to make. Turns out I was still short some fermented spider eyes, so I decided to get on my horse and go back to exploring. This is when I realized how overpowered my crossbow was. It took like 1 or 2 shots to wipe out any mobs. I then put on my night vision and started going underground to look for trolls as well. I was basically looking through these cold biomes since this is where they spawn. I really needed a flying mount and I already had some crab meat so I could make some avian treat. There were some really strong mobs down here in this one cave. This Doom-like dungeon was also super dangerous, but I did manage to get a fermented spider eye. I ended up taking a lot of damage down here, but I stumbled into a much bigger area. Here I fought this monster who actually made me eat a golden apple, but after that I cleared the rest of them out pretty easily. There were also heart crystal shards around, a bunch of diamond and emeralds. Once I grabbed all of that, I made my way out of the caves so I wouldn't freeze, and since it was close to morning, I slept to get some quick health. I ended up waking up right in front of another dragon's nest, and this one was red. All I did was basically move back and forth, firing when I got far enough, and after doing all of that for quite some time, this red dragon was down and out. I grabbed all the scales and bones from this guy, and right as I crossed the hill, I saw a black dragon as well. Now for this guy, I managed to do tons of damage as it was on the ground. Then when it started flying, it kept hiding behind mountains. It didn't really matter to me though, since I was able to wipe it out pretty quickly. As if things weren't weird enough, I found a little villager area, and this was right in front of another dragon. I got on my horse, took a pot shot, and while I was running, I got lit up by this dragon. Luckily, I survived, but my horse didn't. I then saw another village and thought I was safe, but I noticed that this place was also next to a dragon's nest, so I made sure to mark that down as well. I tried to tame a horse, but this dragon really scared me off. While I got back, I used a nymph to heal, then put everything away. I also reforged the backpack too. Day 62 to day 63, I was able to use the bazaar to make a poison stone, which also happens to give me a chance to poison enemies. Once that was done, I ran over to one of the dragons I had seen and tried taking it down. I was able to do tons of damage to this dragon with my crossbow, plus the poison stone would trigger every once in a while. Eventually this dragon got really close and scared me, so I ran away and I started looking for a horse in the surrounding areas. I couldn't find anything, so I decided to move on from the dragon for now, and I put my night vision ring back on and made my way towards the mesa biomes. I eventually also found a snowy village past this hill and fought this mob called a Serpent. I was still in these cold biomes till the morning, but the hypothermia became too much, so I had to warp back home. From there, I kept teleporting around till I could find a horse. Once I tamed one of these guys, I grabbed a bunch of grapes from the vineyard in this village, and I accidentally left my backpack here. I realized I had forgotten it in the library, so I panicked and teleported around to every single location I had been in previously. While I was in the desert, I decided to check out this pyramid as well, and the chests in here were okay. I spent the entire night searching for the backpack, and I still couldn't find it. Day 64, I finally remembered and snatched the backpack back up. Once that was done, I bought a Viper book since I now had the chance to poison enemies, and this enchant amplifies damage to poison enemies. There I grabbed a ton of books from the library and traded those to the villager as well. With that done, I came home to make some warp scrolls and put a lot of enchanted books I had away. Then I also got protection 4 on this dragon scale chestplate, so I finished it up with Unbreaking 3 and Mending. Day 65 to day 66, I hopped on my horse and got out towards the ocean. From there, I hopped on my boat and was chased by these birds. Once I took care of them, I got their feathers, which were needed for avian saddles. I got back towards one of the islands that had a few dragons and wanted to clear them out since I was pretty prepared now. With my crossbow and horse, I did an absolute ton of damage on this dragon. As it turned dark, this dragon was down, but for some reason I just could not find his carcass and I was freezing. I did eventually find this really cool floating structure, and I knew that this place had like almost infinite lapis blocks. I built my way inside of this with very little health and found a warm place to sleep. As soon as I woke up, I made my way into one of the storage areas and found a really good chest. I picked up a few lapis blocks, leveled up my mining to 16, and grabbed one of the diamond pickaxes. I smelt the other diamond gear down and made a bunch of lockpicks. So I then tried clearing out a little bit of the nether area, but these cinders packed quite a punch. I couldn't even pick up the nether warts. Once that was done, I made a good amount of bandages and went over to the battle tower. Now this tower was already in bad shape, so it was pretty easy clearing the spawners all the way up. However, most of the mobs ended up spawning underground, so I had to fight through a bunch of them after that. Using some slabs, I took these guys out very easily and picked up 3 more glowing ingots. I ended up wiping the entire tower out before the morning. The next day, I got a really good enchanted book from this enchanted zombie, and as I moved forward, I found a waystone and a battle tower which went underground. The moment I climbed the tower, my horse died again. I kept moving on though and started going down this structure. For the first time, I was really confident, so I actually went in guns blazing. The only issue was the hypothermia. I also crafted a few slabs and just pushed through floor by floor. My crossbow was extremely overpowered, so I would use that on the enchanted mobs, and they would be done in like 2 hits. The chests were alright to start, but I was able to get a bunch of levels, which I used on random crits and melee damage. This made my job even easier, and I was able to push through more and more floors. I only managed to take a bunch of damage from one of these reflecting zombies. The chest got better and better, and I was finally at the last 2 levels. I made sure to grab the chest and bring him all the way up to the top, then grabbed all of the goodies. I had tons of diamond gear, another heart container, and finally some nether warts. So day 68 and day 70 was a lot. The first thing I did was grab the last chest for the battle tower, and I brought them both up one by one. This chest was alright, and my backpack was filled to the brim. From then I moved on and ended up in this taiga biome where I fought this beholder mob, and these guys were no joke. I took a bunch of damage, but I eventually managed to take that guy out. I healed up next to the lava pit and jumped down this cave. I would end up spending like 3 days in this cave alone. At first I hopped in looking for trolls. I ended up picking up a bunch of good stuff like these heart crystal shards and fought a ton of mobs as well. I was even able to make a heart crystal and fought through a monster box as well, but none of that mattered when I found a doom-like dungeon. I got lucky immediately and saw a troll as well. Once I took that guy out, I got a troll tusk but no leather just yet. yet. Then I started fighting the mobs in here, and I was very thankful for my crossbow. I broke this creeper spawner and started moving forward. With a few arrows, I took out a blighted zombie and cleared this spawner out as well. The chest in here had a good amount of golden apples. As I got deeper, I started encountering witches who were just super annoying. Regardless, they still only took like one arrow. I thought this dungeon was going to be much tougher, but I was getting through it really well. My backpack and inventory was completely filled though. I got up to level 51 and started noticing more and more Lycanites mobs. As long as I kept my distance though, I managed to take out every mob with like 2 arrows. Then, my diamond sword with vampirism broke, and I was stuck using an iron sword. It wasn't too bad for now, and I cleared out more spawners and took out a blighted witch as well. At this point, I was filling out these crates I had as well. Further into this structure, I got more glowing ingots and started fighting these Ventoraptors. Once those guys are taken care of, I killed more trolls and fought these dragon-looking mobs who were super strong. I broke a bunch more spawners and finally got the troll leather. Around this time, I was also level 61. From here, I opened a few more chests and got a balloon bauble, which was super helpful, and a lucky horseshoe as well. Around this time, a Lycanites mob event also started, so I was planning on getting out of here. I snuck around and broke a few more spawners, then recalled once I got in trouble. For the rest of the day, I came home to chill out. I leveled up my attack to 24 and almost filled out both chests in the bedroom with all the items I had. With that done, I got protection 4 on my dragon scale helmet and tried to get unbreaking on a book. I just ended up wasting a bunch of levels and then put mending on it anyway. Then I realized I had an unbreaking book in the crate, so I was able to deck this helmet out pretty well. I also made an avian saddle and just needed the treats now. With all that done, I got my chestplate and helmet to both be masterful. Then I set up a brewing stand and made some magma cream so I could brew potions of fire resistance. With that, I made an obsidian skull and combined that with a cobalt shield as well. Finally, I ended these days by putting down a heating coil before I froze to death. Day 72 to day 74, I made an extra saddle just since I still needed a horse, and I went out to go fight dragons and also make avian treats. The first dragon I saw was right next to the Mending village I had once been in. Now this guy was pretty tough and got very close to me, but my main issue this whole fight was the freezing. The hypothermia almost killed me before the dragon did. I had to camp out in the little villager area next to this fire and sleep to regain some health. Once that was done, I went back to the dragon, and even through some close calls, I managed to take it out. I went and opened as many of the chests in the nest as possible to hopefully get a mimic to spawn. From there, I recalled home and realized I had frost powder, which I used to make potions of cold resistances. I added redstone to increase the duration and was finally able to go and explore safely. That night I fought a blighted spider and took out a bunch of crabs and some silexes as well. As the morning hit, I found myself in a weird little structure. I actually had never been in this structure before, and here I picked up this obsidian crusher perk for my mining skill. Now this place was packed with spiders and zombies. This is where I realized I really needed some sort of lifesteal on my sword because I was taking a beating from these mobs. Even though they weren't super strong, I took tons of damage when they all ganged up on me. In one situation, I actually had to eat an enchanted golden apple, and even with that, I almost died. This structure definitely was not worth it, and the only thing worthwhile was the XP. I warped back home to make more potions of cold resistance and enchanted this fire dragon sword. I got a bad roll on the first one, so I had to craft another flame dragonbone sword, and I used books on that one, which ended up being pretty good. I was a few levels short of making it really good though. Day 75 to day 76, I made temporary iron leggings and an anvil just in case. Then I wanted to take on a Lycanite's dungeon. Now these guys are something super serious since they inflict some wild effects on you. I hopped in this desert one because the bosses could also potentially drop flying mounts as well. I had my golden apples ready and started slowly going down through the first room. I broke the spawners pretty easily and got some more recall potions, which were going to be huge help. Then a blighted mob spawned and gave me aphasia, which meant I couldn't left click. I was absolutely terrified and ran, but I ran into like a huge spawner room and somehow survived. Also, the blighted mob just ended up dying from something. Either way, I ended up breaking the spawners in the first area and saw one of the first bosses. This guy was called a gilded great worm, and since it was trapped by the water, it was basically useless, and I wiped it out, getting a soul stone and some levels. I also picked up a heart container and cleared out the rest of the floor. With a bunch of levels, I combined 2 of the flame dragonbone swords together and picked up some more baubles. As soon as that was done, I took the stairs down and started clearing out the mobs and spawners in this level. The chests, once again, were alright. I was just there for the levels and hopefully some more baubles. I was having some trouble in one of the rooms, so I had to do some tactical retreats. But once I got that taken care of, I grabbed some blocks and went to fight the crypt executioner. So for this guy, since I blocked the entrance off, it was actually super easy to take out. I made a heart container again, but I happened to max those things out. Past that, there was another stairway in this dungeon, and that led to the final boss, the Guardian Dragon. I broke the spawners in the first room and then saw that the dragon was trapped in some water. I kept firing my crossbow at it. It took like 4 minutes since it was super tanky, but I managed to take the final boss of this dungeon out. Things got much better for me as I equipped a diamond in my offhand and lured this stoneling towards me. Once I took it out, I got the heart of a diamond, which can become a potion ring of resistance. Past the Guardian Dragon was a chest room, and here I didn't get anything good at all. The dungeon also connected to another structure which had some OP regular mobs, but the chest in here sucked and I didn't want to die, so I recalled back home. As soon as I got home, I used these soul stones and I got one mount and a pet. I had to make these dragon saddles though, and I was able to ride this Zotar around. The next day, I wanted to see if I had enough items to make a fire dragon eye, so I made 4 diamond blocks and 2 glowing gems. Once that was done, I almost used all of my blaze powder to craft the glowing ingots it needed. I did make one mistake, and that was just crafting an extra glowing gem, but it was all worth it. The fire dragon eye is easily one of the best baubles you could have. It grants night vision on command and full fire resistance. My next bauble upgrade was getting the potion ring of resistance. I ended up using all of my gold to get it to be healthy quality. Then with 37 levels, I enchanted the dragon scale boots, which happened to be amazing. I finalized it with feather falling 4 and mending, which made these boots pretty incredible. I also only put protection on the dragon scale leggings, but I really didn't want to put it on just yet. Before the day ended, I got masterful on my boots and replaced the torches around the house. Day 78 to day 79, I started using this obsidian shield instead of the diamond one and put a few levels into magic since I wanted to use these broken heart containers as well. After that, I rode on my Zotar and finally made my way to another Lycanite's dungeon. This one was back in the first village I ever found. Like a dummy, I forgot to drink my cold resistance potion for a bit and took an insane amount of damage in the first room. After breaking a few spawners, I eventually made it to the room past that. Here I almost died again, but somehow managed to break all the spawners and heal up. I then got my magic up to level 15 and still hadn't drank the cold resistant potion yet. I ate this chupacabra meat, which gave me leech, and that allowed me to clear the next room pretty easily. As I was getting deeper into the dungeon, I took way more damage, but I was finally able to put this heart container on at least. Eventually, inside one of the rooms, I took way too much damage and had to recall before I lost all the hearts. From there, I had to make more bandages and then use a nymph to heal. I went back to the Lycanite's dungeon, and this time I summoned this worm I had gotten from the last dungeon. This guy helped a ton, but I still sustained a good amount of damage. I also only picked up like the same baubles I've been had. Inside this dungeon, I noticed charred blocks, so I marked this down as a tier 5 dragon nest, just in case. The toughest enemy in here were these luxes, and there happened to be just so many of them. Killing lots of them also summoned an Argus, and this guy did tons of damage, so I had to recall out of there once again. While I was safe, I upgraded random crits and melee damage. Then it was time for my third go around in this dungeon. This time around, I had my imp on me and it wasn't helping at all. Either way, this run was pretty decent and I got into another area inside the dungeon. For some reason, these specific Lycanites mob happened to be extremely strong. I used my crossbow a lot and somehow didn't get a single bauble from any of the chests. I did take out a blighted Zaffin at least. I couldn't even find a single boss here, so I recalled back out. From there, I hopped on my Zotar and started exploring. I ended up finding a dragon's nest, but couldn't find the dragon though. Anyway, this place was behind an old village that I was in, so I just chilled out and healed till the morning. From there, I ended up in a jungle biome and found my way inside of a jungle temple. The loot in here was alright, and I moved on from there. Past that, I found a giant tree, and in front of that were 2 enchanted zombies who gave me a bunch of levels. Once I broke inside this big tree structure, a blighted zombie started attacking me. I managed to survive the attack and got tons more XP. With that done, I started going up this structure. There were a bunch of mobs, but it wasn't even close to being as tough as the Lycanite's dungeon. Once that place was cleared, I was back out on the jungle where I fought some new mobs and hunted some Silexes down. Next up, I activated a waystone and kept moving forward, but somehow from something, I started losing all my hearts, and if it wasn't for the broken heart bauble, I would have died. I teleported home, made some more bandages, and started rolling in chance. I'm not kidding, I ended up getting nothing good, so I just settled with protection and mending on this set of armor. I managed to upgrade the protection and cook some of the Silexes I had. Once all that cooked, I noticed I had no bones left, so I could only make a few avian treats and not the soulstone that would bind the mob. I then stocked up on cold resist potions and then slept to get my hearts back. Once the morning hit, I had to heal up, and as soon as that was done, I started reforging my flamed dragonbone sword. It took almost all of my bones, but I got it to be legendary. As soon as that was done, I hopped back on my mount, and after almost a day of traveling, I found a rock. Now I was super confident and fed this guy all the treats I had. This ended up not even getting my knowledge to level 2. Instead, I decided to take my anger out on these 2 dragons in front of me. I was able to do a good amount of damage on both of them, and then I realized how fast my mount was. I took out a few more rocks, which leveled up my knowledge to 2, and finally focused on a dragon. I took out the green one first, and it wasn't really that tough. I grabbed all the scales and picked up an advanced flame book from a zombie. Once that was finished, I started attacking another dragon, and this guy was surprisingly easy since I had it taken down by the morning. The last dragon in this area was actually pretty scary, and it actually hit me with a fire attack. Somehow my mount barely took any damage, and I was also fine. I focused my attack again and took this guy out as well. This time I grabbed all the blood. Once that was finished, I found a nice battle tower and went in guns blazing. I tore the first few rooms apart. Things were going super well and I didn't even have to heal until I got pretty high up. I opened a diamond lock and made it to the second to last chest. Once the area was cleared, I brought the chest down. The loot was alright, but it was time to take on the tower golem. I started the fight with an arrow and eventually took the golem out pretty quickly. This annoying air guy wasted my time, but even through that, I actually managed to loot most of the chest before having to jump off. Once again, I was saved by the broken heart bauble. I put all that loot away and then took out a bunch of crabs on the coastline. Then I slept in a random village to get my hearts back. Day 84 to day 85, I went underground and grabbed some stone. With that, I made a furnace and cooked the crab meat I had collected. After all of that, I ended up with 8 avian treats and then started to move on again. I got lucky once again and found a 4-tower structure as well. So since I had a bunch of cold resistance potions, I was ready to take this place on. I started from the Vindicator area and was able to shred through those guys. I even hopped in to break the spawners in here. Once that was done, I got into the first library and picked up all these really great books in the chests. One of these books had Lifesteal 2 and Unbreaking, so I put the Unbreaking on my leggings and the Lifesteal 2 on my sword. I gotta tell you this though, the Lifesteal was a game changer. I missed it so much. At this point, I was invincible once again. I absolutely ripped through the lowest part of this structure, and even when I was bombarded by wither skeletons and vindicators, I barely took any damage. I picked up a boatload of emeralds down here and started moving up the tower. This was also fairly easy now, and I actually had time to manage my inventory. I then shredded through this little witch's room and got towards those oak stairs which led up the tower. By then I was level 47 and absolutely filled up my inventory, backpack, and each crate. I put 23 levels into melee damage to help, and after some inventory management, I cleared out a ton of witches on the floor above. This allowed me to get up to the final room where the end crystal was already blown up. I then cleared out the whole room anyway and looted the chests, which were not that good. Anyway, there were 3 more towers, so I moved on from there and looted this creeper room. I got on top of one of the corners, but the chest sucked. So I tried hopping to another area from here, and this didn't work out too well, and I dropped down to the first floor. I ended up checking out the basement though, and these chests were all average at best. And I still didn't pick up any new baubles. I also forgot my backpack, so I had to grab that real quick, and from there I cleared out the last tower where I got a bunch of enchanted books. There was an extra mending book and some other really good enchants here as well. I had to be really picky since I had very little inventory space. With all this new loot, I had to make an extra chest for all the enchantment books at my house. Then I almost filled out those 2 regular chests for all the items I had as well. Finally, I was able to make a soul gazer, and I picked up a bunch of perks in the skill menu. With that done, I used an ancient tome to increase the sharpness on my sword, put aqua affinity on my helmet, depth strider on the boots, and 11 levels into bow speed. With all that done, I finally went out to grab a rock. This took till the morning when I'd finally gotten myself a flying mount who was bound as well. I immediately hopped on this rock and went to challenge 2 dragons. The first one was super easy to take out and they didn't even notice me. The second guy actually killed my rock, but I managed to take the dragon out after a few hits from the ground. With that being done, I came home, made an ice dragon crossbow, and then grabbed all these eyes of ender. Plus, I stocked up on food as well. Day 88 to day 89, I hopped on the rock to search for more structures, and along the way, I found a Lycanite's dungeon right in front of my house. I hopped in, and this place happened to be spawning some really strong mobs. I was grateful that I had lifesteal. That allowed me to get pretty deep into this dungeon, and I even saw that it was connected to another Doom-like dungeon as well. I got a Looting 3 tome, which I used on my sword, and then deeper into this cave, I was fighting like even stronger mobs like these Grues. I also got a cross necklace and finally found a boss called Precious. Very conveniently, this staircase was actually blocking this guy away from me. This made the fight super easy and I grabbed all the loot. I stored them all in my backpack for now and looted the chest behind the boss room. Now these chests just sucked. Even as I went down to the last floor, the chest sucked there as well. I kept getting screwed though, and there were no boss mobs, just areas filled with spawners. With that done, I came home, put all the items away, smelt the diamond gear, and brewed some regen potions. Finally, Finally, after all that, I hopped back on my rock and started taking down more dragons near my house. I fought a second one who was close to the desert village I liked, and once that was done, I fought a third dragon next to the first Lycanized dungeon I ever explored. I then took out a fourth dragon who was just chilling, and finally a fifth one before the sun finally came up. Day 90 to day 91, after more flying around, I fought another dragon, but this one was blocking a battle tower. Now at this point, I was one-shotting mobs and wiping out spawners pretty quickly, so I steamrolled through this entire place. Instead of moving the chest this time, I fought the golem straight on and wiped that dude off the map pretty quickly. The chests on the last two floors happened to be pretty good. I then got my mining up to level 24 and cleared this village's dragon problem as well. At this point, I almost had like 2 crates filled with dragon materials. I checked out all the books and trades inside this library, which weren't that good, and realized this next dragon killed one of my horses a bunch of days back, so it was time to get my revenge. Once morning hit, I took out a cyclops and found an ice dragon's nest as well. This guy had no clue what hit him, and I managed to wipe it out before it even started flying. All the crates I had finally fully filled up, and I got very lucky as one of these chests in the ice dragon's nest happened to be a mimic. These guys happened to be hard to hit, but once I took it out, I got a power glove, which was exactly what I wanted. This thing raises your attack damage. I wanted this and the feral gloves as well. I put that on instead of the potion ring of speed and went over to this netherrack themed battle tower. I was slowed down by the soul sand, but that really didn't matter at all. I still made it to the top very quickly and fought the tower golem up there. I tried resummoning my rock to loot the chests before they blew up, but that didn't work. I had to wait till the explosions to clear and then sort through the rubble. I picked up all the good stuff and went right back to flying around. Here I took out another ice dragon, and before the night ended, I actually took down a third ice dragon and came home to put all the loot away. For the rest of day 91 to day 92, I crafted more golden apples and upgraded to a dragon bone pickaxe. Then I put some books on it to get like efficiency 5 and fortune 3. With that done, I used an ancient tome to upgrade the efficiency as well. After that, I put a few pouches into the tool belt and got books ready for the iced dragon bone crossbow. With that done, I hopped on my rock and started following this Eye of Ender. Along the way, I found a really cool structure out on the ocean, and here I decided to break the spawners and loot the chests as well. While I was there, I finally upgraded my gathering to 8 so I could use iron axes. With that place done, I went back to following the eye, but quickly took a detour to speed through a battle tower. Inside of the chest, I just wanted baubles that would help me make an Unk charm. I wiped out the golden minion and got some good loot, but it was none of the baubles I wanted. Past the ocean, I took out a dragon and then noticed the eye making a sharp turn, so I knew I was near the stronghold. For some other good news, I ended up on a giant village. I activated the waystone here and picked an area to start digging down. I got pretty lucky and ended up in the stronghold very quickly. From here, I sped through the rooms and found 2 libraries. After that, I ended up in the portal room where I broke the spawners, covered the lava up, and made some extra Eyes of Ender to activate the portal. After marking this place down on my atlas, I drank a potion of regen and cold resistance. Then I hopped into the end dimension. I made sure to summon my rock again and had to evade danger immediately. Now at this point, I couldn't fall off my mount, otherwise I would like 100% die. I focused my attack on the crystals from far away and even managed to do some good damage on the Ender Dragon. The hard part was breaking the protected crystals since I would have to get close to the mobs. With the crystals gone, I needed to grab some dragon breath, so for a good bit of time, I was standing around the pillars waiting for the dragon to attack. This was super dangerous since a bunch of flying mobs would start to spawn. I eventually got 2 bottles of dragon breath and could finally focus my attack on the dragon. This guy went down pretty easily, but the next challenge was scooping up all the loot down there. While taking a bunch of trips down, I managed to pick up a lot of levels and even some biotite. I got up to level 84 as well and had to jump in the portal to not die, so I missed out on the Ender Dragon scales. I respawned right on the giant village, and after healing, I went to grab some loot. I took all the lapis blocks and picked up this Ash Destroyer 5 book. Once that was done, I grabbed 21 blocks of gold from here and found a mending villager as well. I picked up 2 mending books and encased this dude in glass. With that done, I went home to put the items away. From there, I grabbed some wither skeleton skulls and some obsidian as well. I got distracted by a doom-like dungeon right in front of my house, so I had to clear that place out for a little bit. In the morning, I built a nether portal in front of the waystone in the village. I hopped into the nether for the first time and grabbed a bunch of soul sand. I also jumped up on my rock and fought these caco demons here. After grabbing a few more soul sand, I came home and dug down from this cave to make an area where I could fight the wither. I ended up in a structure real quick where I took out a blighted mob, but once that was done, I went right back to summoning the wither. Now this guy was enchanted with some abilities that I couldn't see, but it didn't matter at all. I took the wither out as it only hit me like once. I didn't know what to do with the nether star just yet, so I just kept it safe in my backpack. I then made an enchanted medkit and enchanted this ice dragonbone bow. Since it ended up getting power 4, I was able to deck it out very nicely. To give it an extra edge, I upgraded the bow to power 5 and then used the tome to get power 6. All of that took like 40 levels. I ended the day by reforging the crossbow. Day 95, I hopped back into the stronghold and waited for my rock to be summonable again. And this took a surprising amount of time. With that done, I jumped into the end, and this place was super scary, but I ended up grabbing the Ender Dragon Scale and just managed to scrape past the mobs as I jumped into the portal. I still needed the cracked Black Dragon Scale though, but this was a good start. With that done, I put 37 levels into Iron Skin. So I don't know if this was day 96, but I went back out to explore since I still hadn't found one structure yet, and that was the Mega Battle Tower. I decided to go off in a direction I hadn't been in and ended up flying too low. This is when a siren pulled me in and a sea serpent followed. Somehow I didn't die because of the broken heart bauble, and I managed to take out the mobs, but my shield wasn't looking too good anymore. I quickly went down this roguelike dungeon as well, and here I picked up a bunch of totems of undying and fought hundreds of vindicators, witches, and evokers. That dungeon got me up to level 40 and I kept moving forward from there. I then ended up in another battle tower which I sped through and made it to the top. I took out the golem and didn't get anything new. From there I saw two dragons next to each other, so I had to take them out, and at this point I was getting some lag, which basically just meant my bolts would look like they were missing, but they actually hit. While taking out both the dragons, a Lycanite's mob event started and I was able to evade those guys and take the dragons down. I opened the chests around the nest and got lucky again when a mimic spawned. Now this guy dropped this thing called a lucky clover, which should be really nice to use when you're exploring or looting chests. Day 97 and day 98, next to one of the nests was a Lycanite's dungeon, but this one was like split in half. Well, the top was at least. Anyway, I hopped in and defeated a boss called Pong Kong, then started moving down the structure. My backpack was getting filled at this point and I still didn't get any new baubles. I put a bunch more levels into archery, and eventually I got lower and found another boss called Princess, who did a bunch of damage but couldn't get past the entrance. So I took it out very easily and moved on to the final boss, who was called the Malevolent Observer. Now this guy was a tank, but I kept my distance and used my crossbow, which was shredding through the health. I had a very close call when a bunch of mobs spawned in another room, but once I cleared all those spawners, it was just the boss and I. I did tons of damage towards this guy and slowly took it out. Once again, I didn't get a single bauble, so I flew out and found a village, which I used to come back home. At home, I put everything away, which basically filled my chests, and then activated these soul stones. I got a Ventoraptor and a Beholder as pets. Once that was done, I upgraded my tool belt and repaired my shield. After that, I made my first mistake, which was forgetting to record. So later on that night, I had equipped my lucky clover and found a doom-like dungeon. Things were going well until a witch gave me the spinning effect, and I had to recall back since I couldn't fight back and I took a bunch of damage. I was back towards a village in a savanna biome that I had found prior to the recording. From there, I moved on and found another village, and in here I took out a blighted mob who got me a bunch of levels. Once again, I was exploring around where I took out a dragon and looted a pyramid, but still got nothing new. After taking out what was like my 50th dragon, I ended up in one more battle tower, hoping to get something good. After steamrolling through this tower, I still didn't get a single thing, but my rock was blighted at this point, which was really cool, and I found a few more desert villages. One of them was also next to a defiled lands biome. I looted the library in that village, and it actually had some really good books. I ran through another desert pyramid, and even found another battle tower. In that tower, I used more levels on melee damage, but still, after clearing that place, I didn't get a black dragon scale or any other baubles that could help in making the Ankh charm. I ransacked another village, looted this library, and from there, I finally found something really good. It was the Mega Battle Tower. There also happened to be a village across this structure which had a waystone, and from there, I came back home to put all the items I had away. At this point, my chests were fully packed, and before the night ended, I also put Mending on this enchanted medkit. From day 99 to 100, I was solely focused on this Mega Tower. At the lowest level, things started off fairly easy, and the only guys I had to worry about were the witches. With that taken care of, I put a few levels into random crits, and this is when mobs started spawning and dropping in from above. Some enchanted mobs also pulled my sword, which is super annoying, but other than that, I was barely taking any damage from the mobs in the first few floors. It was just super annoying dropping all the way down. As I moved on through, I got hit by potions that inverted my controls and jumbled my inventory, but that still didn't stop me. Then I started getting vindicators to spawn, so I knew I was getting closer to the top. top. This is when the game started to lag like crazy as well, with all the items on the floor and the entities spawning. It wasn't as bad as the recording looks though. One of the mobs that legitimately scared me was a blighted silverfish. These guys stole my weapons and I had to use a regular diamond sword. After taking them out, I got my weapon back and it was super easy once again. From there, I mowed through more and more floors and finally got to where the evoker started spawning. I ended up putting 43 more levels into iron skin. I'm not joking when I say this though, I didn't get a single new bauble from any of the chests on these floors below. I did, however, fill my backpack up and make it to the top of the tower. This was by far the toughest challenge right now, and it was a blighted tower golem. Using a crossbow, I managed to do some really good damage, but a fireball sent me to a floor below. When I managed to get back up, I took the golem out and I salvaged all the chests. Before looting these chests though, I had to dig up and break the evoker spawners above. Once all that was done, I finally looted the chests, which were super lackluster. I mean, I got a bunch of diamonds and other valuable things, but the only good bauble I got was this potion ring of iron skin. Once all that was done, I came home to put everything away and used a bunch of diamonds to get a stack of lockpicks. I survived 200 days in hardcore RLcraft. In these 200 days, the goals are simple. First, beat Rahovart, the Lord of the Underworld. Then beat Asmodeus, the Mastermind. Last of all, I need to beat Amalgalich, the Soul Devourer. Day 101, I updated the shaders, which made some blocks look weird. Other than that, I got straight to work. I started swapping some baubles around, and then with the right setup, I hopped on my rock to explore. I ended up in a dragon's nest and looked through every chest for mimics. Since I had no luck with that, I jumped down to destroy this battle tower. At this point, with regular gear, I was basically invincible to regular mobs. But against some of the bosses and parasites, I would still die immediately. Running through this battle tower, I got up to level 56 and hopped into a cave that connected to it. This shader also had like weird night vision effects, so it still looked kind of dark in here. Anyway, I cleared out some monster boxes and started looking for tier 5 dragon nests as well. Then with the 57 levels I had, I put it on the final iron skin level. I ended up recalling back towards a waystone next to the dragon's nest, and as I went over to the village next to it, I noticed that this shader kind of bugged out on glass. So this texture for the glass was going to be kind of annoying. I started advancing the trades of this librarian because these guys were going to be essential to beating the boss. This guy didn't have anything too good, so I came back home to prepare for a wither fight. The next morning, I jumped down into a cave to summon a wither and managed to take this guy out super easily. Also in the last video, someone in the comments said that you could pick up waystones, so I tried to, and I even picked up all these mining perks, but it just wasn't happening. Once I got back home, I used a bunch of these glowing ingots on the dragon's eye, but I didn't get undying on it, so I had to use more blaze rods to craft even more glowing ingots. This time I used the other reforger as well to get extra effects on the baubles. This one ended up taking a lot of levels. The second go around, I still didn't get anything good on the eye. With that done though, I hopped into the Nether and got a weird spawn which dropped me into the lava. Once I made it out, I got attacked by a few mobs, but these guys were really easy to take care of. I hopped on my rock and fought this Lycanite's dragon. Now I was super lucky that this guy moves slowly, so I actually was able to take it out pretty easily. It didn't drop anything good, but after that I focused on the fortress to get a bunch of blaze rods. While exploring one of the rooms, I ended up getting a cracked black dragon scale, which was huge for me. I also took a quick detour to grab some bone mushroom spores and went right back to farming rods. Once I picked up a stack, I was done with the Nether, and as soon as I got back home, I made the black dragon scale and combined it with the bazaar and then swapped it with the poison stone I was using. For the blaze rods, I was able to make a bunch more glowing ingots and got undying on the dragon's eye. I also had to start disintegrating a lot of old baubles to reforge the new stuff. From here, I went off to find more villages and ended up in a cool structure. Here I grabbed a few grapes and a lot of food from the basement. In the main bedroom, I even picked up an XP tome and finally ended up in another battle tower. Once again, I steamrolled through this place and only stopped to bring the second to last chest down. With all the loot taken, I wiped out the golem and grabbed whatever I could from the top as well. Since I had tons of levels now, I filled up a tome and found a village as it was turning into day. I had to get rid of the dragon first though, and then I activated the waystone as well. Day 104 to day 105, I put a ton of loot away and even crafted an extra XP tome. Once I put all my levels into it, I smelt most of the diamond gear I had collected as well. Now that my backpack was empty, I could actually explore that one village properly. I leveled up a librarian who actually had a subject PE book, and since I was going to be using wine, I think this thing wasn't even important important. I blocked the guy off regardless, just in case, and found another librarian whose trades weren't even good at all. I did manage to get an absolute ton of wheat, so I was able to stock up on food. From there, I was back on my rock and tore through another battle tower. Inside of the chest, I was looking for a few more baubles, which would be needed to make an Ankh charm. I took out a blighted mob here and demolished a golem. Now this guy or one of the other mobs dropped the greatest book ever. This advanced power 5 book changed everything. I grabbed all the loot left in the tower and kept moving on. I ended up taking a dragon down from the ground since my rock died, and as I was looting the chest, a mimic spawned. This time I didn't get that lucky. I really wanted an antidote vessel or a feral claw. Anyway, once my rock respawned, I found a village where I crafted another XP tome to store my levels into. Plus, there was an infinity trade and an empowered defense 2 trade on one librarian. Since I felt pretty invincible, I decided to go on headfirst into this fire dragon and took the guy out, even though I couldn't see anything. There was no luck with any more mimics, so I moved on to this one doom-like dungeon. In here, I fought a blighted spider and these zotars. There weren't a lot of mobs spawning just yet, so I was having a pretty easy time going around looting the chests. I actually ended up making one more XP tome to store even more levels. I don't think this mattered in hardcore, but I was just so used to it. This doom-like though was really easy, and I breezed through each room, which got me up to level 56 before I recalled out of there. As the night was ending, I managed to find another village and took out the dragon next to this place as well. So at this point, I had enough XP tomes to fill up like a whole crate, and I also had tons of chupacabra meat. Turns out I had to craft even more chests to sort a lot of the new stuff I had. With all the housekeeping done, I started working on an endgame bow. I chose a fire dragon bow and started getting the books ready to enchant this beast. I already had a ton of the stuff I needed to max this thing out, but some of the other books were pretty rare, so I started rolling some enchants. With that in mind, I decided to keep exploring and hoping to find some good librarians along the way. At night, I was around these cold biomes, and for the Ankh charms, I would need to take out a ton of strays and husks. I quickly cleared out a structure which had some diamond blocks and fought a bunch of strays with my looting sword till the morning. I got nothing good, but I did end up finding a 4 tower, which I marked down, and then a little villager area past that. The librarian here sucked, but I did manage to get to the cellar and grab a ton of books plus another XP tome from the shelves. There were some really good books on the top floor as well. Eventually, I was sick of the cold biomes, so at night I went to clear out some husks and hopefully get a bauble from them. I rode around to my Zotar and started clearing out some of the desert structures while I was there. The next morning, I took out a few dragons and found myself inside of a jungle battle tower. I put 29 levels into archery and took out a blighted mob right after. Then I made an extra copy of my atlas and made sure to grab every bauble in the chest to disintegrate later. Since I had even more levels, I put those into arrow speed and brought these chests from the top floor down to a safe area. With the best stuff looted, I took out the golem and cleared out the final chest before jumping down. Before this night ended, I actually ended up taking out a fire dragon who was sleeping and ended up in front of another 4 tower. Day 109 to day 110, I was actually looking forward to clearing out a 4 tower since I could get tons of emeralds and enchanted books. Some of the books were really great here, which ended up filling most of the crates that I had. I also picked up some enchanted golden apples and fought off tons of vindicators. Also, since I was now resistant to the wither effect, these wither skeletons were nothing to me. With the bottom floor cleared, I made my way up to the 2nd floor library and handled all the mobs in there as well. These chests had even more enchanted books, and as I was putting all the stuff away, a Lycanites mob event started. This one was actually going to be really hard, so I had to be very careful. I got some mending books in the room across and saw these Vespids who were really strong. I had to recall out of there. This gave me a chance to put all the stuff I had collected away. Since I had so much stuff, I needed even more chests, and while doing that, I used some levels on this Broken Heart bauble and got a good modifier on this Reforger. I also used an XP tome and reforged the rest of my baubles as well. With some more hearts, I wanted to go back to that 4 tower and clear it out properly. Along the way though, I got sidetracked. First, I explored a village, and then I ended up in front of a Lycanites dungeon. I jumped right into this place and started clearing out the first floor. Eventually, I had taken out the first boss, the Gilded Great Worm, and got some very average loot. Since I was trying to go as fast as possible, I ended up falling into a level 5 fire dragon's nest. This is why I had so many enchanted golden apples stocked up. I ate one and started slashing away at the dragon. I wasn't taking a lot of damage, and I managed to hurt the dragon quite a bit. It started to fly out, so I swapped to my crossbow, and since it was such a large target, target, I got tons of shots off. So I ended up taking down the tier 5 dragon. As soon as my rock resummoned, I harvested the scales from the dragon, and I think I might have missed the egg. Anyway, I went back to clearing out the dungeon, and this crypt executioner guy actually ended up doing a lot of damage to me. I took it out anyway, but it cost a bunch of hearts. Deeper into the dungeon, I fought the guardian dragon once again and got a cockatrice as a reward. There was literally nothing else of value in the rest of these chests. For the rest of these days, my hearts were kind of halved by the bosses, so I had to be really careful clearing out the vespids in front of this fort tower. I was very lucky that I had a good crossbow, but even with that, these guys were still scary. With the bulk of them gone, I looted one of the open towers and got some pretty good loot from there. Since I'd taken out so many vespids, I actually unlocked knowledge rank 2. From there, I made my way up these towers to the better chests. I took out some blighted mobs, looted the regular chests, and leveled up quite a bit. Sadly though, this specific tower sucked and the loot was average at best. After wiping out hundreds of witches and more blighted mobs, I ended up sleeping to get a lot of my hearts back. From there, I finally got some really good loot in one of the towers. This vitamins bauble was clutch, since now I didn't have to fight an elder guardian. I got 2 more rare potion rings as well. One was for reach, and the other one was a true shot. That was my cue to leave, and as I was out, I found another librarian randomly who had like a reinforced sharpness book. I chose to advance this guy really quickly, but there was nothing too good. I did, however, put 37 levels into arrow speed. From there, a blood moon rose, and I tried to find a desert as quickly as possible. My goal that whole night was to fight a ton of husks to get the forbidden fruit bauble. There were so many mobs spawning at this point, my game was lagging. It took a whole night of farming and beating these champions, but I did get some really good loot. I ended up getting an advanced mending book from a champion, and of course, more importantly, the forbidden fruit bauble. I was now like 1 item short. Well, 2 to be exact, but those 2 can be combined. I came back home and made a separate chest for the Ankh charm items. Then I cleared up my main chest by turning a lot of items into blocks. With that done, I used a bunch of XP tomes and enchanted some more books. I got a lifesteal 2-on-1, which made it all worth it. Finally, it was also time to max this bow out. I did the 1, 2, 4, 8 method of enchanting, which was basically like starting with the most expensive and then combining the next 2 most expensive and then combining the next 4 together and so on. I messed up a little bit by not combining the last 2 books together, but I did manage to get the perfect bow. I also had to put a bunch more levels into agility, but now I was set. Oh yeah, and I used like my only advanced mending book on this bow. To help with the bow damage, I reforged and equipped this potion of true shot. To test this bow out, I flew around looking for some structures. I cleared out a bunch of spawners in one broken battle tower and then was able to take out a fire dragon very easily. This bow loaded so quickly I could just spam shots. The next dragon was taken out in like 5 or 6 shots, so I was very proud of this bow. I ended the night by taking on a proper battle tower where I fought some blighted and infernal mobs, picked up an enchanted book, and tried my best at grabbing the loot on the top floor. And I put like 31 more levels into my archery. Across this tower, I entered another battle tower, and this one went underground. Fighting this champion mob also gave me a really decent book, and getting deeper into this tower, I actually got some really good stuff. By the time I exited the tower, it was morning, and after some more traveling, I finally ended up in another village. I leveled up this librarian in here, and it ended up giving me an Unbreaking 3 and multi-shot 4 trade, which was pretty good. With that guy marked down, I demolished another dragon, and as I went to loot some chests, I got blessed with another mimic. Since I was pretty unlucky, I got this thing called a drinking hat. Anyway, I was also in the plains biome, so I picked up some Orasaur meat and cleared out another dragon. At this point, I stopped harvesting scales and bones. I actually ended up getting a really good amount of raw Orasaur meat and lamb chops from this Cyclops cave. Before this day ended, I was in 2 villages, and the latter one actually had a library. These buildings are pretty clutch because of the multiple librarians, and there's like 3 chests all filled with books. I opened the main chest while leveling up the librarian, and sadly the trades suck, but I did manage to get some really good books from the chest. The librarian on the floor below had an advanced power 5 trade. I marked that down and advanced this librarian, but the rest of its trades sucked. Once again, I took out another dragon and fought another battle tower. Again, this battle tower actually had even more good items, which filled up my backpack fully. From there, I cleared out another village's dragon and used that waystone to come back home. Day 118 to day 119, since I had so many more levels, I had to make even more XP tomes while I was putting all the items away. I also grabbed some spectral silk, which actually gave me a good quality on the broken heart bauble. I cooked up all the lamb I had collected and then wanted to start working on an end game melee weapon as well. I chose the ice dragon bone nunchucks to be the weapon. I put that in a barrel and started placing down some of the books that would be good on the weapon. One was Lifesteal 2, another was Viper 5, and then Ash Destroyer 5 as well. I still didn't have the main enchants though, and those ones were like like Supreme Sharpness 5 and Piercing capability. I had to back out and find more structures for those. I started from the last village I was at, and here I leveled up a librarian who had a Clear Skies favor, and apparently that one was really good. From there I looted another battle tower, which meant I officially had more than a stack of golden apples. Across the pond was another dragon's nest, and with that guy gone, I actually fought one more mimic. Of course though, I got something that I really didn't need, like this panic necklace. As I entered a desert, I found a Lycanite's dungeon, which I prayed would give me more baubles. These purple structures actually have a lot of very annoying mobs that give you the decay effect. Still, I only got the same few baubles I've always had. Unnatural Blocking 2 book was actually really good though. One of the bosses was some giant rat named Experiment 69R. This guy was no match for my bow. Some of the other mobs were quite a hassle though. They took a few of my hearts. As I got deeper into this dungeon, I fought another boss called the Anarchical Hound. I wasn't really comfortable melee fighting this guy, so I used my bow from a distance. I picked up 2 beast soul stones from this structure once I defeated the hound and put 37 more levels into archery. At this point there was one boss left, and it was named Asaku. I cleared out the room in front of this giant and took a few shots at the boss. As long as I stood behind the doorway though, I took out this boss without any challenge. But a blighted void trite attacked me, and this thing was even more of a challenge than the boss. With all the bosses in the dungeon cleared out, I looted the final chest, and for some reason these Lycanites dungeon always give me garbage, so I just made sure to grab anything that looked like it could be dismantled into silt. Once this place was empty, I hopped out on my rock and made my way towards a nearby village to end the day off. Inside of this village, I got some really good stuff. First, I leveled up this random librarian in a house, and then I made my way into the library where I picked up more enchanted books. The librarian at the front desk sucked, but I did get a lot of really good books, so it didn't matter. Moving on from the village, I found a desert battle tower and wanted to get my hearts back, so I slept. Turns out I was also in front of a pretty large desert structure as well. This battle tower was actually super easy, and I made one more XP tome to put some levels into. I picked up some really good stuff, took out the golem, and got back up to level 50. With that battle tower done, I marked down the desert structure and another battle tower. Then I came home. I filled up most of the empty XP tomes I had lying around, and then set aside a few more books that I would have to put on the nunchucks. Since my backpack was cleared, I went over to take on the other battle tower. I ended up getting a ton of levels very quickly and started putting levels into the crafting perks. I increased the cooking efficiency, harvesting efficiency, and also got green thumb with the levels. Day 124, with all that done, I wanted to take on this huge desert structure. Now this place is jam-packed with gold blocks. Before entering the main gate, I actually grabbed as much of those blocks as I could from the outside. In total, I ended up with 30 before even getting into the main room. Once I did get into one of those rooms, I basically wanted to farm these magma cubes. Since these guys split, there happened to be a ton of infernal mobs spawning, and that was really awesome. I took out a bunch of these guys and got some really good loot. For fun, I actually spammed the bow as well, and that basically just cleaned house. I picked up a few enchanted books for some of these guys, and made it to the wall, which had a bunch of golden emerald blocks. I ended up with 2 whole stacks of gold blocks and a bunch of emeralds from one room. The other room was basically the same thing. I cleared out the spawners and put around 40 levels into smelting and cooking skills. Once I got rid of the cinders, I mined the blocks on the wall again and ended up with almost 4 stacks of gold blocks. From there, I kept exploring the surrounding areas and noticed some charred blocks. I broke through it and fell into a tier 5 dragon's nest. This is my second one at this point. This time I rapid fired my bow, which worked way better than I could imagine. From this dragon, I finally got a fire dragon egg, and that was my cue to basically recall home, where I crafted a ton more enchanted golden apples. Day 125 to day 126, with some of these new farming skills, it was time for me to start producing the wines. I chopped down a tree and lit up this area to the left of my house. I also put a bunch of levels into farming as well. After a little bit, I had set up a good place for grapes to grow. Then I went to fly around to get some greenhouse glass and wild berries. I picked up some bushes and made my way towards this huge bone structure just in case I would ever need bone meal. I had around 1.5 stacks of bone blocks, and I even tried bone mealing the grapes, but it just wasn't working. I had to get my farming up to level 12, and apparently bone meal doesn't work for both of these fruits. Once the morning started, I had a row of wildberry bushes and made a crushing tub. I set that and a double chest up, but I was still 6 levels shy of using the brewing barrel. While everything was growing, I used my XP tomes to get farming 18, and with that I placed down 2 brewing barrels to finally start wine production. I started off with grapes for regular wine, and this was way more important in my opinion. I only put 1 glass bottle in and hoped to get some high rated wine. The entire brewing process took a pretty long time, so I made another diamond pickaxe and put silk touch on it. I nabbed up some greenhouse glass and put that a few layers above the grapes. Before the morning started, I actually ended up getting the wildberry wine production started. started as well. So I actually messed up a little bit by putting another bucket of grape juice into the barrel as it almost finished, and that reset the brewing, so I now had to wait even longer. While waiting though, I went over to this giant village to grab 2 mending books. The first one I put on my flame dragonbone sword, since the nunchucks would take a good amount of time to be fully set up. With that done, 1 bottle of wine was finally done, and it was rated at 0.73 quality, which was a pretty good start. I used that wine as a base and started working my way up from there. The wildberry one though was really bad. It came in at like 0.34 quality. I drank it to see what the effect was, and I ended up with like 3 minutes of nausea. This effect lasted all night, so with more of those wine brewing, I went out in a direction I hadn't gone yet, just to kill some time. After some exploring, I found another Lycanites dungeon in a snowy biome. Now this one had some really strong Lycanites mobs. The good thing was that my sword was finally getting repaired. I got some okay loot, and almost got in trouble in one of the rooms since I was taking a lot of damage. With that taken care of, I took out the first boss, Precious, then made my way down. I used some of these XP tomes and rapid fired into the Chaos Serpent, who dropped a really good soul stone. From some of the chests and champions, I picked up good enchanted books as well. Before fighting the final boss, I got my gathering skill up to level 18, and then this Nightshade boss was actually tough since it could get out of its arena. Anyway, with that guy taken care of, I looted the final few rooms, and I noticed some charred blocks next to the dungeon. Of course, I broke through and into the dragon's nest. Here I ate an enchanted golden apple, and I think the gapple was kind of an overkill since this guy didn't put up much of a fight at all. I picked up my second fire dragon egg and came home to put a bunch of items away. Day 128 to day 130, I hopped back on my rock and went right back towards the direction of the last Lycanites dungeon I was at. I was out in these unexplored areas all day and even took out a few dragons at night. I had found 2 villages and a little camp, but those places didn't have any good librarians. That basically took the whole night, and in the morning I was back on top of a battle tower. I started making my way down and picked up some enchanted books from the chests. The loot here was pretty typical, but as I hopped out of the tower, I ended up in another little camp. Now this place had 2 librarians. I used a lot of books and emeralds to level these folks up, but they had some pretty bad trades. That night I found a really cool village and activated the waystone, and this place happened to be right next to another battle tower. I got a ton of levels moving up this structure and put 41 levels into melee damage. After looting the second highest chest, I actually tried to take out the golem using my bow and flying mount. This worked pretty well, and the top chest actually had a nether star in there. Basically right behind this structure was another battle tower, and these underground ones are my favorite since the whole tower doesn't collapse. I blazed through this and went over to the village on the coast nearby. One of the villagers had an inner berserk book, which would be great for late game armor. I bought a book and marked this place down, and then managed to fight like 4 dragons just getting away from this area. Before the night ended, I found an advanced efficiency trade and then came home to grab a boatload of emeralds. With the advanced efficiency villager, I wanted to get a better pickaxe, so I made another dragonbone pickaxe and started putting these books on it. I ended up with an advanced efficiency 4, fortune 3, unbreaking 3, mending pickaxe. I also enchanted some books and got advanced looting, plus my regular wine was like actually increasing quality really well. I filled those brewing barrels up once again, and while that was working, I got masterful quality on the pickaxe. I stocked up on even more emeralds and used 24 levels on the farming skills. As soon as morning hit, I was back at the last village I explored and wanted to see if there were any more good librarians. I also ended up buying tons of advanced efficiency books to advance this guy's trades. Another librarian sold Atomic Deconstructor, which was huge, so I made sure to secure this guy up. Once I got back home, I combined up all those advanced efficiency books and got it up to level 5. And in the meantime, a regular wine was doing great, but I was getting some really bad rolls on the wildberry wine. Once again, I was back exploring after the housekeep, and I fought like my 200th dragon at this point. Day 133 to day 135, a lot of things happened. I started off by taking out 3 dragons in the morning, then I made my way inside of a library. The first thing I did here was advance the librarian at the front desk to see if I could get anything good. This guy ended up offering nothing good, so I went to grab all the books from the main chest on the second floor. Here I actually picked up a ton of useful stuff, and in one of the other houses I got another Atomic Deconstructor trade. Aside from that, there was nothing good, so I moved on to another village by nighttime. The first librarian in this village scammed me, so I moved on and found a much better structure. And this place had some really good enchanted books in some of the chests too. The morning after, I cleared out another battle tower and ended up in another library structure. Once again, the main chest had some really good enchanted books. As I moved along, I filled up most of my crates and almost my whole backpack with a bunch of enchanted books. Then I got super lucky as I ended up in one of those giant village structures. The first thing I did here was take up all the gold blocks from the bell tower, and then I checked out as many of the librarians in this area as possible. I did a quick look to see what their first level trades were. I had to come back home though to grab grab most of my emeralds since it was gonna take a while to level these guys up. Back at the giant village, I ended up using a lot of my emeralds to advance trades, and some of the books were really good, like this higher level atomic deconstructor. One of these guys also had education, but the best villager here was the subject English one. I grabbed all the lapis and other junk from the main tower of this village and then became the luckiest person ever. One of these chests had a Supreme Sharpness 4 book. It wasn't fully maxed out, but it was more than good enough for me. Day 136 to day 137, at this point I was only a few books shy of having a pretty good nunchuck. Before that though, I maxed out my pickaxe and combined a few more books together. Since there were so many enchants that I needed to put on, I made a separate chest and ordered the books from most expensive to least. I also picked up this subject English book and started getting close to 0.8 quality wine. After one last round of combining books together, I had enough for a pretty stacked nunchuck. I just had to be careful though, since it would be impossible to place new enchants if I messed up. I only had one upgraded potentials book, which I didn't plan on using just yet. The next day, I chopped down all the bookshelves I had and took out a blighted spider. With that done, I went over to the giant village once more and started buying a ton of these Adept 1 books. This one librarian also had Curse of Possession, which would be great on melee weapons. I ended up fully running out of emeralds, so I had to start grabbing all the wool from the buildings. With the wool, I could sell them for emeralds or turn it into string and sell that instead. I was still shy a few emeralds to get more adept books, so I farmed some of those Bobekos since I still needed battle burritos for later. I also picked up tons of Arasaur meat and then hopped down into this roguelike dungeon. I fought some weird mobs, but eventually decided to teleport back out of here. So I didn't have any more advanced mending books left, which meant for the nunchucks I would just have to use regular mending. Still, I was missing a few more adept books that I really wanted, so to get more emeralds I started trading my gold. Finally, I got what I needed and was ready to enchant this absolute behemoth. I started off by gathering all the levels I had stored up, but I had no clue just what was waiting for me. Just like last time, it was the same method, the 1-2-4-8 method. I started off with the most expensive one, which was Supreme Sharpness, and since I didn't have the piercing capabilities rune, I moved on to other enchants. Also, my advanced looting book had other enchants, so I couldn't really do this method perfectly. This basically drained my levels, and as I was planning on combining more books, a Lycanites mob event started. So for these, I try and run away as far from my house as possible, since some events can destroy all your stuff. I got on my rock and fired at as many of these mobs as possible. I didn't even know which mobs were there because of the event. Once I took out all those guys, it was morning time, and I decided to reforge the nunchucks and got it to legendary quality. From there, I combined as many books as I could and finally started getting better and better wildberry wine as well. My next goal was to get tons of levels to finish this weapon off. After traveling for a while, I made it to a 4 tower that I had marked down previously. Day 140 to day 143, in all the time I've been playing RLcraft, I don't think I've ever had an advanced looting weapon, so this Vindicator area was like the best place to test it out. First of all, this nunchuck attacks super fast and shred through these mobs. Plus, I started getting so many emeralds. Since there were anvils here, I combined more books together and checked to see how many levels it would take to put on the nunchucks. Things weren't looking too good at all. The first floor also had some really good enchanted books that I snatched up. Then with those spawners cleared, I moved over to the other side that was filled with even more Vindicators. Taking every mob out here took until the morning and actually started lagging my game with all the dropped items. The basement had the most mobs, but they still only took like 1 or 2 hits at most. With that place cleared up, my game ran a lot better and I started moving up the towers. I had tons of levels, tons of emeralds, and fought a lot of very annoying witches. 58 levels ended up being used to put like 4 more enchants on this beast of a weapon. This made things even easier, which allowed me to combine even more books, but now things were getting super expensive and the enchants weren't even fitting on the screen. I had some more trouble with a blighted mob, but I ended up getting on top of one of these towers. I picked up anything that looked good, like baubles, enchanted books, and random rare items. From there, I moved on to another tower, which was jam-packed with witches, and got splashed by a perplexity potion, which inverted my controls. I picked up all the good stuff on that tower and got out of there. I was eventually in some village where I advanced a librarian, and some of these guys actually had some really decent trades. At this point, once again, my crates and backpack had been filled up with enchanted books, so I came home and decided to use an upgraded potentials book on my nunchucks. This made the next few enchants much cheaper, but they were still like relatively expensive. Day 144, I worked on the wine some more, and while that was brewing, I went back towards the last village I was in and explored from there. I ended up on top of a battle tower and started working my way down. By the time I got down to 3 floors, I had enough levels to combine the last 2 books I had, but not enough to put that on the the weapon just yet. I had to fight through the rest of this battle tower though to get the levels. I basically burned through each floor and got down to the tower golem, who happened to be Infernal, and even with that my nunchucks shredded through it. One of the dropped items was an XP tome, which got me up to level 40, and this allowed me to get almost maxed out nunchucks. I was only missing like arc slash, piercing capabilities, and a few more random little enchants. Also, these nunchucks took a lot of durability damage already, so I had to take out some aura sword to get some levels. Also, while I was there, I took out some mechas since they're also needed for battle burritos. Then I fought a dragon from the ground and found another battle tower. I started from the bottom floor and worked my way up trying to repair my weapon. At this point, I'd already taken down like maybe close to 100 battle towers, and I still didn't get the ring of overclocking that I really needed. Day 145 to day 146, I came back home to craft a potion ring of regeneration and use that instead of the true shot. With that potion ring reforged, I wanted another bauble as well, so I had to make these glowing gems. That allowed me to craft a shield of honor, and after reforging that, I got a decent quality on it. I also ended up using most of my spectral silt on this power glove and didn't get anything good. The next thing I wanted to do was dip a sword in some potions, so I bought a bunch of glass from one of the librarians. With that done, I used a good amount of bone mushroom spores and ender pearls to brew some random teleport potions. I put in a few levels to increase the brewing speed, which was helpful, and then ended up filling up a cauldron. After that, I tipped a regular diamond sword into the potions and had a perfect way to handle tower golems. I kept the shield of honor inside of the backpack now, since I didn't need it just yet. Day 146 to day 148, turns out I never harvested the village's grapes. They were just lying around, so after grabbing all of that, I had like a stack and a half more. I also had a really good amount of wine now, and decided to move on. While searching for more structures, I found what I assume was a cathedral, and inside this place there were spawners scattered around, and after breaking all of those, I looted the chests. There happened to be tons of these instant health and regen potions. Moving on from there, I made it inside of a battle tower, but this one was underground, so I didn't have to use the random teleport just yet. The chest had some pretty good enchanted books, and I raked in the levels. I kept most of the levels in the tomes and picked up a bunch of baubles, which were very helpful. From there, I took out the tower golem and grabbed the loot from the best chests. I hopped on my rock, activated another waystone, and found that one house structure again. This time I picked up a lot of the greenhouse glass while I was there. I also made sure to grab all the food from the basement, and at that night I ended up leveling up a librarian who had an advanced looting trade. I made sure to buy as many of those books as I could. As if I couldn't get luckier, in this one defiled lands biome, I noticed something very gold. The last time I played RLcraft, I had to farm hundreds of bookworms to get one of these guys. This time I found a golden bookworm by pure luck, and it dropped 5 scales once I killed it. I also noticed this doom-like dungeon underneath the defiled lands biome, and this place was jam-packed with some weird mobs. Since now I should be able to disenchant items, these random pieces of armor in the chest were actually helpful. I spent a good while fighting mobs in this dungeon, and as the defiled lands started taking over the regular blocks, it was getting harder and harder to see. Anyway, I got up to level 58 and decided to move on from there. Finally, I found a battle tower where I used a random teleport and it worked super well. I looted the top 2 chests without any issues, and at this point my inventory was completely filled up, so I came home. I used the golden scales to make a disenchantment table and leveled up my magic to 24. I used some more spectral silt as well, and then combined all these advanced looting books, but I didn't have enough levels to put them on the nunchucks just yet. Day 149 to day 150, I made a bunch of cold resistance potions since I was still hurt by hypothermia. After that, I changed the GUI to see how stacked my nunchucks were, and they still weren't even maxed out. Anyway, I upgraded the looting on it and had crafted a set of silver armor to start working on an endgame set. I already had tons of good books and disenchanted some of the old items I wasn't gonna use anymore. At the same time, my wine was getting significantly better, so from there I went out to explore once again since I really needed advanced protection on this new set of armor. I ran through another battle tower where I picked up tons of levels and baubles, then I took out a dragon right before it turned into day. With that done, I grabbed a lot of levels from the tomes I had and teleported around to see if any of the villagers had good books for armor. I combined 2 more books together and saw that it was gonna take 72 levels to put on my nunchucks. I ended the day by finally getting above a 0.8 quality wine, and then I made tons of potions as well. Day 151 to day 154 was really hectic. I drank some of the bad wines I had and got rid of the rest. Then, as I was collecting some Orasaur meat, I noticed a gigantic structure. Now, even with the pretty good computer, my game was about to start lagging like crazy. I entered through the main way and noticed that I couldn't break the spawners just yet, so I assumed that they were end crystals somewhere. I fought a few mobs who were pretty easy and entered one of the corners of the structure. Now this is when things started getting pretty nuts. At first, it was just a few mobs and it looked pretty easy. The chests in here were also stacked, so I knew I was gonna start getting some really good loot. I checked out the basement really quickly, and this is when the game started to lag. I farmed these spawners down here until they broke and picked up tons of emeralds. The moment I started making my way up the stairs in this tower is when things started going crazy. These witches were the absolute worst and started setting the entire place on fire. Usually the actual game lag isn't as bad as the recording, but there was so much going on that the recording was pretty accurate. Anyway, I got some levels and decided to just bolt up to the top and break the crystal over here. The chest up top had some really great loot, plus some of the spawners started spawning champion mobs who also dropped some really good books on top. Well, as this side started burning down, I was on my rock, taking out some of the leftover mobs. With the flight, I could easily open up some of the chests, and once again, I was surprised with how good the enchanted books in here were. I filled an entire crate up and still had like 10 more chests to open just from this one area. Once I grabbed everything good from this corner, like these Advanced Protection 3 books, I moved on to the other towers. Now this side had less books and more baubles. I actually ended up getting a ring of overclocking from here and needed one more item for the Ankh charm now. For the rest of these days, I was clearing out the other corners and I picked up so much loot, it was actually insane. The basement in here also had some goodies as well. This was by far the best structure I had ever been in RLcraft. Once I came home, I had just enough books to make a really good silver chest plate. I combined the 2 advanced protection books together and then put the strength and vitality on. After finalizing it with unbreaking and mending, this chest plate was going to be perfect for late game. Before the days ended, I also put inner berserk on the chest plate and combined more books together to put on the nunchucks, but I realized it took like 82 whole levels. Day 155 to day 156, I used a bunch of silver ingots to get masterful quality on my chest plate. Then after that, I used an ancient tome to increase the unbreaking level. Once that was done, I set up all the items needed for an Ankh charm and was only missing the shulker heart. To get that, I made my way towards the stronghold. I jumped in the portal, hopped on my rock, and immediately flew in one direction. Eventually, I found an end island and my rock died as I was grabbing my warp scrolls, so I had to wait for that little guy to respawn. From there, I finally found an end city and started taking out as many shulkers as possible. This bauble has like a 20% chance to drop, which was much higher than the others. Things started off slow as I only picked up shulker shells and this pinky meat. Even though I cleared out an entire end city, I still had to move on towards another. This one had a ship, which had an elytra wing, and that was actually pretty clutch. There was also an arc slash sword here, which I snatched up, and that was one of the enchants I still didn't have on my nunchucks just yet. From there, I took out tons of more shulkers and racked up more pinky meat. Still no shulker heart just yet. Next up, I challenged this end battle tower since I was there, and as I teleported this tower golem, my rock died. I made my way up this tower the hard way, and some mobs ended up doing a lot of damage, and Argus almost made me fall into the void, so I warped back home. I wasn't done with the end, so I went back through the portal, and this time I found a much safer battle tower, got rid of the tower golem, and looted the chests. Behind that place was an end city, and in here I finally got the shulker heart. I cleared out one other random structure before coming home, and worked on the wine really quickly as well. More importantly though, I made the ring of free action, and then crafted the Ankh charm. Then I combined the charm with the obsidian shield to make an Ankh shield. I also disenchanted and got an arc slash book, and then combined it with the other enchants that the nunchucks needed, but it was too expensive to put on just yet. Before the night ended, I got healthy quality on the Ankh shield as well. Just for a little bit, I crafted a diamond shield temporarily, and with that done, I collected some ink sacs and a bunch of wool. Since I had some cocoa beans from before, I was able to make this teddy bear bauble. Now this thing makes you immune to regular fear, not the parasite one. Since I couldn't figure out how to reforge this bauble, I decided to stick with a thorn pendant for a little bit, and this thing was dropped by a mimic, which was pretty cool. Day 159 to 60, I jumped into the nether and fought a bunch of blazes and magma cubes. I also put this diamond horse armor on my mount and broke into what looked like a doom-like dungeon inside of this fortress. The chests in here were pretty good, but I only stuck around because I really thought this place was gonna have like a wither spawner. It really wouldn't hurt to farm some nether stars. Sadly, there were none here, so I hopped out in search of more structures. I eventually ended up in a nether lycanite's dungeon. The mobs in here were pretty strong and the chests happened to be fairly good. I fought some blighted mobs in here and cleared out tons of spawners. Then I finally found a boss mob called Prime Lava Soul, who didn't put up much of a fight. I activated the soul stone, it dropped, and started running out of water, so my vision was all messed up. For some reason though, there happened to be water all around this nether dungeon, and with that cleared up, I fought the tyrant dragon, and this boss was even easier since it couldn't get to me. The mobs inside of the boss room actually ended up doing even more damage to me. However, I did get a cool dragon soul stone, which I activated immediately. Once this place was cleared out, I warped back home, and I was able to make more spectral silt. Then I almost had enough to make a bunch of battle burritos, but more importantly than that, I put a bunch of enchants on the nunchucks. That cost 82 levels, and I was still lacking the piercing capabilities enchant. Day 161 to day 162, I was getting close to 0.9 quality wine, so while more were brewing, I started going around collecting maca meat. I also grabbed a bunch of aspen meat as well. Then I needed the bebekos too, but as I was looking for those, I found a mega battle tower. This is when I start lagging again. I decided to attack this tower from the top and took out the evokers first. Then I jumped down and wiped out the tower golem. With that guy gone, I unlocked the 4 chests in that room and grabbed whatever was good. After that, I made my way down the tower, and here I fought some pretty high level champion mobs. A very annoying siren made the job a little harder, but once that siren was taken care of, I was able to steamroll through this tower. This got me up to level 55, but I ended up getting nothing good from the chests in here. Anyway, from there, I moved on and cleared out 2 broken battle towers. Then I put all of my XP away and fought more dragons. During this entire journey, I stocked up on a good amount of maca and aspen meat. For the rest of this journey, I decided to ditch the backpack for the shield of honor and started using shulker boxes instead. One would be for essential items and the other one would be for all the junk. Day 163, I cooked up all of the pinky and bobeko meat I had stored up, and that allowed me to make a few stacks of battle burritos. I stored some good wine in that shulker box and noticed my limiting factor was aspen meat. In the meantime, I produced even more wine and traded for tons of glass. That was all just for bottles though. Before the night ended, I got armored quality on my thorn pendant. For the next few days, I did some research and it turns out that these stealth perks were super overpowered. I didn't know how to use them for a long time still though. To help me with the boss fight, I decided to start advancing those. I then hopped on my rock and picked up a bunch of aspen meat to make even more battle burritos. Once that was done, I found a 4 tower and this place was perfect to level up the stealth skills. I broke my way into the first floor and started looting the chest in the library. Now this chest had a piercing capabilities book which was huge. There was also advanced sharpness as well. Since I didn't need any more emeralds, I wanted to clear out as many spawners as possible. By just fighting these mobs regularly, I got up to level 35 and put all of that into the stealth tree. I picked up a vampirism book, took out a blighted mob, and put even more levels into stealth. I then ran up to the end crystal room and blew it up, and from there I just started working my way back down, taking out all the mobs and spawners below. My stealth was up to level 6 now. I didn't know where this athletic skill was, so I really couldn't increase my sneak speed just yet. Anyway, by the time the 4 tower was cleared, I had level 7 stealth and level 3 stealth damage. From there, I quickly ran through another battle tower and used even more levels on those previously mentioned skills. After that, I leveled up a librarian, took out a dragon, and found a vampirism 1 trader. As the morning rolled around, I was in another village structure and picked up all of the good books on the highest floor of this place. Since I still really needed levels, I decided to clear out another 4 tower, and this place had some more great books. I got up to level 40 on the 2nd floor and maxed out the main stealth perk, which made me even harder to detect. With that done, I broke the crystal up top and then the spawners. After that, I worked my way down and moved on to the other towers. There was an Unbreaking 3 tome in one of the chests, and once I took out a blighted mob, I got my stealth damage to level 4 as well. This place had a potion ring of diamond skin, which I decided to equip for now. My inventory and a shulker box was full, so I decided to move on from this structure. That night, I found a librarian who sold strength and vitality 3, so I would now be able to upgrade my chest plate some more. I picked up a few of those books and then came home to combine it all. After a little bit of combining, I put that on my chest plate. Turns out the cross necklace would be much better for bosses, so I stuck with that. And then to max out my nunchucks, I would need 136 levels. Day 168 to day 169, once again, I did some research and learned that resistance 2 is better than diamond skin, so I swapped some rings. Then I went to the nether to grab a bunch of soul sand. Once that was done, I went to the desert to find some flat spaces. Along the way, I took out a dragon and leveled up some librarians. Once that was done, I summoned a wither and took it out very easily. Since it was one of those champion mobs, I got an enchanted book as well as a nether star. I summoned the next wither a little bit further away and was able to wipe this guy out as well. With that done, I explored a village nearby, and as I took out the dragon in here, a Lycanite's mob event started. This one was pretty hard since some of these nether mobs actually did a good amount of damage. I ran away from the village until the spawning stopped, and once that was done, I was able to clear out most of the mobs. The library in this village had some great books which I snatched up. The next morning, I discovered a 4 tower and took out a dragon. and leveled up some more librarians. There also happened to be a battle tower right next to this one village, so I teleported the golem away and I picked up all of the good loot. With that done, I took out the golem after. For the rest of the night, I actually found these 2 librarians inside of a camp and just started leveling them up, but their traits happened to be garbage. From all of that though, I did manage to get like 2 Advanced Protection 3 books from some of those structures. I made sure to combine those 2 to set up for a proper helmet. Day 170, this was the final few steps before I challenged the first boss. I used up a lot of good books to make a proper silver helmet. I then swapped the Ankh shield on my offhand and went over to summon a boss Cacodemon. I had to use a Nether Star for the soul key. Once this boss was summoned, I took it out pretty easily and picked up the demon soul stone. With that soul stone and the ender biotite, I made a demonic soul cube. After that, I had to craft another soul key, and then I reforged the helmet and then put the teddy bear on just in case. All of the blocks needed for the boss were in the shulker box, but I noticed I needed a bunch more obsidian. So for that, I flew over to the nearest mega battle tower and grabbed a stack of them. With all that done, I flew over to the top of the nether and cleared out a large area to place the altar. I placed all the blocks down necessary to summon Rahovart and then ate my battle burrito. Once I got those effects, I drank some wine to extend the time. I swapped to ender pearls as well and summoned Rahovart. Now my first strategy was to get to a far corner and start spamming my bow. This was working at first, but I ended up not being far enough since the main attack in phase 1 hit me. It surprisingly didn't do a lot of damage. I managed to dodge the second attack and realized I might have been way too strong for this fight since I was able to do tons of damage to Rahovart with my nunchucks. I teleported after I noticed Rahovart stacking up these fireballs since I didn't want to get caught in the phase 2 main attack. This time I just had to evade its move, and once the area cleared, I focused my melee attack on Rahovart and actually managed to take the boss out. Once that was done, I had to clear out the rest of the mobs. Then with the area cleared, I picked up all the loot to drop, the most important being these demonic hearts. I also got a lot of levels, and as soon as I got back home, I used some of these soul stones and wanted to keep the rest just in case I wanted to challenge Rahovart later. Even though the wine didn't work too well for this boss, it would still be necessary for the lost cities, so I kept producing some more. I put everything away and then made a waystone with one of the nether stars that were dropped. This one went right inside of my house. I was an idiot and named it a similar name as another waystone, but for some reason it just wouldn't change. Anyway, I spent 41 levels to max out sneak damage and only focused on wine for the rest of the day. I put the new high quality ones in my shulker box. I also made 2 soul keys and placed the altar down for a crimson epion. Once I took that guy out, I had aberration soul stone. Day 173, I had to make my way back towards the end portal and hop in. I needed to collect a bunch of end stones. This was still pretty dangerous, but I managed to pick up the ender dragon egg while I was here as well and then jump back through the portal. With all that, I could make some aberrant stone, and that allowed me to make an aberrant soul cube. To really prepare for the next boss, I made a waystone and even more warp scrolls. I also hopped back into the end portal and found a safe area to place the waystone down in the end. Then I used that waystone to come back home for now. The next day, I found one random little end islet and started setting up the altar on it. All of the boss altars are the same, but this one was very scary because it was right next to the void. I used my rock to set it all up and then hopped down before using the key. This is when I ate a battle burrito and drank the wine to extend the effects. I used the key on the altar and summoned Asmodeus. Now this boss ruined my last hardcore RLcraft run, so I know just how dangerous it could be. I started off by staying behind one of the pillars and did some damage with my bow, but this absolute beast got very close to me, so I swapped to my nunchucks. That did some serious damage and it was already down like 25% of its health. After hiding behind another pillar and firing some shots, I got this guy down to phase 2. But now some of the random mobs around the arena were doing a lot of damage to me. Once again, I buffed up and went back to attack the boss. This time when the health got low enough, it summoned other mobs who kept itself invulnerable. I had to get rid of those little minions first, but after that I managed to do some really good damage to Asmodeus. I got the boss to almost phase 3, but had to get rid of more minions really quickly. This time I focused my attack and that got Asmodeus all the way down to phase 3 and eventually all the way down too. With the second boss done, I got rid of the extra mobs that were around the area and went to pick up the loot. In total, I got 80 plus levels and tons of these Lycanite items. The most important obviously being these corrupted skulls. With that done, I came right back home, and from here on, everything is uncharted territory for me. I had never gotten this far in RLcraft before. For the rest of the day, I focused on the wine and filled up all the XP tomes I had. With the leftover levels, I put versatility on a pickaxe. Then I went out to explore and cleared out a little battle tower. Day 175 to day 176. So from here, I really needed just like one good silver armor piece for the lost cities. So I would be spending a lot of time just looking for books. That meant these 4 tower structures were pretty important since they always managed to have some good enchants. I speedran my way through and picked up some good books on the first floor. I also managed to get a ton of emeralds as well, and on the second floor, of course, there were even more books. One of these happened to be an Advanced Protection 3 enchant. Plus, I found an iron chestplate which also had Advanced Protection 3 on it. So with all that done, I cleared out the whole structure, which had some great loot and got me up to level 65. In the morning, I used a waystone to come home, and here I disenchanted that iron chestplate and combined the 2 Advanced Protection books together. Since that was done, I grabbed basically every other book that I had that would be good on a set of boots. With all that, I finally started enchanting silver boots. I started with Advanced Protection, then Feather Falling, and after that I just put in the rest. Once again, it wasn't fully maxed, but it was really close. Day 177 to day 178, just so I would get the cure effect, I decided to use the silver leggings anyway, but just with regular protection. It should be fine since the rest of the set was pretty solid. Turns out I not only got the cure effect, but I managed to get 50% movement speed as well. I got the whole set up to master as well, and started raiding these desert structures for crafting rooms. I was actually worried that the silver armor would have too low durability for the Amalgalich fight. I ran through a few desert structures, took out a few dragons, and even cleared out a battle tower as well. That in turn got me some really good items, and I eventually ended up on a pirate ship. This place ended up having some skulls, and after that I jumped in the water, which surprised me since underwater strider made me go really fast. As the day was getting dark, I picked up more crafting rooms from a desert temple, and then recalled home. I used the duplicate runes to make a rune reader and turned it to the advanced version as well. Also, my wildberry wand was finally getting to good quality. I placed the advanced rune reader down and saw that I had a golem chestplate and boots. I finally got undying on my cross necklace as well. The next day, since I was still worried about the durability, I wanted the rest of the golem armor. I teleported to a desert far away and started to explore from there. There was another battle tower here, and past that I fought a dragon who was in front of a large pyramid. In this place, I managed to get a bunch of good stuff. Right behind that structure, I found a mimic on a dragon's nest. Now once again, I wanted the pharaoh claw or the antidote vessel, but I got something I already had. Anyway, from there, I explored some more desert structures and went down to an underground battle tower. Once I came home, I checked on all the runes that I had and finally got the helmet and leggings as well. Day 180 to day 181, I moved the rune reader down to the main chest and started gathering the items needed for the helmet to start. This one took a little bit of crafting, and I actually ended up having most of the items already. With the helmet done, I needed to get more ink sacks and then make a written book. Then I cooked up some netherrack to make stairs, and with all that done, the chestplate was ready as well. I got the leggings in the morning, which were very easy to craft, and the boots happened to be the hardest. I had to travel to the end dimension, but before that though, I set up the rest of the crafting recipe. After that, I quickly ran into the end and stored a chorus flower. The rabbit meat was also super annoying, but I eventually got her in the desert and now had a set of golem armor just in case. I only had to worry about like not breaking my silver armor. Before the night ended, I actually decided to buy a bunch of strength and vitality books and then set them up next to the golem armor. Day 182 to day 183, I used and had to make tons more glowing ingots since I was trying to reforge this shield of honor. At this point, what I needed most were silver ingots, so I hopped down into a mine that I made while I was fighting the wither. I was only looking for silver ore, and after digging lower and lower, I found a few, which was a good start. I fought a monster box down here and came up to cook the haul that I had collected. From there, I also realized that a potion of flight is necessary for the lost cities, especially with silver armor. Before going out to look for that though, I collected some glowstone in the Nether and got sidetracked by some structures. I found these large city-like structures and made my way inside. This place was jam-packed with tons of Lycanites mobs. As I entered one of these basements, I fought these mobs who dropped wither skeleton heads. Oh, and I also picked up syncinnicite lanterns in here. To the left and right of this one structure were also these little libraries, which actually had some really great loot as well. One blighted skeleton got me a bunch of levels, and I ran around just clearing out most of the spawners. I ended up with tons of books, more golden apples, and eventually had almost like 30 wither skeleton skulls. Plus, the enchanted books on the second floors of these libraries were awesome. I used an unbreaking tome on my helmet. After forever, I figured out where the athletics perks were, so I leveled those up and started increasing my sneak speed as well. From there, I got back up to level 30 and found myself inside one of those nether doom-like dungeons. Once again, I really needed that one wither spawner since you could use nether stars to reforge any items. When I got up to level 40, I put all those levels into sneak speed. Sadly, I didn't get any withers to spawn, but I did get some really good loot. I even managed to level up sneak speed once again. I called it quits to when I got back up to level 41. Day 184 to day 186, at this point my sneak speed was up to level 7 and I used tons of silver ingots to make even more glowing ingots. I also started getting really close to 0.9 quality wine and actually ended up with Undying on the Shield of Honor, which was really important. Later that day, I got Undying on the Broken Heart as well, and then finalized it with getting Undying on the Ankh Shield after that. Once again, it was this teddy bear, which I could not reforge for some reason. I eventually figured out that it was the glowing ingot, and obviously that did the job. Using a bunch of those, my baubles were basically all maxed out. As soon as morning hit, I teleported around looking for flower forest biomes. I needed very specific pixie dusts for flying potions. I flew around this tiny little patch and eventually found a pixie, but for some reason, even with advanced looting, I got no dust from the first one. I cleared some trees and then turned hitboxes on, but it still took me until the night to get more pixie dust. Just past this place was a much bigger flower forest, and I spent the whole night there. I took out tons of mobs, and in the morning when I came home, I had 4 pixie dusts. With that and these bone mushroom spurs, I started brewing potions of flight. Since that was working, I set up the portal to the lost cities using a lot of the wither skeleton heads that I had collected. The only thing I really needed now was higher quality wildberry wine, so I upped the wine production and teleported around grabbing more grapes. I put more brewing barrels down as well, and that basically doubled the production. Day 187 to day 188, I started using up all my XP tomes, and with those levels I increased my sprint speed and athletics. Any spare levels I had, I put back into those tomes. Once that was done, I crafted shadow stones and then went to check out this end Lycanites dungeon to see if I could get the soul stone I needed. The one I needed was actually the undead soul stone. I broke into the top of the Lycanites dungeon and started ripping and tearing through this place. I fought the Arachnotron right away, who happened to be the first boss. This guy dropped an aberration soul stone. With the cure effect, I wasn't really getting instability, which made life much easier against these mobs. Plus, now that I had increased my sprint speed, I was blazing through the rooms. I got up to level 46 and still hadn't found another boss yet. However, I did level up my sprint speed some more. I wish I did this like 200 days ago, since this made everything a lot easier. In that direction, I ended up finding no bosses, so I hopped on my mount and broke into the dungeon from another angle. Here I fought another boss called Experiment 69R and used the 2 soul stones that had been in my inventory. From there, I picked up more baubles and enchanted books, then got my sprint speed up to level 9. Before coming home though, I actually managed to max the skill out. Since I didn't have the undead soul stone, I had to make an altar for the lunar grue. This one also needed a soul key, and once I took the boss out, I could craft the undead soul cube. I had all my wine ready and reforged this lucky clover, which I swapped a teddy bear for. Then as a last resort, I made some invisibility potions in case I ever got stuck. Day 189 to 191, so it was finally time to get into the lost cities. I had just enough high quality wines. I ate an enchanted golden apple, then a battle burrito. With those buffs, I drank a wildberry wine to level them up, and then finally started drinking the regular wine. I made a little mistake by not drinking the potion of wings right away, but it ended up working out anyway. With all those buffs, I hopped into the lost cities. My goal was to grab as many chests as possible and also to try and stay indoors if I could. I immediately fought parasites, but I was holding strong. As long as my flight didn't run out, things would be fine. The chests in here were really good, and my nunchucks also managed to wipe out these mobs very quickly. These assimilated high-level mobs were very scary though, like this ender dragon, who I actually managed to take out with my bow. Those mobs are very annoying since they always follow you around and they can see you from anywhere. On the bright side, a majority of my armor was mostly fine, and I actually picked up my first ring, which happened to be a fairy ring. I placed my shulker box down, grabbed even more wine, and then ran out of the first batch that I had. From there, I fought my first bomber parasite. My actual main goal here was to get a dragon ring, which happened to be one of the rarest. For some reason, I also started getting hypothermia here, which was very annoying. I skipped out on tons of other loot since I really wanted those rings, so I only glanced into most of the chests. Even though I was relatively safe the whole time, this journey was still super scary. I knew that if a few mobs grouped up on me, my armor would be shredded. For some even better news, I got a Titan ring, which I didn't know the rarity of. And once that was done, I grabbed even more wine and took out another ender dragon, and also took out a blighted mob as well. I also realized that I basically had to be flying the entire time, otherwise a bunch of mobs would start teleporting to me. At this point, I had drank a good amount of wine and got up to level 58. From there, I decided to call it quits with a 2-ring haul. I put those rings away since they weren't the ones that I needed, and then used an unbreaking tome on my nunchucks. I actually put most of those levels into skills as well. I then spent the entire next day stocking up on wine, which was completely worth it since they were all great quality now. Day 192 to day 194, I buffed up fully once more and made sure to also grab a good amount of wine. I also drank a cold resistance potion just in case and felt ready to take the lost cities on again. This time I went in the other direction and started looting all the chests again. I picked up mana crystals and another titan ring. I fought even more blighted mobs and finally got a new ring, and this one was the Ring of the Phalus. As I moved on, I actually got that ring again, and this trip really wasn't that good. The only thing valuable was finding a flat area to fight a Malgalich on. So I set a waystone down and decided to come home. At this point, I already made up my mind to where I was gonna fight the boss, so I started brewing even more really good quality wine. Since I had so many wither skeleton heads, I wanted to collect a good amount of nether stars as well. To do that, I went pretty far away and dug all the way till bedrock. Here I placed tons of soul sand down back to back and started summoning these withers one by one. In total, there were like 5 of them here, but as I just held left click, I took them all out without even breaking a sweat. That gave me a good amount of nether stars. Before these days ended, I found a good strategy to hopefully save my armor, and that was to just make these mending potions. I compiled these days since I actually did a lot. First, I drank all the potions I had and ate a battle burrito. Once I buffed up on wines, I built up the altar a little bit away from the waystone I had set down in the lost cities. I made sure to be on the ground while doing this. Once I activated the altar, there was no turning back. With my inventory ready, I was finally able to start the fight against a Malgalich. But it turns out that I actually found a way to cheese the boss. All I had to do was hold sneak and the parasites couldn't see me, which actually made this fight so much easier. Since I invested so many levels into sneak damage and sneak speed, I was moving just fine. And also, a Malgalich couldn't see me well either, so this thing was super easy. Using my bow, I did tons of damage and only had to worry about one major move, which was a Malgalich dragging you in. I nullified that move by using ender pearls, and honestly, sneaking made this fight so easy. I only took damage from my own ender pearls. Once the boss was gone, by me just firing tons of arrows non-stop, I had to clear out an assimilated ender dragon and then picked up all the loot. Here, I think I got the Sin Pendant and tons of level, plus a bunch of random Lycanite blocks. And here's where most of the days went though. I ended up spending absolutely forever going through the lost cities looking for the dragon ring. I was basically just exploring every single building until I ran out of wine, and since I had tons of wine, I was there for a really good amount. It ended up being really clutch, and as all of my effects started running out, I stopped on top of a building, and luckily this chest had the dragon ring. Getting down was one of the scariest things ever. I took tons of damage. I felt like I was gonna die, but luckily running into the water saved my life. With that done, I was able to warp home and then create a separate chest for all the loot I had. Then I went to see what I could do with this dragon ring. I didn't know what this fruit thing was. I eventually found out that that's how you make the transformation permanent, but I just put the ring on, and this thing gives you 25% more health and attack damage and 50% more armor toughness as well. Plus, it gives you sick wings. The only thing negative was the mana every time you flew, but still, it was super worth it. I wish I had gotten it before the final boss. I maxed out my mana by eating some crystals, and at this point, I'd basically completed RLcraft. I survived 100 days in All the Mods 9. All the Mods 9 is a massive mod pack filled to the brim with almost every type of mod. The final goal for the mod pack is to make an ATM star, which requires hundreds of thousands of items and crazy machines. In these 100 days, my goal is to set up for this massive journey. Day 1. So on the first day of this journey, I admired the view real quick and then got straight to work. I used this Ultimine thing on a tree and then made a wooden paxel. With that done, I made a crafting table on a stick and began looking for upgrades immediately. I made sure to collect a bunch of quest rewards and actually got lucky with this golden furnace. From there, I went down to this ravine to grab all the exposed ores. One vein gave me 19 coal, and after ultimining some more, I had a stack of stone. I worked my way through these quest rewards by making a stone pickaxe and a regular furnace as well. At this point, I picked up any ores that looked valuable just in case I needed them for later. As I set this copper to cook, I went deeper into this ravine. Here I heard some zombies and even managed to take one of those guys out. I picked up my first Inferium here and delved deeper into this cave. Now at this point, I wasn't very familiar with these Greg Tech ores, so I didn't pick many of them up. Anyway, after coming back and picking up my copper, I redeemed a ton more quest rewards. To help me with this journey, I also crafted an ore hammer very early. Now these things basically double your ores. Once that was done, I crafted a stone paxel and then used this ultimine to make a mining tunnel. But this thing almost ruined my paxel's durability. Luckily, I ended up in a cave where I finally got some iron. I doubled the ores with the hammer and went back to my little cave to smelt the iron dust. With 4 pieces of iron cooked, I grabbed them to unlock even more quest rewards, and that gave me a lot more useful things. The first thing I used the iron for was a pickaxe, which I turned into a Silent Gears pickaxe. This way I could repair it easier. At this point I could only get like 3 pieces of armor, but I could finally mine some of the rarer ores. The first thing I picked up was a bunch of inferium and then a ton of tin. The next day, I was still mining and picked up some gravel, which was huge since I could use the flint to make some template boards. Those boards were then used to make a crude repair kit. I felt a lot more brave to explore the rest of the area, so I went a little deeper into the cave. Here I fought a skeleton and noticed that these guys did a lot of damage. This iron pick from Silent Gears was also magnetic, which was very helpful, and after mining some iron ore, I turned the corner and fought a mimic. Now these mimics are awesome since they always drop artifacts. From my first one I actually got this thing called an antidote vessel. I then used the furnace in the mimics area to smelt a bunch of iron dust. Once that was done I picked up this uraninite, and these things are going to be super important for later. As soon as the iron smelted I put a few into the repair kit and completed some Silent Gears quests as well. I managed to pick up more iron and lapis, but now I was actually short on coal. That wasn't too worrying as I picked up some redstone and gold. One of the quest rewards actually gave me a sturdy repair kit, which was a pretty helpful upgrade. As I got deeper into this one large cave, I made a shield and some boots, and then I picked up these red hearts. With that done, I broke my first spawner, which was on top of a pretty good chest. I really couldn't see much in this cave, and as I started making my way back towards the surface, I broke another spawner, and the chest under this one actually had a diamond and a golden apple in it. That meant even more quest rewards, and I finally found more coal, which I used to smelt a lot of the stuff that I had collected. Once most of the items were cooked, I went back towards a much larger cave. Here I picked up these osmium ore. Now these things are super important for mechanism, but they also make some of the best gear as well. I managed to get down to like deep slate level and then also picked up a bunch of other goodies. Inside one of the chests here under a spawner, I got an enchanted table and then picked up even more osmium. From there I called it quits and surfaced right back up. I spent the whole night fighting a bunch of mobs and collected some of these bounties. The string was also very helpful, and as I noticed these cows, I actually ended up getting enough leather to finally craft a backpack, and that cleared up my whole inventory. Since I had so many items, I immediately got the backpack all the way up to gold tier. One of the quest rewards gave me a Prudentium essence as well. With all this basic setup done, my next goal was to find a permanent area to start a base of operations. Day 4, I was inside of this snowy biome and I found a crashed meteor. Now this happened to be for the mod Applied Energetics 2. Now me personally, I never used that mod, but I grabbed everything just in case. As soon as that was done, I found another one of the same crash sites, but I didn't even care to break into this one. Instead, I moved forward and climbed up this RLcraft beacon. The chests in here were great. I picked up a really nice sword called the Ender and these kitty slippers, which actually make creepers scared of you. It took a while after that, but I ended up inside of a village, which had some great loot on the first chest. I picked up these digging claws and activated the waystone here. Inside of the village houses, I picked up a bunch of these apotheosis gems and even found an apotheosis tower. I grabbed everything on the way up, disarmed the trap, and picked up whatever was good. Before these days ended, I decided to cook up a ton of the osmium I had. Doing that, I had enough osmium to start actually making the armor. Now these things I think were better than diamond. I also made an osmium pickaxe as well, and was out to look for a nice place once again just to start my base. Since I was near some large bodies of water, I made a boat to travel much faster. I ended up in another village, and this one happened to have more artifacts inside of the chest. That wasn't even the best part, since this village actually had tons of hay bales as well. I grabbed literally everything I could, activated the waystone, and traveled the whole night once again. One of these magic lollipops gave me Dolphin's Grace 4, which made it fun to swim around. I even found a skeleton spawn egg in one of those spawner chests and made my way into one of these blue skies structures. This was just a house. There was a good amount of stuff in here, and I even crafted a supply camp, which would help once I found a good area to settle down. Before the night ended, I started climbing a structure I had never seen before. Now from day 6 to 7, I was just in this area the whole time. I started off by stealing a blast furnace, and then worked my way up this structure when I heard a bunch of mobs. Luckily, I couldn't really find any of them just yet. Also, the loot in the structure was actually pretty good. As I climbed up, I fought some regular mobs, and then out of nowhere, this funky looking mob just came out. Now, these guys were actually pretty tough, since they could tank hits and then drop potions. Slowly but surely, as I blocked off tons of areas, I cleared the mobs out and could finally start breaking some of these spawners. This ended up getting me up to level 30 and filled up my backpack. This one floor, which happened to be the second last, ended up being a nightmare for me to get past. Anyway, I did finally get to the top floor, and these mobs actually just ended up trapping themselves. Now with all those guys gone, I grabbed anything that looked valuable and then got out of there. Then after a whole night's journey, I actually ended up in a massive village which had a little castle by itself. But I didn't really care for that just yet, so as I moved past that, I found a perfect little area to call home. Day 8 to 9, I started off by making a hoe and cleared out a lot of the random foliage here. I forgot that I could use ultimine for a little bit, but once I remembered, things moved even faster. To help me out, I placed down a supply camp, and this place already had tons of coal and food. I picked up some of the hidden gold blocks in this camp as well, and then crafted some chests to clear out my inventory. Almost every chest was basically filled, so it was actually really nice to see the entire haul. I didn't really care about organizing anything, since I was gonna move it to a much larger system anyway. From there, I collected even more quest rewards, lit up the surrounding areas, and started working on some functional storage. I placed down 2 oak iron chests, and also set down a waystone inside of the camp. Once that was done, I improved the fencing a little, and placed down the 2 furnaces that I had. I began cooking a lot of the ores that I had turned into dust, and started using some of these drawers as well. As soon as the ores cooked, I remembered that I had a ton of books, so I actually went around to see if I could find some oak trees. As soon as I found an oak tree, I noticed this gigantic structure, which I obviously had to climb. Now in here, I actually vein mined a ton of oak planks and bookshelves, plus on the top floor, I made sure to take a lot of the redstone here. All of that helped me make a bunch of bookshelves and set up an enchanting area. The first things I chose to enchant were the 2 pickaxes, and none of them had fortune, but they did get significantly better. Not long after that, I got back up to level 30 and ended up with a Protection 3 chestplate. So now with this starter base set up, my next goal was to start generating power. In order to do that though, I needed a ton more materials. I chose to start a mining tunnel right next to my base. Here I immediately picked up tons of osmium and then made it down to deep slate level. I eventually ended up in a cave which had a spider spawner, and the chest underneath that had some really great loot. I grabbed tons more coal, repaired my pickaxe, and picked another direction to start staircasing down to. After branching off from one more cave, I finally got down to diamond level. From here I used my pickaxe to like ultimine as many blocks as possible and clear the way. Inside of this tunnel, I fought my first apotheosis boss, and this guy was only like uncommon level, which was green. Still, I had to block it off before taking it out. The chests inside of the boss's dungeon were pretty good. As I tunneled forward, I fought another mimic who dropped the vampiric gloves. I made sure to equip that though. In this direction, I ended up getting some really good amount of diamonds. By the time I started making my way back up, I had around 23 diamonds. As soon as I was back home, I made another copper hammer to smash down all the ores. While everything was cooking, I grabbed this hopper botany pot that I got as a quest reward and used it to make a little tree farm on top of a drawer. I ended up making a slight mistake by swapping drawers, but I eventually fixed that later. Day 11, I enchanted my leggings, which had protection 3, and put a few items into the drawers I'd set up. From there, I cleared out my backpack, made a bunch of charcoal, and used 1 chest for all these apotheosis gems. With all the housekeeping done, I actually made these iron to gold chest upgrades and used them on all the sophisticated storage chests. Later on, I actually got sharpness 3 on my sword and then made a diamond pickaxe to complete a lot of the basic quests. Day 12 to 13, to really get this basic power generation started, I needed clay. For that, I searched the river next to my base, and in the first direction I went, I couldn't find anything, so I came back home to claim the chunks around me. I didn't force load the chunks just yet. After that, I made another drawer and finally found some clay. Those were used to make more hopper botany pots so I could start growing some mystical agriculture seeds. I had to run around and look for poppies so I could get red dye though. This took a surprising amount of time, but I did finally make the infusion altar and only had like 1 pedestal. I needed like 7 more. While fighting mobs at night, I picked up a ton of bones which I could use to grow some flowers. In the morning, I got the red dyes I needed and checked out this large village in front of my base. I ignored this place the first time since I was in a rush, but I went through a lot of these people's houses, and one of these houses was actually a beekeeper's, where I snatched up a bunch of candles and honey blocks. With all that, I came back home and sprinkled the candles around my enchantment table to increase, I think, the Eterna. I even put these mob heads around this setup, but I forgot that that wasn't helpful just yet. Anyway, I was able to set up the infusion ritual and use up all of my Prudentium essence to make coal seeds. Now, just for very early power generation, I had a solid source of coal coming from this hopper botany pot. With all that done, I actually made some of this dielectric paste and started working on crafting this furnator from the power mod. This thing just needs coal to generate power, and it will be plenty for the beginning. To get it started though, I made some charcoal, but I realized I had more than enough materials to upgrade the furnator to the next tier. My next order of business was to start working on a jetpack as well. For that, I could only craft a few of the items for now. At this point, I had used /set home on my base so I could teleport back every once in a while. I also really wanted to upgrade a bunch of stuff, so I started off by making an energizing orb. Using these energy cables, I was able to set up these energizing rods as well. This setup actually took a lot of tinkering to get right. To upgrade the rods, I would need quartz, and that's just not available for me right now. Eventually, I settled on a design that had the energy cables underground, but I kept putting in the wrong recipe. Once I figured out how to make these energized steel, I finally started getting them generated. I made about 10 of those and used all that to upgrade the Fernator once more. This even left me with a bunch of items to spare. The next upgrade was Blazing Tier, which of course needs blaze rods. Now again, with all that set up, I focused back on making a wooden jetpack. This thing wasn't very expensive, but it was super tedious to craft. Once all that was crafted, I realized I couldn't even charge it inside of the Fernator, so this jetpack was useless for now. I did manage to get a factory upgrade for the furnace from a quest reward, so I turned the gold furnace into one that needed power. From there, in order to start using the jetpack, I needed an item called a player transmitter. I ended up actually getting confused, so I made an energy cell instead, and of course this thing didn't charge a jetpack either. At 15 to 16, since I had some spare ender pearls, I made this thing called an aerial pearl. Now I needed to use this on a zombie to be able to craft a player transmitter. To do that, I hopped back down into the mines and veered off in a different direction where I heard mobs. I mined a bunch of ores, fought off some spiders, and broke a spawner as well. Before a blood moon happened, I actually managed to click the pearl on a zombie, so with that I was ready to leave whenever. But since I really didn't want to fight a bunch of mobs, I decided to stay down in the caves to stock up on materials. I would need tons of redstone, iron, and coal anyway. During this journey, I fought another mimic down here who dropped this lucky scarf, which applies an extra level of fortune to every mined block. I spent the whole night grabbing whatever I could and filled up a good portion of my backpack. Once the blood moon set, I actually fell into a much larger cave where I almost died. This is when I used the /home command to warp right back to my base. From here, I used my new furnace to cook up all these ores, and I made a speed upgrade, but that basically drained all of my power. While everything was cooking, I also crafted the player transmitter and set that up right above the Fernator. I still needed the binding card, and for that I was actually missing some rotten flesh. In the meantime, while I was waiting for zombies to spawn, I made an item pipe and connected another hopper botany pot to the coal farm. I had to do the ritual for coal seeds once again, but it was worth it since the production was basically double. Day 17, I had just enough items to craft this binding card, but to make it dimensional, I would need to use it on an enderman. I skipped that for now and finally had a functioning jetpack that I couldn't figure out the hotkeys for just yet. At this point, some of my main chests were filled up, so I would have to start working on storage solutions soon. Then once I set up my hotkeys properly, I unlocked flight. This jetpack was pretty bad, but trust me, once you start upgrading it, things get pretty ridiculous. Since coal energy wasn't cutting it anymore, I wanted to work up through this mechanism quest line. Now I actually really like this mod, so I was very excited to start. The first thing I did was craft a heat generator to move things along, and then I actually made a very important machine like this metallurgic infuser. Now this machine is needed for almost everything inside of mechanism. I picked up some alloys from quest rewards and used redstone to power this infuser temporarily. I needed a bunch more of this infused alloy for the wind generators. After burning through a bunch of materials, I finally got all the things I needed. I had to use a ton of iron and osmium as well. This allowed me to craft my first wind generator, but I was getting bombarded by phantoms, so I went to sleep. Day 18 to 19, I broke all the birch fences around the perimeter of my base and expanded that area using all the oak that I had. I had to clear out a bunch of the dirt to make things look nicer, and then I started putting these stairs to help me get up to the second level. With the area expanded, I moved some drawers since the items don't fall out, but kept the chest in the original area. I used the hill behind the base to place down a wind generator and hook that up right to the furnace. After making these cables, the speed upgrade on the furnace blew through the power generated by the windmill, so I had to get rid of that for a bit. Luckily, since I had the infuser hooked up now, I could actually make more wind generators. Still though, the furnace needed much more power. In the meantime, I finally smartened up and used a 2x2 drawer on this tree farm so I could grab all the items that it farmed. Then I had the bright idea to actually make an advanced solar generator. This thing was pretty expensive, so I grabbed a bunch of my iron and redstone. Once that was done, I infused a bunch of ingots to make alloys and then grabbed tons of sand. As soon as things started cooking, I was able to start making a bunch of solar panels. I turned those panels into solar generators, and I would need a couple of these generators to make the advanced one. This ended up taking a bit of time, but it was worth it since this should really generate some good power. I hooked it up next to the windmill and also put an energy cell there to store any leftover power. Once that was done, I used some infused alloy to upgrade these cables. As I was waiting for the morning, I did some light decorating and started grabbing a bunch of items so I could upgrade my jetpack. This time the upgrading didn't take as long and I ended up with a stone jetpack, which is much faster and held 5 times the power. I also moved the player transmitter to the bigger machines and saw that I was producing 94 FE per tick from the advanced solar generator alone. That was actually really solid for now. With that done, I went right back down to the mines, and here I grabbed a bunch of gold, iron, and osmium. I made sure to grab a bunch of obsidian as well, and then use this giant tunnel to look for redstone. When I got like 3.5 stacks of redstone and a few more obsidian, I decided to warp back home. I crushed a bunch of ores that I had collected and then smelt those. After that, I used the energizing orb to double this uraninite as well. Now I could finally fit the speed upgrade back into the furnace, and this thing would help me cook the ores much faster. In order to upgrade the power generation, I had to go to the Nether, so I made sure to grab all the items necessary for that while clearing out my backpack. Day 21 to day 22, I made a bunch of buckets, set up another portal, and hopped into it. I got lucky and spawned right in front of a waystone. The goal in this dimension was simple: get some quartz and a bunch of lava. While I was there though, I picked up this crimson ore and tons of gold as well. I also noticed that my jetpack wasn't recharging, so I knew I kind of messed up on the chunk loading a little. In one of these basalt biomes, I fought these magma cubes and had a magic lollipop drop. This one actually gave me 5 minutes of flight, so I turned my jetpack off and just went in a random direction. There happened to be a waystone just laying there, so I snatched that up and then ended up on top of a nether temple. These endermen over here that attacked me just happened to be super strong, so I did use that waystone to go back home and then grab a binding card. But when I tried to use it on these endermen, it just didn't work. Anyway, I broke into the temple and looted the chests here. I picked up some really good artifacts and a bunch of really nice loot, like this epic level leggings. After that, I used the last few minutes of flight to fly further away. From there, I swapped back to the jetpack and picked up some glowstone as well. Once that was done, I finally found a fortress so I could now farm a few blaze rods. Through a bunch of quest rewards and these reliquary drops, I ended up getting a decent amount. I didn't have a shield at this point, so I came back home before I took a ton more damage. With all that done, I crafted some stack upgrades and put them on the chest. Then since I had tons of iron, I decided to start working on an iron jetpack. And once again, these recipes are just tedious. In the middle of that, I actually got a Fortune 2 pickaxe and smelt the ores I got from the Nether. I had to quickly hop back into the Nether to grab more buckets of lava. With that done, I crafted an osmium shield and then some template boards by mistake because I actually meant to craft this blueprint instead. The next morning, I ended up with a ton of blueprint templates which I could keep in this one book. I also decided to just complete a chunk of the quests for silent gear by making a pickaxe head. The item I was actually planning on using was a blaze rod and osmium paxel. I upgraded the tip of the paxel by using diamonds, and this thing was actually pretty good for now. With all that done, I made my way towards the village right in front of me and snatched up some goodies, like this anvil first. Once that was done, I got an iron jetpack, which happened to hold 8 times more power than the previous one. That night, I made these dark marbles and combined a few books together to put on my fortune pickaxe. Once that was done, I noticed that this crimson iron was a tier 3 metal, so I used that for my repair kit instead of diamonds since it was easier to get. As the night dragged on, I reorganized the bookshelf so I could fit more mob heads and candles on there. Then I had to remake some armor. Finally, as it was turning into morning, I found an enderman who I used this binding card on to get me a dimensional card. Day 24, I grabbed all the items I had for power and used those buckets of lava to make more dielectric paste. With that, I started crafting some capacitors. The thing I was actually looking to make was a reactor from the power mod, and these things don't actually blow up and they're super easy to maintain. Since this thing needed so many items, I really had to go mining. But now that I had blaze powder, I could make a bunch of charms, which showed me where the ores were. I cleared out some area in my base while things were cooking and then made a mortar, pestle, and some ender powder. The 3 items I needed right now were iron, coal, and redstone, so I made powder forms of all of those. Before cooking them, I used the rest of my ender pearls to craft a small enderman gate pearl. Now, I didn't realize how strong these mobs are going to be when I started the waves. The first one was pretty simple, but the second one was immediately harder since these enderman's health got significantly higher. I managed to get up to wave 3, but this is when I was just hiding on some trees. Eventually the timer ran out, but I did end up getting 10 pearls. For the rest of the night, I made the calcinated version of the ore powders and then brewed some mundane potions. Once that was done, I ended up getting an iron side charm, then a coal side charm, and finally a redstone side charm. Since I was already mining, I decided to go make a charm of gold side as well. As soon as I got underground and popped this iron side charm, my screen basically lit up. I dug over to as many as I could and used this Fortune 2 pickaxe on it. From just a minute or two, I ended up with a stack and a half of iron ore, which I could also double. Once I racked up the 2 stacks, I switched over to gold site, and while I was digging towards the gold, I picked up some dark gems as well. I was in the mines for a good amount of time and got a really good amount of stuff. Then there happened to be a blood moon, so I stayed in the mines a little longer, and I swapped to the redstone side charm and stocked up on that as well. Eventually, I hit a jackpot for redstone and found this huge Greg Tech ores deposit. Now, all these things can be smelt down to redstone. I ended up vein mining 6 stacks of those ores. On the way up, I started looking for coal, and this one was actually very rare. Nonetheless, my backpack was getting filled up, and I warped back to my base. Here, I put all the Inferium away and started cooking the ores I couldn't crush. I even made a blasting upgrade, and the furnace was still holding strong with power. Then I crafted a ton of copper hammers to make these iron dust. I also had to put like 100 blocks of redstone away as well. Before cooking up the iron, I energized the uraninite to double the output, and then actually used my brain to set up an automatic furnace. So with everything automated, I placed another 100 redstone blocks away, and had to actually get rid of the speed upgrade since it was becoming dark and I was running low on power. That night, I supplemented the furnace with the Fernator and used an absolute ton of items to craft the starter reactor. They all needed 36 blocks to be fully activated. Once I got all the necessary items, I placed the reactor down right next to my house, and since this one doesn't explode, I wasn't even worried at all. So in order to power this reactor, I would need some more items. But before I had this thing up and running, I decided to upgrade it to the basic tier. Once again, it wasn't super expensive, but it was very tedious. So this version generated 1000 FE per tick, which would be huge for now. I got it up and running by feeding it coal, redstone, and uraninite. The things I was missing were the coolants. The liquid coolant was easy, it was just water, but the solid coolant is trickier. I really wanted dry ice, but that would take like a whole process. With this generator up and running, I teleported to a waystone near some snow and collected stacks on stacks of snowballs. I used all those to make close to 2 stacks of snow blocks and then use that as a solid coolant for now. Things are running perfectly. After that, I wanted to make wireless power to make use of the reactor. So I grabbed some stacks of redstone, 1 obsidian, and made my way down towards bedrock. When I got down there, I threw some redstone on top of the bedrock, put 1 obsidian above that, and just right-clicked. This gave me tons of flux dust. Using that and some of the ender pearls I had, I could now craft a flux plug and tons of flux points. The plug receives the energy, so I put that on my reactor, and then the points can just go anywhere that needs power. I made sure to label my plugs and points since they can all get really confusing later. With the network set up, my furnace, infuser, and player transmitter were all getting powered by the reactor. Before the night ended, I moved the wind and advanced solar generation behind the reactor and then picked up this thing called an Essence of Undeath, which I used to make a grave. And this thing was just to help with disenchanting. Day 28 to day 29, I moved the drawers around to the sides of this base so I could potentially use the center for a storage system. In the meanwhile, I infused a bunch of iron to get these alloys. I ended up using those alloys to upgrade the cables. From there, I spread these cables around to make an area for the energizing orb. I upgraded the energizing rods as well to basic tier and then collected a ton of quest rewards. Since I now had a good amount of power, I energized blocks of iron and gold to speed up the upgrade process. This was significantly faster and I was immediately able to upgrade the rods up to hardened tier. This made my job of upgrading the reactor even easier, but I actually had to go and grab a ton of lava from the Nether first. As soon as I came back, I remembered to force load these chunks that I had claimed. Then a wandering trader spawned, and these guys were super annoying, but I got a really good trade from this guy, and it was called the Tome of Enchanting, which refreshes your enchants by using some XP. I tried it out and I was looking for armor enchants and it worked like a charm. I ended up with some really good osmium boots and unbreaking 3 on my leggings. Since those leggings had a socket, I put a gem in that increases the protection level. Well, back to the main task, I made more energized steel, which made more hardened capacitors, and that allowed me to start upgrading the reactor in groups of 4. It took a little bit, but I got the hardened reactor, which generates a 2,500 FE per tick. Once that was done, I also made a heart necklace, and I really couldn't do anything with that just yet. After that, I enchanted my Paxel, which had like nature's mend. My new limiting factor for the reactor was the uraninite, but before focusing on that, I really wanted a new storage system. To help me with that, I actually made an infusion crystal, which allowed me to upgrade my essences. All that also allowed me to make a stack of prudentium, and then I smelt some quartz for silicon. The next morning, I did a ritual for silicon seeds, and these are essential for storage parts. I made 2 of those seeds, and since I didn't need coal for power generation anymore, I put those silicon seeds into those hopper botany pots instead. I also decided to upgrade the prudentium to tertium just so I could get better farmland. I actually needed a few more seeds like uraninite and ice. To prepare for the ice one, I made brass ingots. This was because when you use brass, you end up getting silk touch quality on your items. Since I had a bunch of extra useless gems, I crushed those and then used that to make a salvaging table. For now, this thing didn't do anything too good since it needs another item to function properly. That item was called a reforging table, and I could only craft a simple one first. The only thing I was missing was obsidian at this point. I decided to venture out and look for a lava pool. During this little side mission, I broke a spawner and looted the chest underneath. And after that, I took all the loot from one of those apotheosis towers. Once I found a lava pool, I managed to get about a stack of obsidian and used all of that to craft a reforging table. With these, I could salvage materials from different gears and use all that to put an affix on any gear that I wanted. I got an uncommon affix on my chest plate and helmet, which increased my hearts. Day 31 to day 32, now to get started on refined storage, I first crafted some quartz enriched iron. With that, I made a machine casing and then these processor bindings. The controller only took one advanced processor, so it wasn't really expensive at all. With that, I expanded my cables and placed down the controller right on the center. Next up, I needed this thing called a disk drive. These were very basic things to make, and for right now, they're pretty cheap. It's only when you start going through the upgrades that a lot of the stuff becomes unbelievably expensive. To make things look a lot better, I moved the cables down a level and then put these glass slabs over the top of them. Once that was done, I connected the disk drive to the system. I set the priority of the disk drive to be low since I wanted to use a lot of drawers eventually. Now in this drive is where all the storage parts go to, and those storage parts end up holding all the items. I had enough to craft a storage disk and got a 1K storage part as a reward. Since everything was pretty cheap, I decided to work my way up to a 4K storage part right away. I went even further and decided to go all the way up to the 16K storage part. With that crafted, I combined it with the storage disk and put that into the drive. To have all the basics of this system set up, I needed a crafting grid, which would allow me to actually see the items I put in here. This one was slightly more expensive, so I crafted a nature's compass to go out and look for swamps. I really needed slime balls. I made a magnet just in case and flew over to a mangrove swamp since it was pretty close, but I didn't know if these ones actually spawn slimes. Along the way, I grabbed everything from a tower and flew past some really cool volcanic biome. When I got to the mangrove swamp, I didn't see any mobs at all, so I set the compass to find me a regular swamp instead. There happened to be a jungle pyramid looking thing here, and in one of the rooms I found this ring panel, which I had no clue what to do with, so I just broke it and took it with me. Inside of another room, there were a bunch of chests, all with some really good loot. The best item for me was this artifact that gave me immunity to fall damage. I made sure to equip that right away. Other than that, I grabbed a ton of stone bricks and found a witch's hut, which actually had some slime balls. That ended up being more than enough, so I warped back home and I spent the entire night using the processor bindings to craft all the types of processors I would need for this crafting grid. Once morning hit, I was able to make a regular grid and then upgraded it to a crafting grid right away. That was finally the last piece to get the system up and running. With this, I could start crafting items inside of the system. My next task, which was actually pretty satisfying, was to move all the items from the chests into the system. After clearing out most of my chests, it turns out that I had 3.4k items. From there, I also started moving these drawers closer to the main system. Then to complete that refined storage main quest line, I crafted this wireless transmitter, which would be used much later. To make life easier, I wanted to get auto crafting set up as quickly as possible. For that, I smelled tons of glass and then made these patterns. With those patterns, I started work on crafting this pattern grid. The grid was used to make the recipes, which you then put into crafters to do all the heavy lifting. Once that was connected and set up to the system, I made my first crafter. Get used to seeing a lot of these things because they're like lifesavers. Right away, I began using these patterns to start making recipes. First of which, of course, was actually the recipe for a pattern itself. With that done, I upgraded the crafter and made all the recipes for all the different types of processors, processor bindings, silicon, and quartz enriched iron. Every single one of those items were needed for everything within refined storage. I used the autocraft for the first time by control clicking and things were working. They were slow for now, but they worked. Doing that, I was easily able to upgrade the crafter once more. Day 35 to day 36, I crafted 3 range upgrades, which I kept inside of the wireless transmitter for later. Then out of nowhere, a Grave Guardian spawned, but this dude was chilling, so I had no problem. My next order of business was actually making a chunk destroyer so I could rack up items, but this thing was super expensive. First, I needed some Unobtanium nuggets and then some nether stars as well. To test my luck, I used a nature's compass to help me find a deep dark biome. Then I crafted a warp stone just in case of emergencies, and I was out. I looted some chests along the way out in the ocean, explored some large villages, and grabbed a bunch of food. During the journey, there also happened to be a glacial chasm, so I grabbed tons more snow to make snow blocks for the reactor. I even found what looked like a boss tower, but this place only had a chest though. The chest did have packed ice and some diamonds, which were pretty nice. From there, I found a gigantic cave, which I assumed led down to the deep dark. Turns out I was right, and I broke a bunch of these skulk blocks hoping to get lucky. In all the mods 8, osmium armor was more than enough to fight a warden, but here in ATM 9, I was very wrong to assume that. As I dug deeper, I ended up inside of a much larger deep dark area, and here a warden spawned. At first I was chilling since this guy wasn't doing its ranged attack, so I even managed to get some hits off. Then everything changed after that first attack that knocked off like 8 of my hearts. I panicked and warped home. That was a humbling moment, so I knew I had to be better prepared now. I started off by enchanting this new sword and got really lucky on the enchants. Then once again I cleared out my inventory and went right back to the deep dark. This time I tried to be careful, but this dude hit me through some blocks and scared me off again. So I just set up a waster on top of the cave. With that done, I came home to crush a bunch of gems and put an affix on my sword, which was really good now. I also was able to get an affix on my boots and socketed up the sword. The grave I had set up actually ended up having a soul, so I crafted a book of disenchantment and extracted all the enchants off of an old sword. From there, I moved the grave away from anything important and upgraded to a diamond furnace. Day 37 to day 38, since I really needed new equipment, I looked at some of the upgraded bookshelves. Then after that, because I already had most of the items, I upgraded the player transmitter up to the hardened tier. I also had one wither bone, so I was able to craft one heart canister, which I put into a heart amulet, and of course that gave me one extra heart only. With that done, I just needed to find a single ancient debris so I could make a charm with it. Because of that, I actually needed to be inside of the nether, and here I decided to farm blaze rods as well. I turned the magnet on and farmed a few blazes. From there, I even fought an epic level apotheosis boss, and made it to the center of the fortress. In here, I looted the chest which had nether warts and started climbing up to the top. The chest up here had so many armor and weapons that I could salvage, so I stocked up on as much of these as I could. I also managed to fight even more blazes and wither skeletons, and from some of these quest rewards, I got wither skeleton heads. Once I cleared that fortress, I actually found a bastion. I hovered around the outside, taking out the piglins, and then looted the chest inside, which had some really good loot. This bastion ended up being much larger than I realized, so I went over to the giant center room. I slowly made my way down there to take out the magma cubes and then broke their spawners. With that taken care of, I grabbed all the gold blocks and looted the main chest. Now this chest had one ancient debris and one of these netherite smithing templates. I came home and made calcinated netherite powder immediately. Once the potion brewed, I made a charm of netherite. After that, I salvaged all the gear I collected and got a ton of materials that I could use. I had to crush a bunch of gems first though. I could now get rare level affixes on my gear. I settled on reforging this new set of diamond armor that I just made, since it was going to be upgraded to netherite eventually. As for some housekeeping though, I made these configurators and linking tools so I could hook up all these drawers later. Then I put down some recipes for storage parts. I wanted another upgrade. I just had to smelt some processors manually because I hadn't automated the furnace yet. With all that smelting done, I was able to make a 64K storage part. I put that into a disk drive and started crafting a disk manipulator. The next part is a little embarrassing because I forgot how to use this thing, but I eventually figured it out. Turns out the storage disk that you want needs to be put inside of the disk drive, and the one you don't need needs to be part of the manipulator. This process was super slow, so I would need speed upgrades for the future. This time though, I decided to go look for ancient debris while all that was going on. The JEI said y equals 15 has the best chance, so I popped the charm, and when I got down there, I started mining as much ancient debris as possible. So these guys were actually very spread apart, so I couldn't hit the jackpot like I did with the overworld ores. I also had to be very careful of lava, but I ended up with 25 ancient debris. Once I cooked all of that, I made 4 netherite ingots, and then made a slight mistake by not crafting a bunch more smithing templates. That basically meant I could only make 3 pieces of netherite gear, and since I used up the templates, I couldn't duplicate it anymore. I reforged my boots, which happen to be very good now, and with that done, I crafted a speed upgrade to make the disc manipulator faster. At this point, another soul had hit one of the graves, which allowed me to disenchant an old set of armor. Then I put a gem on my helmet, which increased my attack damage, and used some good books on that helmet as well. Next up, I was able to disenchant my chest plate, and then I got my old storage part back. Before the night ended, I even got to enchant my leggings as well. Day 41, because I needed more of the smithing templates, they also happened to need diamonds, so I had to go down to the mines to look for those. I got distracted by an epic apotheosis boss chamber, and I spent a good amount of time trying to defeat this guy. Once the boss was taken care of, I got an epic Yeti's head. The chest happened to be good down here, and I fell into a much larger cave after that. In here, I picked up a good amount of diamonds and diamond horse armor, which I could salvage. Once I killed 50 skeletons, I completed a quest, and from there, I decided to come home. As I collected my rewards, I got a few lily pads of fertility. I didn't know if these worked on those hopper botany pots, but I put them on the corner next to my drawers anyway. As things were smelting, I energized a uraninite and salvaged all the horse armor, which gave me a ton of diamonds. Then I got super lucky as a wandering trader spawned, and this guy had the perfect sword available for trade. As it became morning, I grabbed all my emeralds and made a diamond sword so I could get this stacked sword from the trader. I immediately reforged it and found that I messed up by not keeping one of those smithing upgrades really bad. So in order to get more of those upgrades, I ate all these magic lollipops, which one of them gave me flight, and I hopped back into the nether with that. There happened to be another bastion right in front of the spawn, so I very carefully looted all the chests. After taking out a ton of piglins, I got another smithing upgrade. From there, I picked up tons of glowstone and made my way to the center of this bastion. After picking up all the gold, I looted the chests, which had some great artifacts and one more smithing upgrade. This golden hook artifact increases the XP dropped by creatures, so I equipped that right away. Once I came home, I made more smithing upgrades and upgraded the chest plate and sword all the way up to netherite. After reorganizing my artifacts, I made a coating blueprint and crafted this netherite coating, which I put on my pack soul. This thing allowed me to mine all the modded ores now. With all that done, I got some great enchants on my chest plate and was able to reforge that as well. Day 43 to day 44, now with all that upgrading, it was time for the moment of truth. I made sure to get some potions of night vision and then went right back into the deep dark. Before going in to fight the warden though, I saw tons of slime spawning, so I used this looting sword and picked up tons of slime balls. Then I ate an apple, which got me 2 more hearts from Spice of Life. I made sure to eat the golden apples as well, and then got back to where I first saw a warden. I started off by getting rid of as much skulk veins and blocks as I possibly could. That was just in case there were any ores hiding underneath. Eventually, a warden spawned, and I was shooting it with this enchanted bow that I picked up. Turns out it was still doing tons of damage because one of these guys' attacks still managed to tear through my hearts like it was nothing. I had to eat 2 more golden apples, but eventually ran into some corner. Luckily, this place had one Unobtanium ore, which would be all that I needed. So once I picked that up, I got out of there and then crushed the ore to get 2 dust. Because of that, I now had 2 Unobtanium ingots. The most important thing I had to use this for was a teleport pad and the workbench. Once I crafted those 2, I placed the workbench on some cables and looked through the recipes for the quarries. Turns out I would need tons of sand and cacti, so I used the nature's compass to find me a desert biome. Along the way, I raided this illager's tower which had emerald blocks, and then in the desert I grabbed all the cacti I could find. With that done, I came home and farmed the cactus using a hopper botany pot. Then I found a much better way to disenchant items, and that was just to use an obsidian block and an anvil. All you have to do was throw an item down, and then some books, and then crush those together with an anvil. As everything was growing, I went to the mining dimension real quick to place a waypoint down. In the morning, I also crafted a brass pickaxe, which had the silk touch quality. Now to automate the reactor, I needed a bunch of seeds from mystical agriculture, and since I had some lily pads of fertility, I decided to make a nice 9x9 farm. I made it 1 level higher than the ground, put stairs around the perimeter, and then crafted a harvesting pylon to help automate the whole thing. Once that was ready, I put the lily pad of fertility down, and then the harvesting pylon, which had a hole inside. The first thing I started farming was just Inferium seeds, since Inferium essence was going to be essential. I made an ender chest and put that on top of the pylon to collect all the items. To get that into my system, I had to make another ender chest and then hook that up using an importer. The farm itself was weird. I had to tinker around with the lily pad of fertility a lot. Anyway, with the basic farm set up and Inferium essence growing, I crafted a controller that linked up all the drawers I had to it. With that done, I made this thing called an external storage and hooked that up to this drawer controller. I then connected that to the main system and could now access all of these drawers from my crafting grid. With that done, I pushed some of these fences back and then set the priority for the drawer controller to be higher than everything else so items would fill up the drawers first. I also made some covers for the cables and then put more Inferium seeds into the auto farm. This time I actually moved the seeds closer to the lily pad as well. Connected to the drawers, I put these compacting drawers down, and these things would be very helpful for iron, gold, and coal, since I would need tons of different versions of those. Before the night ended, I actually used the brass pickaxe to grab a bunch of ice and did the ritual for ice seeds. I made recipes for all the ice variants and basically grew those seeds using hopper botany pots. Day 47 to day 49, I was sick of smelting things manually, so I was looking to automate the furnace. Turns out I was missing a lot of iron, so I went underground to grab a bunch of that. I also grabbed some amethyst shards while I was here, and then made a bunch of brass hammers to smash all the iron ore. With those cooked up, I brought the furnace closer to the storage system and threw a crafter on top of the furnace. I made an importer to bring all the cooked items back into the system, and this thing was already set up just like that. The only thing I had to do now was to put the cooking recipes into the crafter above the furnace. I started off with all the cooked processor recipes so I could make storage parts much quicker. With that done, I wanted all the moddedium dust, so I hopped into the nether to grab more ender pearls. I fought a ton of these weird endermen in a warped forest and ended up in a nether pyramid which had some decent loot. On top of this pyramid was a fortress which had a waystone just laying there, so I activated that. Since I was here, I farmed a ton of blazes with my looting sword and managed to get a good amount of rods. I even stole a blaze spawner with my brass pickaxe. After looting the top of the fortress, I decided to come home. Here I disenchanted a bunch of items and salvaged the rest. With all that done, I made all the moddedium powder and calcinated that as well. I ended up getting in all the moddedium sight charm after. So to upgrade my power generation, I needed to automate the energizing orb. For that, I made an iron crafter and tried really hard to set this up right the first time. I had the basics set up to start and covered a lot of the cables up. So things were working, but it only managed to do the recipe once. I realized I hadn't set up the redstone signal just yet. I even crafted a crafting monitor to see what the issue was. This entire process actually took a pretty long time since I had to do some research, but by nighttime I had this entire energizing orb automated. I put more recipes into the crafter, and don't worry, this little redstone thing ends up becoming much better later. Anyway, I was getting those blazing crystals automatically, which was awesome. To end the night off, I set up recipes for the blazing reactor. Day 50 to day 51, I asked the crafter to make 36 reactor blocks to see what I was missing. Turns out I needed more coal and blaze rods. For the coal, I was just having issues with my drawers, so I kept breaking and placing down these things over and over again. I got it fixed eventually and was just missing blaze rods. To farm all that, I went over to the fortress and had this quartzite thing from a magic lollipop, which is super annoying. With all that ready, I ended up making a little bit of a mistake by taking down the reactor a little too early, so while things were crafting, I was constantly low on power. I had to rely on the furnator, and that made the whole process take so much longer. So I actually forgot to record the rest of day 51, but only like 2 things happened. 1, the blazing reactor was set up and running, and 2, I started using dry ice. I had the recipe in the energizing orb and all the recipes to make the blue ice inside of the regular crafter. This was by far the best solid coolant. I also had those ice seeds on 2 hopper botany pots, and for some reason I just couldn't get this drawer controller to connect to the main system. I'm not even joking, I spent the entire day troubleshooting the controller, and it finally worked after 10 minutes. Now I could fully automate the dry ice process as well. My next goal was to get this chunk destroyer set up so that I could basically get infinite items. I put down everything needed for a quarry and was only missing diamonds. To get that, I decided to use the mining dimension. I started the mine near the pad and was just looking for diamonds to start off. Somehow I managed to stock up on everything but that. So I decided to make a charm of diamond sight. Before hopping back in, I made a compacting drawer for copper as well. Then with this charm of diamond sight, I started tearing through the cave. Once I got close to 3 stacks of diamonds, I switched to looking for some all the moddedium ore, and then managed to get like 5 more ores. When I came back home, I got the first of the 3 quarries needed. Now I was actually short on ender pearls instead. Day 54 to day 55, I actually set up 1 quarry in the mining dimension, and it was working pretty well. I put a diamond chest on top and things were very slow, but it worked, which is cool. I force loaded some chunks, put some stack upgrades in the chest, and then hopped into the nether to grab tons of ender pearls. I managed to get 1 extra ancient debris in here as well. Before leaving the nether, I placed down my blaze spawner in a flat area to farm a ton of rods. Doing this, I got 58 more blaze rods. I left after picking up my spawner and then made 2 more quarries. Next up was the quarry pump module, which needed a bunch of cacti. To get the 500 plus glass needed, I shred through this beach and got almost 17 stacks of sand. Since I had an automatic furnace, I could just set it to cook and not have to do anything. In the meantime, I found out that chunk loading these areas kind of breaks the quarry, and that was a little bit of an issue, so I had to reset it. From there, I made more dry ice for the reactor and finally made the pump module. Once that was done, I also made 3 flexible markers. Now the only things I didn't have were 2 nether stars and a dragon head. Day 56 to day 58, I had to hop in the nether once more for ender pearls. This was because I really didn't want to make a structure compass just yet. I came back home to make some eyes of ender and also finally made a feeding upgrade. With that done, I went to find a stronghold. During this journey, I looted some apotheosis towers, and at night I finally found where those eyes of ender were leading me. so I dug down until I hit some stone bricks. Now since this structure was part of the Better Dungeons mod, I expected to be stuck here for hours, but I noticed a portal room on my minimap, so I broke into it immediately. I also broke the silverfish spawner and placed a waystone down. With that done, I placed the Eyes of Ender into the portals to activate the whole thing. I had to come back home quickly to craft a ton of arrows and enchant another bow. This one ended up having poison tip, so I combined that with my old one. After that, I was ready to take the Ender Dragon out. Once I spawned in, I was actually amazed by how good the main island looked, and as soon as the dragon spawned, I was able to fly around and destroy most of the end crystals. Once they all exploded, I realized I forgot to bring some glass bottles, so I teleported back to grab a bunch of those. From there, I hopped back into the end and started taking shots at the dragon with my bow. I also filled up almost all of those glass bottles. I ended up doing tons of damage to this guy, but one of my chestplate enchantments were not good for this fight. Because this repellent enchant was just pushing the dragon away, I wasn't able to hit it too much with my sword. Regardless, I took it out anyway, and I picked up a ton of the dragon scales and the levels. I was up to level 89, and I farmed a bit of the ender pearls here. These guys were really strong, so my armor was in bad shape. After picking up the dragon egg, I took the gateway to the end islands and found a tower with a waystone. In front of that tower was an actual cataclysm boss arena. I didn't want to fight that boss just yet, but I did loot some of the structures in the area, which were really good. Past that place, I found two other structures. One was called an aviary, which was a pretty late game structure, and the other one was the end city. I went to the end city first to grab the dragon head and the elytra wing. Once the end ship was looted, I made my way inside of the aviary to grab as many of the chests as possible, and there happened to be a ton of good stuff. My backpack got filled up, so I came back home. Since I had a stack of ender pearls now from all the farming, the only thing missing for the chunk destroyer were the nether stars and the diamond blocks. I ended up using the charm of diamond sight one more time that night to check the diamond blocks off the list. A 59 to 61, the quarry in the mining dimension was actually doing a pretty decent job. Anyway, I also worked on making more seeds in the future, so I used an infusion crystal to upgrade a lot of my inferium. I used some of the prudentium essence to upgrade the farmland as well, and then made all the recipes for a niotic reactor. This chunk destroyer absolutely eats up power, so I would need some huge power generators. I really quickly went to the nether to grab some ancient debris and farm a bunch more blaze rods. My armor was also getting kind of busted, so I was very careful fighting these blazes. With all those items, I let the RLcraft produce 36 niotic capacitors. This process took some time, so as that was going on, I decided to make this top area look a little more industrial, so I replaced all the dirt with stone bricks. I even went through the same areas and put some cracked stone bricks in instead. I just couldn't touch the energizing orb just yet. The next thing I crafted was an XP drain singularity tank, which I used to get a bottle of enchanting, and that was for an experience crystal. This little thing would be very helpful because you can get XP from the chunk destroyer. As the night ended, the capacitors were all crafted, so I grabbed my old reactor to upgrade it. This was a pretty big power boost, and as soon as it was finished, it was already up and running. With that being done, I spent some levels putting affixes on new armor, which I upgraded back up to netherite. I was also able to upgrade the reforging table as well, which can now take in epic material. With the levels I had, I rolled some enchants for these new gears as well. For the helmet, I ended up being able to max it out using the books, but for the boots, I just settled on for whatever I got. Once all that was done, it was time to challenge 2 withers. I had enough skulls and soul sand. I flew pretty far away and entered a ravine. Here, I dug deep and cleared out an area to summon these guys. One trick I learned was to claim the chunks so the wither wouldn't blow up as many blocks. This worked like a charm and I obliterated the first wither. I used the 2 heart containers to drop, and once the wither effect ended, I obliterated the second wither as well. This guy dropped 4 more heart containers, so I ended up with 6 extra hearts from these guys. With all that done, I grabbed everything I needed to craft the chunk destroyer. As soon as morning hit, I had the workbench all powered up and picked up one of the most important items in the game. I set up that chunk destroyer in the mining dimension right away and was looking at how large I should make my first area. This actually took me quite a bit and I hooked up the power after. As soon as I put the chests up, items started flying through. I already had so many things in. I was lucky that I had a void upgrade so I could get rid of the end stone. Plus this chunk destroyer was eating up power. It was pulling like 40k FE per tick, so I had to set a limit on it. Anyway, this thing was incredible and I hadn't even enchanted it yet. I picked up most of the ancient debris and came back home to try and make this XP module for the chunk destroyer. This one needed hay bales, which meant I had to run around to different villages. It took a bit to get, and I didn't realize that I messed up the recipe, so I thought it was a glitch and I moved on to go pick up all the Unobtanium ores left over. I came home and used all those ores to make myself an Unobtanium sword. Now I was actually planning on collecting the items that were valuable, but I didn't want to do the drawer system just yet. So I paused the machine, and just picked up whatever I needed. Until the next morning, I was basically trying to figure out how to get the XP module, and I even tried upgrading the cables because I thought the issue was the workbench not getting enough power. Eventually I figured it out and put that on the chunk destroyer. I even made sure to move the XP crystal here as well. Day 64 to day 65, I remade the redstone contraption that the energizing orb uses with these redstone links from Create. This looked much cleaner and took up way less space. Once that was done, I upgraded the energizing rods to blazing tier and set that up around a single flux point. From there, I energized tons of blue ice and wanted to craft a 256k storage part. For that though, I was lacking sand and quartz, so I made a quick run to stock up on all of that. Turns out the chunk destroyer actually had tons of quartz and a little bit of sand. The XP module also gave me tons of levels, which I put into the crystal. Before making the storage part, I put speed and stack upgrades into the disk manipulator, and as I was doing that, I started putting in the recipe to make an enchantment mover inside of the workbench as well. My limiting factor for that was actually obsidian, so I hopped into the cave that I made to fight the withers in. While I was down there, I found what looked like a dungeon and started breaking my way towards that place. I ended up having a real hard time finding the entrance, so it took a little while to get there. Also, since you couldn't break the dungeon blocks, I had to go around. When I finally found the entrance, I realized it was a cataclysm boss mob who I really didn't want to fight just yet. Instead, I set down a waypoint here and then warped back home. Here I smelt everything that I had and worked my way up towards an elite importer, which I slapped on the back of the furnace. Speaking of furnaces, I upgraded mine to an emerald version and then to the obsidian version. With that done, I hopped down into the mines to find a bunch of lava pools, and I ended up with 2.5 stacks of obsidian. The next morning, I used that workbench to craft an enchantment mover and put Fortune 3 on one of my pickaxes. Then I grabbed my chunk destroyer, and as I was looking to transfer these enchants, it just wasn't working. Turns out silent gear items do not work for this, so I had to disenchant my pickaxe and put the enchants on a new pickaxe instead. With this, I had an efficiency 3 and Fortune 3 chunk destroyer. At this point, it was basically maxed out, I think. Before going back to place the chunk destroyer, I crafted a netherite chest upgrade and also more stack upgrades since I knew there was going to be a ton more items. I made the actual boundary a lot bigger, but I had another issue. With those enchants, this chunk destroyer was pulling much more power. My reactor was struggling, so I had to work on the next upgrade, which was called Spirited. To do that, I put the recipes in and told my system to craft me 36 spirited capacitors. Turns out I needed more blaze rods, so in the meantime, I crafted some dry ice and then made a blaze gate pearl. I activated this pearl in the nether and began fighting tons of blazes. For some reason, this pearl just messed up, but I still got more than enough blaze rods to get the crafting of the reactor started. While this was working, I fit 2 speed upgrades into the Energizer's crafter. I then enchanted some of the netherite armor and picked up an unbelievable amount of XP from the chunk destroyer. Before this day ended, I put an epic affix on my Unobtanium sword, then socketed 2 gems. I also managed to put like sharpness 5, looting 4, and lifestealing 2 on the sword. Day 67 to day 68, I disenchanted my old netherite chestplate to get rid of repellent, and then put mending on this one as well. The mending book was from my previous sword. Once that was done, I planted even more inferium seeds and started crafting a network transmitter and receiver. The quest reward for those gave me a network card, and I was able to automate this reactor using this receiver. With the network card linked up, I also put down an elite exporter and basically told it to pull out any redstone, uraninite, coal, and dry ice from the system. Before I set all that up though, I made some drawer upgrades and sprinkled all those around the main drawers that I needed. With this done, of course, I put the whitelist down for all the items I mentioned before, and then also put in a crafting and regulating upgrade. The crafting upgrade would basically craft the dry ice and eventually the uraninite, and the regulator would just keep 64 of each item within this reactor at all times. So now I only needed those uraninite seeds. For convenience, I also crafted a wireless crafting grid and forgot I hadn't upgraded the reactor yet, so I hopped into the nether to fight another blaze gate pearl. This one worked like a charm and I burned through those waves of blazes, picking up around 4 stacks of blaze rods. With that, I had a spirited reactor up and running in no time, and this thing generates 100k FE per tick. Since I needed a much more stable source of food after that, I also expanded one side of the fence so I could farm more carrots behind this drawer. Then I started working on upgrading my jetpack. The next tier was golden. Inside of the system, I actually managed to do it very quickly, and for future upgrades, I went to the mining dimension to grab all the necessary items. I actually had to set up a compacting drawer for gold since I now had so many. As those hundreds of gold ores were cooking, I started working on hostile neural networks. In order to get the ATM star, I would need an absolute ton of nether stars. So I needed to get these loot fabricators up and running quickly. I made one simulation chamber and one loot fabricators to start. Then I crafted a deep learner and had 4 model frameworks. With that, I used these wither skeleton drops to make more wither skeleton heads and would need to click these frameworks on a wither to start. I summoned 1 wither in a cave and made 4 wither data modules that I put into the deep learner. To make these usable though, I would need to level it up 1 more tier, and that would take 6 total wither kills. The best part of this process was actually picking up the heart containers these withers drop. I ran through 3 withers and gained a bunch of hearts as well. So I set these 2 machines up, not realizing they were connected to a flux plug, which doesn't actually transfer energy, so I messed it up for a little bit. Day 70 to day 71, with all the inferium I had, I was able to craft 4 supremium essences. I set these 4 up on the altar. Then, since I ran out of uraninite, I had to go on a little mining trip. I came back up with 4 and was able to make a uraninite seed. I used a tertium essence on one of the farmland and planted the seed. With this, I could now grow uraninite. To keep the reactor running forever, I made a crafting recipe for it and grabbed like 3 stacks of ancient debris from the chunk destroyer. Then, to speed up the growth of these crops, I made 9 inferium growth accelerators and put them underneath the farmland that I was actually using. I also decided to make another teleport pad and then used all these mystical fertilizers. I spammed them all on the uraninite. The next morning, I collected the quarry XP pump and went down to see all the Unobtanium ores left over. I didn't mine them just yet since I wanted a high level fortune on my pickaxe. But I decided to craft an infinity range booster, which allowed me to access this crafting grip from anywhere in the overworld. To get these wither skulls and finish up the nether farm, I used the teleport pad to access the other dimension. Now this place has flight disabled, and I spawned deep underground, so I had some trouble going up to the overworld. Once I did get up, I fought an apotheosis boss and tons of nether mobs. Just so I could come back without having to climb up, I used /set home on this place and then managed to get more wither skeleton heads. After a little bit of fighting, I realized that the engine of the jetpack still turns on for a little bit, so you can kind of glitch fly. Doing this, I found a much safer area to set as home and then teleported back to my base to craft a waystone. I brought the waystone back, and for convenience, I put it inside of the other dimension. After putting tons of items away, I grabbed the wither skeleton heads and was able to make a few heart canisters that I put into the amulet. I even ended up getting some good enchants which I could put on my helmet. From there, I was able to advance the data module by taking out 3 withers, and I ended up with tons of heart containers from these guys. I think I basically maxed out on those. I also checked out the cataclysm boss chamber and saw the boss who was called the Harbinger. After some research, I figured out that this guy needed a nether star to wake up. So I used it on him, woke this boss up, and was able to take it out so easily. This boss managed to not even do any damage to me at all. It dropped this witherite block thing, which could become an anvil that combines the cataclysm gear. Aside from that, I grabbed all these stone pillars in here since they looked cool and decided to come back home. Now I could get that nether star farm up and running. I put the data modules into the simulation chamber to level them up and then made a bunch of prediction matrices. This was because the simulation chamber generates 2 things. One of them was actually a wither prediction, and the other one was just like a random junk. I set up the crafting recipe for the prediction matrices and then expanded my fences. With that done, I moved the drawers around and realized that my simulation chamber was running out of power. Of course, this was since it was connected to a flux plug and not a flux point. I didn't realize this issue for quite a bit more and decided to do other things like farm uraninite and then made these mega torches. So because the simulation chamber spits out the junk, I also made a drawer which had a void upgrade. After a little bit, I finally fixed the power issues with these machines and could work on automating them. On both the machines, I had importers and exporters. The importers took the generalized ender prediction and wither predictions and then put them into the system. For the other machine, I just wanted to pull in anything that was being produced. Then on the other side was the exporting. For the simulation chamber, I basically wanted it to have 64 prediction matrices at all times. And then for the loot fabricator, I wanted it to have the wither predictions at all times as well. With all that done, once the cables connected up, I put a cover on top of everything and then tidied that area up. Day 75 to day 76, I put more enchants onto my bow and then grabbed tons of levels from the XP crystal to roll enchants on a pickaxe. After that, I made a much larger chest for all the enchanted books, and I went to see if I could make a 256k storage part. Turns out I was short some sand and quartz, but before I got all those, I crafted a structure compass. I wanted to grab tons of items from a very late game structure first. This thing was called an ancient pyramid in the other dimension. With the structure compass and some glitched flying, I was able to get to the structure very quickly. Now I couldn't break in from the top, so I had to use the entrance for this structure. And this place had some really fast spawners, so I knew I would be bombarded by mobs. I lit up some areas and broke a handful of spawners just trying to get to the main room. In that room, I tried breaking the spawners before anything else. And with that being done, I took out a ton of mobs and saw the piglet, who might be the final boss of this dimension. Right now, I couldn't even do much damage to it yet. After clearing out my inventory, I grabbed the netherite blocks in the center and looted the chests. These chests all happened to be pretty incredible. They were packed with great armor, books, and some of them even had all the moddedium or vibranium nuggets. My backpack was filled, so I had to do more inventory management, but after that I moved on to the other rooms. Every single room here managed to be packed, and once again my inventory was maxed out. Turns out I'd also completed tons of bounty quests as well, so after grabbing my quest rewards and some spawners, I got right outside of the pyramid and then used a /set_home command. This was because I wanted to move my waystone to this place. Well, after that entire journey, I had so many items and of course 3 full spawners that I could use for later. Once morning hit, I put these levels to use, enchanting my Paxel, which had fortune, and then I used that to mine all the moddedium ore in the mining dimension. In total, I got like 26 ores, which turned into 52 dust, and that allowed me to make an moddedium pickaxe. I also made a moddedium hoe for the harvesting pylon, so I would never have to worry about that anymore. With that done, I disenchanted my old pickaxes and put some of these books into this new item. As if things couldn't get any better, a wandering trader showed up and it had the perfect chestplate for me to buy. So I picked that up and upgraded it all the way to netherite. Since I now had legendary materials, I could get these legendary affixes, and I ended up getting one of those for the chestplate. For the sword, I put an epic affix, and then I slotted a few gems into both those items. Day 78 to day 79, I quickly had to go find these prosperity ores so I could craft some more seeds. With a bunch of those, I did the ritual for dirt seeds and fire seeds. Those two make dirt essences and fire essences, which can craft a bunch of sand, so I planted that right away. I hopped into the nether quickly to get quartz and gas tiers, and after that I started upgrading my backpack. I got it all the way up to netherite, and then put a tier 2 stack upgrade on it. With that done, I made a nether quartz seed as well, and this farm was just starting to fill out a little. To help everything grow, I put a full layer of inferium growth accelerators, and I would start to upgrade and place higher tier ones lower and lower. In terms of nether stars, I already had 175 from just one of these machines, so it was time to get the final upgrade on the reactor. I set up all the recipes for that and auto-crafted 36 nitro capacitors. To be safe, I also made these water seeds since water and dirt essence could make clay. All of that was basically needed for 36 nitro capacitors. Day 80 to day 82, to be 100% safe, I decided to make these niotic capacitors first and then upgraded the energizing rods. I ended up getting this entire thing to spirited tier, so everything should be moving much faster. These nitro capacitors were very expensive and took a lot of power. Thankfully, my reactor kept up very well and I had this new reactor crafted and running pretty quickly. This beast generates 250k FE per tick, so 2 or 3 of these could basically power mostly everything in the game. From there, I upgraded the main crafter on my system to a diamond tier and went back to look for black dye so that I could craft these elevator blocks. I then made an area right underneath my base so I could put a lot more of the technical machines in one little area. I didn't know about the destruction gadget just yet, so I made a 7x7x7 room manually. Eventually, I made a building gadget though, so placing down blocks would be easy, but I still had to clear out the area, which was actually the annoying part. As soon as a space was made, I placed down an elevator block so I could go up and down. After that, I put down these stone pillars in the corner, then a block behind the pillar, I used the building gadget to fill the walls up with deep slate bricks. I put down some glowstone behind some iron bars because it looked cool, and then made a floor out of these stone tiles. After some light decorations on the floor, I bought a network receiver down here to have a secondary storage system. Day 83 to day 86, for these days, my goals were to get this area all set up. The first thing I put in here was my reactor, so I set up a little area for that and hooked it right back up to the system. I covered that area up and started working on the roof, which was quickly done with this building gadget. As soon as all of that was done, I got rid of the simulation chamber and loot fabricator from up top, then cleaned up that area and moved those 2 machines into the basement. It took a little bit of tinkering and cable hiding, but I managed to get 2 loot fabricators up and running this time. The next machines though were gonna be a lot harder to set up, and those are gonna be the enrichment chamber and like 4 metallurgic infusers that I wanted to fully automate. I first placed those items down in a row and then powered those guys up. With that being done, I filled those infusers up with the items they needed. So in order, it had to be coal, redstone, diamond, and refined obsidian. I made sure to put the enriched version of each into the machines, but nothing was automated just yet. During this whole time, I was fitting a bunch of speed upgrades into as many of the machines as I could. Before these days ended, I also put in muffling upgrades since I was almost going deaf by the noise. So at this point, with all the machines separated and filled up with a unique material, I took a little detour and upgraded a brass pickaxe. I also ended up grabbing a ton of nether bricks as well and brew a ton of regeneration potions. With all of that, I made these hell shelves. I set them all up in the enchantment area and then started infusing a bunch of these hell shelves one by one. Doing this, I replaced the ones in my setup and had 4 to spare. I used those 4 to make an enchantment library and could now fit all of my books in there. As soon as that was done, I actually moved the entire enchantment area to some free space and socketed some gems into other pieces of armor that I had. Day 88 to day 90, I made a bunch of mob swabs and placed this spider spawner down. I put a soul lantern into it which ignores light and farmed a bunch of string. I also made this brush since I needed to find a smithing upgrade as well. This one smithing upgrade to get all the MODDED armor can only be found from suspicious clay that needs to be brushed. Turns out this clay spawns way more in ancient cities, so I made my way towards one. In here, I killed my first warden who literally didn't do any damage to me. I grabbed some quest rewards and kept taking out more and more wardens as I searched for this stupid clay. I only needed one. Since those wardens dropped blue hearts, I remembered to make a bunch of heart canisters and then fit all those into a heart amulet. Eventually in this cave, I found the smithing upgrade which was huge. I stuck around to see if I could find any more clay, but I had no luck. From there I decided to come home where I learned that there was a dark mode for the UI and duplicated the smithing upgrades. Unlike last time, I kept one safe and secure, then upgraded all of my netherite armor. Now all those mending enchants just happen to be a waste. Anyway, I also learned how to make these frame drawers, so I put some down in the basement. I connected them up to the controller and put some very important items into them. The next morning, I was able to auto-craft the 256k storage part as well. With this beast crafted, I also needed advanced storage housing now. The actual disk manipulating part was still very annoying though. While that was working, I farmed tons more string, smelt a bunch of raw iron blocks, and made a ton of items to help me automate these mechanism machines. I started off by setting up the importers and exporters for the machines so they would be fed the enriched materials continuously. The importers then bring everything out, and above all that, I had to set up the actual crafters, which I put on top of these chests to help craft whatever I need. I finalized it by putting crafting upgrades into the exporters and a bunch of recipes into the crafters. Then once I had the imports and exports fixed in the machines, it was good to go. I even got lucky as a wandering trader spawned who had a sharpness 10 axe, which I had to get. Day 91 to day 93, I forgot to set up the regulator upgrade on the cables and hit a lot of the cables using covers as well. Next up, I made a temporary recipe to help me craft this dimensional card, but along the way I actually ran out of ender pearls. To help me, I grabbed the mob swab as well and then went to the end dimension to grab a bunch of pearls and the enderman DNA. All that got me the dimensional card, which meant I could access my storage from wherever. Next up, I wanted to craft a 1 million storage part, but I was completely short on string. Before I focused on that, I made more network receivers and transmitters so I could set up a proper collection system for the chunk destroyer. I put down 6 2x2 drawers and wanted it to pull certain items from the chest I had set up. So once I got the drawer set up, I put a drawer controller down and linked everything up. After that, I made tons of copper and gold upgrades first, since there were going to be an insane amount of items coming in. With all that done, I pulled all the items in from the chests into the controller using an item pipe, with a netherite upgrade in the item pipe. Also, since the drawer was hooked up to an external storage, I started getting all those items in my storage system. Things were filling up like crazy, the netherite chest was getting emptied out, and I had hundreds of thousands of items fly into my storage system. Some of these drawers actually maxed out, so I made these diamond upgrades as well. With all these new items, I had to set up new recipe for the furnace crafter. So since I had a collection system in place, I wanted another reactor on top of my old one, which would allow me to run the chunk destroyer non-stop. I had to make an extra crafter for that since I already had too many recipes. By the morning, I had started the RLcraft for a new nitro reactor. In the meantime, I grabbed DNA from the Wither Skeleton and a Blaze, and then quickly went to the other dimension to get the Witch DNA as well. With all that done, I needed like 2 more mob DNAs. One from Cave Creepers and one from Vindicators, so I spent the rest of these days looking for that. Now with all those mob swabs, I was able to make their own separate GM chicken feed, which I then had to find chickens for, and then once I fed it to them, I got all the unique spawn eggs. As soon as I got all of that, my reactor finished crafting, so I used a destruction gadget to clear an area to house this bad boy. Once I made the space, I put the reactor down and hooked it up to an exporter. Then with this thing up and running, I cleaned up the area with tinted glass and elevator blocks, and then hooked it up to the main flux plug. Also, I auto-crafted a bunch of alloys, which was really cool to see. These 2 reactors meant I was generating 500k FE per tick. As soon as that was done, I fixed up more drawers in the mining dimension and came back home to make these nitro energizing rods. For the mob spawner, I cut up a bunch of amethyst blocks, found a nice flat area a little bit away from my base, and then started working on a contraption. Now this area was all just to house a spawner, but this thing was 9x9 and I just winged the height. Also, the mob mashing upgrades were really expensive. The looting upgrade actually needs looting books, which is crazy to me. I set up a giant box pretty quickly using a building gadget and started putting down vector plates, which are supposed to push the mob to a little kill chamber that has 9 mob mashers, all filled with sharpness upgrades only, for now. Then I put these spawners in and made them all redstone controlled. I also put soul lanterns in so these things ignore light, and then made them the spawners that I needed with the eggs. I ended up grabbing one more spawner from the other dimension and then hooked all these up with those redstone links from Create. The one that would activate them would be on the outside. I put ender inhibitors around and then had a netherite backpack collect all the items. Eventually everything from the backpack would be put into drawers here. This backpack had a magnet upgrade, a stack upgrade, a tank upgrade, and a void upgrade. Once everything was set up, I looked at the items that would enhance the spawners, and they all changed since all the mods 8. In ATM 9, to make these spawners overpowered, it was super expensive. I ended up getting rid of the Enderman spawners since they got caught on the spawners and I could just easily farm the Ender Pearls in the end. Other than being slow though, these spawners work perfectly. Day 98 to day 99, I set up the collection system properly using drawers and had the XP funnel into an XP crystal. I connected those drawers to a controller and had that controller hooked up to my storage system as well. To make one of these spawners automatic, I would actually need a conduit, which I really wanted to get. So I grabbed my structure compass and looked for an ocean monument. This one happened to be a pretty large one, and I bulldozed my way through most of the Elder Guardians, until I got to the final rooms, where the mining fatigue was kind of annoying. But here I picked up Nautilus shells from the chest. With that, I was able to turn one spawner into being automatic, as in it didn't need the player around. And of course I chose the Vindicator one for that, so I wouldn't have to worry about emeralds. They all also had no AI, which was done by putting in golden apples. I even used some Unobtanium ingots to reduce the minimum spawn delay. Once that was done, I also set the chunk destroyer to clear out a gigantic area. Then to fix the string issue, I used 2 hopper botany pots that grew flax. Now that I had strings, I could auto-craft this 1 million storage part. I put this new part into the system and used the manipulator to get all of my old items back into it. Before the night ended, I ended up using a bunch of the looting books I had to make 9 looting upgrades and put that around all the mob mashers. To end this journey off with a bang, I wanted to do a boss run. I upgraded my jetpack and player transmitter and then put Fortune 5 on my pickaxe so I could pick up all the Unobtanium ore in the mining dimension. I had almost a stack of Unobtanium ore, and while all that was cooking, I located a soul blacksmith and flew over to it. This was the home of the netherite monstrosity, and honestly, this dude was a piece of cake. I just spam attacked it and it was done in 10 seconds. It dropped a horn that could be combined on a helmet and a nice hammer. Plus there was some ancient debris laying around. There was one more boss in the nether, so I went over to a structure called the Burning Arena. Now this place had an altar of fire in the center, which I thought I had to put a nether star in, but I was wrong. Turns out I had to fight the minions on the lower floor of the structure, and taking care of those two, I got a bunch of burning ashes, which could be thrown into the altar. That summoned a boss called Ignis, who looks awesome and switches to being blue after half of his health is gone. Still though, I took the guy out in a few seconds, and since I needed the ingots it dropped, I summoned a second Ignis as well. I picked up 6 Ignitium ingots, which make the coolest looking armor. The final boss for Cataclysm, I think, was the Ender Guardian, who I had a waystone close to the arena. I ran through the boss's structure and defeated the minions around there. Since I kept getting teleported around by the traps, I got frustrated and broke my way into the boss's lair. Now this guy looked really cool, but once again, the spam attack basically wiped it out in the shortest amount of time. It was actually pretty sad. I grabbed all the cataclysm items and then made this mechanical fusion anvil. Before combining items together, I made some smithing upgrades for Ignitium, and then after that I actually combined some of the items together. Before these days ended, I made a set of Ignitium armor, which I wore in my cosmetic slot because it looked amazing. I survived 200 days in All the Mods 9. All the Mods 9 is a massive mod pack filled to the brim with almost every type of mod. The final goal for the mod pack is to make an ATM star. In these 200 days, I built some of the craziest machines, conquered nature, mastered blood magic, and did so much more just to eventually craft an ATM star. Day 101 to day 102. Now with all the previous work done, it was time to actually get serious. I started off by moving through these mechanism quest lines. I just built the machines since I really didn't need to place them down and duplicate the ores. This took a little bit since some of the crafts were really tedious. Luckily, I had the RLcraft set up for these alloys, which made it significantly easier. Before fully completing the quests, I made all the items needed to set up a fairly large thermal evaporation plant. To power the plant, I also crafted some heaters, and then I moved on to the final part of the quest line. For this, I made an osmium compressor and started crafting some refined obsidian ingots. All of this allowed me to craft the final basic machines, and now I was in the advanced section, which first needed lithium. These advanced machines generate so much energy, I wouldn't be able to use regular batteries anymore. To store all the energy, I needed a large induction matrix, and for that, I made myself a thermal evaporation plant. Just to start off, it was pretty small, but I smartened up and built it pretty high. The first one was to turn water into brine. The water would be pulled into the plant through a sink using an ultimate pipe. To power it up, I used a heater, and that thing basically maxed out the brine in seconds. Now, to turn the brine into lithium, I made the exact same thermal evaporation plant next to the first one. I connected the two up, hooked up a second heater to the back. Once the power was hooked up, I was now making liquid lithium. But the thing is, I actually needed lithium dust. To get this dust, I put down a rotary condensator and then a chemical crystallizer underneath that. This lithium setup would also be really useful for the best power source in the game much later. Once I hooked everything up, set up the inputs, and powered the machine, everything was good to go. At first, I tried using a drawer to collect the dust, but that really didn't work and it didn't connect to the actual controller, so I just had it output into an ender chest. After that, I put 4 muffling upgrades and 8 speed upgrades into both the machines. The speed upgrades actually caused power issues, so I also had to craft a bunch of energy upgrades. This did the job perfectly, and I was literally making hundreds of lithium dust a second. To make life much easier, I started making patterns for the induction providers and cells. I ended up making a pretty big mistake by putting this steel dust recipe in, but for now, things were fine. To end these days off, I put energy upgrades into all the mechanism machines in my basement and crafted these basic tier installers to upgrade all of these things as well. I got those machines up to advanced tier, which meant it could now process a ton more items at once. Day 104 to day 105, I upgraded the importer my ender chest uses so I could pull in items faster, and then put speed upgrades into all the crafters in the basement. Back to the big machines though, I started putting down more recipes for the bigger cells and providers, and these things were really expensive. I worked up to the ultimate version of each and noticed that I had enough items to actually start the RLcraft. So here comes the first one of the issues. Since I didn't specify that one hammer could be used 64 times, refined storage would basically craft a new hammer for a single steel dust, which made the entire process take like 100 times longer. On the bright side, it was cool to see all the machines I had just start lighting up just to craft these 2 items. Then with all that going, I ended up grabbing a stack of all the moddedium from the mining dimension. The next morning, I grabbed the levels from the chunk destroyer, which got me up to level 164. I put all that XP into the crystal and only took back what I needed. This was just to increase some of the book levels on the enchantment library. That night, I upgraded the furnace up to netherite to speed it up, and that basically ruined the craft. I had to fix the inputs and basically restart the entire thing. So since I thought that I was being smart to let the system make the steel dust, that just ended up crafting me a bunch of iron hammers. Anyway, I stopped being an absolute idiot and stopped using those dust recipes. I just made the steel dust by myself, which wasn't even that much of a hassle. The funny thing is that now I had like 1,000 iron hammers. When I eventually asked the system to craft the induction cell and provider once again, it ended up being done in an instant. Anyway, I completed the quest for the cells and providers and then made all the other stuff that would be needed for the casing. With that done, I used the area behind my house and near the nether portal to set this induction matrix up for the first time. This one was just to get the quest reward, since I actually needed a much larger area for the huge machines that this thing was gonna be getting the power from. I finished that little side quest, made a hazmat suit, and started setting up recipes for the fission reactor. The first 2 items were really cheap, and I was able to upgrade to an all-the-modding furnace as well. Day 107 to day 108, I started up the lithium process again and saw that you could bulk wash magma blocks to get obsidian. Since I would need basically thousands of these, I wanted to get started on the create mod. For that, I had to go underground and look for more andesite. This actually took quite a bit of time, and I was able to light up a bunch of areas inside of this cave. Still though, I couldn't find any andesite. Luckily, I got tons of diorite, which allowed me to craft what I needed. From there, I also crafted an all-the-modding axe and tons of andesite alloys so I could get the andesite casings. With all that done, I could make an encased fan, which was supposed to be the first step to automating obsidian. I hopped into the Nether to grab tons of magma blocks. This is when I realized create was going to be much harder than I thought, since I really didn't have anything that would generate stress units right now. Just to get things started, I made tons of brass casings and put in the recipes for regular and polished rose quartz. As soon as that was done, I crafted a bunch of mechanical crafters and placed those things down. To power these things, I tried using a hand crank, but of course that didn't generate enough stress. I even crafted a rolling mill because I needed copper wire. The main goal of all this was just to craft some electric motors. I ended up spending the whole night trying to power these crafters, and nothing was working for now, so I knew I had to do more research. The next morning, I moved on from create and found an area to the north of my main base, and this place would be great for the mechanism machines. I cleared out the foliage, force loaded 2 chunks to start, and then flattened out the area. This is when things started getting a little complicated. I grabbed my reactor blocks and started working on a 5x5 little casing. After getting the outer shell ready, I placed reactor glass down and then made 2 fission fuel assemblies. Since I was missing some recipes, I placed a waystone down in this area and came home to cook up tons of lead. With all that done, I raised the fuel assemblies up and then placed control rods on top of each one. That was basically it for a small reactor, and all I had to do was just cover the whole thing up with glass and set up the inputs and outputs, which was super easy. Using a configurator, I was able to set the specifics of each of the 4 inputs and outputs. The main goal of this reactor was just to get nuclear waste. A great tip I learned was to use this RLcraft external water block, and for that I made a dark gem block and used this RLcraft beacon to capture some rain. This block was absolutely crazy and it filled up the reactor in a second. As I was working on this thing, I bought a sleep charm from a wandering trader, which was a lifesaver since it completely got rid of phantoms. Before even thinking of turning this thing on, I made 2 teleportation cores and used them to make 2 quantum entangleporters. Day 110 to day 111, from here, mechanism starts going crazy. I needed to craft fissile fuel, which was a pretty complicated process. I first started off by making all the machines I would need to get this thing up and running. This ended up taking some time, and I moved on to placing these machines down. The first thing I needed to do was actually make sulfur dust, so I placed down the 5 machines that would help me go through the entire process. From an external water block, I had water going into all the machines that needed it. Then I needed to feed this pressurized reaction chamber tons of coal. To do that, I used an ultimate logistical transporter and a chest, which all would be eventually hooked up to my system. So the first row of machines ended up being properly set up, which meant I could move on to a little bit more of the complicated process. In front of that first chemical infuser, I put down 2 machines, the most important being this chemical dissolution chamber. Now this machine uses up fluoride and is basically the end of this one process. There was another side to this entire system, which was to get something called uranium oxide. This thing only needed 2 machines and it just used regular uranium, which I had a bunch of. So the gist of the whole thing is that the uranium oxide from the left side of the machines combines with the hydrofluoric acid from all the machines on the right to make uranium hexafluoride inside of the infuser. It's all super complicated, but it's all in the quests. That uranium hexafluoride then goes into the centrifuge to make fissile fuel. For me, I basically had the fissile fuel go into the quantum entangleporter. With everything powered, it was now generating fissile fuel, and I could start the reactor soon. Just to be a completionist, I worked my way through the mechanism advanced quests as well. After just observing fissile fuel, those quests were done, and I already had like 6,000 millibuckets of fuel. To automate these things, I went back to my base and crafted fluorite seeds. Just so I didn't have to worry about it again, I also wanted this master infusion crystal, but I only had enough materials to work my way up to a supremium one. Anyway, I upgraded the farmland and brought over a network receiver which I could use to hook up to all the chests. I made sure to move the cables near each one of the chests and hook them up using an exporter. Then I set the exporter to bring in coal, uranium, and fluorite. For the uranium and fluorite, I placed a crafting upgrade as well since I had the recipe set up. At this point, I already had 22,000 millibuckets of fissile fuel. For the second entangler I put that one on the reactor and was able to fill up a quarter of the fuel tank. These machines on the other hand were basically ruining my ears, so I placed 4 muffling upgrades on all of them. Now that the basics were set up, I covered up the cables and placed a few speed upgrades into some slow machines. Since I basically had more than enough items, I also put down these energy upgrades into every machine and made this little area much more industrial. Next up, to harness the steam that comes from the reactor, I made a bunch of items for a turbine. A few blocks in front of this reactor, I built a slightly taller structure using turbine casings. In the center of this structure, I put down a few rotors and 6 blades. To finish this machine up, I put down tons of vents on top, a rotational complex above the rotors, and surrounded that with pressure dispersers and saturating condensers. The last 2 things needed were this electromagnetic coil and just putting glass all around the structure. Once I got the red particle effects, I moved one of the vents up and then connected the 2 machines together so that I could transfer steam into the turbine and could start generating a bunch of power from this thing too. Day 114 to day 115, with these 2 machines built, it was time for the basic induction matrix. I hooked this thing up to the turbine and put a flux plug on the backside. Since I had a single provider and cell, I was able to hold like 1.6 tera FE, which was a lot for the start. Still, I couldn't really start the reactor just yet since I didn't have a waste collection system. For that, I went to the end to mine Unobtanium, but while I was there, I actually ran through this giant structure. After grabbing thousands of books, great armor, and even dragon heads, I moved on from this place. I then used the nature's compass and turns out I was right next to an End Highlands biome, so I went straight to work. Here I absolutely shred through tons of end stone, but had no luck in finding the Unobtanium. I decided to try again from another angle and found 2 pieces this time. With Fortune 5, I ended up getting 11 raw ores from that. Once I crushed it, I had 22 Unobtanium ingots. Of course, the first thing I did was make a calcinated Unobtanium powder and turn that into a charm of Unobtanium sight. With this, I hopped back into the End Highlands and started ripping through this biome, grabbing as many ores as I could. In total, I ended up with nearly 2 stacks, which of course I crushed and I smelted. I also needed more obsidian, so I snatched up a good amount from the end pillars. Once that was done, I crafted an entangled block and an entangled binder. Before setting up the waste collection, I wanted to grab tons of vibranium as well, so I warped over to the Nether. I set up a compass to find a warped forest and started digging through some of the netherrack high up. On the first run, I couldn't find a single vibranium ore. Luckily, I checked my storage system and saw that I had 1 ingot. With that, I made a charm of vibranium sight and went back to look. This one was significantly better and I ended up with around a stack of ores from 1 biome. As soon as I came home, I crushed those ores and cooked them as well. At this point, I had hundreds of each of these Allthemodium ores. This was all because of the Allthemodium alloy block, which would be needed to actually start the ATM star. In total, I needed 28 of those alloy blocks on the outside of the mechanical crafters. So at first, I set up all the recipes and put them into the crafters so I wouldn't have to do it by hand when I actually did start working on this. To end this day, I flew back to the reactors, moved a few chunks away from the main area, and made a little island out of endstone bricks on the river. Once I lit the area up and mob-proofed it, I placed down a radioactive barrel and then binded it to this entangled block. This way, the nuclear waste would be processed somewhat far away from where I would actually be working. Finally, after all this work, this reactor was good to go once I had the cables hooked up. Day 117 to day 118, I made some last-minute additions to the radioactive barrel and ran some tubes through, which would feed the waste into some machines. Turns out I didn't have any HDPE sheets, so first I had to set up all the machines that would churn that out. This actually took me quite a bit since I just winged it using JEI. I had the machine set up and the water coming through an external water block. After that was done, I set up the inputs and outputs and then went underwater to place down the cables to power this whole thing. By the next morning, I had all the cables sorted out and some carrots turning into biofuel and substrates. Most importantly, I was now churning out HDPE pellets, which would be enriched into actual sheets. Finally, I could craft this solar neutron activator, which would help me make one of the most important items, polonium. On the left side of this barrel, I had the machine churn out polonium pellets, and on the right side of the machines, I had it churn out plutonium pellets. Both those things were going to be needed to craft some of the most insane machines and mechanism. I gave power to like 3 of these 4 machines since the solar neutron activator just needed the sun, and I had them output the pellets into a drawer. Then, since these machines both output spent nuclear waste, I set up more entangled blocks behind them. From wherever my original radioactive barrel was, I dug down very deep and placed down another barrel, which I binded as well. After connecting that barrel to the 2 entangled blocks, I had a collection system for every type of nuclear waste. Just so you guys know, nuclear waste leaking from mechanism would be the worst thing to happen, so I was extra safe. With everything hooked up, I used this weather container to stop the rain and crushed a bunch of fluorite to make fluorite dust. After that, I put a few dusts into the pressurized reaction chamber and I activated the reactor. Things didn't blow up, so I knew it was working perfectly fine. The turbine was now getting steam and rotating the blades. This generated energy for the induction matrix. On the waste collection side, I was finally getting some nuclear waste as well. At this point, I was generating very small amounts of polonium and plutonium. To increase that, I started upping the burn rate of the reactor. I was able to turn it up to 6 millibuckets per tick, which was a huge upgrade for now. This turbine was also making tons of energy, so now I powered the entire fissile fuel process from the induction matrix. Turns out one of my machines actually kind of bugged out, so after fixing that, I had even more fissile fuel coming in, which meant I could increase the tick rate of the reactor up to 8, and that was a perfect place for now. On the other side, I started making tons more nuclear waste, which was a great sign, and the only limiting factor now ended up being the fluorite. Once morning hit, I had my first few polonium and plutonium pellets generated. I then sprinkled a few speed upgrades into the machines that sped up the fissile fuel production. With that done, I made even more fluorite seeds from mystical agriculture and crafted a network receiver and transmitter. This was so I could hook up these drawers to an external storage and have these pellets inside of my storage system. Since those processes would take a long time, I went back to the base and worked my way up to a master infusion crystal, and this thing was a lifesaver since I would be using mystical agriculture a lot. On top of that, I crafted like 81 prudentium growth accelerators and put them underneath the inferium growth accelerators. This was all before I actually supercharged the farm, so just wait for that. Once that was done, I used tons of fertilized essence to get more fluorite essence, so I could hopefully make tons more of those pellets. Day 121 to day 122, I went down to the basement and placed down another simulation chamber to help with the nether stars. I cleaned up the rest of the area and got my quest rewards for the pellets. Before making the super critical phase shifter, I really needed the fusion reactor. This was because the SPS eats up so much power, I needed the best reactor in the game to actually make the power. I had enough pellets to craft a good amount of blocks for the casings, but I just didn't have enough polonium pellets yet. Once again, to be safe, I crafted more fluorite seeds and upgraded the farmland while I was there. The next day, I went over to the deep dark area because I remember fighting slimes there and I really wanted slime pearls for those lily pads of fertility. This time I was very unlucky and couldn't find any of them. On the bright side, I crafted more fusion reactor frames and used a bunch of all the modded ingots on these spawners to reduce the minimum spawn delay. To reduce the max spawn delay, I actually needed more Unobtanium ingots. I also put wool into the spawners to make them silent and went over to the spent nuclear waste barrel to put down some reserves just in case. At this point, I was basically just waiting for more polonium pellets, so while that was happening, I hopped into the mining dimension and grabbed all the modded ores left over. I also placed down more drawers and looked at all these GregTech ores to see which ones are useful. The ones that actually helped got put into the system. Before leaving, I increased the size that the chunk destroyer would work in and left. So as all these machines were working, I went underground to look for dark ores. This was because I really liked those external water blocks and they needed dark gems. I couldn't find a single dark gem, but I was able to make more fusion reactor frames down there. After a pretty good amount of mining, I came home and placed another crafter down. Inside of the crafter, I put down all the recipes that would be needed to craft a dimensional seed. The dimensional seed is one of the harder items to really get in this mod pack, and it was needed for the ATM star. In total, I would need around 500,000 dirt, netherrack, endstone, and emeralds. The rest of the items, like the obsidian and diamonds, I only needed 60,000 of, which was actually easy. In order to get some of these miniature portal things, I had to start upgrading the bookshelves. I made a slight mistake by making these blazing hell shelves, so I would actually need to restart eventually. Anyway, I had even more inferium seeds planted, so I crafted more tertium growth accelerators and placed them down underneath the main crops. During that night, I was just one fusion reactor frame shy of having the entire thing ready to be built. Day 125 to day 126. I was really excited to craft this monster of a machine, and once the solar neutron activator woke up, I had all the items ready. Before that though, I did some research and found out how to make a proper mystical agriculture farm. I reconfigured the stone brick stairs on the farm and then waterlogged them. The goal was to fill the entire outside of the farm with lily pads of fertility. I made it look nice first and lit up the area. Then I upgraded some of the farmland to start and placed down more Inferium seeds. With the new updates, this method is kinda nerfed, but to grab all the items needed for the lily pads, I crafted a slime gate pearl. I went to a flat area and summoned the waves. After destroying these mobs, I had tons of slime gate pearls, which I used to make fertilized essence. Then I was short on some creeper drops, so I also made a creeper gate pearl and did the same thing. Really quickly, I had to go over to a swamp biome to get a bunch of regular lily pads. While I was there, I decided to find a skeleton gate pearl for their drops as well. Then I figured out kind of like a cheat code. It was these large gate pearls, which I used for the creeper, and then I came home with like 8 lily pads of fertility. So this entire thing was designed by Alfred GG, so I'll leave the video in the description. At this point, I didn't know that the water can couldn't be automated anymore, so I still put down a modular router with a activator module and then placed a pretty high level watering can inside of it. The whole point of this machine was to basically automatically right click the watering can, but apparently it just doesn't work for ATM 9. I didn't know that, so I still put down some speed upgrades and a security upgrade into the whole thing. I moved on to something that did work though, and that was these giant gate pearls to get more mob drops. I did this twice and had 13 more lily pads, which helped tremendously. At this point, I was generating so many Inferium essences, which allowed me to upgrade the farmlands and get rid of all the seeds I had in hopper botany pots. From there, I turned the thermal evaporation tanks back on and got rid of the chemical crystallizer since I just needed regular lithium. I fed that into a quantum entangler porter, and as that was filling up, I fought a giant creeper gate pearl. With all this, I had like 90% of the perimeter covered with these lily pads, and these seeds were growing very fast. Anyway, now that I had lithium, I crafted another quantum entangler porter and went over to my machines to craft one side of the fusion reactor. I just replicated that in the other 3 directions and then started putting the glass and ports down. By the time the next morning rolled around, I got the red particles to come out, which meant I had the multi-block structure set up properly. After that, I needed a few more things. First up was setting up a laser amplifier, which jumpstarts this machine. I had 3 lasers firing into one amplifier, which was redstone controlled. Once it holds 400 mega FE, it becomes usable. With that done, it was time for the fuel. On the right side, I used this quantum entangler porter to feed lithium into a solar neutron activator. This was to generate tritium. As soon as that was hooked up, I moved on to the right side where I made an electric pump which had a filter upgrade that would pull in heavy water. That heavy water goes into an electrolytic separator which generates deuterium. With both of those connected, I needed one more item, and this was called the whole room. I made 10 of them just in case. To power this thing, I had a chemical infuser in between these 2 fuel sources and put the whole room in the center to grab this thing called DT fuel. At this point, this reactor was fully operational. I just needed to wait on the laser amplifier to pick up 400 mega FE. While I was waiting for all that to charge up, I crafted more fluorite seeds, put speed upgrades into some machines, and looked at the mech suits. So for some reason, mech suits don't even show up with shaders, which meant I didn't even want to try to make them. Day 130 to day 131, with this laser amplifier holding 400 mega FE, I pulled the lever and got the fusion reactor started. From there, I started increasing the injection rate as I watched the fuel intake. I got up to 30 to start, and now the induction matrix was pulling in tons of power. Just to see how much I could push the reactor, I turned the rate up to 90, and noticed that the tritium was getting drained, so I brought it back down to 40. Since I didn't have to worry about power anymore, I started fitting more speed upgrades into the fissile fuel machines. With all that done, I started digging the dirt out of this area to make it look more industrial. I fit deep slate tiles on the outside and put down stone bricks for the rest. By the next morning, I had this area nice and clean, but for some reason the fusion reactor shut off, so I had to wait for the laser amplifier once again. At this point, I now had a stack of both polonium and plutonium pellets. Since I was progressing pretty well on getting antimatter, I decided to work on these alloy blocks again. For that, I made an agronomic source link and a bunch of source jars. At this point, because my farm was supercharged, I was generating source really fast. As morning hit, I started using these arcane pedestals to craft a manipulation essence. This was so I could make a tablet of containment and get myself an easy piglet farm. So with the ritual brazier and a containment jar, I went over to an ancient pyramid. From here, I placed down a ritual brazier next to a jar and then put the tablet in it. Once that was done, I tried to move this piglin over to the ritual. It didn't really work this time since there were way too many mobs, so I decided to craft a mob yoinker and brought the piglich back to my base. I started the ritual once again, but this time against a fenced-in piglich, and it worked like a charm. This little guy was in a jar, and to extract the piglich hearts, I crafted a bunch of connected tinted glasses and built a little structure. I placed a jar and one mossy cobblestone down inside of it. Next up, I needed to find a drigme. I set up a little enchanting apparatus area and was able to put down every item other than the drigme charm. Finding the drigme turned out to be a pain, but on the bright side, I remembered to turn the fusion reactor back on. Deep into this flower field, I found one drigme who I threw a bunch of wild horns at. In this area, I got a few more drigme shards, and for some reason, this drigme charm wasn't being crafted. Turns out I was using an imbuement chamber and not an enchanting apparatus. Anyway, with that figured out, I summoned a few drigmes and wanted them to output to an ender chest. Almost immediately, things were working as I got 4 piglich hearts. Just in case, I made sure to put down a source relay in that area. I made a few more tablets of containment because drigmes are happier apparently when there are more mobs. Also around this time, I had close to 300 giga FE inside of the induction matrix. Day 135 to day 136, the next order of business was upgrading the storage once more, so I put down a recipe for a 4 million storage part. Turns out I was lacking silicon, so while checking out my farm, I decided to upgrade the farmland. This time I actually went out to grab poppies for red dye. So this red fertilizer thing on regular farmland apparently generates way more essences. For now, I only had 4 red fertilizers, and that inspired me to fight some skeletons in this gate pearl too. This way I could also fill out the lily pads of fertility. With that done, I ended up making a really good amount of insanium essences, which turned into 2 insanium blocks. This farm was pretty incredible now. At night, I started energizing some of all the modium and vibranium ingots together. This thing needed like a billion FE, but it should be worth it. I also set up the enchanting apparatus properly for a big ritual. While I was waiting for these alloy ingots, I contained a sheep and fitted in with a piglich. By the morning, I only needed a few more alloy ingots to get a brand new stack sword. This all the modium alloy sword did 52.5 attack damage. With that done, I upgraded the main crafters on my storage system to netherite. Then I hopped into the nether to look for a bastion. This was so I could get a vibranium smithing template. Inside of the first bastion, after looting the main chest, I found some suspicious soul sand hidden in a corner. Once I brushed that thing, I got the vibranium upgrade smithing template, and I just had to go to the other dimension for ancient stone to be able to duplicate it. With these new templates, I was able to upgrade my armor to vibranium and went back to the other dimension. Since I was already here, I wanted to look for a new dungeon so I could hopefully get the Unobtanium smithing template as well. But I didn't know the name of it and accidentally went over to a piglin village. Turns out the structure I needed was just called the dungeon, and for some reason, I could not find it. Even with the structure compass, it was so far away. I stayed in this place for a little bit, fighting a bunch of pigliches and other mobs as well while I was there. Once I grabbed enough loot, I warped back home. Since I already started Ars Nouveau, I decided to beat the final boss of this mod as well. This guy was called the Wilden Chimera, and to summon it, I just put a few of the Wilden drops into a ritual brazier. Now I think this boss might have not been implemented correctly, since it looks completely different, but I was able to take it out really easily anyway. I picked up a Wilden tribute and some yellow hearts. Those hearts were clutch, so I took out 2 more of these bosses, and after that, I crafted some enchanted golden apples. This was since I could now make 10 yellow heart canisters and increase my hearts some more. Since my new sword was stacked, I wanted to put better affixes on it. I crushed a few gems and grabbed a few levels, but ended up finding a better affix for my pickaxe instead. From here, I ended up with 2 more insanium blocks and decided to craft all the modium seeds. This was kind of a mistake since vibranium was much rarer, and I learned that you can't grow this seed without a magical soil, which also needs 4 more insanium blocks. Anyway, I kept that in my system for now and mined a bunch of all the modium from the mining dimension. Since I was there, I filled up more drawers and came home to see 49 piglich hearts. To cover all the bases, I put another row of inferium seeds down and crafted these air seeds as well. The next morning, I crushed a bunch of fluorite, turned up the tick rate on the fission reactor, and upgraded more machines for fissile fuel production. That's not all though, I started the craft for the 4 million storage part, and this was a pretty hefty craft. In the meantime, I put in more recipes for a higher level storage, and put the 4 million storage part into the system. While the disk manipulator was working, I crafted an ultra version of this machine as well. This one was significantly faster, and after checking the requirements for the next upgrade, I noticed that I was only missing silicon. I decided to just burn through all the quartz I had in the meantime. That night ended up being a super blood moon, and since my base was mob proof, a ton of these poisonous labels spawned, and these little guys were super annoying. Day 140 to day 141, I started off these days holding on to the hope of this modular router working. Nothing worked still, so I moved on to productive bees. Just to get things started, I went to the Nether and silk touch mined a quartz block. I turned that into a quartz nest and made some honey treats, but apparently these just needed quartz to attract bees. I snatched up 2 crystalline bees and turned them into Prospera bees. Before moving on with the entire bees thing, I quickly made a detour to feed these Greg Tech quartz into the main system. Once all these cooked up, I had enough silicon to start crafting a 16 million storage part. As soon as this was crafted, I ran everything through the disk manipulator once again. Then for huge farm upgrades, I went around looking for any red flowers. I got a bunch of red poppies and also decided to craft a bunch of these upgrade installers as well. I managed to get all the machines in the basement up to ultimate tier, and with that done, I used the enrichment chamber to get a bunch of red dye. As soon as that was done, I replaced as much farmland as I could with these red fertilizers, and that did wonders. I was getting so much more Inferium essences. Later that night, I put another affix on the sword, which increases the chance of a loot pinata happening. Then I wanted an Unobtanium upgrade, but no matter how far I went, I just could not find this stupid dungeon structure. I was flying for a really good amount of time and eventually just had to call it quits on this search. Back home, I placed down another Insanium block on the ritual pedestal and also placed down another simulation chamber in the basement. I then remembered to remake the hell shelves so I could just get one nether infused teleportation core. This process was actually super annoying since you need very specific amounts of Eterna, Arcana, and Quanta. I first infused all the hell shelves and then upgraded it to blazing hell shelves. After grabbing a ton more levels, I could now finally infuse these deep shelves and move on to the next tier. I had to hop back down into a deep dark biome to grab skulks, which allowed me to craft soul touched deep shelves. That's not all though, I upgraded it to soul-touched skulk shelves as well. To make this whole setup work, I also needed melons, so I flew over to a jungle biome. Here I grabbed some and came home to start farming that. These melon shelves allowed me to reduce the quanta coming in from the shelves, which meant I finally hit the requirements to infuse this dragon's breath. Finally, after literally all that, I had end shelves. Day 144 to day 145, it took way too long, but I finally learned how to generate stress easily from the create mod. I'll leave a link in the description to the video. First, I crafted 9 empty blaze burners and then half a stack of these fluid tanks. I placed down these blaze burners in a 3x3 manner and then built the fluid tank right above that. From there, I used a sink to pull water onto the tank. With that up and running, I grabbed the blaze burners and went to fill them up in the nether. I grabbed 3 blazes and then realized I had blaze spawners in the mob form, so I used that instead. With that setup, I placed the filled blaze burners back down and used tons of coal to get some steam power working. To turn this into stress though, I had to craft a steam engine and then place a shaft on that. With that done, I placed down a gear shaft and had a rolling mill up and working. I used this to craft stacks of copper wire. With all that, I set up a few mechanical crafters and put down all the items needed to make an electric motor. To actually get things running though, I had to grab a bunch of kelp, which I cooked and turned into a belt. All that work paid off as I got my first electric motor, but to power the crafters needed for an ATM star, I would need a few more of these. In total, I got 5 electric motors just in case and started building the shape of the ATM star using the mechanical crafters. This ended up taking a good amount of time since I was just following the JEI, and after it was built, I went underground to grab more flux dusts. Turns out I only needed 3 electric motors cranked up to the max, and that did the trick, powering all these crafters. Now I just had to start placing down all the items to actually make the star. As soon as morning hit, I was also able to make a magical soil, which I put underneath some farmland and started growing all the Moddedium seeds. The essence of this seed only makes nuggets, so it wasn't too overpowered. With that done, I got rid of the house that the supply camp built all the way back in like day 10. I needed to clear this area to really start working on bees. The first thing I did here was place 3 sets of advanced beehives with expansion boxes. Then I lightly decorated the area and placed a network receiver down in front of the beehives. The bees I really needed were the draconic ones, so I crafted an obsidian nest and grabbed whatever was left of my dragon's breath. Before the day ended, I worked my way up these power quests, which helped me automate these nitro ender gates. These things are just basically better looking flux plugs. Day 147 to day 148, I crafted some more bee cages and made a nest locator. Then I went over to the Nether to challenge a ghast gate pearl. After completing 5 waves, I had so many ghast tears, but all I needed was like 16 end crystals. From there, I went to the end to resummon the ender dragon. The whole time, I was just focused on getting as many bottles of dragon breath as possible. Once that was done and the dragon was taken care of, I placed this obsidian nest down and used the dragon's breath to help lure in draconic bees. I placed down a second nest to speed up the process and had like 3 draconic bees. Since I still needed 2 more, I did the dragon fight again for more dragon's breath. With the bees captured, I crafted a feeding slab and put it 1 block in front and under the hive. Since I didn't have a simulation upgrade yet, I had to carefully sneak the bees in. Once all 5 were in the hive, I went out to go look for regular bees to fill the other hive. The nest locator helped me grab one, and I kind of messed up using a feeding slab for these regular bees. For some reason, they just don't work too well. I had 4 regular bees inside one of the hives and went to automate these things. To automate it, I grabbed 2 exporters and importers and put them on the side of these hives. After connecting to the network, I had the hives pull in glass bottles and grab everything that was outputted. Things were working very well, so I also crafted a powered centrifuge for all the combs that I should get. After that, to get those ender gates to work, I had to start crafting these high-level ender cells. This took the whole night. As the morning started, I finally got a nitro ender cell and placed a nitro ender gate on the centrifuge. The only issue now was to actually get this ender cell thing to work. So it turns out I needed an energy cell as well to be able to use the ender cell, and that meant I had even more annoying items to craft. I didn't go all the way up to nitro. I stuck with a niotic energy cell since I really didn't want to craft any more items, and got the things to work finally. With this, I could use the really cool tiny ender gates instead of flux points. Now that the centrifuge was powered up, I wanted it to pull in all the combs and of course, bring all the outputs back into the system. This entire bee operation was basically automated now. I then made a drawer for all the wax and was able to work up to 2 more insanium blocks. Then in order to make all the alloy blocks, I was lacking more unobtanium, so I did a quick run of mining in the End Highlands biome. I picked up a stack and a half, which I crushed and smelted, then I was only lacking piglet hearts. At this point, I noticed the regular bees were not working well, so I tried getting them out to see if I could reset them, and that aggroed a few. I ran away to stop them being angry, and was able to breed a few more bees as well. I still didn't know that the feeding slab was the issue, so I grabbed some extra flowers to put it inside of the slab. Oh yeah, at this point, ATM 9 had also been updated, and the fluorite changed, so I had to reconfigure this exporter for the fissile fuel machines. Turns out I had stocked up on polonium, so I put in some fluorite dust and had more than 200 pellets now. On top of that, my induction matrix was also completely filled up, so I needed extra providers and cells. I started the RLcraft for those, which were significantly faster now. I had to wait till the next day for everything to craft, but once that was done, I made a much bigger induction matrix, which had room for even more providers and cells, just in case. This thing now holds 3.2 Tera FE. After messing around with the reactor some more, I was able to craft my first draconic chunk. Now I needed a bunch of these for the productivity upgrades. With all the insanium I had now, I could also start working on the creative essence, which was needed for the ATM star. For now, I had the 4 insanium blocks. I also crafted a few speed upgrades and put those into the hives. Another thing I really needed was a time in a bottle, so I crafted 2 augments and did a ton of rituals to get them all the way to becoming speed 2 augments. With that, I finally got this time in the bottle, and this thing would be amazingly helpful for nether stars. I just had to wait for it to accumulate time. Day 152 to day 153, I started messing with the bookshelf setup once again to infuse some more dragon breath. With that, I could now make a nether infused teleportation core and of course craft a miniature nether portal. Turns out I was missing warped nylium. That was only one of the 9 items needed for the dimensional seed. For the ender infused teleportation core, I needed to go to the end and look for more dragon heads. I searched for some end cities and really didn't get lucky with the dragon heads, but I did find this ancient end city instead. This giant portal in the center brought me back to the main island. Before moving on, I tore through this one end pillar to get a bunch of obsidian, and then came home to craft this 5 times compressed end stone. Since I didn't have speed upgrades in that crafter, this actually took a good amount of time. The next morning, I made dirt seeds to hopefully get dirt blocks, but I eventually figured out a much better way to get dirt. Turns out I would need 175,000 dirt essences to make this 5 times compressed dirt block. Also during this time, I found a bunch of red bushes, which allowed me to craft even more red fertilizer. For netherrack, I also made nether seeds, but just like with dirt blocks, I found a much better way to get these as well. Since I'd been pretty busy, this time in a bottle had accumulated a good amount. which allowed me to speed up the simulation chambers a lot. Day 154 to day 155, I fit more speed upgrades into the hives, and after watching YouTuber Pilpo's ATM 9 series, I decided to craft an RF tools builder. I also had a netherite shulker box with a stack upgrade, and then decided to go to the mining dimension. So here, to get tons of netherrack and dirt, you first had to make a regular quarry and pick a very large area to clear out. The reason you do a regular quarry is because it replaces the mine block with dirt blocks. Doing this, I was picking up so much netherrack, it was pretty crazy to see. After that, I crafted even more stack upgrades and force loaded the chunks. The next step was to wait for this to finish and then use a clearing quarry to grab the leftover dirt. As all that was working, I made another Drigme charm to speed up the piglet heart process. Then I finally got my second draconic chunk, which allowed me to craft my first productivity upgrade, and these things start to scale really high. I put that productivity upgrade inside of the draconic beehive and went to speed up the RF tools builder. I already had close to 100,000 netherrack, so this thing was way better than the seeds. Since I was also getting close to the piglet hearts required, I wanted to try and activate this loot pinata thing from my sword on a piglet. This ended up being a waste of time since I spent 5 minutes fighting these 2 mobs and only picked up 7 hearts in total. Anyway, after that I sped up these simulation chambers and almost had 300k netherrack at this point. From there, I smartened up and made vibranium seeds, and these things are going to be significantly more useful than the Unobtanium seeds. Now, since I already had a good amount of pellets, I went over to start making more HDPE sheets. At this point, I had 300 plus polonium pellets, which should be more than enough to make all the SPS items. Since I was already in the area, I wanted to upgrade the induction matrix once more and crafted more ultimate providers and cells. At this point, I also ended up with a 400k netherrack, which I then filtered into an ender chest. The problem was, this kind of clogged the main ender chest up with all the netherrack. I had to upgrade the importer to the mega version and clear out some of the items manually every once in a while. Luckily, after all this, I didn't have to run the RF tools builder ever again. Day 157 to day 158, at this point I was only missing 17 more piglet hearts to craft the 28 alloy blocks needed. While I was waiting for that, I went over to the builder, which was done, and decided to swap to a clearing quarry to grab all the dirt left over. I was still missing some netherrack, but with this method it would be pretty easy to get the rest. Anyway, as thousands of dirt blocks poured in, I decided to craft even more data modules. From here, I grabbed a bunch of wither skeleton skulls, summoned some withers, and constructed a few more wither data modules. I leveled them all up a tier and used the right side of my basement to place down even more simulation chambers. I powered everything up, hooked them up to the exporters and importers, and then finally put the data modules in. After that, I cleaned the area up and used the time in the bottle to advance the simulation chambers. Inside of the storage system at this time, I had almost 500,000 netherrack and almost 300,000 dirt blocks. One of the items that would help with the ATM star was this focus of summoning, which I actually had all the items for. The next day, I was raking in more dirt blocks and was able to craft my first few Insanium gemstones. I then hopped into the end dimension to look for more end cities. As soon as I ended up grabbing some dragon heads, I came home to make a draconic end shelf. Turns out I would need a few more of these to get the ender infused core. But on the bright side, I could finally start the RLcraft for the 28 Unobtanium alloy blocks. These things needed like 8 billion FE each. Luckily, that didn't even dent the induction matrix. Since I was back in the reactor area, I also crafted 60 SPS casings, 120 reactor glasses, and 3 SPS ports. All that plus 2 supercharged coils, I had all the items needed to start making antimatter. Day 160 to day 162, to set this machine up, I had to be very careful. I first shut off some of the nuclear waste machines. Then I assumed that you could put polonium into a quantum entangloporter, so I built this supercritical phase shifter one chunk away from my other reactors. Building it was pretty annoying since it was a fairly large machine, but the practice was nice. It was nighttime when I finally saw the red particles pop up, and from there I hooked up the quantum entangloporter on both areas, but of course that didn't work. So by next morning, I cleared out the old machines in the area and built another little endstone island on the chunk right next to me. With that done, I rebuilt the entire SPS machine once again and brought the polonium over from the solar neutron activator. I plugged in the power behind the supercharged coils and powered the chemical crystallizers as well, which actually makes the antimatter pellet. I thought this machine wasn't working at first, but it turned out that I didn't allow the flux plug in the induction matrix to go over the limit. I figured it out the next morning and saw that the SPS was pulling 100 million FE per tick. I turned the injection rate up for the fusion reactor, and set more realistic limits for the SPS. It was now only pulling in 10 million FE in total. To help with the power generation, I placed down another electric pump to get in more heavy water to fuel this fusion reactor up even more. This allowed me to increase the injection rate, and I had 30 millibuckets of antimatter already. Mind you, I need around 1,000 millibuckets for a single antimatter pellet. At this point, I had built and got most of the very long processes ready. I was even able to make a second productivity upgrade as well. Around these days, I had updated the mod pack once again, and there was now a new section for all the modding. After looking through the quests, I ran the normal quarry on a large section of netherrack once again. That finished very quickly, so I did it again for the other side, and at this point, I was very close to crafting the 6x dirt block and the 6x netherrack. I ended up doing one final run, and I started the craft for those 2 blocks after that was done. As the auto crafter was working, I set the chunk destroyer to mine 20 chunks in 3 different directions. Since the main chest was almost filled up, I placed down more drawers, which all had upgrades in them, and that basically pulled all the good items that were left over. From there, I used this time in a bottle to increase the nether star production, and went to check out the antimatter. I only had like 70 millibuckets so far. As for the ATM star, I was kind of close to making this dragon soul. The recipes for this wasn't too hard to get. First, I needed a dragon's tooth, so I crafted a purple knife. I had to resummon the ender dragon and take it out using this knife to get 1 dragon's tooth. With this thing, I now had the non-hatchable dragon egg immediately. I was only 4 more items away from the dragon soul. During this night, I swapped around the recipes to make the full Allthemodium alloy blocks instead of just the ingots first, and it worked out much better in the long run. From there, I also crafted more Insanium gemstone blocks and was much closer to the creative essence as well. The next day, I learned that I could make the 3x diamond block as well, and this meant I only needed emeralds and obsidian, which just happened to be the hardest things to get. Since I had spare Unobtanium, I went over to the Vindicator spawners and reduced the max spawn delay. To help get even more emeralds on top of that, I grabbed 9 more looting 1 books and turned them into looting upgrades for the mob masher. With that done, to show the beast some love, I crafted a few more upgrades. I made this anti-teleportation one because it was going to be needed for the simulator upgrade later. That night, I had more regular bees coming into the beehive, and also crafted more Insanium gemstone. Later on, I ended up with enough dragon chunks to make more productivity upgrades, and this finally allowed me to get to the next tier. To be safe now, I also fit in a simulation upgrade into the Draconic Beehive as well. Day 166 to day 168, so I AFK'd for a good while, which allowed the system to craft up to 25 Allthemodium alloy blocks. As the last 3 were energizing, I also made a Supremium water can to use on the farm. This sped up the supercharged farm even more. I broke the modular rooters and crafted earth seeds as well. I needed all these nature essences for the awakened rituals later. From there, I planted 2 obsidian seeds as well to help with this dimensional seed. Things were still processing at this point, so I set up this awakened altar and the pedestals. At night, there happened to be a harvest moon, so I just sat there watering the farm for a good amount of time. In order to get some awakened blocks, I had to start making these mystical agriculture swords. I worked up to a tertium sword and then enchanted it. I actually needed an enchant called Mystical Enlightenment. On the second try, I got what I needed, but this sword also had Knowledge of the Ages, which I didn't realize just yet. That meant when I summoned the withers to try and get cognizant dust, I only managed to get XP, so I had to disenchant the sword and re-enchant it. By this time, the 28 alloy blocks were done, and I placed them in a chest in front of the crafters for now. I asked the system to also make 2 vibranium alloy blocks after that. While that was energizing, I finally grabbed a bunch of cognizant dust. Back home, I was just a few Insanium shy of this creative essence. So the reason I actually didn't put the alloy blocks into the crafter was because I still needed these crafters to make a Patrick star. And this thing was really straightforward to make. I crafted all of the concrete, and then I enriched a bunch of flowers to make the dye, which allowed me to make the concrete powders. Then, since I had a bunch of water essence, I could just make regular concrete with that, and I rinsed and repeated for each of the colored concrete. The hardest part of this entire process was just putting the right blocks in the right slots. That process actually took me an embarrassingly long amount of time, but I now had 2 of the 12 things needed for the star. From here, I picked up the vibranium alloy and now needed to make these awakened through a ritual. This was actually really easy, and I finally started slotting stuffs into the crafter, which looked really cool. Around the outer perimeter, I put the Unobtanium alloy blocks, then I put the awakened vibranium in. Around this time, I was only 1 Insanium gemstone shy of the creative essence, but I needed more prosperity shards. To get that, I decided to just place these Prosperibees into the hive and of course automated the process. I did a quick run through the caves as well, which managed to get me a prosperity gem block and finally a creative essence. At this point, I had 3 of the 12 items needed for the ATM star. The next morning when I checked my antimatter, I had up to 150 millibuckets, and I noticed my induction matrix is full, so I slotted 1 more set of providers and cells. Since I could fit a few more, I decided to auto-craft those, and while doing that, I noticed I had some evoker spawn eggs and more vindicator spawn eggs as well, so I swapped out some spawners for these. Before upgrading the induction matrix, I slotted in 1 more looting upgrade into the mob masters. At this point, my matrix now held 6.4 Tera FE. With more energy storage, I decided to increase the tick rate for my fusion reactor, but to help with the fuel, I crafted another electric pump which pulled in more heavy water. That night, I also made dragon egg seeds and a dragon egg crux. With this, I could make dragon heads at home and upgraded all the bookshelves. Day 171 to day 172, after more finicking of the bookshelves, I finally got this ender infused teleportation core, which allowed me to make a miniature end portal. At this time, there was another update in the mod pack, so I had to link all the drawers to the storage system once again. With that being done, I made tons of lily pads of fertility and started on this forbidden and arcanus mod. So I was actually planning on making another 9x9 farm, but at this time, these gate pearls got nerfed, so I couldn't make the lily pads quickly. Anyway, when I got back home, I started crafting a bunch of items for this philosopher's fuel, which didn't look super expensive. It was a little tedious just crafting all these stupid furnace types. Once morning hit, I let all the regular bees out and finally got rid of the feeding slab, which actually started getting me some real honeycombs. With that done, I used this cognizant dust to make a block of awakened supremium, and with that, I upgraded my watering can, which I had been using on my farm for quite a bit. I also made another block of awakened supremium, and that night, I placed down recipes for a dragon head. Since the last update, my reactor was shut off, so I started the process back up. I also had 216 millibuckets of antimatter so far. I ended up adding 1 more simulation chamber inside of the basement and cranked this thing up using a time in the bottle. As I was waiting for this laser amplifier, I set down even more electric pumps to help with more fuel. This was all just so I could crank up the fusion reactor. Every chance I got, I sped up the simulation chamber as well, which pumped out tons of these weather prediction matrices. I used the watering can for a few minutes that night and then created a portal to the Twilight Dimension. In here, I needed the Snow Queen's head and a bunch of metals. To help with the emerald grind some more, I made some emerald seeds, and with all this new additions, I actually had 160k emeralds and 25k nether stars, but I was still nowhere close to making the respective items needed. In the meantime, I made 3 more obsidian seeds, which should help greatly. That night, I had a few draconic chunks, which meant more productivity upgrades, but these ones just fit into the regular beehives. Finally, I could now crank up the fusion reactor all the way up to like 80 and still have tons of fuel coming in. This meant I could now increase the limit on my SPS. At this point, I started running low on tritium, so I made 2 more solar neutron activators to help churn those out. These days, I was mainly just waiting on a bunch of items to process. Day 176 to day 178, if the game looks any different at this point, it was because I had a 1440p monitor now. Anyway, a few of my drawers in the mining dimension were getting filled up, so I snuck in some netherite upgrades on them. Then to check off a bunch of items, I had to go to the Twilight Dimension. I started off by just following the quest lines. Using a structure compass and glitch flying, I beat the Naga. Then I made my way to the Lich Tower, and this fight was a little annoying, but after taking down the skeleton's clones, I had 2 bosses done. Next up, I flew into the swamps and hopped down into this labyrinth. In here, I grabbed a bunch of ironwood ingots and started looking for more minotaurs. After grabbing tons of mushrooms, I actually decided to upgrade this 1 minotaur spawner. This was all just so I could get this maze map focus and progress the quests. As soon as that was done, I took out the boss and ate the meat stroganoff. From there, I made my way over to the Hydra, who I was able to take out using my sword. I got tons of fiery blood, which was an essential item, and moved on to the next essential area. So in total, I had 7 fiery ingots, but I needed 9. Then, to get this block of night metal, I had to take on this night stronghold, which has a chance of not even spawning the bosses properly. Some of the mobs inside drop items that could be smelted into night metal, which was really nice, and I got lucky finding the boss area on my first try. These night phantoms were very easy to take out, and I moved on to the dark tower. Inside of the tower, I took out some mini ghasts and drew the Urghast in. I took this guy out in a few swings and got even more fiery blood as a reward. With that done, I had 2 of the major items crafted, a block of fiery metal and a block of Carmonite. From there, I took out the Alpha Yeti really quickly and went over to the Snow Queen. At first, I tried using the containment ritual on the Snow Queen, but I just could not get this thing to work. Instead, I decided to just defeat the boss and pick up one head. When I came home, I made a block of night metal and did a ritual to craft this miniature Twilight Forest portal, which was needed for the Philosopher's Fuel. To check off one more item, I crafted a metal alloyer. Using this machine, I synthesized like 12 Tyrian steel and made a block of Tyrian. From here, I worked my way up through these mystical agriculture furnaces and just had to do some rituals to awaken it. Since I didn't have any prosperity shards left over, I had to craft some other items. The next day, I hopped back into the mines to grab a bunch of prosperity shards and some fluorite while I was there. I then came home and made the Awakened Supremium Furnace. At this point, I could also make this Diorum block and an Insanium coal block, which meant I was very close to getting this Philosopher's Fuel. One of the main items was a Rainbow Furnace, which actually wasn't too expensive. I would slowly work my way through that, and the last two items of this craft happened to be inside of the mods RLcraft and Extreme Reactors, which I would have to focus on later. Before this day ended, I increased the limit for the SPS once again and threw down another Solar Neutron Activator for Polonium. Around this time, I also had 400 millibuckets of antimatter. Day 180 to day 181, another pretty simple item to get was this Oblivion Shard, and to start that, I went over to the end and picked up these rows of Oblivions. From there, I went around these biomes looking for any golden trees, but I couldn't find any. Instead, I spawned these updated gate pearls, and these enemies were significantly stronger now. Even in vibranium armor, I was actually taking some damage from the bigger slimes. That night, I opened another random gate pearl, and this one just stopped out of nowhere. I ended up being close to a Blue Skies villager, so I bought a blue journal and this zeoliter. The next day, I was back inside of the Twilight Forest biome trying to trap this Snow Queen so I could contain her, but that didn't work once again. Instead, I grabbed her DNA with the mob swab and then took her out. When I came back home, I made a chicken feed with the DNA and got the spawn egg. I used the egg on the spawner and picked up the second head, which meant I only needed 2 more items for the dragon's soul. Around this time, I also learned how to get bottled darkness, so I went over to the end once again with a bottle and a cork. Using that on this dragon's breath got me what I needed. From there, I came home and made this brilliant fiber, which would convert regular leaves into golden leaves. I planted some oak trees and used this fiber on the leaves. From there, all I had to do was just wait for golden particles to show. The next morning, I cleared out a good little area behind my base, which I force loaded as well. While that was working, I planted these Demon's Dream Seeds to get demon fruit. After lighting that fruit on fire, I could throw andesite into the flame, which crafted other stones. Using these stones, I made these sacrificial bowls to properly start occultism. I also made this Binding Book of Genie. From there, I grabbed a few quest rewards and finally these gold leaves. I had more than a stack of gold leaves, which I used to make 8 wooden stands. I decided to set up the gold powder first, then the stands after that. It took a few tries, but by the morning I had my first ritual started and grabbed 1 environmental eye. With that, I crafted 1 world's eye and did the ritual again. From there, I only needed eternal stellas to craft this Oblivion shard. After that, I put down an extra productivity upgrade in with draconic bees. Later that day, I used one of these books to set up the outline for an occultism ritual. At this point, I was only able to make impure white chalk and golden chalk. Day 184 to day 187, after some more research, I decided to do the ritual to summon a crusher first. Turns out you only need a regular crusher to get the endstone dust, so I gave this little guy a stack of endstone to work on. Finally, I got the purple chalk and started doing the ritual that gets me the empty soul gem. This was very easy. I just used the book to set up the outline and JEI to find which items were needed. Once I placed the bound book down, I waited for the ritual to start, and it used up all the items I had placed down. With the empty soul gem crafted, I was only waiting on these draconic chunks, so I decided to move on to Forbidden and Arcanus in the meantime. To get these eternal stellas, I crafted some polished darkstone and a few arcane polished darkstones. It took until the next morning for me to get the setup of this ritual area. I'll leave all the videos I used down in the description once again. With this area set up, I placed down a smithing table in the center and right-clicked it with this dust to turn it into a tier 1 Hephaestus forge. To fill these things up, I grabbed tons of bottles of enchanting, then some test tubes for blood, and started brewing a bunch of potions of regeneration. All those regen potions were used to make bottles of Oriel. Now for blood, I tried holding the test tube on my offhand and fighting through an ancient pyramid, but that didn't work. Instead, I decided to grab a spawner, fence that little ritual area off, and put the spawner on top of the forge. I saw some people saying that zombie piglins generate a lot of blood, so I grabbed the DNA for those guys and made the spawn eggs. I sped the spawners up, placed a dragon egg inside, and started filling up the blood section of the forge. With that done, I placed these dark stone pedestals around and went looking for a dark forest so I can get some edelwood logs. Using that, I made a soul extractor and picked up soul from soul sand. At this point, I had everything I needed to upgrade the forge 1 level, well, everything but the aurora crystals. To get that, I went down to the deep dark chasm and mined for a good little bit. When I came back home, I also had enough aurora crystals for 2 blocks and 21 left over. I decided to craft an obelisk, which actually generates Oriel automatically, but at this point I had no clue how to use it. While gathering the Oriel needed, I was able to make an inactive dragon egg, which was the last item needed for this dragon soul. I put that right into the crafters and was making some good progress. Day 187 to day 189, I figured out how to set up the obelisk and could now use the time in the bottle to stack the Oriel up. When I had enough items, I did the ritual to upgrade this forge to tier 2. To get to tier 3 was pretty much the same. I maxed the blood out, then set up the obelisk to generate Oriel. While that was working, I placed down a stack of soulstone and extracted as many souls as I could. I was still short some aurora crystals, so I hopped back down into the deep dark chasm. In here, I found my first Stella Arcanum as well, which was really clutch. I was mining for a good little bit, which helped me get a ton of crystals and 4 Stellarite pieces. With that, I upgraded the forge to tier 2, then I started filling up the required materials once again. With everything set up, I made my first Eternal Stella. Turns out I had more than enough items to make 4 Eternal Stellas, and by nighttime, this Oblivion Shard was crafted and placed inside of the mechanical crafter. Before the night ended, I placed down a bunch more obsidian seeds into the farm and now had 21,000 obsidian blocks. Day 190 to day 192, I made these Supremium growth accelerators and placed them underneath all the other ones. The problem was that I think these things barely sped up anything. Since I was already getting pretty close to the obsidian, I wanted to also enhance the emerald farm, so I improved a bunch of the spawners and then enchanted more tomes so I could have looting books. Every single mob master at this point had looting 4. With that done, I wanted to work on RLcraft so I could get this rejuvenated flesh. But before focusing on that, I noticed one of my crafting recipes for the storage part was not working well. I had to craft like 72 of these 256k storage parts by itself. That ended up taking 10 whole minutes to finish, and for some reason, this 65 million storage part just wasn't recognizing the other items. For the rest of day 192 to day 195, I moved on from that and went looking for dark gems. I spent basically a whole day down in the mines. In between the mining, I actually manually crafted higher level storage parts, and that allowed me to get the massive storage upgrade. Also during this time, I finally found these dark ores, which was huge. I ended up with 45 dark gems. From there, I made some spikes and crafted 9 blood extractors, which I combined into one large one. Some of the quest rewards also gave me a dark tank as well, which was my sign to come back home. As I let the storage parts run through the disc manipulator, I built off a little fenced area with a spawner in the center. After that, I upgraded to an Archmage spellbook and put down a scribe's table. With that, I threw in all the items needed to make a glyph of lightning. I used a spellbook to create a spell of projectile lightning. From there, I upgraded the spawner and grabbed some villager DNA. I turned the spawner into a villager one and placed down some random villagers inside just to help me out. After using a lightning spell on them, they became werewolvians who turned into werewolves during a full moon. I traded these guys a bunch of poison sacks for emeralds, and since it wasn't a full moon yet, I just decided to kill as many villagers as possible to fill up this blood extractor. During this time, I upgraded the dark tank and created a little area to place down 5 buckets of blood. With that done, I threw in 1 dark gem to get a dark power gem and left just 1 single bucket of blood to harden up. In the meantime, I went right back to filling up the dark tank for later. As soon as the blood hardened, I snatched that up and cooked it to get this blood infusion core. All of this was just to get a blood infuser, which I actually needed to max out. One of the quest rewards gave me a vengeance essence, which was a pretty great reward for this mod. To get the first upgrade, I needed 3 dark power gems, which allowed me to get the dusted bowl of promises. After infusing that and a block of iron, I crafted the promise of tenacity 1. I had to get that all the way up to level 3 to make rejuvenated flesh. The second tier upgrade was basically the same thing, but with gold blocks and double the blood. Tier 3 was pretty expensive, so I spent a whole night slaughtering villagers. By the morning, I had a very efficient villager slaughtering machine. Finally, I got the Promise of Tenacity 3, which allowed me to get this thing called Garmin Bozia. The last thing I needed after that was werewolf flesh, so I just made a bunch of werewolvians and was gonna wait for a full moon. For the rest of day 195 to day 198, I learned that Minecraft had like tons of moon cycles, so I had to wait for a bit. I decided to move on to the next item, which was in the mod Extreme Reactors. Now I'm just gonna leave the video down below on how to get this block since it was unnecessarily complicated. I'll try my best to explain it though. The first thing I did was start working on the chunks right next to my mob farm. At this point, I had already made tons of graphite and built a very small 3x3x3 reactor. After putting all the required required blocks down, I slotted in uranium ingots as fuel in the back. Now this reactor was super slow. Basically, I just needed this thing to start making cyanite, which you need tons of to make the very important machines. To be safe, I also picked up a ton of yellorium ingots, which will be needed much later. As this very slow process was going on, I sped up the farm and checked out some of my machines. My induction matrix was full, so I increased the limit on the SPS casing. At this point, I had 600 millibuckets of antimatter. To help me out some more with the insanite stuff, I made a second reactor in front of the old one to do the same process. After a good amount of time, I had 4 cyanide ingots and then just decided to make the second reactor much bigger. This one was also much more efficient, and since I needed stacks of cyanide ingots, I wanted to make a cyanide bee. To do that, I snatched up one of my bees and turned it into a creeper bee. From there, I spammed honey trees onto a gravel nest to get an ashy mining bee. I put that bee and a crystalline bee into a breeding chamber to get the iron bee. Finally, after all that, I bred the iron bee and the cree bee together to get a radioactive bee. I incubated this little guy, made some productivity upgrades, and had enough cyanide to get a block's worth. I managed to fit a gamma level productivity upgrade into the draconic beehive, and then picked up my first cyanide bee. At this point, I also had another cyanide, so I put that into a feeding slab. For the rest of day 198 all the way to day 200, I used these new cyanide ingots, and I started crafting these reprocessor casings. I was only able to build the base right away. After that, I added a simulation upgrade to the cyanide beehive, which kind of changed everything. I now had tons more cyanide, and I crafted a few blocks of these ingots, which helped me do the ritual for cyanide seeds. I started spam farming these and made the first full reprocessor. I filled this thing up with water and could now make plutonium, which was just step 1. Next up, I made a 3x3x3 fluidizer, which was supposed to make liquid cyanide. This one took a little bit of tinkering to get just right. From there, that liquid cyanide has to be the base of another reprocessor. See what I'm saying? This whole process was super annoying. As I made more cyanide seeds, I noticed that I could finally craft this 5-time obsidian block as well. With this new reprocessor set up, I started taking in liquid cyanide, and I could now turn plutonium into ludocrite. That was just step 2. To put this ludocrite to use, I made a 5x5x4 reinforced reactor. Now this much bigger reactor takes in plutonium and spits out magentite. Right next to it, I had to build a reprocessor once more. This reprocessor now takes in the magentite as a base and uses the ludocrite ingots to make radiculite ingots. Right across these machines, I was building the last few things. The first was a 5x5x4 fluidizer. This machine has 2 inputs, one for yellorium and the other for plutonium. As this fluidizer started making verdarium, I moved on to the final 2 machines. One of them was another 5x5x4 reinforced reactor, which took in the verdarium. In front of that machine was the last reprocessor, which takes in the rosinite from the reactor. Finally, with all of that, I set up the radiculite to start processing inanite ingots. With these inanite ingots done, I threw in these things called beniatites, which generated the insanite. All of these were used to make an inanite block, then an insanite block, which allowed me to craft the philosopher's fuel. I put that onto the mechanical crafters and was halfway towards an ATM star. I survived 100 days in the brand new medieval Minecraft mod pack. Now this mod pack has a giant skill tree, epic bosses, and tons of other surprises. In these 100 days, I want to use that skill tree to become OP, defeat as many of the bosses as possible, and collect the 12 unique Ender Eyes, which opens the end portal. Day 1, the journey started on a snowy plains village. As I wandered into some of the villagers' buildings, I opened this spawn bag, which got me set up with oak logs and apples. I made a crafting table and some sticks to start, and then went and looked through some of these chests. I picked up a bunch of items, the most important being this apotheosis gem. As some of these foods were cooking in the smoker, I rummaged through more of the chests around here. Here I picked up these chainmail gloves and this icebreaker relic. After equipping both of those, I crafted a wooden pickaxe and then upgraded to stone tools. From there, I activated the waystone in the village and grabbed this exposed iron ore. Before moving on from this village, I snatched up a blast furnace and ran over to this tower. Now this mod pack is surprisingly challenging since the mobs are very strong and I have to keep my stamina in check. Inside of the tower, I picked up a bunch of these apotheosis gems and grabbed this flint knife. The books in here were not that good though. At this point, I did the math and realized I couldn't really use the gems just yet, so I just stored them inside of the tower. Past that structure, I found another place which had a rare affixed iron sword. I equipped that and found some iron nuggets and 1 iron ingot as well. There also happened to be ores here, so I decided to cook those, and as soon as that was done, I bolted since it was turning dark. I ended up finding another type of tower, which had an uncommon level diving helmet, which was stronger than the wooden one that I spawned with. Since I had enough wool, I crafted a sleeping bag for later and tried to fight an apotheosis boss mob. At this point, I really couldn't take a single hit from this guy, so I played it very safe. After taking this dude out, I picked up this dagger, which had some really solid effects. Inside of this cave, I decided to pick up as many of the exposed iron ores as I could, and went back into my little tunnel to cook them up. As all that was happening, I crafted some iron armor and looked at this giant skill tree. As morning hit, I crafted an iron pickaxe and really wanted to find a proper area to start a base. While I was searching, I ended up inside of a cave that had a giant tetra structure. I didn't really care about this place just yet, so I moved on. Here, I also fought a level 1 wraith who happened to be really strong and took down half of my hearts. Once that was taken care of, I fought a horde of zombies who also happened to be way too strong, but that actually got me up to level 6. This meant I could get some skill points, and I started off with the mining tree just to get this armor upgrade, and worked up to get near this life regen perk that helped a ton, and I started moving deeper into the cave, grabbing all the iron and coal I could find. The best items down here were these ex-petrified orbs, which always give you tons of levels. After using those, I had 3 more skill points to use. I used 1 more for armor and 2 more to get even closer to life regen. I set up the 2 furnaces I had and cooked up all of my iron ores. From there, I hopped out of the caves and went back to look for a nice biome. To be safe, I chopped down this gigantic fir tree so I would never need wood again. That night was very dangerous as I had a few close calls. Somehow, I felt safer inside of this battle tower. I took out the zombies inside of this place and broke the spawner. Then I staircased up to the top of the structure. Here I picked up a bunch of golden iron blocks, then came back down to use up more skill points. I finally was able to increase my life regen and put a spare point into more armor. Since this skill tree is gigantic and the skill points were limited, I decided to focus on blacksmith and mining. Oh yeah, if you stay awake in this mod pack for too long, you also get tired, so you would have to sleep sometimes. Day 3, once again, I was out to look for a better biome. Before that though, I cleared out some of the leftover mobs. This got me up to level 4, which was enough for 1 more skill point, and of course I used that on life regen. Then on top of this one hill was a cabin, and in here there were 4 cows. I took out 2 to start, which gave me 3 leather. Inside of the cabin, I cooked up some of the steak and picked up some hay bale, which meant I could breed the last 2 cows. After that, I took out another cow to get 4 pieces of leather, and I grabbed a bunch of sand as well. As soon as the sand cooked, I crafted 2 backpack tanks and made a standard traveler's backpack. This was absolutely massive since I could clear out my inventory and use these orange slots as a crafting grid. I also made a shield as well and grabbed a quest reward for crafting that backpack. That gave me a torch which should prevent mob spawns and a supply camp. With all that done, I made a bucket and filled up the tanks inside of the backpack as well. So there are a few tedious things about this mod pack. First, I have to purify my water before filling the canteen up so I don't get the thirsty effect. And second, the shield only has a chance to block an attack. Before the night ended, I hit the jackpot of hay bales and had a stack of bread at the ready. After purifying some water and filling up my canteen, I went out to explore once again. This time I went out in another direction. I also found an ice pit, and now this place seemed a little too dangerous for me right now, so I moved on. After crossing a frozen lake, I saw a sign which pointed me to some structures. Right in front of this sign was a tower which had a stray spawner in the center, and after breaking that, I opened the chest which had some really good loot. There happened to be a corrupted eye and some source gems in here. Eventually, I found myself inside of another village which I ransacked and stole the waystone from. That gave me an ender pearl as a quest reward, and I went inside of this little cave here as well. Here I put another point into life regen and got closer to the blacksmithing perks as well. With all this mining, I picked up a ruby, and these gems can be slaughtered inside of your gear. Eventually, they can become pretty overpowered. To do this, I crafted a smithing table and slotted this ruby into my iron sword, which now drains health on hit. I also put this apotheosis gem on this dagger, which increased the experience gained. Even with all these upgrades, I had to be very careful, so I made sure to move slowly and lit up as much of the area down here as possible. As I got into a much larger cave, I broke 2 spawners, and inside one of the chests underneath, there happened to be an enchantment table. Then, after using this ex-petrified orb, I had 3 more skill points, which I put into crafted armor defense so I could get closer to the main blacksmith perk. After doing more inventory management and smelting, I went to the other side of this cave. Here I broke another spawner, and the chest underneath had an anvil. Then I grabbed 3 more ex-petrified orbs. After using all those orbs, I got up to level 16, and of course used those to buy more skill points. These were then used to pick up iron skin, which just increases my armor across the board. and I put the rest into crafted armor defense. I stuck around the mines a bit longer and grabbed more XP orbs, which of course meant even more perks. I managed to pick up 2 diamonds during this, and inside of these spawners I got a simple reforging table. As I was looting these items, I got attacked by a mob called a nargoyle, which was terrifying. I had to flee to heal and then take it out after that. Anyway, I stuck around this cave, breaking more spawners and picking up more skill points. I also grabbed a 3rd diamond. Then I fought a phantom which had tons of health, and this ended up being worth it since the spawner chest in front of this guy happened to have 2 more diamonds. Down here, I also fought another apotheosis boss mob, and this guy managed to drop a really good helmet. Right next to that dude, there was another boss, and this thing happened to be a giant bug, so that was my cue to start heading back. Day 6, so I got attacked by a zombie riding a giant bug, and this is by far the scariest thing that happened to me. I ended up getting to a safe point and was able to take out the zombie. From there, I put another point into the crafted armor defense and fought a looter who dropped a nice gem. I slaughtered that gem on my helmet, picked up some obsidian from a chest, and started to surface up. I spent the rest of the day trying to get away from all the snow, and it took forever. Whatever biome this happened to be was gigantic. Luckily, by night, I was able to get to a plains biome and hid out in this little hut. The only problem here was this ender golem, but this guy could barely fit inside of the house. As soon as I woke up, I started running since I really didn't want to see that ender golem, and it was nice being out of the snow, but now I really wanted a flat area to start a base. This ended up taking a little bit longer, but over this hill I found a pretty flat place. Since I had a supply camp, I tried placing it down but had like multiple issues. I really wanted these big ones, but the process of clearing the area out was super annoying, so I chose a mine colonies version of the supply camp, and after a little digging I was able to place this little thing down. With that done, I put down the diamond magnum torch as well, which should stop all the mob spawns around the area. After that, I picked up all the gold blocks underneath the cart and cleared out the logs from this little area. At this point, I also noticed a simple storage network was in the mod pack, which would be a lot of help, so I wanted to use the cleared area for chests. Day 8 to 9, after sleeping at my base for the first time, I noticed this legendary apotheosis boss on my minimap. So these guys would be a death sentence for me, which meant I had to keep my distance. After checking that out, I placed down a waystone, called it home, and put down 6 double chests. They were separated by 1 block since I needed to link all of them up after. Once I cleared out my backpack and inventory, I crafted network cables and link cables. So these link cables hook up all the chests together, and the network cables basically link the system up to the chests. For now, I just had the cables up, since making the route required nether quartz. Also around this area, I had the smithing table and the reforging table down as well. Then since I would have to go to the nether eventually, I crafted a diamond pickaxe. I also force loaded the 2 chunks that my base was on and crafted a novice spell book. I didn't have any spells just yet, but magic would be very helpful later. To make this scribe's table, I needed archwood logs, which meant I had to start exploring some more. Near my base happened to be a little pillager area, and the guys at the bottom were pretty weak, so I was able to get rid of them. When I started climbing up the stairs, there happened to be a vindicator who was like significantly stronger. 2 hits from this guy and I was down to 3 hearts. I had to be very careful. After healing and blocking the guy off, I was able to take him out. Now, this Vindicator dropped an almost broken sharpness 5 sword, and the chest in the little room was pretty good. I grabbed all the bookshelves and made my way to the top, but there was an evoker here who I couldn't handle just yet. On the way back to my base, I found a big archwood tree which I chopped down. Back home, I used these new archwood logs to first craft an imbuement chamber, which allows me to get more source gems. Once that was done, I chopped down this cart which was next to my tent, and had to fight a rare level boss in between all of that. The chest plate the boss dropped was awesome. Anyway, from there I placed down a scribe's table, crafted 15 bookshelves, and set up an enchantment area as well. 10 these days off, I repaired some gear and looked through these spells. Day 10 to 11, literally as soon as the day started, this legendary bear jumped inside of my base. I took like 1 hit and my boots broke, but luckily, I happened to be high enough just to not take any more hits. After about a minute and a half, I had this boss taken care of and picked up the legendary boots it dropped, which were pretty okay. I put them on anyway and made new leggings. Also, I had another skill point which I then started putting onto perks, which should increase my damage. From there, I crushed 2 gems to make gem dust and went down to this little cave under my base to get copper. With that, I came back up and crafted a salvaging table that I put underneath the reforging table. Now a lot of these boss drops won't go to waste. I then had just enough diamonds to make a sword and tried seeing if I could disenchant some gear. At this point, I got confused on which warp scroll I was supposed to make and picked the wrong one. For this, I imbued some lapis and picked up tons of stone. With that, I crafted some source stone and made 4 arcane pedestals. Turns out I had to craft an arcane core as well, and once all that was done, I finally got some mage bloom seeds. I grew those seeds and turned them into fibers before realizing there was a much simpler warp scroll. The next day, I patrolled around the coast near my base, picking up seashells, which can be turned into bone meal. With that done, I had enough mage bloom fibers and just needed a few more source gems. It took forever, but I now had a warp scroll, which ends up only setting your location the first time, and a crow stole my mage bloom seed, so things were not going well. I had to go mining without a warp scroll. Down in the mines, inside of the first spawner chest was a diamond chest plate and tons of other really good stuff. I grabbed as much as I could, lit up the cave as well as possible, and fought tons of mobs. After a good amount of the mobs and spawners were cleared, I mined 4 petrified orbs and used them to get 7 whole levels. With that done, I staircased back up to my base and enchanted this diamond pickaxe I had. For now, it only had like Fortune 1. After that, I used the rest of my levels to upgrade some weapon skills. With these upgrades, I went deeper into the cave and fought tons of creepers. I also took out a rare level boss inside of its chamber. That got me a really nice shovel and a fire immunity ring, which I obviously immediately equipped. Once that was done, I used another skill point to work up this armor and block chance path. When all that was done, I came home and put an uncommon affix on a new iron helmet. This one increased my health. Before it got dark, I tried to explore all around the area that I built my base in and had no luck finding any structures. I did, however, tame a really cool pet who immediately died. I kept exploring and even fell into a trap structure, but this place had no loot. Before the night ended, I managed to come back home and crafted a proper warp scroll. So with these new scrolls, traveling was way easier since I could potentially go as far as possible. During this expedition, I found a random waystone in the wild, which I activated just in case. Then inside of this rainforest, I worked my way up through this battle tower. I made sure to grab any gear that I could salvage and also started just climbing up. The first floor with the spawner was actually pretty tough. I managed to take a good amount of damage from these skeletons. The next floor were all zombies who were significantly easier to take out, and I had even more levels and gems. I was also able to upgrade to iron gloves even though I never do unarmed punches. And yeah, at the top, I picked up a diamond block. That night, apparently a big moon appeared, which just gave me slow falling and jump boost 3. I eventually got back home to crush some gems, salvage some gear, and all these materials helped me put a nice affix on this diamond chest plate. Before sleeping, I also repaired the other iron gear that I had. Day 15 to 16, I bought this emerald ring, which increases the XP dropped from mobs. I got it from a wandering trader. Then I grabbed tons of sand, which I turned into glass. While that was cooking, I was planning on going down to the mines to get more obsidian. I got immediately distracted by a side cave and was tricked by these fake diamond ore blocks. Here, I took out more spawners though, and grabbed a bunch of loot from the chest inside, which some of them ended up having obsidian in. I also fought a ton of mobs down here as well. Before moving forward, I grabbed a few petrified orbs. And as I ran out of torches, I started making my way back to the places I had already explored. Doing this, I picked up even more of those XP orbs and other solid loot. On the way out, I took out an enderman and had more than enough obsidian to set up a nether portal. Since I had a fire immunity ring, I was feeling okay about going to the nether. I really needed tons of blaze rods though, so I could do some massive upgrades. The only issue was that I actually spawned on top of a gigantic ocean of lava, so I had to go back home and grab blocks. With the dirt, I was able to slowly build to the nearest island and stay amongst the trees. This one rare apotheosis boss had a bow and started shredding through my health, so I had to be even more careful. I picked up tons of quartz, which I needed, fought a hoglin, and ran as fast as I possibly could. Breaking the quartz also dropped tons of these gems, which can be slaughtered on top of the apotheosis ones. Anyway, from there I picked up a bucket of lava and fought a demon right in front of this nether keeper structure. On top of this structure there happened to be tons of nether warts and really solid chests. I then managed to break into the main room, which had these mobs called giddy blazes, and these dudes are pretty easy to take out. With those guys taken care of, I took everything from the loot room underneath. I tried fighting the other mobs, but I almost died, so I had to warp back home. This is when I realized I was missing one more blaze rod. Before the night ended, I was able to make the storage network route, which connected all the chests together, and then the storage request table, which allows me to craft and grab the items I need. The next morning, to knock off some more quests, I crafted a trading post, which will be useful when I start using villagers. I also put another skill point into melee damage and block chance. A wandering trader also had a wither skeleton trade, which I snatched up, and then I moved the waystone to the center of my base. From there, I crafted this thing called a blank upgrade, which would be useful later. From all the diamonds I got in the nether, I also made the rest of the diamond armor and looked through these affixes. I just chose the first option to put on my boots and leggings, and then used these passive skill tree gems on my chest plate and helmet to get a slight boost. After that, I used up my petrified orbs to get another skill point, and slotted gems into a ring that I had. Since I had to go back to the Nether, I crafted more warp scrolls and also made a Tetra workbench for all the rewards. Day 18 to 19, with even more upgraded gear, I went into the Nether, grabbed tons of netherrack, and started exploring. Some of these guys still did tons of damage, but I held strong. I even took out some endermen. That actually made it easier to navigate the Nether as well. I was able to put another point into melee damage and block chance, and I finally found a structure. This one happened to be a stalwart dungeon. In here were these reinforced blazes, who didn't really do too much damage, but they just happened to be super tanky. On the bright side, they also dropped tons of blaze rods. I then teleported back home and put a skill point into a really good ability. From there, I fought this rare apotheosis boss and was able to craft a Blaze Traveler's backpack, which makes me immune to fall damage and blaze projectiles. I also used one of those blank upgrades to upgrade the backpack to the iron tier. Once that was done, I went out to explore the area around my base, and it took a while for me to find anything of value. I got lucky though, since the first place I found was a mine shaft. Now, since the floors in here were made out of leaves, I could see the diamonds very easily. I ended up already getting like 9 of them just by walking into this area. Another reason these mine shafts are really good is because the chests always have relics inside of them. I didn't get a good one on my first try. It was just a leather belt, but it was cool anyway. Oh yeah, I also used up like 16 levels to increase my armor ratings, and these skill points started getting super expensive. The rest of this mine shaft sucked, so I warped back home. Day 20 to day 22, I used up 6 diamonds to repair my armor really quickly and started exploring in a whole other direction. This time I had a boat. I fought some pillagers along the way, and as it started getting dark, a crimson moon started. So I had no clue what this thing was, but when ghasts started spawning in the overworld, I basically got it. Turns out all the nether spawns just started happening out here. I fought a bunch of ghasts, wither skeletons, and even some zombie hoglins. This did end up giving me a good amount of levels though. I only managed to get like 1 ghast tier that whole night. I increased my armor once again, and this little indicator down below says 3 times now. With all that exploring done, I came home to put a lot of the items away. From there, I got a source gem and started the process of crafting an air essence. This thing took super long since I didn't have any source. After all that was done, I upgraded my mage spellbook as well, and had enough items to craft a glyph for a new spell. Since I didn't have any levels to actually get the crafting started, I decided to make a little farm that would generate source for me. On one side I planted wheat, and on the other side I planted source berries. For the next few days I made projectile break and a projectile harm spell, then went underground to get some levels. Immediately, because of these expetrified orbs, I was up to level 14, so I stayed for a little bit longer, grabbing more levels, which got me up to level 22, then decided to come home. Here I crafted a leap glyph and made a leap spell. Since this one wasn't that good initially, I had to craft a diamond pickaxe and make a glyph of amplify. Adding that onto the spell made it so much better, and since my backpack ability gets rid of fall damage, this was my new way of traveling. I ended up using 19 more levels to up my armor once again and started leaping around. Eventually, I thought that this bounce spell would be good to pair with leap, so I kept that bookmarked. Anyway, now that I could essentially fly, I was able to move around very fast. Since I landed on the ocean, I also ended up near a fleet of villager ships. Inside of these chests were a few really good items like this magic mirror. For the rest of the night, I was filling up my backpack and flying around to any land nearby. In the morning, I took on this half-submerged battle tower, which had the iron and gold blocks on top. From there, I ran through an abandoned village and took on this pillager tower, but this time I went from the top. This meant I had to fight the evoker first, and these guys were a lot stronger in this mod pack. They teleport around, become invisible, and also have a bunch of health. Anyway, with that guy taken care of, I started looting the containers in this place. I also took out the Vindicator inside of this building, and before it became dark, I actually found a zombie dungeon. Now this place was kind of glitched since half of the structure was broken. While I was there, I decided to take out as many zombies as possible and break as many spawners too. I ended up getting tons of levels and a bunch of solid items which I could use for later. One of the better items I got was another ring, the same one that increased the XP drop for mobs. So with 2, I think I got like a 50% boost. Before leaving, I used a bunch of levels to increase my armor and got a netherite ingot from a smelter's bag. Back home, I put all the gear that could be salvaged into a rack and made the glyph of Conjure Mage Light and Extend Time. This was because you could basically cast the Mage Light on yourself and get night vision. So with night vision and projectile break, I ran through the cave under my base and picked up whatever expetrified orbs were on the ceilings. With these levels, I repaired my armor again and slept to get rid of this tiredness effect. Day 26 to day 27, I did another mining expedition to look for expetrified orbs. With about 11 of those, I was close to level 30 again. While I was in the area, I fought through a mine shaft and was able to grab a bunch of good loot. This time I was also able to use this magic mirror to come home since I had set my spawn. Using the enchantment table, I got Fortune 3 on a diamond pickaxe and I used the rest of my levels to upgrade equipment repair efficiency. That ends up being kind of a mistake later. After purifying some water, I upgraded the harm spell with Amplify and went back down to the mines to test it out. This thing wasn't really that strong, but it still did the job. Anyway, while I was there, I cleared out some areas and got a diamond helmet and boots from a chest. All the loot that I picked up happened to be really solid, especially the XP orbs. I surfaced back up by the next morning and combined 2 diamond swords together, then repaired all of my armor, which only happened to take like 1 level. From there, I used up the XP orbs and started looking through these rare affixes. None of them were too good, but I did get some solid enchants on the boots. After all that, I hopped back into the Nether and realized that the magic mirror didn't work here. I set a waypoint just in case I got lost though. From there, I started looking for gas tiers and any other structures I could find. I ended up only getting like 1 gas tier, but I did find a really nice bastion. Now this was an absolutely terrifying experience since these piglins do tons of damage. Lucky for me, a lot of them decided not to jump down, which meant I could focus on removing the magma cubes first. With the area cleared, I grabbed the gold blocks and opened the chest. In here, I grabbed a few corrupted eyes, 1 netherite ingot, and a smithing template. I really didn't want to stay in the Nether anymore, so I made my way back to the portal. I came home and put everything away, and then I equipped these diamond gloves. From there, I grabbed some sugarcane for sugar, and I went out to look for cows. For some reason, every other animal but cows decided to spawn, so it was super annoying. Anyway, I ended up grabbing the bucket of milk anyway, and started the ritual for this thing called an abjuration essence. With the tiny bit of source I had, I actually sped the process up for like 10 seconds. As soon as that essence was done, it turns out I needed more XP to craft the glyph of bounce. So I took out some bison who dropped a bunch of beef, which I started cooking, and then finally crafted the glyph of bounce. With bounce and leap, I was able to traverse a lot easier. Day 29 to 30, at this point, I realized I needed mending badly, so I used this little corner of my base to basically trap the villager. With this little area set up, I went down to the mines since I needed an arcane block. Of course, while I was here, I picked up some XP, but I came home quickly to craft this thing called a quantum catcher. From there, I teleported to the first village I spawned in and broke a beehive so I could snatch up an unemployed villager. I placed that dude in the corner and started rolling through the trades. Honestly, I was surprised at how quickly I got the mending book trade. It only took like a few minutes. I locked in the trade using paper and bought a mending book, which happened to be really expensive. At this point, I'm going to show you guys a glitch that happened in my playthrough. So just as a heads up, there's a few broken things in this mod pack, like whatever this was, and some of the mobs leveling. I had to close and open my world again. Anyway, from there, I farmed sugarcane inside of my base and expanded the chest area a little. The next morning, I repaired my gear, and at this point, I really needed to cure this villager and reduce the prices. Before that, I did go underground and found a really cool looking cave, which had this thing called aether steel debris. I was down here to get more diamonds since I needed them to duplicate the smithing template. I broke all the spawners, looted all the chests, and even mined some diamonds down here. Of course, more importantly, with this fortune pick, I even got more XP orbs. I then fought this crazy looking mob called a Murmur, and then inside of this zombie dungeon, I picked up the Lost Eye. When I got up to around level 28, I came home and put everything away. Then I used all the orbs I had to get up to level 38. Using these levels, I was able to get protection 4 on the boots and leggings. Day 31 to day 32, I hopped back into the Nether, and once again, I had to fight that weird mob who would just take over my vision. After a pretty annoying time, I had this mob taken care of, and from there, I went around the basement of this Nether Keeper dungeon and was able to take out more of these giddy blazes. I got some great loot in here and in the main treasure room. So during all this time, the mobs were now very high level, which meant I took tons of damage, but on the bright side, I also got a boatload of XP from each mob. By taking out all of these guys, I got up to level 36. I had to teleport home after finding this 4-tower bastion so I could repair my gear. While I was here, I also started brewing potions of weaknesses. I had to break my diamond magnum torch and then trapped a zombie in a hole. Once the potions were brewed, I threw this librarian down there to get it turned into a zombie. From there, I brought that dude back and started the curing process. I had to wait quite a bit, so I enchanted some of the gear I had. As soon as the villager was cured, I put mending on my helmet and bought another book. At this point, my chestplate and helmet both had mending on them. Once the librarian restocked, I sold a ton of my books and bought 2 more mending books. With this, I was able to upgrade my leggings, but I held on to the boots since they didn't have the proper enchants I wanted yet. I also used a skill point for more equipment repair efficiency, but with Mending, this ability was basically useless. The next day, all that trading actually gave me enough XP to repair most of my gear, so I hopped right back into the Nether to take on that 4-tower bastion. Along the way, I took out this little magma spawner room, and the chest inside had a nether eye, which was going to be very helpful for later. From there, I got onto the first corner of this structure and looked into the chest on the top of this place. Now, the loot in here was great. There were 3 ancient debris, 1 netherite ingot, and a smithing template. There were also even more corrupted eyes as well. I then picked up the gold blocks in here and tried seeing how strong the piglin brutes were. Yeah, they were way too much for me. I had to retreat after 2 hits. I managed to take out a good amount of them just using my bow and the spells that I had. Then I almost died again trying to loot the central tower. After regrouping, I got back into the structure and there were no mobs this time. I picked up 2 ancient debris from the center, and then I moved on to another corner which had the same chest as the first one. There were smithing templates and ancient debris inside all of this. Before leaving, I decided to fight a ton of blazes, and as soon as I got back home, I smelt the debris immediately as I put everything away. I made 5 smithing templates and had 5 netherite ingots, which I decided to use to upgrade all of my armor except for the boots. At this point, I had a new issue. Netherite armor was super heavy, which meant my stamina would get used up extremely quickly. Thankfully, I did have 2 weightless books. The next morning, I used up all these passive skill tree gems, which ended up giving me a very small boost to the gear that I was using. With that done, I had the materials, so I upgraded my backpack to gold tier and then diamond tier. As soon as that was done, I made a new shield and then went to sleep. Day 35 to day 37, I teleported back towards the spawn village and went to explore around this place. I fought through the evoker tower once again and grabbed tons of books in here. Also, the way this mod pack works is the farther you are from the spawn, the higher level the mobs are, which makes the mobs around this area pretty weak. Anyway, I really couldn't find any other structure, so I hopped into this cave to grab some XP orbs, and turns out I actually was in a spider cave. So I decided to stick around to see if I could find anything cool. I dug around for a few minutes until I broke into a side cave from here. All these mobs were only level 5, which was awesome since I was fighting like level 20 guys in the Nether. Anyway, I used a skill point on gem power and then started going deeper into this cave. Here I grabbed more aether steel debris and took out 2 apotheosis bosses. One was an uncommon giant bug, and the other was a rare level dude. I called it quits on the mining trip after this, and came home to clean up my storage system. From there, I built this aquarium because I assumed whatever villager took this job would be able to sell me like sea lanterns. Later on, I also made a gem cutting table, which would allow me to upgrade the gems that I had duplicates of. I put one of those in my sword and then had to sleep because this tiredness effect was awful. Day 38 to 40, turns out I hadn't explored the area to the right of my base thoroughly, so I flew over there. I first ended up in a really cool looking village and started rummaging through the chests here. I grabbed all the gems that I could. Even though I just had the helmet equipped, which was the only thing heavy, my stamina was still taking a huge hit. I also couldn't really find the waystone in the village, so I just decided to keep exploring. Luckily, I was able to activate a random waystone in this wasteland, which would be a great area to summon some bosses later. From there, I actually found an emerald geode, which was really cool looking. I decided to mine around this area. As I got deeper into this cave, I found my first stellarite piece and even more diamonds. This one strip mine then deviated into a pretty large cave, so I was fighting tons of mobs and breaking spawners most of the night. My stamina, on the other hand, was critical, and the only bright side was that I had gotten a weightless book from one of the chests. So I had to fly back to the waystone I found in the wasteland and then teleported back home where I could go to sleep. The next morning, I stole a villager from the spawn village and turned it into an oceanographer. I then jumped into the ocean to grab tons of kelp to help level this trade up. Around this time, the stamina effect was getting very bad, so I just had to use that weightless book on the helmet. From all the caving, I had a stack of XP orbs, which got me up to level 33. With these levels, I put a rare level affix on my chestplate and leggings. These things just increased my armor, which is all that mattered to me right now. Then I opened up a bunch of these ender bags that I had and was able to craft this warp stone. Since I really wanted to upgrade my boots, I spent the rest of these days down in the mines fighting mobs, breaking spawners, and using these XP orbs. I also grabbed some stellarite pieces as well. When I came back home, I had a protection 3 enchant for the boots, so I snatched that up, put mending on the boots, and then used 2 skill points. With all that done, I placed down the librarian once again just to get a ton of emeralds, and then decided to hold all these eyes of ender since I wanted to put them on another chest. Day 41 to day 42, I used this rack right next to my tent to house the 4 ender eyes that I had, and then looked at some upgraded bookshelves. After that, I remembered I had tons of gems laying around this one tower all the way back in like day 1. Once I bought all that back, I went into the Nether to hopefully grab some gas tiers. Since I was there, I did one run through this Nether Keeper dungeon and was able to get a bunch of levels. Before leaving, I took out this Demon Lord guy and got out to level 27. With that done, I moved on since I really needed to find a good structure. I fought through this one blaze spawner room and then used a skill point on this other armor tree. Once again, after even more traveling, I finally found a fortress. Now this is special since the main castle here always has tons of gear to salvage. As soon as I got to the center, I started tearing through these barrels and picking up any gear that was uncommon level or better. As soon as my backpack and inventory were filled up, I decided to come back home. From here, I put everything away and started salvaging everything. I had 4 arcane sands, which were going to be very helpful. So since I had the levels and the materials, I decided to start rolling these affixes for the better ones. All of my armor looked good, and I started slotting the apotheosis gems into them as well. I got a speed upgrade on my boots and a sharpness increase on my sword. And with that done, I actually upgraded my sword to netherite as well. As soon as morning hit, I picked up another mending book, which I put on that sword, and once that was done, I decided to go exploring around the snowy biomes once again. I cleared out this one tower and grabbed all the gems here, then did the same thing to this little area that had a stray spawner. As I moved forward, I ended up in this little abandoned village which had zombies in the basement. Once I cleared that place out, I also cleared out this little pillager area. From there, I bought a zeal lighter and a blue journal from this Blue Skies librarian. The quest rewards for all that gave me the resources to make all the portals for the Blue Skies dimension. That night I fought tons of Wilden defenders and equipped this relic called the Rage Glove. And this day I did the ritual for an air essence and crafted the glyph of Slowfall. I had to replace the bounce effect with this one since it was way more helpful. Day 44 to day 45 I grabbed a waystone that was out in the wild and was super determined to get these gas tiers finally. I hopped into the Nether and got very lucky as I flew into a stalwart dungeon. At first I almost died to this incomplete wither, but when I came back for the second time, I realized all the mobs here were like level 20 and dropped so much XP. 3 of these reinforced blazes gave me 20 levels. I started blocking off these incomplete wither spawners and started looting the chests which had a good amount of gas tiers. From there I had the smart idea to farm these mobs, of course. In the skill tree I used this dimensional gateway thing to get to the enchanters perks. Farming these withers was actually doing wonders. I already got a really cool perk which increases damage. I also cleared up the side paths on each corner so I could go around this entire structure, but I actually decided to stick around one spawner. Eventually I placed a waystone down here and used another skill point. At this point I got an even better idea, which was to start upgrading the main spawner I was using. So with that little area set up, I smelled tons of sand for glass bottles and started working on making regen potions. Then I very stupidly decided to grab tons of netherrack to smelt instead of just getting nether bricks. Finally, I was now waiting on the bricks to be ready so I could craft the hell shelves. I smartened up and grabbed tons of bricks in the nether instead, which allowed me to place only 9 hell shelves for now. After one more trip to the Nether, I had this enchantment setup upgraded, which meant I could use 45 levels to enchant. Since I wanted an enchantment library as well, I kept 4 of those hell shelves in my backpack and then ended the day off getting up to level 30. Day 46 to day 48, I grabbed a bunch of sugar and clocks, then slowly built closer to the spawner that I was using. I turned down the max and minimum spawn delays, and then turned up the max entities. From there, I came home and realized that I was out of redstone. I only had enough for 16 clocks, which still helped me get another skill point. I stayed here farming since these enchantment perks were getting really good. I even managed to get the main enchanter perk, which I actually didn't notice working at all. It said it brought down the enchantment level requirement, but everything stayed the same. Since I was back home, I added 2 more chests, and of course, I was right back to farming levels. With 46 levels, I got efficiency 4 on a pickaxe. Then I grabbed a skill, which increased my health. The big perk here actually gave me 1 heart per armor enchant, which was massive. To help the spawner out even more, I decided to go caving for redstone. I ended up with 32 more clocks, which reduced the max delay from 540 to 250. I also increased the spawn count while I was there. With all that done, I now had to hoard levels so I could infuse the hell shelves. As soon as the first 4 were done, I crafted the enchantment library so I could throw all the books in there. I then used some of the levels to get great enchants, which I had to put on my gear. Before going back to grinding XP, I picked up a silk touch pickaxe. With the next 2 skill points, I increased my damage some more and fought some mobs right outside the stalwart dungeon. I still managed to get hurt very badly by these incomplete withers, but on the bright side, noticing that these things were spawning outside gave me a great idea. So after putting a new affix on my sword, I reduced the spawner's spawn range and used the silk touch pickaxe to move the spawner to the center, which made it like infinitely better. During this, I got even better enchantment perks and more armor too. Day 49 to day 51, at this point I had so much XP I didn't know what to pick. I decided to increase my critical hit chance with 2 skill points. Also, since I had a million wither skeleton heads, I went underground to fight one of these withers. This first guy wasn't too strong. I was expecting to get one-shotted by these dudes, but they were still pretty tanky. Once I took the first one out, I grabbed the wither eye and a nether star, plus I also got some ender bags. Then I started digging towards the right so I could summon another wither. So for some reason, a bunch of bosses need nether stars to be summoned. So yeah, I just decided to fight both of them. I grabbed the quest reward as this wither was being summoned, and this one was significantly stronger. From there, I put one nether star away, grabbed a bunch more levels, and picked up a netherite ingot from a smelter's bag. Once that was done, I came home to upgrade this reforging table so I could start using those high level affixes. With the levels though, I started enchanting books and then putting them inside of the library. I also managed to enchant the bow and upgrade my sword. The 2 arcane sands I had were used to enchant the bow up, which was actually really strong now. Anyway, I decided to get more levels and work up this armor tree so I could get its final perk. I got it up relatively quickly, and the armor indicator started saying 4 times. The next skill point was used on another great perk. Once again, with these levels, I also enchanted more books to upgrade the pieces of armor I had. I started to run out of food too, so while I had some of these cooking up, I went over to the desert biomes to really try and find a desert temple. I ended up in every structure but the one I needed. Before the night ended, I had cleared out a pyramid, pillager tower, and was making my way towards a pirate ship. I destroyed the mobs in the structure since my sword was actually really strong, and I picked up all the loot from the treasure room. I legitimately couldn't find anything new, so I came home to put everything away. I made a detour back to the Nether to level up and grab some glowstone. This was mainly so I could make this thing called a research table and figure out what these relics were doing. One of them had a cool earthquake ability. To end these days, I got a really good vein mining pickaxe and put an attack damage gem on my helmet. Day 52. Since I was gonna pick up some skills that improve the shield, I also put a rare level affix into one. Then I put a 15% health gem on it as well and was able to get some great enchants on this thing. I really wanted to fight a few bosses, so I used up 1 skill point and increased the sharpness and looting of my sword. With that done, I teleported to the stalwart dungeon and used a nether star to summon the awful ghast. Just since I was scared, I ran out and started firing arrows from a safe place. I then found a dungeon bag which I opened up, and there was an enchanted golden apple here. So with that thing eaten, I went headfirst into the gas chamber. This was the right move since I was able to do tons of damage to this giant ghast with my sword every time it got close. It also dropped 70 whole levels and a bunch of random stuff. Once I grabbed the quest rewards, I moved on to the next nether boss. This one was called the Nether Keeper, and it did significantly more damage. I safely built down and was able to do a good amount of damage to this thing. In only 2 hits, it had already reduced my hearts down like crazy, so I swapped to my bow. I basically almost died after a few more hits, so I had to stay back even farther. By the time I had taken this guy out, all the effects that I had from my golden apple were gone, but at least I didn't have to deal with this guy again. That meant 3 of the nether bosses were done. Again, because of that one auto leveling mod, these bosses were way too strong. Day 53 to day 54, I wanted to upgrade this spellbook to the final tier, but I needed 2 more things, a Wathen tribute and another nether star. Before doing that, I used up tons of levels to fill out my enchantment library, and then decided to make a cleric so I can buy a bunch of lapis. I leveled up this villager's trades to a good amount and used 15 more levels to fill out the library some more. Then I went down to the mines to take advantage of this vein mining. I picked up an absolute ton of loot and also socketed this passive skill tree gem into my shield. From there, I got up to level 100 and enchanted even more books. This was all just so I could get an even better sword eventually. Since I had a bunch of crafting bonuses, this basic sword already starts off with a better base attack damage. This new sword also already was gonna have sharpness 6, smite 5, and sweeping edge 4. After putting Mending on that sword, I grabbed all the mana boosts and regen books for any armor that it would fit in. By the next morning, I actually ran out of levels to upgrade this chestplate, so I decided to go around looking for vexing archwood logs. Finally, with these, I made the tablet of Summon Wilden, which meant I could fight the Wilden Chimera. I grabbed everything I needed and started the ritual for this boss. After a little bit, the Chimera spawned, and I immediately pushed it back with my new bow. Turns out this guy wasn't too strong, so every time I was able to do melee damage, I managed to take down huge chunks of his health. After surviving some slam attacks, I had the Chimera down and picked up the tribute. Once that was done, I started grinding out levels and infusing the hell shelves. This process took a surprising amount of time, but I was even able to make the glowing hell shelves as well. I then spent a good chunk of these next days in a mine. Here I gathered a bunch of material just in case I would ever need these things later. I also mainly stuck around because there was a mine shaft, which meant more relics for me. The best thing I picked up here was this infinity ham, which meant I didn't have to carry food around anymore. I used a ton of XP orbs and came home to put the items away. Also with these levels, I used an infinity book on my bow, which changed the appearance of the bow as well. The rest of the relics were kind of garbage, so I kept them inside of the chests. Finally, I got a really good rare level affix on the sword that I recently made, which increased my attack damage. I also slotted a 40% lifesteal gem onto this sword, making it pretty great now. Looking at my quests, I decided to take on the Undergarden really quickly. I built a portal and used a catalyst to activate it. From there, I was able to take out the Stormborn immediately, which was the first quest, and then the Rot Beast, which was right underneath the previous mob, and that was the second quest. The next boss actually spawns in a structure called the Catacombs, so I did one quick sweep of the area before moving on from this dimension. When I came back home, I learned that with this Survive mod, you could basically sleep through the entire day, so I wasted all of day 56. Day 57 and day 58, I had to take down one more Wither, which meant I ran underground again. Then, I had all the items I needed to make an Archmage spellbook, which unlocked tier 3 spells. After that, I basically used up all of my apples to craft golden apples and upgraded my backpack to netherite tier. With that done, I filled up all the water tanks and started bookmarking all these eyes of Ender, and I just crossed off the ones that I already had. There was also this really cool gem which added +1 level to any fortune that I had, so I slotted that onto my pickaxe. Later that night, I took down like 3 whales and I explored this little ice area. I even found an ice maze biome. There wasn't anything too good here aside from this mystic wand which gave me regeneration. The next morning I flew onto this pirate ship which was manned by a bunch of skeletons. They really didn't do too much damage, but they did have some really good loot lying around. Right above this place was a floating village which I launched up to, and here I grabbed a bunch of books and gems, basically anything that looked kinda good. With that done, I flew past this giant body of water exploring the land around here, but there weren't any good structures except from this one tower. I broke in through the top and took out this boss called an Illusioner immediately. From there, I grabbed the quest reward and everything else inside of this building. Before coming home, I found a random waystone on top of this tower, ransacked some apotheosis structures, and even fought a bunch of endermen in this little village. Day 59 to 60, I crafted a nature's compass, searched for a desert, and started heading over there. Along the way, I finally found the waystone that this one village had and activated that just in case. Once again, I was just looking for a desert temple the whole time, but when I got this bad omen effect, I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In a raid, you can have witches and evokers spawn, which meant I could just knock out 2 more eyes. I used that previous village as a sacrifice, and with the help of some guards and an iron golem, I blazed through the early rounds of the raid. Later on, I started getting more witches and different types of pillagers spawning, so things were getting a little harder. Even with all that work, I ended up failing the raid, but I did get a witch's pupil and a magical eye. I used that pupil to make a witch's eye and had 2 more of these things checked off the list. The next day I got up to level 80 and used 1 skill point on gem power. From there, I grabbed a few levels and went around looking for more structures. At this point, I needed a fortress, so when I found one, I started picking up all the high level affix stuff. I came home to salvage some of those gear and then put mending on my shield. Day 61 to day 62, I really wanted to explore the Aether dimension, so I bought some glowstone from the cleric and noticed that this dude also sells the evil eye. I kept this cleric in the quantum catcher just to be safe and built the Aether portal after. I ended up spawning away from any island, so it felt lonely for a while. When I finally made it on land, I fought this blue slime and shot down a flying whale. Further into this dimension, I made my way into a tower which had some okay loot. One of the chests happened to be a mimic, which looked really cool. I eventually figured out that this tower thing summons a boss. So I was fighting an air whale king. This guy was pretty strong and I was eating my golden apples, but on the first go around, I leaped too far away. On the second try, I was just baiting the boss to do its slam attack and then getting my melee hits in after, which allowed me to get rid of it. My reward was a platinum key, which opened up a fairly average chest. Anyway, the dimension actually had 2 main dungeons, which I spent half the next day looking for. I eventually called it quits and came home. Since I had a few more arcane sands, I upgraded my leggings, helmet, and chestplate to epic level. For my helmet, I fit in another attack damage gem. For my sword, I used this gem cutting station to upgrade another attack damage gem and slotted that in. Turns out you could also get rabbit feet from an alchemist, so I made an alchemist table and slept. As soon as I woke up, I went over to the spawn village to turn a villager into an alchemist. From there, I started advancing the trades, and some of these trades were expensive, but I ended up getting the rabbit's feet anyway, and then the evil eye. At this point, I had 8 whole eyes of Ender. I then bought a bunch of glowstone from the cleric to make more glowing hell shells. Once that was done, I mined a stack of deep slate and grinded some levels as they were cooking. This was so I could make dormant deep shelves and then infuse those to move on to the next level of these enchants. Once morning hit, I started going over to random beaches that I could find on the big map and shred them apart with vein mining. This first try I actually got nothing, but as I moved on, I ended up in a desert pyramid. Here I broke the TNT trap and got an old eye from the chests. Once that was done, I put an epic affix on my boots and on my sword. From there I made a cartography table to try and get a buried treasure map from this floating village, but that wasn't working at all. Instead, I ripped this beach apart, which was right underneath this place, and actually found the black eye and one heart of the sea. So in total I actually had 10 eyes, but I completely forgot to put the old eye on the rack. I ended off these days by making a glyph of lightning and a lightning spell. Day 66, I spent this day fishing, and this actually took forever. I managed to waste almost a full day trying to get puffer fish, but by the end I actually made a good amount of water breathing potions. The rest of the night was spent using this lightning spell on horses and skeletons. I needed an item called the Undead Soul, and they only drop from skeleton horses. Day 67 to day 69, I set the compass to find a jungle biome and started flying over there. Along the way I fought this Ender Titan, but since it was raining, I guess this guy just teleported away. Past that structure I ended up in a witch village, and this place had some really good loot. I activated the waystone in the center and looted as many houses as I could. They all had like a really good amount of potions and ingredients. So with that done, I flew over to the structure that I didn't know was a jungle temple just yet and looked around. I vein mined the floors, which spawned tons of silverfish, and from there I started getting lower. I looked through some of this redstone machinery, but I still didn't figure out that this was a jungle temple, so I moved on. That night I found a tiny forest biome, which was really disappointing, but I did take out this battle tower, which gave me a bunch more diamonds. Finally I stopped being an idiot and I jumped back into that previous temple and I brute forced my way down. Inside one of the chests I ended up getting the rogue eye and a talisman. From there I looked around a little more and came back home where I salvaged some ancient level gear. I turned that into some mythical level material which I could use and went over to find an ocean monument. Somehow I completely forgot I had an old eye in my storage system as well. I searched around this little ocean around here and jumped into a pirate ship which had tons of loot, but the most important ones were these prismarine shards and crystals. I was able to make 2 sea lanterns and flew over to a lighthouse where I snatched up more bookshelves. During the search for a monument, I took out a grand mutant skeleton and found an igloo which had a trapdoor but no basement. The next morning I knew I found the monument since I had mining fatigue 3. Before going in, I did a few things. First, I broke the sea lanterns on the outside, then I set a waypoint so I could come back home and make cold resistance potions. When I slowly worked my way back, I noticed that the cold resistance didn't help at all, but this freezing effect only slowed me down, which wasn't too bad. Anyway, the first Elder Guardian didn't drop a Guardian's Eye, so I looted some of the chests around this place. The second dude did drop these eyes, so after that was done, I immediately came home and put everything away. At this point, I had enough items to also make this crafting remote as well. To end these night off, I kept one waystone in my bag and fought like 2 skeleton horses who didn't even drop anything. Day 70 to day 72, I forgot to record a little bit, but all I did was basically just move the oak fences 1 block ahead and added a whole new layer of chests. In total, I had 29 chests all linked up. From there, I spent the rest of these days looking for igloos and failed on the first one, which didn't have anything. But the second igloo had the secret room and I left with a cold eye. Once that was done, I grabbed all the eyes that I needed and put them in my backpack since it was time to find the end portal. Now this part of the journey was fairly simple since the eyes don't break, so I just followed these things straight on. I stopped once in a while for a structure like this airship and this little castle. Other than that though, I was going wherever this eye told me. It took a day and a half of traveling, but I got to the point where these eyes started turning back and this was my sign to start digging down. I then broke into the stronghold and had another really long journey to find these end portals. This one took quite a bit of searching, but up these 1 set of stairs I finally got what I needed. Here I set up a waystone and started placing down all the unique ender eyes. I was actually lucky that 1 frame was already filled in. For the last minute prep, I grabbed some bottles, made sure my bowl was ready and hopped in. The quest reward for making it to the end was a choice between 2 beds and some arrows. Anyway, from this little spawn room I popped out and made it to the center of this island to get the dragon to start spawning. Then, my first order of business was just breaking down all the end crystals, which I was able to do pretty easily by just leaping around. With that done, I picked up a bunch of Dragon's Breath and started doing melee damage on this big behemoth. My sword shredded through the first round. As I prepared for the perch, I picked up more and more Dragon's Breath and was able to take even more chunks out of the dragon's health. Once this guy was taken care of, I had tons of loot. I also had a bunch of levels which I used on 2 skill points. Now that that fight was over, I took one of the gateways to the end islands and started looking for an end city. This part was actually pretty quick. I even got lucky as this first end city already had an end ship. I started from the center and made it to the top of the structure which had some really great loot. Anything that wasn't like high level gear, I sent over to the storage system, and everything else like this relic, I put into my backpack. These shulkers were extremely annoying though. I spent most of my time just fighting these guys. Eventually, I decided to move on to the ship, which only had 2 spawners. Now the chests in here were a lot better. I got even more dragon scales, and of course the main thing I was here for, the elytra wing. At this point, I was at a crossroads. I didn't know if I wanted this elytra for the glide spell or to eventually upgrade it. I decided to keep the elytra on me though. Before leaving, I found this Shrieker boss's lair, which I marked down, and some other random structures. Back home, I got Unbreaking 4 and Mending on the elytra, salvaged all the gear, and looked through the relics that I picked up. So at this point, I felt pretty brave, and I went over to the Nether to find some bosses. I actually got very lucky and found this netherite monstrosity. However, this dude happened to be like level 80, which meant after one attack, all of my totems popped, and I had to get out of there as fast as possible. This was my cue to come back home and settle down for a bit. Day 75 to day 78, that last boss fight was kind of a wake-up call, so I picked up one more blacksmithing perk and crafted a new set of diamond armor. So with those perks, I basically just wanted new armors that already had a higher base armor rating. From there, I grabbed tons of XP and opened this smelter's bag, which gave me some obsidian ingots. That made me realize that this mod pack has the Draco Arcanus armor. Knowing this, I came back home to make some obsidian with iron and smelt that for obsidian ingots. First, I only had enough dragon scales to make a helmet, but this thing was already double what my netherite helmet was. So I knew I had to make the whole set. I teleported over to the end portal and hopped right back in. This time I went the opposite direction of where I ended up the last trip. Unlike the last trip though, I didn't get lucky and had to spend a good amount of time just flying around. I fought a mutant enderman along the way and got to the end city right after that. For some reason, the corners of these structures suck. They didn't have any good loot. I marked down an obsidian altar which was right next to this first end city and jumped into this weird building that had like teleporters. Each floor was also protected by a mob called like the Radon Sentinel, who happened to be really strong. This structure was worth it though since I picked up some legendary level gear. Once that was done, I searched for another end city, and in this one I was finally able to start picking up tons more dragon scales. I got some high level gems as well, and even these netherite gloves. I made the set of armor inside of the city and came home to smelt more obsidian ingots. Since I was back home, I also salvaged some of the legendary gear and started looking through affixes and enchants for all of this new stuff that I had. I picked up a really solid affix for the chestplate, but needed more levels for some of the other gear. With 100 levels, I got a really nice helmet, and on the next go around, I picked up a really nice sword as well. For the rest of the gear, I settled on the first affix that showed up, and then had to work on enchanting these new items. I decided to start filling a bunch of books with enchants and then throwing them into the library. Once that was done, I combined some protection books together and ended up with a really nice chestplate. From there, I was able to deck out the helmet next, but the rest of the gear needed more time. Day 79 to day 81, to put the finishing touches on the gear, I grinded more XP and enchanted even more books. Doing that, I was able to make a really good pair of leggings, and for the boots, I needed one more round of mob grinding, which was just enough to deck this thing out as well. Since I had enough levels, I was able to enchant this sword at the same time. Now that I had a full set of gear, I set down the librarian and bought a bunch of mending books. At first, I only had enough levels to enchant the top 3 armor. Also, now my armor indicator said like 6 times, which was a big upgrade, and the hearts happened to be increased as well. Mind you, this was all before I had equipped the apotheosis gems onto this armor. Once the morning hit, I put mending on the rest of the gear and started socketing in the gems. Turns out all the good ones were in my old armor, so I used this vial of arcane extraction to get those back. For my sword, I put on the +5 attack damage and 40% lifesteal gems. For the helmet, I had an attack damage percentage gem, and for the chestplate, I had like a health percentage gem. I had to use the gem cutting station to upgrade some gems for the leggings, and then use the really good ones at the end. One of them reduced the total physical damage taken, and the other increased protection levels. From day 82 to day 86, I did an absolute ton. First, I used this enchanting apparatus setup to craft a set of battle mage armor. I set those as my cosmetic armor since I really liked the way it looked. Once that was done, I made a portal to the Twilight Dimension since I assumed I would get like almost 100 level per boss. Also, because I've done this a million times, I'm just gonna speed through this. First boss was the Naga inside of the maze, very easy to take out. The second boss was the Lich inside of its tower, and this one was a little harder since I had to deflect projectiles. Oh yeah, and somehow like I killed a zombie in here and it said I had defeated the the Obsidiolith and completed the quest. Anyway, from there I had 3 choices. I wanted to take on the Minishroom first, but I really couldn't find its lair, so I decided to go and find the Night Phantoms instead. Now usually this structure takes forever to go through, but I got lucky this time and found the main Night Phantoms room immediately. I took care of them in seconds. Next up was the Alpha Yeti inside of this one snow cave. With that done, I finally found the maze in the swamp and started moving through that. This one actually took a decent amount of time to find the boss room, but when I did, the Minishroom happened to be very weak. I then ate this thing called a Meef Stroganoff and went over to fight the Snow Queen. I stayed on the outside where I found out where the boss was because of the meter and then broke into this little area. This fight was also really simple. I just had to wait for the Snow Queen to get down to the same height as me. With that done, I moved over to the final 2 bosses, and the first one was my favorite. It was the Hydra. I decided to just brute force this boss and started swinging, which ended up doing the trick. The final boss of this dimension was next, and to me, it was the Urghast. This boss fight was a little different since I started off by doing a little bit of damage with my bow. Then I had to craft a pressure plate and rewire this machine to basically drag the Urghast in. Once that was done, I wiped this guy out and basically cleared out all the main bosses in this dimension. Honestly, I didn't get any good amount of XP aside from that one Obsidiolith quest reward that was glitched. To help with that though, I started farming some levels, and after all that, I picked up this 15% damage with gem weapon perk. That perk reminded me to socket this moonstone in my sword. Day 86 to day 87, it was a moment of truth time. I went back towards the netherite monstrosity since I felt pretty brave. This time though, I was only a 2-hit kill instead of a 1-hit kill. Luckily, I still had my totems. I managed to escape once again. This auto level mod is completely busted for bosses. At this point, this dude is basically impossible to beat legit. I had to hide up on this little roof to start doing some damage. Oh yeah, this boss also has like 4,400 health, which meant I was swinging forever. When I finally got this behemoth down to 1/3 of its health, it swung once and took half of my health down. If I didn't have this leap ability, I would have been toast so long ago. From a little bit further away, I was able to do some damage with my bow, but this is when the boss started getting wonky. It started climbing up its own lava pool, and before I knew it, this netherite monstrosity was inside of these netherrack mountains. I had to dig around a bunch to uncover this big thing, but at least now it wasn't fighting back. This time I just stayed back using my bow, which took a long time, but it worked, and I had the netherite monstrosity taken out. My reward was the hammer it dropped and the mysterious horn. From there, I came back home and started flying towards the ice maze biome. This time I found a shipwreck which had tons of loot, the most important one being the shell horn. By the next morning, I had summoned the ghost of Captain Cornelia, expecting an intense boss fight. But after a really cool entrance, I took this boss out in like 1 hit. These fishes that were summoned managed to put up more of a fight than the whole boss. On the way back home, I managed to start a raid, which was great since this was part of a quest. Anyway, I breezed through these waves of the raid until I got to like the last level, which for some reason I couldn't see any mobs on the map, and I couldn't find these guys inside of the caves, so this was also a lost cause. On day 89, I was in for a pretty ridiculous time since I only had like 2 more bosses left in the nether, and I went to go and find them. They were both inside of this thing called a burning arena. So I'd already fought these guys before on other mod packs, but they were never like this high of a level. Anyway, I made my way over to the structure, which looked amazing and was already struggling against a minion who happened to be level 80. That was already a bad sign. Still, I took care of it and picked up these burning ashes. This is when I made a big mistake. I summoned Ignis. Now, not only is this boss level 120, it also moves very fast and has like way better range attacks too. One sword lunge attack almost killed me. I only stayed because of this epic boss music. Oh yeah, also arrows didn't do any damage. This auto level mod thing was gonna ruin me eventually. I marked this boss down and finally got like 1 hit off, which didn't do anything. That's not even the worst part. I eventually actually got like multiple hits off, which didn't even scratch the boss. Anyway, after a little bit, I called it quits and grabbed the quest rewards from the Obsidiolith boss, which was like 50 levels. From there, I picked up some skill points and prepared for some other bosses. Day 90 to day 92, a little bit away from my base, I noticed a mine shaft. Hoping to get some relics, I started digging a little bit deeper. I eventually broke into a deep dark biome where I picked up tons of skulk. On the minimap though, I noticed a little area, so I started digging towards that place. Turns out this was the Void Blossom's lair, and unlike the last boss, this guy was an absolute cakewalk, basically only taking like 5 hits before I had it down and out. This actually reminded me that I had these soul stars, which led to another boss of mass destruction. So I followed those things, and this journey took a good while. I got up to the boss area, placed those 4 stars down on the altar of summoning, and the Night Lich spawned. Now I was able to get 1 hit off of this guy, and that took like a third of its health down. The hardest part was just getting close. Just like the Void Blossom, this boss was also pretty weak and only took a few hits. With that cleared, I felt brave enough to take on the Ignis once again. I got back into this burning area and was able to hit the boss a bunch of times. I even tanked an attack. From there, I leaped over, and as I was eating a golden apple, one huge stomp wiped me out completely, ruining my 100 days world. I survived 100 days in the brand new Better Minecraft mod pack. Better Minecraft is one of the most popular mod packs out there. In this new version, I want to build myself a nice base, hatch a dragon egg, and most importantly, try and take out some of these insane bosses scattered throughout the dimensions. The first thing I always do in these mod packs is basically grab these quest rewards, get some bread, this charm of life thing, some torches, and then a bunch of random books. Whoa, that is a snow leopard. As soon as I grabbed these fur logs, I collected the first major overworld quest and used a crafting table to make a wooden pickaxe. From there, I actually upgraded all to stone tools. This charm of life thing, I think it's like a totem, basically. Put it on right there. Yeah, that looks sick. That might not be a village. Oh, I think it's a witch village. Find a swamp village. Give me something good. Okay, some food. That's plenty. Inside of this swamp village, I fought tons of witches who happened to be very annoying since they heal non-stop. While I was there, I bookmarked a backpack recipe and an uncrafting table recipe. I also ended up getting poisoned by a witch, but after surviving that, I decided to grab more stone and started cooking up all the food I found. With all this food, I grabbed some coal from the side of this mountain and was getting ready to go mining. So I need to be stocked up on iron by the time this mining trip ends. Otherwise I might be screwed. After picking an area to start mining, I slowly tried working my way into a cave, but sadly I had no luck at all. Okay, you know what? Let's call it a day and we'll try again, find a new location in the morning. As soon as morning hit, I headed out, and after quite a while I ended up seeing a mine shaft poking out of a cave. Oh, mine shaft. And iron immediately, let's go. How do we get there without dying? 1 iron right there. There's a bunch here, I gotta be careful. I grabbed the exposed ore from this cave and I made my way through this mine shaft from there. Almost immediately, a skeleton took down a bunch of my health. I had to stand back and get rid of the mobs. Before going deeper into this structure, I smelt some iron ore and crafted a shield. With that done, I was ready to explore. Iron. Let's go. Whoa, tons of iron. What is this structure? This is crazy. That's enough for a lot of things. That little area got me around 18 raw iron ore, which I took back to my furnace to cook. I also looked into one of these chests here and picked up a golden apple. I got pretty lucky finding one more of these chests, which meant I had 2 golden apples. But for now, I was actually out of regular food. On the bright side, I made an iron chestplate, leggings, helmet, and an iron pickaxe. From one of these strays, I picked up a bow, but now I was for sure just completely out of any food. I was eating rotten flesh. Before leaving this area, I made an iron sword and boots. Back on the surface, I took out some pigs for pork chops and was waiting for things to cook. Here, I fought snow leopards and gathered tons of sugarcane. During this night, I ended up in a village where I picked up some really cool things. The most important being these nether warts and the bookshelves. After that, I grabbed some of these workbench blocks for the quest rewards and found myself inside of a pillager camp. Here I fought a Vindicator and a few normal pillagers. I also ended up picking up a ton of hay bales. By the next morning, I was inside of a very cool structure which had tons of food. I drank a luck potion that was inside this brewing stand and moved on from this structure once I had fully cleared it out. On top of this hill, I ended up in another structure which was called a safe haven. Inside of this place, I picked up tons more hay bales and was able to get a stack of bread. As soon as that place was cleared out, I managed to trap a Vindicator in a boat and decimated the rest of the pillager camp. I grabbed a really good amount of loot and moved on. Oh, waystone. Free waystone? Dude, what? It's actually so clutch. Got a quest for that. An ender pearl, let's go. With this waystone in hand, I finally found a plains biome and actually ended up inside of a dirt hut. Now this place had a basement with a zombie villager that I decided to cure. I ended up sleeping instead of waiting for all that to finish. Day 5 to 6, from here I really needed to start working on a house. Let's find a nice area first, and then we can get ready. I think this way's better. There's more plains biomes this way. I ended up fighting through another pillager camp and unknowingly started clearing out an area inside of a fur clearing biome. Now this biome ended up being very snowy as I was putting all these things down. Even after clearing out a nice little area, I realized that the snow was definitely not fun to live around. This meant I had to grab everything once again and wanted to move over to the plains biome, which happened to be pretty close to where I was already at. I ended up getting sidetracked by another structure. This happened to be some sort of illager structure, which I decided to explore using the staircases on the right side. These stairs led down to a tunnel which was jam-packed with vindicators. Since these guys could shred through my gear, I made sure to block them off. Even then, I would get hit by some of these axe throwers and these guys with bows. Luckily, the chests in this place happened to be great, and I had tons of ingots and books. I slowly started making my way to the other side of this structure, and once again, I was super careful. Around this time, I had 55 emeralds. Diamonds. Anything in here? Got anything good? More diamonds. Let's go. From there, I grabbed 2 stacks of books, ate a golden apple, and took out this mob called an archivist. I snatched up some more chests while I was down here and tried fighting the mobs on the very top floor. This fight ended up being really tough. My totem. That charm of life thing. What a lifesaver. Okay, well, no more freebies now. With the Vindicators gone, I took out one Evoker and ran away so the Vexes despawned. When I hopped back into this structure, I grabbed and equipped the Totem of Undying, then realized there was no good loot inside of this place. Finally, with all that done, I decided to come back to the plains biome that I had lit up and started clearing out a place where I could build a home. I planted oak saplings around, cleared out huge sections of dirt, and then used these path blocks to blueprint a little house. I took a slight detour to grab some more oak logs and then extended the house out a little more. That night I fought tons of skeletons who all ended up hurting me a lot. This was all so I could grow these saplings though. After setting up most of the frame, I found a spruce tree in the snow which I snatched up and replanted around my base. Time to get this place done. I actually managed to get some bones. I'm gonna use about half of these to get some of this spruce cooking too. Oh, this is gonna be massive. Max size is 100. That's insane. Oh, finally, let's go. At this point, I had plenty of logs, so I started properly building this base. I made sure to pick up tons of sand as well, and then mapped out the entrance of the house. Before it turned dark, I had a good amount of this place done, and it looked pretty basic so far, but I hadn't done any detailing yet. That night, I fought a pillager captain, which gave me the bad omen effect that I had to get rid of. From there, I detailed the sides of the house with these oak planks. Then I made the entrance and filled out the floors. With all that done, I moved on to start using spruce. I sprinkled these trapdoors around the house and hung lanterns off of them. This made the outside look pretty good. I even placed some fences around the entrance as well. By the next morning, I had the frame of this house done and needed to focus on the roof. Luckily, I had tons of spruce logs, which made this job so much easier. This process wasn't anywhere near as time consuming as the frame, and I had the roof up in no time. Turns out there was enough space for a second floor, which meant I did even more decoration for that part of the house. I also used spruce slabs for the floor. Even better news though, I could actually fit an enchantment table up here as well. With all that done, I started moving the chests I had over there and gave these chests all like 1 block of separation. The waystone was then moved underneath the stairs, and the crafting table and furnace were next to the chests. Since I had taken on that pillager structure, I had enough items to set up the 15 bookshelves on the second floor. Back on the bottom floor, I added texture by placing in random blocks. With most of the house finished, I ran around looking for blue and red flowers. This was so I could make a purple dye. When I came back home, I made warp scrolls and remade iron armor. So the space between the chests were here just so I could hook all of these chests up to a network later. With that done, I used 3 of my 4 diamonds for a pickaxe and started forming nether warts. Next to the soul sand, I placed down a smithing table and a brewing stand on top of that. To end these days off, I made a circular pen and went over to this one pillager camp to grab more hay bales. With that, I lured in 2 cows. Day 11 to 13, I grabbed a good amount of cobblestone and cooked about half of that. Then I started filling out the little area 1 block away from my house with cobblestone and regular stone. Eventually, I picked up some gravel to add this, and with that done, I started to go mining. I picked that little cave next to my house and started staircasing down. From there, I used my mini-map to help me locate a cave. More iron. Oh, and we found our first cave. Let's go. Bunch of iron. Just 1 iron, thank you. Let's see if we can break this down to a bigger cave, or if we can find anything cool. Down here, I made sure to grab as many coal and iron as possible. Turns out this cave was pretty large and even extended down to a dripstone cave. Eventually, I even got down to deep slate level. So we should be able to start getting diamonds properly now around these areas. Oh, lapis, that is a big plus. And if I see a lava pool, I might as well get like, how many? I gotta think. I need almost 10 for the portal, and then I need a bunch for the enchantment table. Down here, I even found an amethyst geode. While I was there, I grabbed a good amount of shards. After that, I ended up with 2 more diamonds, which was enough for an enchantment table. As soon as I came home, I made my way towards a lava pool and found a waystone along the way. Grabbing this obsidian took way too long since I needed like 16-ish for everything I was planning on doing. Anyway, I got what I needed and set up this enchantment area properly. Once that was done, I set up a nether portal as well and lit that thing up. To get these network storages, I had to hop into the nether. This is definitely not a good spawn. I don't even know where I'm at. There's quartz up there though. It's not all a lost cause. Solid. Is that 3? Oh my god, I'm missing 1 more. Oh yeah, let me get my quest roar for this. 1 lingering potion of fire. These are some insane monsters. Whoa. After grabbing enough quartz, I wanted to move on to better biomes. Here, I found this piglin brute spawner little structure, and this thing ended up being really good much later on. More importantly though, I found an even cooler structure past this one. I don't know what that structure is, but I'm gonna get over there. Looks like it might be something good. While I was gathering blocks on the mini map, I saw something really cool, so I marked that down. Then I went back to building over to this tower. So later on in this journey, these towers become the greatest structures ever. But for now, I just use it to farm blaze rods. I ended up having to use this fire resistance potion. I managed to only get like 6 blaze rods and then immediately got distracted by a nether keeper structure. One of the chests on the corner of this place had some diamonds, which was really helpful. Once I got down to the main area, I fought these giddy blazes, but it was this spore thing which actually got my totem to pop. Alright, day 13. To have my stuff. Things are getting rough in here, folks. Losing a lot of durability. This is not the right place. This is the right one. Oh my god. This thing is so annoying. I don't know how you stop it. Okay, but it's all worth it because of these rooms. Tons of diamonds, tungsten, whatever. With that structure looted, I came home, bred my cows, and got vein mining on my pickaxe. I also crafted a diamond sword and chest plate, then started slaughtering some of those cows that I already had. Here, I realized I had made a mistake by not saving 1 diamond. Instead of focusing on that though, I made a very small wheat farm to help me with these cows. I had the farm up by night and crafted some network cables. This was so I could eventually link up all these chests. By the morning, I figured out how to claim and force load the chunks my base was in. While looking on this giant map, I noticed a woodland mansion, so I started making my way over there. As I got there, I started moving very slowly since these mobs were really strong. Luckily, inside one of these chest rooms, I started picking up these rabbit hides. During this fight, I got back up to level 30, but more importantly, I had tons of these rabbit hides. I ended up almost dying going to the 2nd floor, so this is my sign to get back home. Here, I got Unbreaking 3 and Protection 3 on my diamond chest plate, and then started taking out more spiders for strings. Those strings allowed me to make a backpack, and with 1 leftover diamond, I was able to make the storage network route as well. Around this time, I also got a quest reward, which got me 5 more levels. Turns out I was short some redstone, so I had to hop into the mines really quick. With all that, I finally had this network route and the request table ready to go. From there, I actually enchanted my diamond sword and it ended up being stacked. For the enchantment area, I placed down a grindstone and an anvil. I was then able to combine 2 iron pickaxes to get a single decent one. Next to my base, I trapped an enderman, which got me an ender pearl, and I was able to make more warp scrolls. Day 16 to 17, my armor was in rough shape, so I needed to hit the mines. Before heading down there, I grew more wheat, slaughtered some cows, and then placed down a composter as well. With that done, I went back down to the caves that I had opened up recently, and down here I used vein mining for the first time, and basically just searched for diamonds. Oh my goodness. What is that? What was that thing? These caves were scary, but I made my way down to diamond level anyway and used vein mining a little bit just to help find some diamonds. Doing this, I managed to get 10 diamonds, but my diamond pickaxe was almost completely ruined at this point. I did break into an even larger cave, which had 6 more diamonds, totaling up to 16. 16, I need one more. Oh, there it is. Speak of the devil. With all that, I made the rest of the diamond armor and broke a spawner, which gave me 2 spawner fragments. I called it quits from there and then came home to smelt some stuff. At this point, I was actually completely running out of coal. As soon as morning hit, I went out to go look for this coal that I needed. I managed to get like 51 using my fortune pickaxe first and then just a regular vein mining one. And after that, I picked up all these red poppies to craft myself a red cape. From there, I even crafted wolf armor to get bones as a quest reward. Then of course I had to grow more wheat. I also decided to make some of these random blocks like this bartering station and fill this right side of my house with chests just in case. I hooked that all up to the system and went back to the woodland mansion to get more emeralds and levels. Along the way, I did take out an enderman for pearls. In here, I fought tons of vindicators and even evokers this time, which allowed me to equip another totem. These upper floors happened to be a lot tougher than I thought, even though I had diamond armor now. The second floor chests absolutely sucked, but I figured out that you could equip like multiple totems, which is really cool. With that place cleared, I went over to the final floor and was disappointed again. I only managed to get like a single diamond chest plate. These totems though were still pretty helpful, so it wasn't all bad. A new problem I had in the morning was food, so I hunted some pigs and used a bunch of gold for golden apples. With that done, I decorated the area around my house with path blocks and coarse dirt. Then, I sprinkled these spruce slabs around. For 5 more levels, I crafted these small cages and picked up the quest rewards. This allowed me to enchant my leggings, which ended up being really nice. That's clutch. That's actually so sick. Day 20 to day 22, I wanted to find a nice village so I could potentially get a mending book. I traveled past the woodland mansion, taking out as many animals as I could find for food. I eventually ended up in a blue skies villager's house, and this place had a ton of good loot, plus the portal blocks to the Everdawn, I think. From there, I was out all night and had no luck with any structures at all. I couldn't find a single thing. I called it quits so I could come back home and cook up all this food that I had collected. I also made a smoker and used some levels to enchant my helmet, which ended up being decent. Once the food was cooked, I used my minimap to find a village and took out some endermen along the way. This actually ended up giving me enough items to craft a warp stone. Anyway, I started running over to what looked like a village on the map and was able to find the other portal blocks for the blue skies dimension inside of another house. This one was for the Everdawn dimension, I think. When I finally got to the village, I was having a pretty hard time trying to get these villagers to take the job. This process took an annoying amount of time. I even had to boat a villager over to an igloo. So around this time, I even slept inside of the village to get these guys to move around. Anyway, after that, I spent like a whole day just rolling trades. I had skipped over so many Sharpness 4 books and Unbreaking 3 books. I slept once again to get these guys to move around some more. This time I finally managed to lock a villager inside of an igloo and was able to just focus on this guy. After rolling a ton of trades, I finally got a single mending book. I placed the waystone down next to this igloo and came back home to grab all the emeralds I had from the woodland mansion. I then locked in the trade and tried bringing this villager back to my base, but I really couldn't find a way to get over there. Instead, I brought this guy back and locked it inside of the same igloo I was already working on. With that done, I started brewing potions of weaknesses at home. I ended up getting splash potions of weaknesses and lured a zombie over to this little thing. Now this zombie actually managed to turn a guard and the librarian into zombies, so I had to get rid of everyone but the one I needed. From there, I locked down the igloo and just waited. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 5 only, let's go. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll advance the trade real quick. Since the trades were so cheap, I accidentally bought too many mending books. But with all that, I made a spare chest and decked out my sword, chest plate, and leggings with mending. Day 25 to day 26, now that I had mending on some of my armor, I could now try and get netherite. I jumped into the nether and made my way over to the previous tower that I had explored. Remember that one piglin brute spawner? Hopefully the vein mining can take care of a good chunk of these. Whoa! Clutch. Get rid of that. Whoa, what in the world? 1, 2. Well, with all that loot grabbed, I went into the basement of this Nether keeper structure and first broke some spawners, picked up tons of blaze rods and diamonds from the chests. Unbreaking 3, where should that go on? Not there. Pickaxe, that'd be sick on the pickaxe, okay. So with that done, I moved back onto that tower, and from there, I broke a bunch more spawners. Now these towers I think are part of a bastion and they're really good. They're packed with gold and lodestones. Lodestones actually end up being insane later on since you can uncraft them for netherite ingots. I didn't know about that just yet. That up. Oh, let's go, and another one. Unbreaking 3, diamond leggings, sick. Plus attack damage right there. More arrows, let's go. I actually worked my way up through this tower and picked up so many more gold blocks. The final 2 floors happened to be garbage and I almost died from the blazes. I pearled out of there and then made it to this little area which I marked down before, and this place ended up being the Soul Forge. Oh, this is the place for the netherite monstrosity. I'm gonna be honest with you, there's no way I can take this guy on. There are ancient debris hanging around. Oh boy. Alright, well. Please get me out of here. Am I still on fire from what? Okay, well, that was not that fun. Finally, back home, I made a netherite ingot and brewed some fire resistance potions. I didn't want to upgrade the diamond gear just yet because I didn't have enough diamonds to make more smithing templates. While everything was brewing, I traded tons of books and even bought bookshelves which I broke and sold back. Doing this, I enchanted my helmet and it had Unbreaking 3 only. I also had enough spawner fragments to make an inactive spawner and put soul stealing on an iron sword. From there, I went down this little staircase that I had made and cleared out a 9x9 area that was about like 7 blocks high, I think. I placed the inactive spawner down and then put some water down that would move the mobs down to the center. From here, I set up a collection system, and now I just needed the soul of a mob to activate this thing. As I was waiting for it to turn dark, I made a spare diamond pickaxe and used that to make the staircase down to the spawner 2 blocks wider. As soon as that was done, I grabbed a stack and a half of deep slate, which I turned into stairs. I then tidied this place up and spent the whole night fighting skeletons with this soul stealing sword. I think the chance for the actual souls to drop was like 2.5%, which made this kind of a nightmare. Luckily, by the morning I had a skeleton soul and was almost level 30 again. Using this soul, I activated the spawner and had this mob farm up and running. The only issue was that I didn't do like a big enough drop for this collection system, so the mobs wouldn't bunch up properly. This farm was going to be inefficient for a little bit. I ended up getting to level 30, which gave me an insanely good pair of boots that I decided to put mending on. The skeleton farm was also clutch with the bones, so now I could stock up on wheat. While I was farming some mobs, I decided to make the entrance to this little cave area nicer and also had some ice, which I turned into packed ice. So my thought process was that this thing would help the mobs like bunch up, but it really didn't do anything. Day 29 to day 31, I was close to level 30 again, so I spent the majority of this day farming skeletons and was able to enchant my helmet. Bang, protection 4, there's an unbreaking book I have. That's 2 and 2, okay. Protection, mending, unbreaking on everything, and let's check this stuff out. Fortune 3 for the next 30 levels. Now that most of the gear was set, I got up to level 18 using the spawners and then gathered more food. As the next morning started, I did some light decorating by making these stairs down to this cave, and then I also made more path blocks. As soon as that was done, I sprinkled fences with lanterns around because I really liked the way they looked. When I got up to level 20 from the spawners, I moved on to start exploring. Here, I ransacked a snowy village and fought mobs the whole night. Eventually, I ended up in that one safe haven building, which had tons of hay bales. From there, I got on a boat and crossed a large frozen ocean. By the time the next morning started, I managed to only get like a horse and that was it. I did, however, snatch up 2 waystones after and climbed up this one tower. Sadly, while teleporting, my horse died, suffocating in a wall. On the bright side though, I set up a waystone next to my mob farm. I also started sprinkling this glowberry on the corners of my base, and I really liked the way that looked. With all my armor set up, I just needed more diamonds so I could copy this smithing upgrade. Since the next enchant for the pickaxe was Fortune 3, I spent a good amount of time grinding levels. In between this grind, I bred more cows and traded tons of books for levels. I also smartened up and moved this collection system down 1 block. This allowed even more skeletons to pile up together. As soon as I got to level 30, I picked up Fortune 3, put Mending on my old pickaxe, and then combined the 2 pickaxes together. I also got Aqua Affinity on my helmet and went down to the old tunnel I had already been working on. As I was making my way down there, I already picked up tons of diamonds. This time during the tunneling, I almost broke my pickaxe, so I had to sit down a waystone and then repair it. I was, however, able to make another smithing upgrade and upgraded my chest plate first. Whoa, I really like this purple look. Give me that. Dude, I'm shining too. That's awesome. That's actually so cool. With this pickaxe repaired to about 50%, I decided to hop right back into the tunnel, and here I actually picked up a good amount of diamonds. This time though, I messed up really badly and broke my pickaxe. Well, from there I crafted another diamond pickaxe, placed down a permanent waystone in the tunnel, and started working on advancing this cleric as well in the village that I was already in. Since I had a boatload of gold, I was able to upgrade the trades very quickly. I bought some ender pearls from this guy and made another waystone, which I decided to keep in my backpack. Doing all this trading and grinding got me up to level 30, which allowed me to grab a really good pickaxe. Again, I think I'm ready to take on some bosses. Most importantly, I want to see if I can actually take on the netherite monstrosity. So we'll get over there real quick. I need a few things. I think I had fire. Yeah, let's go. With the fire res and everything, I should be able to dodge, bare minimum. We also have 3 totems. Okay, that means we're close. I know there's noise. Let's see if we can fight this beast. This guy's no joke. Oh my goodness, he's so strong, dude. What in the world? Oh boy. Thank God for fire res. Ooh. Oh. That actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Oh my God. Oh boy, I should have made more shields. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Okay. I gotta craft another shield. Oh my goodness. Okay, good block. To have backline defense, which is the totem. Just tank 1. Run. Oh. It heals. Dude, that's so annoying. Oh my God. She can't really run back. Okay, so upgrade the bow. This is a dire thing. Okay, I'm actually doing tons of damage. Last one. Last few hits. No. Come on. You're done. Jeez. Pick that up. And this awesome thing. Let's go. And I got 5 levels. With my first major boss taken care of, I was back inside of that old tunnel that I had made, looking for more diamonds. This time I splintered to the sides of the tunnel. Doing this, I got 33 old diamonds and had to repair my pickaxe after. With that done, I went around looking for coal and came back home to cook up all the ores I had collected. Then, I used 1 diamond to make a portal to the Twilight Dimension. My goal inside of this dimension was just to get the uncrafting table very quickly. I needed something called a maze map focus, and to get that, I had to defeat a few bosses first. The first one happened to be called a Naga. Oh, you're a lot stronger in this mod pack, aren't you? Jeez. Got it. This is like real simple. You're nowhere near as strong as the netherite monstrosity. What happened? Oh, I took down chunks of you. Let's try. Oh, knocked him out. Let's go. With the first boss out of the way, I grabbed 25 levels from the quest rewards and made my way over to the Lich Tower. I immediately grabbed a stack of books and climbed up the center staircase, breaking the spawners in between. Once I got to the top floor, I fought the Lich, and all I had to do was reflect the projectiles back, for this first little round. The second stage of the boss was much harder since its minions just did a ton of damage. Once I healed up, I decided to just focus my attack on the Lich, which was all it took to basically wipe the boss out. I grabbed everything here, plus the quest rewards, and finally got to the structure that I needed. Inside of this maze, I needed to take out tons of minotaurs because they're the only ones who drop the maze map focus. My plan was basically just to stick around these spawner rooms, waiting for any of these guys to drop something good. I decided to keep some areas dark, and I even broke blocks around these spawners to give them more space to spawn. Oh yeah, I was also level 50 now, so I had made a quick detour back home using a waystone. I tried re-rolling enchants for a looting book, but that really didn't work out at all. Instead, I went back to the maze and stuck with the tried and true method. This finally worked, and I came back to craft this uncrafting table. So at this point, I didn't realize that this thing took levels, so I had to use like 15 levels getting my diamonds back. I quickly hopped into the Nether and started grabbing all these lodestones from that one tower bastion that I was in before. Turns out there were 4 in total in here, so I came back home and only had enough levels to get like 3 netherite ingots back. Anyway, I decided to make more smithing upgrades and then got full netherite armor. For some reason, getting full netherite armor just randomly gave me 5 levels, which allowed me to uncraft the last lodestone and also upgrade my sword. Day 39 to day 41, I was planning on working all the way up these upgraded netherite gear, but before that I actually wanted looting on my sword. To get that though, I needed a bunch more levels, so I started trading a ton of items. I managed to get up to level 17 and then also crafted a regular storage remote. This one doesn't have a crafting grid, but it can still bring items in and out. I replaced one of my totems for that and then traded items one more time before going into the mines. I really needed lapis. This one vein ended up giving me a stack, which was really helpful. From there, I repaired my pickaxe and put another inactive spawner on top of my skeleton spawner. This was for much later since I didn't have a mob soul to put in there yet. With my items repaired, I realized the quickest way to get tons of levels was to just hop into the Twilight Dimension again and defeat some of the bosses. I made my way over to the maze first, and here I got down to the center and took out the Minoshroom very easily. I also ate the Meef Stroganoff. From there, I had a choice between 3 bosses. I decided to fight whoever I could find first though. Turns out it was an Alpha Yeti who was surprisingly tougher than I imagined. Well, it was tougher at the start, but then it just stopped attacking. I was up to level 26 after that and decided to take on the Snow Queen next. This Aurora Palace was gonna be very annoying to navigate though. Oh my god. Oh. Dude. I'm so lucky. It took me a few tries, but I eventually got up to the Snow Queen's tower, and inside one of the chests going up, I picked up a Power 4 ice bow. Now she wasn't that tough at all, I just had to wait for her to get to my level, and turns out this boss just got trapped, and it was super easy to take out. This got me up to level 30, and the reward was 1 netherite ingot. The next boss was the Hydra, which is my personal favorite. For this boss, I used my new bow. Just like the Lich before, I had to reflect these big fire bolts back towards the dragon. For some reason, this bow draws back slower, so it took a little longer than it should have. Once the Hydra was gone, I vein mined tons of coal in its lair. The boss next up were the Night Phantoms, and I was really hoping to get lucky on my first try, since sometimes the boss chamber doesn't really spawn in here. I placed down a trophy to unlock this dungeon and started rolling through this place. Thankfully, my luck paid off, and I found the boss room very quickly. Now these guys were also a little bit stronger than I remembered, so I had to retreat a few times. However, I still defeated these guys relatively easily. I got 5 levels and another uncrafting table as a reward, and only had like 1 actual boss left. For some reason, it always happens to be the Urghast for me every time I play in the Twilight Dimensions mod. Since I couldn't fly, I actually had to navigate through this dark forest and then the dark tower, both of which happened to take a really long time for me to get through. That's not even the worst part. When I got up to the Urghast, I started getting a shader bug, which made it impossible to see some things. Even through that, I managed to bring the Urghast in using these little machines in the side rooms and did tons of damage. On the second turn, I got the boss's health down to 1/3 and finally took it out after that. With all that done, I came home with 38 levels and made a netherite iron ingot, which I used on my chest plate. The only issue with these netherite upgrades was that I couldn't use other trims. With the rest of my levels, I picked up a looting 2 book from the enchantment table and put that on my sword. Day 46 to day 48, since I had tons of coal from the Hydra layer, I started using coal blocks for all of my furnaces and smokers. I then grew tons of wheat and bred my cows as I started brewing these fire resistance potions. With all that done, I went into the nether to grab some ender pearls, even though I could just buy them. I was in here basically because I forgot. I traveled across this giant lava ocean and ran through a nether keeper structure. Eventually, I found this cool little place which had some piglin brood spawners. Inside the chest, which was in the center, I picked up 2 more netherite scraps and then decided to come home. Here, I had plenty of ender pearls, 1 more lodestone, and could actually make another netherite ingot. With those items, I upgraded my leggings and helmet to netherite iron tier. Now that the gear was upgraded, I started following this ender pearl from this snowy village where I had set up the Mending villager. This took quite a while. I spent the nights fighting tons of mobs and even taking down some of these other random structures along the way. By the morning, I was back out and following the eyes. I actually ended up being pretty lucky since this stronghold happened to be somewhat close. Once I dug into it, I had another issue. I needed to find the portal room, and these upgraded strongholds have like 3 layers, so I couldn't even use the minimap properly. I ended up spending a bunch of time inside of this library where I couldn't even find a single chest that had enchanted books. I mean, I searched every nook and cranny of this one room. I did, however, manage to pick up tons of bread and apples from these barrels, which were very helpful. After what felt like forever, I finally found the portal room, placed down my waystone, and came home to quickly put punch 2 on my bow and upgrade my chestplate to protection 4. I then bought more ender pearls and finally activated the end portal. I wasn't planning on jumping in yet, so I came home and crafted more golden apples first. Power 4, punch 2, mending. Let's go take on this ender dragon. Boom. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, moment of truth. Let's go. Here we go. I might grab blocks now. There we go. Here comes the dragon. Here it is. Oh my god. We'll just take as much as possible though. So this dragon fight wasn't too climactic. I basically used my bow to first take out all the crystals, which wasn't that hard. I did have to break these caged pillars using my pickaxe though. With that done, I actually stayed in the center tower, waiting for the dragon to perch, and ended up doing tons of damage to it with my bow while I was waiting. Before the dragon even perched for the first time, I had it down to like half health. Unfortunately, this dragon shredded through my shield and also damaged a little bit of my armor as it was perching, so I had to move back. With that done, the dragon was already pretty low on health, and that made it really easy to take out with the bow. There we go, bow done. Sword, everything set. Is there any more? That's it? These are all the levels? No, there has to be more levels. Come on. There they are. Boom. No. Oh. Okay, thank God. I thought I messed up. Can I do anything with it? Looks like this egg will take a long time to hatch. With the dragon taken care of, I took the gateway out to the end islands. In the first chest, I picked up a void totem and a pretty nice enchanted book. Uh-oh. No, all the cool stuff. I'm so lucky I didn't die. Jeez. After that close call, I used these ender pearls to start moving across these islands. Please be an end city. Yes. Is there an end ship? No, this one doesn't have an end ship. Oh, it does. Let's go. Honestly, these end cities absolutely sucked. The main towers barely had any loot, and the top rooms with the 4 shulker boxes all managed to have nothing either, so I was pretty disappointed. That's not even the worst part. These mimic mobs happen to be like the strongest things ever. One of them even got me to pop a void totem, so when I made my way over to the end ship, I had to be extremely careful and take out the mimics from as far away as I possibly could. This was really hard, by the way. One of these guys who copied my bow would basically just start freezing me. There we go. Is that it? Please be it. Oh my god. So annoying, those mimics. I don't think I ever want to face those things again. Oh, this one is silk touch, okay. Let's just get these 4. Okay, got that. Boom, just like that, okay. Even better. Now we don't even have to worry about a backpack because we just have everything. As soon as I was back home, I made 2 more double chests for the storage system. Then I grabbed a bunch of stacks of bone meal and farmed tons of wheat. I used some bone meal for decorations as well. With that done, I decided to make an automatic composter just because it looked really cool. Then it was right back to stocking up on wheat and breeding tons of cows for later. Day 56, before taking on some of the stronger bosses, I wanted to upgrade my armor some more. So I hopped down into the tunnels to look for more diamonds. This was all just so I could make more smithing templates. I ended up with 11 diamonds from one vein and even more from another vein after that. I had around 32 more diamonds at that point. In total, I had around 78 diamonds. With that done, I went over to the village to repair my pickaxe via trades. Back home, I took my backpack off and equipped an elytra wing. At this point, I could only craft about like 36 fireworks. Since I had the levels though, I rolled tons of enchants and ended up with a book that got me sharpness 5 and looting 3 on my sword. From there, I also got unbreaking 3, and then when I put that and mending on my elytra, it took almost all of my levels. That thing's matching with my cape? That is so sick. I spent the night fighting creepers for gunpowder and tried to get any of these mob souls. Turns out I got lucky and ended up with a zombie soul. Sadly, you couldn't get the creeper ones. I activated the second spawner in the mob grinder and put a fence down to prevent baby zombies from getting through. The next day, I hopped back into the Twilight Dimension since the last 2 quests happened to have some great rewards. I first flew over to the clouds to take out this giant miner who dropped a giant pickaxe. I did a slight detour back home for night vision potions and then hopped right back into the Twilight Highlands biome looking for a cave. Here, I swapped to the giant pickaxe and spent a good amount of time just trying to break 3 of these giant obsidian blocks. Inside of this place, I grabbed a lamp of cinders, which completed the second to last quest, giving me 10 levels and a netherite ingot. The final quest of this dimension was just to go over to the last structure. This was very easy, and I came home to collect those 25 levels. We will upgrade the last piece of our armor to netherite iron, and then the next is netherite gold. Boom. We need 4 more netherite. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 turns into that. Oh boy. I did some decorating after that. First, I made a fancy bed, which I replaced my old one with. Then I crafted 2 couches, which were on the bottom floor, and 2 chairs for the upstairs part. I also crafted a side table next to my bed and put down 2 wooden benches in front of my house. Also, since I just liked the way they looked, I placed down like 2 shelves. Now these things don't stack up, but that really wasn't an issue to me. I then put 1 glowstone down, which lit up both floors, and then sprinkled around all these trophies that I had collected from taking out bosses. This made the base feel so much livelier, and I decided to go around exploring these snowy areas afterwards. I grabbed as much of the sugarcane as possible, fought a ton of creepers, and then came home. Here, I enchanted this Infernal forge, which ended up giving me tons of really good enchants. Technically, it did more damage than my sword, but my sword was still better since of the speed. Day 59 to day 61. At this point, most of the bosses I needed to challenge happened to need like nether stars to summon, so I had to hop right back into the nether for that. I had tons of fire resistance and night vision potions, which should help me find structures. The first place I took down was a piglin camp, and then I ransacked another nether keeper dungeon. Funny enough, this nether keeper dungeon actually needs a nether star. After grabbing all the loot in the center room and on the towers, I moved on to the basement, which basically had the same types of loot. Once that area was cleared, I used this minimap to locate a treasure bastion. At this point, I was sidetracked a little, and I decided to also get some netherite as well. Inside this treasure bastion, I fought tons of piglin brutes and looted the side rooms first, which were alright. The center room had like 19 more gold blocks and ancient debris inside of the chests. With this place cleared, I activated a random waystone inside of the nether and kept flying along. Further away, I broke apart this piglin brute spawner for more ancient debris and then found a structure which was called the Citadel. So I was actually disappointed in this place. I did fight a cool mob called Wildfire, but aside from that, I didn't get anything good at all. This next structure was the jackpot. Turns out these towers are actually connected to a bastion, and this thing was so awesome. I ended up getting a full netherite ingot, 3 more ancient debris, and a few more lodestones. All that was from like one of the corners. I was disappointed that I didn't get any wither skeleton skulls, but being able to uncraft these lodestones for netherite iron made me feel a lot better. I was even able to craft some extra netherite iron, and with that done, I actually turned the netherite iron into netherite gold and upgraded all of my gear. The next day, I stocked up on an absolute ton of fire resistance potions and went right back into the nether. This time I found a little hut that was made out of nether bricks, and it had a wither skeleton spawner in the center. I used my brain for a little bit and tried to cover as many of the holes in here to make this area a lot darker. Then I started farming wither skeletons. I picked up 2 wither skeleton skulls from this spawner and decided to set a waystone down next to it. After some more grinding, I picked up the 3rd head and decided to get out of there. Day 63 to day 65. The first thing I did was go down to my tunnel and summon a wither. Now this dude was kinda tough since I was actually just having a hard time hitting it. I even managed to hit myself with an arrow. However, I had this wither taken care of and eventually went over to the snowy village to try and get apples from a farmer. This didn't work out too well at all. I did end up buying these pumpkin pies though, which I learned that you could cut up and eat it to give me speed boosts. The only issue with these pumpkin pie slices was that it barely fills up your hunger bar. Regardless, I went over to the nether keeper structure to summon the boss in here. I made sure to eat my golden apple and then place the nether star inside of the altar. In the start, things were going fairly well and I was able to handle all of the hits. But later on, this pumpkin pie not filling up my hunger bar started making this boss battle much harder. Once the reinforcements arrived, my totem popped, but by that time, I was actually able to take the boss out. This quest reward though made it 100% worth it. Since I needed even more nether stars, I was back in that little wither skeleton farm, just grinding out mobs. Once I got 3 more skulls, I hopped back into the tunnel, and this time I actually claimed the chunk I was in, so I was able to keep the wither's explosions contained. I managed to pick up another nether star after that. Back home, I upgraded this netherite gold chestplate to netherite emerald. I then gathered an absolute ton of food and chopped down a large fir tree. I thought I could actually get tree bark from this, but I was completely wrong, so I used the planks to decorate this little cave that led down to the mob grinder. With this extra nether star in hand, it was time to fight the second boss, which also needs to be summoned. Now this is the Awful Ghast, and it's only found in Stalwart dungeons. I looked through tons of biomes, the most important one being this Soul Sand Valley. Eventually it spawned, and I made my way inside one of these rooms. Inside this structure there were tons of reinforced blazes and incomplete withers. For some reason in this mod pack, incomplete withers don't drop skulls at like a very high rate, so I ended up wasting a good bit of my time just fighting these guys. Doing all of that, I only had 1 skull, so I turned my attention to the Awful Ghast's altar. I used up a single nether star to summon this large and armored up ghast. Now this guy actually wasn't too strong at all. The only thing annoying about it was that it would get out of range for a little bit, and it started putting cooldown on my items. After a little bit of waiting around, I managed to take the Awful Ghast out and picked up 17 more levels. The quest reward gave me 5 levels on top, and then I spent a decent amount of time here farming more of these incomplete withers. This only got me like 1 more skull, but I did get a ton of XP and an extra lodestone. I came home to make myself a netherite emerald ingot and used that to upgrade the leggings. I explored the nether after that and ended up hitting the jackpot once again with this little tower structure. This time I managed to pick up 3 more lodestones and 1 netherite ingot. Inside of another tower connected to this one, I got just as many of the same items. So in total, with 4 more netherite ingots and 6 more lodestones, I managed to upgrade all of my gear to netherite emerald and the netherite diamond tier. From there, I went up the upgrade tree for the sword as well. At this point, the armor now pacifies endermen, piglins, and phantoms. And the sword gives like double rates on some mob drops. Day 69 to day 71, so there are like 2 more bosses that need nether stars, so I took out a wither once again. So these 2, I'm gonna leave these 2 for later, because Ignis is really strong, but this guy, Harbinger, is one of them that needs a nether star. And then this guy, the Shulkerer, the Shelterer, this guy needs a nether star too. The problem is this guy also needs TNT, and I don't have a very stable way of getting gunpowder. I then came home to smelt some of the ancient debris that I had from those towers, and I wanted to upgrade this diamond glove. I hopped into the nether really quick, and in here I tried picking up this thing called a propellant stem, but I just had no clue how to harvest it. These things can basically be cut up into gunpowder. From there, I did some research as I was bartering with a piglin, and I crafted this Eye of Mech, which would lead me towards the Harbinger. The structure it was in was called the Ancient Forge, and it just happened to be super far away. I managed to spend an entire night and most of the next day just trying to find this place. This eye ended up disappearing underground, which meant I was close. Again, I was like 5,000 blocks away from my home. I started vein mining my way deep underground and finally got on top of this structure. From there, it took me a little bit to find the actual entrance. Once I got inside, I made it to the boss and placed a nether star inside of its chest. This thing was basically a mecha wither, which fires lasers too. I was able to hide behind some of these pillars that had like EMPs, which were unbreakable, and then heal once in a while. Doing that, I was able to focus my attack on the guy after. This ended up helping me a lot, and I was able to take this boss out. For some reason, the quest reward didn't count, but I did pick up this witherite block and a wither assault shoulder weapon. I grabbed the really cool pillar blocks from this area and turned that witherite block into a mechanical anvil for later. After that, I basically grabbed every single good item from the loot room and warped back home. I ended up clearing out the left side area around my house to build a little area to house the dragon egg. For this, I used deep slate tiles and of course the same pillar blocks I just picked up. I also made sure to build paths towards the area and then fenced off the dragon egg. So I've been to the Aether in other mod packs, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it was not good at all. There's like, I only fought like one stupid little boss there. Hopefully I can find some cool things in here. I would really like some of the accessories. Come on, go in. Ascending to the Aether. I swear, I don't think I've ever found like a proper dungeon in this place. I've only found those boss structures, not like an actual dungeon. Not the silver dungeon, not the gold dungeon, not the bronze one. Oh, I see something. Up here. You have to be something, don't you? Oh, this is the air wheel thing. Okay, let's go eat this. Yeah, 1 potion of strength. Let's go summon this absolute beast. Oh wow, I'm shredding through. These structures have some really cool loot though, so oh! It's actually not doing too much damage. Maybe I'm finally overpowered. Gotcha. There we go. No, one more hit, one more hit. Gotcha. Okay, that's one guy done. Platinum key, which I can use for these chests down here. This one, treasure chest. I use my thing on that. Life shard, what does this do? Oh, it gives you more health? Bro, that's clutch. What? Oh, something. We found something. Dungeon. Has to be a dungeon. Silver dungeon, okay. Now this one, defeat a Valkyrie. These don't seem kind of hard, so I'm gonna grab a strength potion just in case. Gotcha. So Valkyrie done. And that did tons of very annoying damage to me. Once I got rid of all the Valkyries and Mimics on the first little room, I equipped some rings and pendants. Then I moved through this dungeon going up the stairs. These Valkyries though happened to be extremely strong. After toughing it through all these mobs, I had plenty of victory medals and grabbed all the instant health potions that I had in my inventory. The only boss left at this point was the Valkyrie Queen. Alright. I wish to fight you. Very well. So I was actually super focused during this fight and didn't really talk much. The plan was actually simple though. I used this ice bow to slow the queen down and then was able to start knocking off chunks of her health. There were a few close calls, but I had tons of healing potions and golden apples, which made me feel a lot safer. This bow is absolutely epic. I love it. Okay, you're a lot weaker than I thought, but I guess that's probably because it's only one-on-one. Jesus. Let's try. I don't know what that just did, but that was terrifying. I need to repair my armor after this so bad. Wow, you were tough. Silver key for what? In here? Hey. Smithing template. Valkyrie chestplate. Whoa. Lightning sword. These are sick. What in the world? Valkyrie ring. Give me that. I grabbed every single thing from this structure and then came home to put this Valkyrie Queen trophy away, and I put the armor on an armor stand. I also had a ton of levels, so I put some enchants on my gear before I realized that I had a few more life shards that I could actually use up. I then doubled up the collection system for the mob farm and fully repaired my armor. The next morning, I went over towards the village and made another farmer. This time I got the apple trade and was actually able to use up all the gold blocks that I had. I picked up tons more emeralds as well, grabbed more fireworks, and hopped back into the Aether dimension to find another dungeon. Yeah, this is what the bronze dungeon is. What do I get? Chromatic air cloud. I don't need this. Hopefully this is not as annoying as the last one. I mean, it's already not summoning bosses immediately. This time I got a quest reward for beating you, so I don't mind. Hey. What are you? Sentries. These are the guys. What the heck are you? Oh, what are you? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, what the heck are you? We'll swap to this. This is a pickaxe. This constitutes as a pickaxe. So it turns out that this slider boss is a giant block which can only be attacked using a pickaxe. Lucky for me, this Infernal forge happens to count as a pickaxe too. This boss was extremely tanky, but it only moved in 4 directions, so you could kind of get away every time. It still managed to damage me a bunch though. I'm gonna be honest with you, this thing, it felt weaker in the beginning, but it might be stronger than the Valkyrie. It just, everything surrounding it isn't as strong. Oh god. Okay, come on. Get down, you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that was actually nerve-wracking. Oh my god, give me everything. Slider trophy. Neptune helmet, I guess? What's this? Grants double jump. Wearing 2 increases jump height. Shield of repulsion. This thing might be better than the one I have. Sentry stone, I don't really care. Put everything else away. Boom. Wow, that looks sick. Okay. Let's get our rewards. 100 XP. 100 XP. And Sky Jade Gemstone, which I don't know what it does. The Sun Spirit cannot be killed by attacking it directly, and it must be killed by hitting the white object he throws back at it multiple times. Every time it is hit, the white object, it sends out a smaller version of itself to attack the player. If the player fails to kill the Sun Spirit, the spawn point will be reset over lava, forcing the player to delete the map. Let's leave this for later. Kinda like this map. With all these new rings and shields that I got from those 2 dungeons, I actually put mending on them since I had more than enough books. Once that was done, I went over to repair my gear. Once everything was repaired, I made netherite gloves and put this slider trophy on my head since I thought it looked cool. Before these days ended, I cleared some more land behind the dragon egg so I could place a beacon there later. Day 78 to day 80, in order to be safe, I needed like 2 more nether stars. One for a beacon and the other to summon another boss. This meant I basically spent like an entire full day farming these wither skeletons just for like 2 skulls. I was so tired of it, I took a break to make a blue cape. Once I got the 3rd skull, I demolished the wither very easily and went back to grinding out more wither skeleton skulls. This time I crafted these eyes of voids in between each, which should lead me to the Ender Guardian. With that done, I took out what should be my last wither and crafted a beacon. I made a 1-layer beacon with gold blocks and iron blocks. For this, I chose a speed boost. I accidentally clicked the dragon egg after that, so I had to pick it back up, but this time it had turned into a fire dragon egg. Once again, after that, it was time for a boss run. This time, I hopped into the end dimension. Inside of this place, I was looking for 2 structures. One was the Shelterer's dungeon, but more importantly, I wanted to find the ruined citadel. I used these eyes of voids to help me find it. On the 1st floor, I took out the Ender Golem, who dropped the void core and gave me 5 levels as a quest reward. From there, I looted some of the barrels and took this trapdoor down to where the actual boss is gonna be. Down here, I fought 3 more Ender Golems, who weren't that tough, and finally found the 2nd set of trapdoors that led me down to the boss of this structure. Oh, Jesus. Nice try. Oh, thank God for the shield. Okay, now probably the ground's gonna break. There we go. Oh my goodness. Nice try. There we go. Whew. Yeah, this boss was not too tough. I grabbed everything, plus the quest rewards, and came back home to expand the beacon properly. With that done, I hopped into the Nether because I wanted crying obsidian from these piglins. I actually ended up getting distracted and basically ran through tons of different biomes. Eventually, I found this Nether mine shaft where I figured out that you could harvest this propellant cane and stem with a knife. I picked a bunch of these up and looked through this entire little area. I only managed to get like more of those canes. I came home, cut up a ton of them for gunpowder, and then farmed it next to my dragon, which in hindsight is like the stupidest thing I could have done. Day 83 to day 87. I started off these days repairing some of the aether items since they all have durability. With that done, I rolled through tons of enchants so I could get sweeping edge on my sword. This made mob grinding so much easier, so I wanted to take on a boss after that. Again, one of the bosses of course was the same one I was always looking for, so I grabbed 19 TNT and a nether star, then went over to the End Islands looking for an End Stalwart dungeon. This took legitimately forever. I was here for days. I mean, I even found what could have been like the placeholder block for this structure, but the entire thing wasn't spawning. So to challenge another end boss, I took out this mob called an Enderiophage, who dropped a block called a capsid. With that done, I needed 2 more items. I first looked around the overworld for some flies, but had no luck. So I went to the Nether to fight tons of crimson mosquitoes. They were actually super annoying, and I only managed to pick up one of these proboscises. Back home, I finally got the fly to spawn, which dropped 4 maggots. I quickly hopped into the end, crafted a crimson mosquito larva, and put this inside of the capsid to get a mysterious worm. This should do it. This should give us the mysterious worm. Boom, let's go. And we gotta chuck this into the void. Get out of here. Now this void worm wasn't too tough. It was just kind of annoying. Oh, wrong guy. Dude was collateral. Oh my goodness. Those moves are so annoying. Gee, I can't see anything. Gotcha, that's one more. Let's go. Oh no, I split it in 2. Oh, that's gonna be a nightmare. I split it in 3. Even with 3 of these bosses on the battlefield, I actually managed to take most of them out. Then for some reason, they either ran away or died from my bow's chilled effect, but I actually ended up not getting the quest reward. I did, however, get the boss drop, which was weird. For the rest of these days, I learned about my dragon egg, and apparently a growth cycle is 20 minutes, so this thing was gonna hatch soon. Then I repaired a ton of items, which reminded me to go back to the Aether dimension. I was able to take out another air whale, and inside the main chest here, I picked up 1 more life shard. The chest also had a power glove, which was better than the netherite ones that I had, so I came home and put mending on this. I then ran out of levels, so I had to grind out more mobs, which allowed me to get power 5 on my bow. Day 88, so on this day, I crafted some tinted glass to cover up the dragon egg shrine. Then I went to the nether dimension and mined down to y equals 15 to try and get some ancient debris. I managed to get like 4 pieces even though I was there all day. Anyway, with whatever I had, I crafted this Eye of Flame that would locate the Ignis boss. Around this time, my fire dragon egg hatched, and I tied it up and learned that fish makes it grow. So in these first few stages, I just gave it 17 cod. At this point, the dragon was rideable, and I started growing it using the stake I had. It looked really cool, so I kept it on top of this dragon egg altar. From there, I needed to find the structure that Ignis spawns inside of. There are 2 bosses that the quests require inside of this same structure. This actually took a really good amount of time, and I had to fight through my first fortress, which was actually funny. Then I reapplied all my potions when I got close to the burning arena. Top up on my fire resistance just in case. We'll grab my instant health. Eat one of the golden apples, and then let's get in there. Okay, so I need to take down one of those remnant things, these little minion guys. Yeah, you're not as absolutely broken as in medieval Minecraft. There we go, get out of here. Here it is, Ignis, cue the epic battle music. Make another shield, hurry. Okay, let's go. Alright, swap one more. Oh my goodness. Still strong. The only difference is I can actually do damage now, which is a huge plus. Nice try. Oh wow, what in the world? Dude. Oh my goodness. Oh, if you go way too far, okay, it doesn't let you glitch the boss like that. That's actually so cool. Oh wow, I got it to the second level. Nice try, Goofy. Got your movement patterns now. Nice try. Oh my god. That is a hefty move. Oh, the shield's broken. Oh, wow. What is happening? I'm down here. 3, 2, 1. Okay. No. Oh my goodness. Wow. This guy's still terrifying. I'm back in. Gotcha. Oh my goodness. Let's pick that up. Because of the fight, a lot of my gear was in rough shape, so I went down to the mob grinder and repaired it. With that done, I used this mechanical anvil to upgrade some of these cataclysm items. To end these days off, I actually focused on repairing my pickaxe, which for some reason it just wasn't picking up any XP from the mob farm. I actually had to trade a lot, and then I rode my dragon around for fun, and finally spent the night hunting down a ton of creepers since I was eventually gonna need tons of fireworks. Day 93 to day 100, I put all these days in together since I did a lot of things. First, I ended up spending a great amount of time looking for an ancient city. I was able to make a nature's compass, which actually helped a lot. Still, I was flying around for quite a bit. On the first try, I ended up finding a little deep dark biome, which didn't have any of those weird skulk blocks that could actually summon a warden. On the second try, I had to come back home and travel to a completely different area. I managed to complete a Blue Skies quest along the way, but I really didn't want to go into that dimension at all. After a very long time, I managed to fall inside of an ancient city. Now I'm going to be honest with you, I thought this warden was going to be a walk in the park after all the bosses I'd taken out. But nope, even though I reduced his health pretty easily, it would just take chunks of my health down. That's not even the worst part, the ranged attack would also completely ruin my health. So on the first try, I actually almost died, and I had to keep retreating and coming back over and over again until I could finally take the single warden out. Turns out sneaking helps a bunch. I picked up this quest reward and used this heart to activate the portal to the other side dimension. For some reason the quest didn't track, and since I was low on time, I decided to challenge another boss instead. It was time to fight the final Aether boss, who could potentially make you delete the world. This dungeon was actually called the Gold Dungeon, and it took me quite a bit to find. This thing just happened to be in some sort of random island. The Sun Spirit was then at the center, and after a little bit of dialogue, I had started the fight. There we go. Nice try, goofball. I can't damage this guy at all. Oh, I need to hit its thing back to it. How do I do that? These things aren't even moving properly. What do I do? I can't hit anything. Oh, there's one. Okay, I got you. Okay, I got it now. Get in between. We'll get rid of you. And then I need to hit you. Right at the dude. Where are you? Come on. Dude, please. Help me out. Oh. No. This way. Gotcha. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm taking a lot more damage than I thought. Took another fire res. I need you. Let's go. Halfway done. No, come on, that was so close. Let's go. One more. Okay, now one more. That was just a trial run, I guess. Time for you to go. Did one more? Oh my god. Just like the tiniest bit of health. You are so annoying. Come on. Let's go. Get ruined. Gold key. And let's check your reward out. What do you give? Sun Spirit Head. Healing Stone. 3 minutes of regen. A waste of time. Another one of these. I think that's basically majority of the quests in this entire mod pack done in 100 days. I don't know what else I have to do. It's mostly everything. I didn't beat these guys, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, these guys are not that good. They're very annoying mobs. The Warden was the strongest one, and that guy took forever. I survived 100 days in Steampunk Minecraft. This world is filled with complex machinery, huge structures, and insane bosses. In these 100 days, I want to master the Create mod, craft some flying machines, and even venture out to other planets. First day, Steampunk Minecraft. Let's see these things. Okay, so if we move up too high or too low, we have this thing. Got up to level 3 already. We have this necklace. Let's see what this does. Whenever you die, not gonna have to worry about that. I'll equip it anyway. Wow, this makes everything significantly harder. How about we hold off on that for a bit? I'm gonna go make a crafting table really quickly. Page with ability. Are you guys seeing this thing? It's moving into the skill. Okay, I guess I need a skill book after. After grabbing the first 2 quests, I crafted a wooden pickaxe, gathered tons of cobblestone, and upgraded to stone tools. An item I really needed to get was this skill book, which would help me improve a ton of my abilities, but for that I needed 1 gold ingot. While running around this little area, I found a cave and some exposed coal ores. This coal allowed me to craft some torches, but once I heard some skeletons, I decided to move on. Honestly, that looks like a witch's hut. From all my experience playing the game, there should be some wheat on the bottom. What the heck? The 4 hay bales inside of this place got me like 10 pieces of bread, and before exploring the rest of this tower, I cooked up some of these pork chops. While waiting for that, I completed some more quests, and then finally hopped into this tower. I picked up 4 strings as I was climbing up, which meant I could craft a backpack and clear up my inventory. After being safe and taking the witch out, I moved on to the top floor. The backpack was clutch though, I genuinely needed that. Free enchantment table, which I think we can pick up. Feather falling and Slayer book. This Slayer thing is kind of sick. Rabbit's foot, you never know what these things are going to be good for. More string, let's go. Put this all away. 33 books. Do iron pickaxe, that's next. Andesite alloys, and then we're going to craft our first shield. I don't think I want to tempt fate. Let's go to sleep. We'll wake up tomorrow. As soon as it was next morning, I went out to go find a cave and was attacked by a weird mob. I managed to escape and ended up grabbing a ton more coal. As I was running away, I had to dodge some bears. Under sea level is where iron should be. Let's get down there. Oh boy. No iron, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, I see some iron. There it is. 1, 2 iron. Oh, more iron. We gotta be really careful. That is not a safe place. That cave is much bigger than I thought. Good, block those guys off. Whoa. Hit the jackpot. And then I think a stick in the middle? That's so annoying. Hey, let's go. Respirator. So I guess that helps you with the breathing down here. Now that I had a shield and an iron pickaxe, I decided to move on from this area. This actually worked out very well since I found a much better cave. I immediately got some more iron and crafted even more torches with all these things that I had. After cooking a ton of stuff, I made an iron chestplate and started staircasing down to a larger portion of this cave. I fought off some mobs at a distance and really took my time getting down here. Once a bulk of these mobs were taken care of, I hopped down. The first thing I grabbed here was this expetrified orb, which got me 3 levels, and then I picked up even more iron ore. As soon as this iron ingot cooked, I crafted leggings. What are you, sir? You're just a mining unit? What even are you? I don't even understand. Oh, you know what? Please come around more. Oh yeah, from some quest rewards, I got like 5 levels, and then just decided to basically grab everything I could see in this cave. So here I fought like 3 of these broken mining units, and each one of them did so much damage to me. Then on the bright side, a goblin spawned, which allowed me to get tons of extra iron ingots. Using this goblin, I was able to craft a full set of armor, and I picked up 50 iron ingots. Before leaving this place, I picked up almost half a stack of andesite, because I would need that for later. On the surface, I upgraded my backpack, and then crafted an iron sword. I want to find like a proper plains biome to really start a base on. Hopefully I can get food here. Get away from me, sir. I'm taking the anvil too. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I genuinely love these towers. 2 gold blocks, 2 iron blocks. That's so much stuff. We can even upgrade our backpack, but I probably shouldn't worry about that yet. I think we might need gold for something else. Oh, I know this place. There's something in here. Yeah, emerald. Are you guys... There's like massive wolves on the mini-map. Let's not even try. Alright, I'm calling it a day. I did see gigantic wolves. They look super big in the mini-map. They're probably not that big, but I'm not gonna chance it. There's a bear right there too, so let's get the heck out of there. They're not that big. I don't know if they're super hostile to me. So there's gonna be a Vindicator in there. That's the guy that I'm worried about. Turns out this little illager camp didn't have any Vindicators, but for some reason these guys with these crossbows never stopped spawning. I ended up taking out so many of these dudes, and I also snatched up all the hay bales and even tried going around the camp. Here I actually noticed a pirate ship, which was funny. I did pick up even more food, but eventually I had to run away since these enemies just never stopped spawning. To find a new area, I crafted a boat and went around this cold ocean. By the time I was back on land, I noticed a few structures on my mini-map. Hello, outcast. You don't get mad if I take your stuff, right? Oh, you have so much food. Oh my god. So much everything. Thank you, bro. With a bunch of food, emerald, and coal gathered, I went over this hill towards another really cool looking place. Let's get inside this place. What the heck? This is gorgeous. So inside of this little house, I picked up some leather and a ton of hay bales from the walls. This allowed me to make one of the most important items, a skill book. Now the skills I had at the start all happened to be the really basic ones, but once you find some of the really good skill little parchments, you can become super OP. I upgraded attack speed and kept the rest of my XP inside of this book. You know what, I'm actually gonna take these. And the hand crank. These are awesome. Fluid pipe, I'll take one, why not? Oh, they're filling the tank with honey, that's so sick. I'm taking the fluid tank too, because you can actually set up some really great machines with these. While grabbing quest rewards, I ended up getting 5 more levels and a ton more andesite alloys. Still, around this time I was looking for a place to settle down, so I kept moving. I ended up finding another outlaw's hut, which gave me even more food, and since my backpack was full, I used gold to upgrade it to another tier. From there, I marked down this woodland structure, which I think was for a conjurer, and then just kept moving along. I made sure to chop down a single dark oak tree, since I really liked the look of them, and then finally, I found an area that looked decent. At first, there was just 3 structures next to each other, and the first structure was another outlaw's hut, which had some really good loot. In here, I also used up tons of levels on attack speed and strong fist. Past these structures, I found the place I wanted to build my base on. Yeah, this is probably as nice of an area as we're gonna get. Might as well settle with this. What the heck is hitting me? What are you, bro? What even is this thing? Since this area looked nice, I cleared out my backpack and wanted to make more sophisticated chests, but I realized I didn't have any redstone. Then, with this area cleared out properly, I chopped down a large tree and crafted my first water wheel. Once that was done, I used these andesite alloys on strip logs to make andesite casings. Once that was done, I crafted a hammer and then made propellers. All of this was just for an encased fan. Okay, so the encased fan goes here. Behind it is a water wheel, like this. I need water to go from here, basically moving this thing. Got it. Now this needs a gearbox. Gearbox, bang, vertical gearbox. This should be enough to, look at that. We should be able to use the same water, I'm not even gonna lie, for another water wheel. Boom. Now this thing needs a cog wheel. That's working too. We need to create some goggles, and I need to pick up some lava. Yeah, they should be... Are they pulling in? Should I maybe move the water this way? Oh, that did it. Let's dump it all out here. That should all cook up later. There we go. Okay, so it doesn't really need the basin, I guess. That's so sick. Why aren't these cooking? Should it be one more block closer? I don't understand. That is what it is. That's so sick. Oh my god. We're doing science here, ladies and gentlemen. Around this time, I had the engineer's goggles and pressed more of these gold ingots so I could also craft a wrench. One of the big things I really wanted was an automatic create farm, so I favorited this super glue, which I would really need later. Turns out you could use dough to make slime balls, which are basically needed for the glue, so I placed down a millstone. With that done, I started making the outline for a house. Now this place was just for a starter storage room and an enchantment table, so it was gonna be the most basic house imaginable. By the next morning, I had the frame of the house done and started placing down oak planks on the floor. With that finished, I bulk cooked up some sand and then started placing down these glass panes everywhere. For some reason, this dark oak sapling just did not want to grow at all, so I moved over to this biome that was right in front of my base and grabbed these redwood logs. I ended up using tons of redwood stairs and oak slabs for the roof. Inside of the house, I crafted even more bookshelves and actually set up a little enchantment area. To finalize everything, I moved every single item I had laying outside, inside of the base, and then went to sleep. Day 10 to day 11, I really needed to hit the mines so I could grab redstone and lapis. I made my way towards those 3 structures that were near my house, and I climbed up this first building, which is called the Enchanter's Tower. Inside of one of the chests, I picked up 1 lapis, and then on the top floor, I picked up a bucket of slime. Before checking out this illager farm structure, I also snatched up some melons. On the first floor of this structure, in the barrels, I picked up a stack of bread and a stack of wheat. Then on the next floor, with an iron hoe, I snatched up tons of hay bales. On the final floor, I was basically cheesing the mobs using this ladder, and I took them out pretty easily. Whoa, chainmail, don't need that, never mind. Mending book, sick. So by now, I had an absolute boatload of food, and I decided to hop into this large cave that was right in front of me. Down here, I lit up a large area and also picked up a pearl. Even though I almost died, it was one of the scariest things ever. On top of that, I mined 6 X-Petrified orbs, which got me up to level 34. From there, I wanted to come back home. Here, I started cooking the ores, stored all the items I had collected, and then crafted this feeding upgrade. When I checked my enchants, it turned out that I had a Fortune 3 enchant, but I was just completely out of lapis. I tried finding that cleric that was in that enchanter's tower, but for some reason the villager despawned. So, I actually decided to focus on the mine. Everything was going well until I got under y=0. Turns out you needed the respirator to go this deep. I had to run back home and equip this thing, and then I decided to actually venture out the other direction. The first structure I looted in this place was the house with 2 outcasts, and then I climbed my way up this pillager tower. Old eye, a corrupted eye, chanting, state of recovery, efficiency and mending. Okay, if we get fortune on that, that's actually emerald ring 2. Oh, sick. Dude, drops 25% experience. Why wouldn't I take that? That's crazy. Oh, and unbreaking. Did we just get... Oh, that was a very successful trip, I'm not gonna lie. I just need lapis now. Day 12 to 13. Now that I had some pickaxes that I could combine together, I still needed lapis, which meant it was time to get serious. I had the respirator on, which allowed me to go significantly deeper, and I decided to start a strip mine back in that old cave around y=-10. I also noticed I was above a cave on my minimap, so of course I started digging towards it. This actually took me a little bit, but I managed to break into this small cave and immediately found my first diamond. On the other side of this cave, I picked up redstone, which was also something I needed, and then I decided to come up and look for lapis at a safer depth. This time I strip mined around y=0 and actually went inside of another cave system. Luckily, this place had lapis. With that picked up, I rushed home to make these sophisticated storage upgrades with the redstone. This allowed me to turn this double chest into 2 iron chests. From there, I got Fortune 3 on my pickaxe and combined it with the mending pickaxe that I had from the pillager tower. Oh yeah, this thing. Please give me something good. 20 levels? Dude. Yeah, might as well. I also upgraded these chests to gold and grabbed all the items needed to craft more respirators. I was just missing charcoal, which all happened to be inside of this enchanter's tower, and that allowed me to get a bunch of spare respirators too. With these, I hopped back down into the mine to grab tons of items. Basically, I was mining whatever I saw. I picked up a bunch of XP orbs and put levels into Strong Fist. Deeper into this cave, I picked up tons of copper, gold, and iron. Around this time, I ended up running out of torches completely, so I slowly made my way back home to cook up all these ores. Once everything was done, I crafted a new set of iron armor and started rolling enchants. This took tons of levels, but they all had unbreaking, which was super sick. I even made these iron gloves, which was supposed to increase my attack damage. Day 14 to day 15, I started off these days by chopping these large trees down and making tons of torches. At this point, I really needed diamonds badly, so I went off to the west of my base and found a little illager camp. Here, I got the bad omen effect and then made my way over to this illager barn house. Before taking out the mobs in here, I cleared the bad omen effect and actually got tons of enchanted books from this structure. From there, I dove into this cave and began searching for ores. Immediately, I picked up 4 XP orbs and started ripping through these other ores with my fortune pickaxe. Deeper into this cave, I got tons more stuff and used this minimap to find other caves. As soon as I broke into a large cave, I used up all my XP orbs, which got me up to like level 40 almost. I then ransacked an amethyst geode, destroyed a vampire, and fought this mob called a frenzied knight. Now this guy was actually very tough, and turns out you had to wait for it to unequip the shield, but I didn't know that my first time. Instead, I took tons of damage, but I did manage to get away. Around this time, I had tons of ores and finally started finding diamonds. Also, in this part of the cave, I actually took out another frenzied knight, and the quest reward for that gave me 3 levels. With all that done, I started making my way back home. Day 16, back home, I cooked up all those ores that I had gathered, and then upgraded another chest just in case. Once I had put all the items away, I used the diamonds that I had collected to make a chestplate, 1 pickaxe, and leggings. Then for enchants, I ended up getting really decent ones on all this new gear. I actually had to re-enchant this pickaxe, but I ended up with efficiency 4 and fortune 3. With this, I started getting rid of the obsidian right next to my base. Anyway, I built the nether portal after that and then lit that thing up. I also crafted another iron shield and hopped into the nether dimension. So immediately I noticed some issues. The heat was crazy. I didn't know that there was a lantern just yet, so I gathered some quartz and came home. Day 17 to day 18, luckily I checked the quests and picked up this soul spring lamp, which should keep me safe in the nether. Since I was back home anyway, I decided to craft this mechanical mixer and hook this machine up to the water wheel I had set up. Since this one needed some speed, I had to use a few more cogs than I was used to. With all that set up, I could now actually get blaze burners, which would also help me make an end game steam engine as well. But I really didn't want to head back to the nether, so I decided to explore the area towards the north of my base. As I was scaling this mountain, I found an entrance to a mine shaft. The main reason I looked forward to this was to hopefully get relics out of the chests in here. Immediately inside of this mine shaft, I was in a spider spawner room, and the chest had a fire ward ring. Now this thing grants me fire immunity, so I was already pretty happy. Deeper into this mine shaft, I found a structure which looked very scary, so I marked it down for later. Also, from this mine shaft, I scaled down using a water bucket, and from one of these veins, I picked up 11 diamonds. On top of that, I even found a tetra forge, which I really couldn't use just yet. As I was picking up my quest rewards, I somehow managed to get 30 levels because I picked up this fireword ring, and that was huge. I mined 2 more diamond ores in this area and started working my way back home. Here I placed glowberries around my house and then made a diamond helmet, boots, and sword. With all these new levels I had, I actually ended up getting pretty great enchants on the boots and leggings. It took me a few more tries to get a stacked sword. Once I did though, I used my mending book on it. From there, with all this spare XP, I raised as many skills as I could up to level 5. Now I was jumping higher, swimming faster, and taking less fall damage. Since the quest rewards for this Iron Spells mod happened to be OP, I wanted to complete some more of them. I placed an inscription table down, and it actually gave me 3 orbs of temporary flight as a reward. The next morning I did some light decorating. I cleared out another layer of obsidian and filled it with cobblestone just temporarily. I would actually need this area for a potential build later. With that done, I started making path blocks and connecting it up to the nether portal. I also added texture to it using some gravel and cobblestone. With that done, I dug up a bunch of dirt and started replacing some of the cobble I had on top of the old lava pool. From there, I even put like deep slate tiles underneath the create machines just to make it look more industrial. And before the night ended, I finally covered up that gross looking lava pool area. Day 20 to day 21, I had enough items to make an advanced feeding upgrade and also crafted tons more bread. Then to fuel this lamp that would keep me safe in the nether, I crafted a sewing table and a hearth, which then gave me a soul sprout. With this lamp and some fuel, I could finally not overheat in the nether. Just to help me explore in the nether, I actually ended up using one of those orbs of flight, and I was able to start moving around freely in this dimension. The first structure I found in the nether was an ancient nether portal, and then right after that I picked up 4 gold blocks from this little tower. Around this time I actually started running out of flight time, so I started moving closer to my portal. Here I popped another orb of flight, and I decided to explore in a different direction. Dang, I'm not getting lucky at all. Oh, there it is, fortress. So inside of this fortress, I picked up some blaze rods, and I thought I would get some really good loot in the main room. Turns out it was just junk. Yeah, we'll come back in a bit. And then the goal is to snatch up a blaze or two, so we can start getting some blaze burners. Oh yeah, let's grab some glowstone over here. Back home, I picked up these trophies as quest rewards and then placed down redwood stairs and fences around my house as decoration. I also lit up these glowberries. With this place looking so much better, I grabbed 3 empty burners and hopped back into the nether. In 5 minutes, we'll grab some blazes, 3 blazes to start with, and then we'll go try and get some soul sand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Whoa, what is this structure? Jeez, what is this place? This one is crazy. It's the Hall of the Piglin King. So this Hall of the Piglin King structure was insane. I mean, the piglins in here could actually break blocks. The only reason I survived was because of my flight orb. The loot in here though was absolutely terrible. I only got like 2 efficiency 4 books, and since my flight was running out, I had to start making my way back. As soon as I got back home, I set 1 blaze burner underneath my mixer and started making these brass ingots, which would be needed for the next level of machines. By the next morning, I set up the mechanical press once again across the old machines to start pressing the brass ingots into brass plates. With this done, I made a brass hand and spent a ton of levels and lapis trying to get a single unbreaking book. I only managed to get like a sweeping edge, by the way. I really need this super glue stuff. Slime balls. Needs wheat dough, which I can make. That's just water and wheat. Can make wheat dough. And we can turn that. Okay, we just need lime green dye. We're gonna go this way, go out exploring this way until we find a desert or anything that can give us green dye. Yeah, with super glue we can finally start making concoctions in big machines. I put some levels into the feather falling. Yeah, so I'm not really taking too much damage. And this place has some nice books potentially. Tons of charcoal. Oh, I'll take the gold. Why not? More buckets of slime. What can I do with this? Oh. That's what it does. Oh, I'm an idiot. I have one. I think I have one in my base. And 2 is basically all I need. Okay, what am I doing? There you are. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Boom. Mechanical bearing. So we might need to clear a bigger area for now, but I think we're good. Water wheel. Bearing on top. We have most of it already set up. Like this. And I think we just put it this way. Oh, there we go. That's 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect, okay. This way. Which I'm gonna... I'm just gonna put an oak chest here. So, that should be plenty, honestly. Basically wanted to then shoot down into a double chest. Okay. I think we're good. Once I had the machinery glued up, I placed down a layer of dirt underneath where all the crops would be planted. I then used tons of deep slate tiles to cover the outside and then put 2 sources of water down. At first, I only had like 1 wheat seed and like 3 potatoes. Okay. Create. About quest reward. Whoa. I got 2 netherite ingots as a quest reward. What in the world? Are you kidding me? Okay, 1 for the sword. We'll wait. That's crazy. How do we get netherite? Before this night ended, I bookmarked all these items that would help me make a better storage system and filled out this farm some more. Then on one side, I planted these soul sprouts so I could have a ton of these for nether travel later. I ended the day by force loading the chunks my base was in. For the entire day after, I was just watching my plants grow, and it literally took forever to just see one of these potatoes grow fully. I also extended a path towards this auto farm, and then started using some of this bone meal on the crops. Later that night, I had crafted a diamond shield and unlocked this ability to enchant items within my skills menu. 26 days in, I want to make a pretty large mechanical drill. So let's look that up. It's gonna be like this. 10. So I need 15 more. Oh. That's solid. Let's maybe start off and then we'll put the drills on here. Okay. I think this is what it needs to look like. So we need 25 more andesite casing. Okay. I don't have to go mining for another one of these. 10 drills. Okay, more drills, which means more iron. Oh my god. I ended up staying down in the mines the entire night and picked up 47 iron ores plus a bunch of other stuff like lapis and XP orbs. I came back to my base by morning, cooked up some of the iron ingots, and filled out the rest of these drills. Once that was done, I needed a few more items, the most important being these 2 deployers. I first used sandpaper to get polished red quartz and then crafted some electron tubes. Once that was done, I then hooked up these 2 deployers on this machine. Now these things basically place down blocks in front and then rails behind that to just keep the machine perpetually moving. Before gluing everything together, I placed down tons of chests to collect the loot and spread this glowstone around. This should be everything. It's this first layer to the andesite casing. Oh. To there. Boom. Okay. Here. Up. This all the way to there. And that's everything connected, I think. Oh. Okay. Oh, I think it works. Oh, that's so... Dude. That's so sick. And it uses up that too. Oh my god, that's amazing. There. Boom. And then if I... Oh, I just had the whole thing. So with this really cool machine set up and picked up, I wanted to test it out, but I had tons of issues. Mainly because I forgot to set this card assembler to like lock the rotation, which basically made the whole process of getting this machine started way harder. After a while, this thing was finally moving, and it was moving really well. I was genuinely surprised at how well this thing worked. Around this time, I had also figured out how to set the filters up, so this machine would just place down cobble automatically, and then rails after that, just to keep everything moving along. It was also collecting items inside of the double chest that I had set up on the front. This thing was the trial run, so I didn't expect anything good. I did get some gold and 1 diamond. 29 days in, I need a bunch of things. Crafting terminal. You need mechanical crafters for these. They all need to be powered too. I need a precision mechanism. Deploys iron nuggets. Deploys large cog wheels. Deploy cog wheels. It gets a precision mechanism. It needs to be done 5 times. Okay. Keep an eye on that. We need that real bad. This thing. So I need kelp. But before that, let's go take on a boss. This woodland thing that I remember seeing. I think I've already been up there. I'm not mistaken. I don't think so. These ones might be the ones with the diamonds. Oh, this one's sick. Those give tons of levels. I have Nebula. We'll keep that. More tattered tomes. Whoa. Efficiency unbreaking. Take that. Let's use these tattered tomes. And then they turn into paper. Oh, this one has a diamond block in there. Give me that. Thank you. Let's get the heck out of here. Let's go back home. Back home, I gathered torches, filled out my farm a little bit, and repaired some of my diamond gear before heading out once again. Is that a blaze vindicator looking thing? What is that? What did you just draw? Orb of falling, orb of ascension, iron sword. Jeez. Whoa. Fix my 5. Oh, totem. Oh, another mending book. That is going on the pickaxe for sure. Once the main tower was looted, I looked through some of the side chests, which were all pretty decent, and then kept going towards the woodland structure that I marked down. Along the way, I put one more point into Strong Fist, and then took some points off of mining to put all those into a bunch of other skills, which helped tons. Then I found that one illager barnyard thing again, and in here I tamed a horse and put this diamond horse armor on it. Sadly, this horse could only take me so far since it didn't have a lead. I actually ended up taking the horse armor off. From there, I went past a few structures which actually managed to have some decent loot. At this point, my backpack was filled. Okay, this is the place. This should be like called a theater or something. And down there is the area where a conjurer should be. Oh. Come on, you. I already knocked out half of its health. Gotcha. Did I get a quest reward for this? I did. Oh, coal. How much coal? 10 coal. By the time I was out of this structure, it was morning, and I had a long journey back home. I managed to pick up tons more chicken from this outlaw's hut, and as soon as I came back, I made another chest, which I upgraded all the way up to gold. Then with all these spawner scraps and aurora crystals, I made a quantum catcher, which would actually help me bring a villager to my base. I ended the night by making a tetra workbench and a tool belt. Now this tool belt was kind of hard to get the hang of, but it actually becomes very helpful later. 32 days in, I'm gonna go get tons of diamonds, and then we'll work on a storage system after, hopefully. Before leaving, I decided to make some large water wheels in front of my base, and these things generate tons of stress, so I wanted them around just in case I needed to move things faster. Properly setting this thing up actually took a little bit. Anyway, once I had a few water wheels up and running, I went over to the mine shaft. From here, I jumped down to deep slate level. Y equals minus 47. Oh, diamonds immediately. Boom. Okay, perfect. This is like legit one of the coolest things ever. We'll let this machine go for a pretty long bit. Once again, this giant drill was running very well, and I basically had it go for a long time. I did have to do a little bit of troubleshooting in between. Like I swapped the cobblestone for deep slate, and then replaced the filter as well, since I had like tons of deep slate at this point. Doing all of this, I managed to only pick up 3 diamonds from this machine. The other like 17 were by hand. At least, I was able to use this goblin to get more stuff though. From there, I checked out this ancient nether portal, and this place had pretty bad loot, aside from like 1 diamond ore. At that point, I decided to go back home. Back home, I saw that you could actually make guns in this mod pack, so I started crafting this workbench. I hunted down some squids, crafted a cutting board, and got black dye. Once that was done, I made a light gray dye, and turned that into light gray concrete powder, which I bulk washed. From there, I crafted a workbench, and put it right in front of my house. I also learned here that you could make a flying machine, and the easiest one was this thing called a gyrodyne, and this thing actually needed a precision mechanism. So making this item was #1 priority. I first got rid of this nether portal because I wanted to use this little area. I also started grabbing all the items needed to make this entire weird process work. First, I made a brass casing and turned that into a smart observer. I then crafted some encased chain drives, and with those items ready, the main thing I needed now, which was way out in the ocean. We have dropper, smart observer, chute, we need mechanical belts. We have this, the 2 funnels. This one is pretty expensive, but they both need dried kelp. Anything that needed kelp would have to wait for a little bit longer as I got the rest of the items ready. In between pressing some of these ingots, I went down to the mine to pick up tons of zinc. The zinc is basically used to mix in with copper, and it just churns out tons of brass ingots. Once all these things got mixed and pressed, I had 3 deployers and 3 item vaults as well. I placed all of these items inside of a chest in the area I wanted to build this machine in. As soon as all that was done, I hopped on my boat and rowed through this river all the way out towards the ocean. I picked up a stack of kelp and started making my way back home. Here, I actually forgot to switch out the lava, so most of my kelp got burned away. I did have 15 leftovers, so I used 1 flame this time, which actually gave me dried kelp. This allowed me to make 3 mechanical belts and 2 funnels, one being andesite and the other one being brass. It took forever, but I can now construct this machine. I'll leave the tutorial in the description because it was a lifesaver. I started off with the collection system and then mechanical belts leading to a chute. From there, I put a smart observer behind the chute, then a dropper on top of that, and 3 item vaults which are used to push items in and out. To power everything, I placed 4 encased chain drives in weird positions and then hooked up the deployers. For the finishing touches, I put these funnels in front of the item vaults, one as an input and the other as an output. Then on top of the deployers, I had hoppers with double chests on top. Just because it looked nice, I also used item frames, and to automate this, I used some planks to set up a redstone signal with a lever. Okay, that fires signals. Let's go. And then a gearbox. There we go, like this. Oh, it is working. This just pulls out everything. So that'd be the gold sheets that go into here. This shoots it out. This. Boom. And let's put all this in here. Let's turn it on. Boom, we'll pick that up. Set it in the filter. And it should pick it up. There we go. And I'll do this 5 times. This is so cool. This is actually the coolest thing I've ever done. Oh, and then it goes to the chute. Goes to the chest. Yo. That is amazing. Trial 1 ended up being a success, and I got my first precision mechanism. I needed one more, but the second run actually failed and only gave me back a gold plate. Day 39 to day 41, one of those terminals also needed a precision mechanism, so while I ran the process for my second one, I cleared out some area around this contraption. Then I basically built like 4 walls with deep slate tiles and then a glass design in the center just to spice things up. It was actually looking pretty decent, and by the next morning, I had the roof filled out with redwood. Then I could finally start crafting the gyro dome. This thing needed tons of iron, which I was actually now short on, so I hopped down into the mines and placed down this large drill. Using this, I managed to clear a huge area and picked up tons of ores. Since I had so many ores, I was able to get tons of ingots from this goblin as well. I then picked up the drill, came home, and cooked up the rest of the ores that I couldn't trade. With that done, I started making propellers, windmill sails, which turned into large sails, and hulls. All of this was just for a very basic flying machine. Now this thing was absolutely awesome since it didn't take a lot of space, it didn't need runways, and it didn't need fuel. I just had to move forward until I got up to like 100%. Before the night ended, I even managed to craft a storage terminal and 1 inventory connector. Day 42 to day 45, so with this terminal, I wanted to make a large storage system. I cleared out an area next to my house, right in front of the coast. I then used these cataclysm stone tiles as the floor, and also crafted inventory cables. I ended up turning them into the framed version, and then placed down a bunch of chests. After that, I also used these inventory cable connectors to try and hook it up to the system. By the morning, I had a good amount of chests set up and ran around looking for flowers that I could turn into dyes. A green dye was the hardest to get, but I managed to get some by milling a ton of flowers, and I was able to craft a paint kit which helped me cover up these ugly cables. Later on, I ended up moving the terminal back a few blocks so it would connect the 2 chests, and that basically made all the other chests available, so things were working perfectly. I started transferring all of my items in after that. Once that was done, I made a row of sophisticated storage chests. This was supposed to separate like more redwood chests later. Once all that was finished, I grabbed some dark oak logs and placed them around the corner of this little setup. I used stone slabs for the roof and tried doing the same design for the walls as I did with the precision mechanism contraption, but I was actually using glass paint, so this looked ugly. I fixed it up later. After making a path, lighting the area up, and fencing the entrance off, this storage system was up and working perfectly. 46 days in, I think it's time to go exploring. I'm gonna grab my gyrodyne. We'll go to the right. Let's go. This thing is honestly so cool. And there's a sign which should show us where there's a structure. 200 blocks this way. Honestly, I should snatch up a villager. So I think there's a comfort mod for trades. So I have to make a little hut for a mending villager soon. Whoa, what is this structure? What is this place? Having all of this. Tons of villagers in here. What in the world? Where is this stupid guy from? Oh my god, the blindness is so annoying. Tons of create stuff. This is a sick place. Yeah, especially you. Like legitimately, you can't have enough of these things. And there's plenty of good stuff. After ransacking that structure, I took the long way back to my base and ran into that one farmer illager tower again. Now these places always have mending books, so I got all the way to the top floor, picked the book up, and then worked my way down, grabbing tons of food. By the time it was morning, I was inside of some enchanter tower, and this place had like some ghosts. I managed to get tons of XP, and on the bottom floor I fought a zombie hoglin. With that done, I started making my way home. What does that affect? Oh. Did you burn my machine? The lightning struck exactly where my flying machine was, on my gyrodyne. Oh my god, I gotta make another one. I was super unlucky, so as soon as I got back home, I started the process for another precision mechanism. I also put most of the items I had away and started gathering a bunch of andesite. Then I recrafted the gyrodyne. Before the night ended, I put 2 mending books on my helmet and chestplate and then rolled enchants until I got an Unbreaking 3 book, which I put on my pickaxe. Let's grab all of our fluid tanks. Let's also turn this into netherite too. So there's a gilded netherite version, but I don't think I care about that. Boom. So around this time, I wanted to get a steam engine up and running, and for fun, I actually used this saw and hand crank to get tons of logs. All of these logs would be needed for casings later anyway. So it'd be like a placeholder block. Right there, too. Just do like this. We'll just do like 4. Should be everything. Boom. So we need this thing to rotate to pull in the water. Small cogwheel into large cogwheel. And that should pull water in. There we go. So with water coming in and a few blaze burners set up, I could make a proper steam engine. I hopped into a cave real quick to get some andesite, and when I came back I also upgraded my backpack and swapped around some cogwheels. I even set up the steam engine, but had a bunch of issues at this point. I really didn't know that all I had to do was just speed up my pump. Instead, I made some regular burners, remade the nether portal, and repaired my pickaxe real quick. From there, I hopped into the nether, sat on my gyrodyne, and flew over to a fortress. As I was grabbing 2 blazes, I ended up picking up 1 wither skeleton skull while I was here. Well, you, sir, you help me out. Oh my god. Dense skin. New skill. Oh, sick. Skills. Dense skin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's it. Whoa, look at my armor rating at the bottom. Around this fortress, I actually explored one of these towers, which had a bunch of chests. It didn't matter though, since the loot all happened to be pretty mid. When I flew back to the fortress, I used the rest of my levels on dense skin, and inside one of the chests, I picked up the nether eye and a withered tome. The tome gave me 11 levels, and then I felt brave enough to hop back into this hall of the Piglin King. Now since this dimension was really hot and you needed a lamp, I couldn't really equip a shield, which made all these fights significantly harder. I ended up fighting some insane piglins. One of these guys had netherite armor, but the worst ones were the dudes with pickaxes. I managed to pick up 2 diamonds this entire time, and on the top floor, I was getting swarmed by mobs. You can't even really hide, since these guys would just break blocks. I ate some golden apples to survive. I ended up not learning my lesson and kept trying to fight all these dudes. My armor was also taking a beating, and the only thing good I picked up were these golden apples. Oh. Dude, my heart couldn't take it. I can't take it anymore. We gotta get out of here. As I flew away from this place, I learned that the burning arena was also right behind it. If you're keeping track, a fortress, a piglin hall, and a burning arena all spawn like right next to each other. Anyway, from there, I collected the quest rewards for all this exploring and got a good amount of levels. I then picked up some soul sprouts near the portal and came back to the overworld. After fitting 2 more blaze burners under the steam engine, I was still having tons of issues, so I would need to fix that later. I instead made diamond leggings and boots since my old ones either got destroyed or were almost destroyed. It took a few rolls to get decent enchants, but once again, after I did, I decided to place this villager down so I could roll for a mending trade. Day 52 to day 54, I spent a good portion of this day just rolling this villager's trades. I actually had to move this guy since he was taking a bunch of other jobs. There we go. That's actually super cheap. What is it? We'll grab all of our emeralds and books. 1, 2, 3. Once I picked up all these mending books, I ended up spending the entire night trying to get these large water wheels to spin my pump. No matter what I did, it wasn't working. I basically was trying this until the morning, and eventually I gave up and decided to do it another way. First, I was using 2 large cogs and a hand crank. This basically filled up the water requirement, but to automate it, I hooked up a steam engine to the top of the water tank and then connected it to a gearbox and then connected the entire thing back down to the cogs. Now, after lighting up the blaze burners, the steam engine was fully up and running. I had enough stress to power the mechanical crafters too. With that done, I put mending on my pickaxe, leggings, and boots, then focused on advancing this villager's trades. In the morning, I actually spread all the lanterns that I picked up from this villager around my base, and then I collected this ring of 7 curses, which I didn't even equip. Before going out to explore, I placed down 1 more steam engine on this tank. Oh, now I can actually explore some of these ships. I remember there was one. Can you even hurt me? Barely. That was one of the smartest things I've ever done. I'm gonna be so honest with you. That was definitely not worth the loot. Here's a ship. Tons of illagers, oh boy. This pirate ship was awesome. I found tons of loot, and then inside of the actual treasure room, I picked up gold blocks and emerald blocks. I also burnt this ship down because I was getting cold and then started flying back to my base. Day 55 to day 56, to start working with these mechanical crafters, I first sanded down some rose quartz. Then after making more brass casings, I had 15 crafters to work with. I set this thing up right next to the steam engine, but I didn't really power it up just yet. Instead, since I was running out of wool, I went to collect these industrial hemp seeds. After farming these, I was able to turn them into wool and more importantly, turn that into large sails. By the next morning, I turned the crafters to its side so I could power all of it. Then I started the process to make a precision mechanism as I was mixing up items to make andesite alloys. Here I actually made a big mistake, and instead of using regular cogwheels and large cogwheels, I ended up making the half-shaft version, which basically just stopped this entire contraption. I didn't really figure out what I did wrong, so I was just super confused. Still, I did make more of the items needed for this biplane. That mistake was actually pretty embarrassing. I spent the entire day trying to troubleshoot this contraption. I removed all the deployers, reset the filters, I even rebuilt the entire thing, which took the whole night, and only figured out my mistake by looking at the recipe once more. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm so stupid. Well, once I fixed that thing, I had like 4 incomplete precision mechanisms that needed to be fixed up, but everything was working, which was nice. I then needed only 1 more item to make this biplane, and while checking out this recipe, it turned out that making sturdy sheets would be another hassle. I would need crushers to first crush obsidians, and then another contraption to hammer the dusts. So I picked up all the mechanical crafters for now, and hopped into the Nether to get more crying obsidian. I picked it up in this one little dungeon and crafted a scroll forge while I was there. Then I fought a ton of mobs, and all these guys happened to be really strong. I only stayed because I wanted to steal this wither skeleton skull. So now in total I had 2. With that done, I came home to place this scroll forge down. I ended up getting logs as a quest reward, and this forge was just so I could make scrolls of recall. I ended up needing ink and ender pearls. I really want this uncommon scroll, but I need ink. Let's go over to that woodland mansion thing. See if we can find some of these guys. I need the ink. That thing right there. What even is this? So this place was like a jungle fortress, and almost immediately I fought some strong mobs. These armored up baby zombies and 1 mob called the Zombie King actually did a bunch of damage to me. Once I took care of them, I checked out the chests in the first room and was surprised at how good they were. What is this? Heart of a Golem. This thing looks sick. +4 armor rating. We're gonna keep that. Oh, and we got some of these things. Perfect. Hold on, let me properly check the passives. 25% melee damage, +16. Active ability absent. Oh, more chests. We need these. Oh, and an old eye. Later on, inside one of these chests, I got uncommon ink, and then deeper into the structure, I found tomes. The rest of the loot in here were pretty solid, and I picked up a ton of like little items from other mods, and also collected my quest rewards. I ended up getting some food and more logs. That was my cue to start flying home. After putting all the items away, I had enough ink to make 2 scrolls of recall. With that done, I focused on getting these crushing wheels. I set up the crafters, gave it some power, and went down to a cave to collect more andesite. With the andesite alloys then mixed up, I was able to craft 2 crushing wheels. The next issue I had was actually powering these things, and basically you wanted them to rotate in the same direction. I could only get these things moving like away from each other, which was super annoying, and after a while I figured it out using one water wheel, a clutch, and some gearboxes. From there, I started crushing all the obsidian that I had. Yeah, this thing's set up, crushing wheel. Do I have any like regular diamond gear? I think we can finally like put this thing to use. Oh, whoa. Oh, I guess it's all a chance thing, okay. From there, I grabbed a spout, 3 depots, and 2 mechanical presses. Once that was done, I cleared out a pretty large area, which meant this bridge had to go. After all that was done, I started placing the machines down. In the first depot, lava will be dispersed, and then I wanted all these things to go through the mechanical belts, where it's basically pulled through the presses. To power this thing, I used a water wheel and encased chain drives. Once all this was moving, I needed a spot to start pumping in lava. So I made a quick trip to the Nether. To get this pump to work, I basically did it manually using a cog and a hand crank. Finally, after all of that, I got an unprocessed obsidian sheet, which was then pressed 2 times into a sturdy sheet. I ended up grabbing more lava, which allowed me to get 5 sturdy sheets in total. Both of the things that I needed to craft required precision mechanisms, which meant I just started filling up these double chests and let it fix up all of these old unprocessed mechanisms. With all that done, I set up tons of mechanical crafters and put all the items needed for a crafting terminal. This process was a little tedious, but this thing was absolutely necessary. The next thing I wanted to craft was the biplane, so I set up the crafters for that. Then, I also made an advanced engine, which is what needed those steel plates. From there, I got myself a biplane, and then I also wanted to make this advanced wireless terminal. Turns out this terminal needed a thing called a vibration mechanism, and this was basically the same process as the precision mechanism, just with different items. So since I already had the machine set up, I pressed down some rose quartz and had it go through the deployers, which had amethyst shards, cogwheels, and redstone. After 5 times, I made this vibration mechanism and crafted the advanced wireless terminal. I ended up replacing my tool belt with this thing and then enchanted this new axe, which ended up being pretty stacked. Day 65 to day 68, I wanted to grab some deep slate from my mining machine, but since it was between like claimed chunks and unclaimed chunks, one side of it completely broke. That's not even the worst part, because I had to spend the entire night fixing this stupid machine. By the morning, I finally had it completed and picked up, which meant that I could actually do what I wanted. I went over to the Nether, flew towards the fortress, and went to the main room. From there, I took these stairs all the way down, which got me down to y equals 15. And here, I even picked up a wither skeleton skull. I then cleared out a large area, placed my drill down, and this machine was working very well in the Nether. It actually cut through half of this fortress. In between this, I made the machine place down netherrack 2, and at this time, I'd already mined like a pretty large area. Still, I only picked up 1 ancient debris from all of this. Even inside of this huge tunnel, I couldn't find anything but netherrack. I decided to come home after this and cooked up 2 pieces of ancient debris that I had. Then, with these 3 wither skeleton skulls, I summoned a wither deep into this mine shaft. I took out the wither pretty easily, but it still did a ton of damage to me. On the bright side, I picked up a wither eye and a nether star. As I made my way back through the mine shaft, I even found a lost eye inside of a chest. Back home on the roof of my storage system, I decided to make a beacon up here. At first, I only needed like a level 1 beacon. This was so the wireless terminal was now available anywhere throughout the overworld. I needed a tier 4 to make it work across every dimension. With that done, I even crafted this piston armor thing, which was just a huge mech suit. Before the night ended, I crafted a rifle in the workshop called the LM Scoot, which is just like a more accurate bow. On the 69th day, we need to check off a bunch of eyes. Let's actually go out. This doesn't feel like Minecraft anymore. This is insane. So at this point, I realized I didn't have enough runway space for the biplane and just stuck with this gyrodyne. I was basically looking for the eyes, which would help me go to the end. While I was exploring, I also picked up these buckets of oil, which I could use for space travel later. Then I was on top of a battle tower where I picked up more blocks of iron and gold. By the next morning, I looted all the chests inside of this castle structure too, and the loot only happened to be like ingots and some diamond gear which I could crush later. From there, I spent the entire day trying to find any structure. I ended up inside of a hunter's cabin that night. Here, I picked up the Bad Omen effect after defeating tons of pillagers and had a plan to get 2 more unique eyes. The plan was just to start a raid, so I flew over to the safest little village I knew. The first thing I did here was block the doors off, and then I grabbed my new weapon and I was just firing at these villagers from pretty far away. This weapon was so effective, I was actually really impressed. I managed to clear the first wave easily and breeze through the second wave just as fast. When I got into the deeper waves, these legionnaires started spawning, but more importantly, I was finally taking out witches. I actually needed a witch's pupil and evoker eyes. That's why I even started the entire raid. My rifle was able to take out these ravagers very quickly, and I managed to pick up the evoker eye, which meant I just needed to fully complete the raid. The last few waves took a little bit longer since I had to look through this one little cave for stragglers. When I came home, I used this witch's pupil to make a witch's eye, and then in the morning I actually used the eye to find out where this stronghold could be. But one of my wither eyes broke, which meant I had to be very careful using my next ones. Before following any of these eyes, I made some advanced bullet pouches. I'm 72 days in, I'm just following whatever angle my ender pearl made, and I really don't want to use these too much, because the two that I did use just popped immediately. I'm not in the mood for, messing around with anymore. I'm keeping an eye out for an ocean monument too, just so I can mark that thing down. After an entire day of traveling, I popped another eye and found out I was right above a stronghold. After digging down, I fell into the main room. Now, because this stronghold was made for the mod pack, this thing was massive. I unlocked the end quests here and was able to get like extra eyes. Deeper into this stronghold, I found a library, and this place was also pretty large. I had to use my rifle to take out these large centipedes. Here, I picked up some insane books and tomes, and then moved on. Turns out this structure was also pretty confusing, and I think I might have found the way to the portal, but I had one large issue. I needed to get past this maze, but this maze was above lava, so the heat was almost deadly to me. How do I not die in this situation? Alright, let's walk back home. Jeez. Yeah, I don't understand how you can not die in this situation. After cooling off, I looked at this sewing table and tried making my armor more resistant to heat. Leather is neutral, chameleon molt is adaptive, hoglin is heat, and goat fur is cold mitigation. I need heat mitigation. That night, since I finally ran out of bread, I was able to cook up my potatoes. Then I went to the Nether to collect more hog skin, which should, in theory, help me handle more heat. Finally, I crafted a stack upgrade for the backpack since the baked potatoes took too much space. With the stronghold found, I still needed a bunch more eyes, and to basically complete 2 goals, I hopped into the Nether. I wanted more netherite and a corrupted eye from a bastion. I noticed along the way that my temperature would stay lower now even without the lamp. Other than that, I stole another wither skeleton skull from this weird structure and ransacked a fortress. I was using my new weapon a lot during all of this, just shooting down ghasts and blazes. I saw something on the minimap. Oh, there's a bastion. Oh my goodness. What even is this thing? Grants freezing immunity. Should I swap that for another ring? Do I have? I barely ever get frozen. Give me something good. Give me another ingots. Woo-hoo-hoo, let's go. Inside of this bastion, I also got my corrupted eye that I needed and found an even better structure as I got out of here. This thing looks crazy. What is this? The 3 blocks of coal? This is a catacomb? Dude. Whoa. Wither skeleton knight. Insane. What the heck? One more netherite ingot. Let's go. And a wither tome. And hopefully you got one more netherite ingot for me. No, you do not. With all that done, on the way home, I collected a few quest rewards that I got and bulk cooked more ancient debris. In total, I had 4 netherite ingots, so I upgraded my armor and pickaxe. Let's go, cover me in debris. I look sick. To end these days off, I made a level 2 beacon and put tons of levels into dense skin and strong fist. I'm gonna go try and find one of those ice maze biomes. I was around these very cold biomes for a while and then fought a bunch of illagers on the ship. Here I picked up even more emeralds and gold blocks, which would be a huge help for the beacon. I also snatched up more of these oil, very inefficiently though. From there, I finally found an ice maze biome, and this place only had an outpost, which meant I couldn't really fight the boss here just yet. In the morning, I found a cataclysm boss structure. This place was called a sunken city and was home to the Leviathan. To fight this boss, I needed to figure a few things out. First, I made a boiler and heated up these water skins. Using these, I could actually cool or heat up my temperature, which would be needed underwater. At this point, the temperature was taken care of, but every time I jumped in the water, I froze, which I assumed that this ice resistance potion was good for. Going back home, I also marked down an ocean monument, and as soon as I landed, a raid started. This was just pretty annoying. The mobs were storming my bases, but they really didn't do too much damage at all. Once all those guys were taken care of, I also farmed these soul sprouts next to my nether portal, and then made potions of ice resistance and free breathing. Day 79 to day 81, the first thing I did was go over to a tower and traded with a cleric. Now some of these guys can sell an evil eye, so I decided to advance all the trades that I could. I managed to not get lucky at all, so I flew back home to create a runway behind my base. I was having a pretty hard time taking off with this biplane. It took me like 3 tries. Turns out all you had to do was just hold back. This thing was so much more inconvenient than the gyrodone, and it was barely faster. I even made this brass propeller thing as an upgrade, so I decided to stick with a gyrodyne after anyway. I took this thing to an ocean monument, drank my ice resistance and free breathing potion, and started working my way through this entire structure. I fought my first Elder Guardian here and didn't get a Guardian Eye. Then in one of the bigger rooms, I fought a second Elder Guardian and also didn't get the eye. On the bright side, I did pick up a ton of good loot from the chests, including this XP harvest skill. After taking out the last Elder Guardian here, I ran out of the structure and collected the quest reward for getting a Guardian's Eye. Then on the way back home, I put one more level into Den's skin and finally found the shipwreck I needed. I unlocked this enchanter skill here and picked up a shell horn. I then used that horn to summon the ghost of Captain Cornelia, and this fight was a lot tougher than I thought it was gonna be. Initially, I was able to get the boss's health down to 1/3, and then it started pulling out the craziest moves. I started getting spun around and hit by these poisonous blades. I relied on my rifle a lot, and after eating some golden apples, and once this boss was fully healed up, I managed to take care of it. So this boss ended up dropping a weapon called a Coral Lance, which was much stronger than my netherite sword and buffed my armor. So I brought it home and was able to put sharpness 3 and mending on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We could get lucky with a few already filled in. We are here. Where did I dig down? So it was like at this moment, I realized just how big this stronghold was. I was inside a room that had an elevator, and this thing started at y = 11, and it took me all the way down to y = -57. The funniest part of all this was that this place wasn't even where the end portal was. It was just some side room that had a cool statue in the center. Anyway, I managed to get all the way back up to the main stronghold, and this time I broke through some blocks, which allowed me to bypass the maze that I couldn't even finish last time. Since I was already kind of annoyed, I broke this really cool looking door and finally got to the end portal. Here I filled up the 9 slots and didn't really get lucky with some of the frames being already filled. With that done, I staircased out of this portal room, which was really deep underground. Pretty close to this stronghold was an illager camp, and this place had a trapped villager. I turned this dude into a cleric, and the master level trade here happened to be an evil eye. To get this, I used my one and only rabbit's feet, and then I used this nature's compass to find a jungle biome. Here, I got very lucky and saw a jungle temple right away. This place was kind of a nightmare though, since almost every block happened to be infested, and there was a point where my screen was covered in silverfish. Like there was so many, I started burning them on like each level of this temple. On the bright side, I did get this rogue's eye, and back home, I realized I already had 1 undead soul too. Before grabbing gas tiers, I did a few things. First, I got sharpness 4 on my lance, then I put protection 4 on my chestplate, and with the rest of the levels I had, I put it into XP harvesting. With all that done, I went into the nether, took down the gas for the tiers, and came home to craft the last eye I needed, and this was called the undead eye. So we have undead eye, evil eye, and then rogue eye. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Let's summon this guy. The dragon is being summoned. I guess the particle effects aren't showing up or something. Oh, what happened to my gyrodine? It just evaporated. What in the world? God, we have tons of ammo. I'm actually really glad we stocked up on this. So I realized that this end dimension was meant to be the final dimension, since all these mobs were like level 30 plus. These endermen did so much damage and had way too much health. I did, however, manage to blow up 2 end crystals as the dragon was attacking, and that took down a decent portion of the dragon's health. With that done, during the first perch, I think I hit the dragon like 50 times and barely did any damage. The worst part was that this dragon was now summoning like a wave of lightning bolts. The moment I realized that this fight was gonna take forever was when I saw that dragon's health. It had 3042 health and I had barely gotten it down to half. After tons of mindless hitting, I finally got the ender dragon down to low health, and at this point it started doing wither damage to me. After it launched me up in the air, I had one of my totems pop. Let's go. Oh my god. What an insanely stupid fight. Oh my god, bye-bye. Get the heck out of here. With all this done, I grabbed the XP, dragon egg, and took the end gateway out to the islands. Alright, let's do some skills. What are we doing? What does this do? Hey, oh, then skip to level 15. Get up to level strong fist. That did, yeah, level 12. So out here, I had even more issues, and that was all because of the ridiculously strong mobs. Yeah, I'm running low on ammo, but there is one structure there that has tons of pillagers. I can see it on the mini-map, and there's an end city over here. Let's not even mess with that, because I'm hating this dimension right now. My shield's broken, which is annoying. These guys are all high levels too. I actually don't mind being lifted up here. Inside this main tower, I ended up getting tons of really good loot. On the top floor, there was even better stuff, but the best item was this extra health skill. I immediately put tons of levels into this skill, and then used one orb of temporary flight to go over to the end ship. Here, I snatched up the elytra wing and any other decent loot from the chests. Finally, with all that done, I looked through some more end islands and decided to use all my XP on maxing out dense skin and strong fist. I then put one more level into extra health. Out here, I even found the ruined citadel, but I was not looking to challenge this end guardian, so I marked it down and came home. I put a bunch of items away and started to remake this gyrodyne once again. This process took a pretty decent amount of time, and as soon as I was done, I started getting the items needed for a rocket. Generator, this thing, these two, and then what do we do? Whoa, thank you for the andesite alloys. Craft a steel ingot, which is basically, how do we do that? We blast iron. Half of these. That's a workbench, and then we need to make this thing. Whoa. Anyway, to craft this thing, I just needed like a ton of items. I first cleared out an area to the right of my auto farm, then placed down a coal generator, which would run the other machines. This compressor would make steel plates, and from there I crafted 2 oxygen tanks and made the next machine, which was an oxygen loader. This thing needed water as an input. The final machine needed to go to the moon was just this fuel refinery, which turns the oil I gathered into proper rocket fuel. With all that, I picked up tons of fuel and crafted a NASA workbench. From there, I just needed a spacesuit and enough steel to craft this tier 1 rocket. The suit was easy to craft and load with oxygen. For the rocket, I ended up using almost all of my iron and even had to throw some anvils into the crusher. Oh, boom, boom. Let's go. That was basically all I needed to go to space, so I put that on a launch pad and filled it up with fuel. Then I turned my beacon into a full 2-layer beacon. I'm gonna go to the Nether, challenge Ignis, see if I can find tons of more gold, because we need 25 and then 18-ish. Boom. Put that on. Let's go challenge Ignis. The Leviathan is gonna be probably a nightmare. Yeah. We also need wither skeleton skulls, which I think I have 2, but I need a nether star after. Okay. Let's go take down. Also level 5. Yeah, you're not gonna do much. There you go. There you go. It's 2. See how strong this guy is. Not that bad. Okay, even with flight, it's not that bad. It's not bad at all, dude. The nether doesn't scale much. Shield's gonna break. Alright, and then you're done. There we go. How many is that? Bro, go away. It's 3. We need to defeat 1 more. Why did I do so much damage? Oh my goodness. There we go. 6 Ignitium. And we got a quest reward. With Ignis taken care of, I checked out this piglin hall once more to see if I missed any gold blocks. Then deeper into this nether, I thought these pipeline sentry blazes were all like stocked up on totems. With that done, I came home to put another level into extra health and crush this diamond shield. So I thought that I would need a mechanical anvil to upgrade all the netherite armor, but it turned out you could just use a smithing table. You ended up needing the anvil to upgrade the elytra, so to get that I crafted an eye of mech. As soon as that was done, I hopped into the mine shaft and ran my drill just so I could stock up on iron. With that tunnel dug up, I decided to explore a larger cave, and here I picked up even more items. After cooking up all these items, I turned all the ingots and diamonds into blocks, and with this, I finally made a level 4 beacon. From now on, I was able to access my storage from everywhere. I'm gonna go grab some wither skeleton skulls because I need 1 nether star. I was around this nether fortress and this inner RPG structure for a little bit and got 3 wither skeleton skulls. Then I went to that tunnel that I just made and easily took out the wither. From there, I used this eye of mech, which was pretty easy to craft, to find the ancient forge. Turns out this place was underwater and underneath a mushroom-looking mineshaft. After digging some more, I finally got to the boss structure. What in the world are you? It's called the Prowler Kit? The heck out of here. Alright, let's go challenge this absolute beast. Take this to your chest. Yeah, you're pretty weak, never mind. Yeah, you're screwed. I got you, boy. Trapped in your own little place. Alright, that was easy. Boom. Use mechanical anvil. Let's make the combo right here. Boom. With the boss gone, I took all the loot from the treasure room and recalled home to make 3 breathing potions. Then I was able to only craft like 6 fireworks, but that ended up being more than enough. I flew all the way over to the sunken city. The only items I needed to make this abyssal sacrifice happened to be dropped from the mobs within this structure. So I jumped in the center of this place and immediately fought some deeplings. Turns out I needed to fight the priest, who actually dropped the sword. And then around this structure, there were these mobs called the Coralises. Some of these things were in the cages, and that allowed me to get the final item I needed. Once the abyssal sacrifice was in my hands, I went down to the center to summon the Leviathan. Oh, there it is. This thing's huge. It's my first time fighting the Leviathan. Dude, come here. No way I'm gonna die to this. Oh no, you're so easy. Please don't be this easy. Bye, bud. What is happening? I don't even know. Did I do it? Oh, okay, well. That was very, very easy. Back home, I put this abyssal egg down and started using this grappling hook. Later that day, I put the spacesuit on. Go over to the moon. All my fuel buckets. I'm gonna keep 1, 2, 3 and a launch pad on me because I think that's how you return. Let's see if this works. 3, 2, 1. Let's get out of here. The indicator to the left is basically gonna tell me when we've hit the moon. Oh, we're here. Okay, so we should land very slowly. We're here. Okay, I can still access my inventory. Boom, boom. We'll take all that. And the moon. Need 32 dash ingots. I don't know how to get dash. I think dash is found in caves. So at this point, I really wanted to build a space station in orbit as well, and for that I would need tons of materials. Inside of this giant moon cave, I immediately picked up tons of dash ore and decided to cook some here so I could complete a few quests. The moon also had an unbelievable amount of iron ore, so I had like more than 2 stacks of that. Once I got a stack and a half of dash, I jumped out of the caves, placed down a launch pad, filled up my rocket once again. I activated this thing and landed back on Earth. When I flew back home, the baby Leviathan also hatched. I kept it safe inside of my quantum catcher for now. Once that was done, I cooked up all the iron and dash ore and then began making plates and ingots of each. Before the night ended, I loaded up more oxygen into my suit and even ended up with looting 3 on my coral lance. Day 97 to day 98, I had a few more oil buckets, which I refined and then began enchanting my spacesuit. This process took a little bit since I was re-rolling a bunch of things. I also replaced some of my emerald blocks with gold blocks so I could buy mending books. Once the armor was set, I drank this ice resistance potion so I could withstand the temperature and took off. Let's do, okay. We have enough of everything. Let's do it right here. How close are we to landing? We gotta keep it really slow. Otherwise you literally explode the space station. We did it. Beautiful.
This is really pretty.
Yeah, I expected this space station to be gigantic, but it was the size of a tiny little shack. I ended up remaking a launch pad and coming back home. Here, I turned my attention to this dimension called the Alterlands. I crafted enough obsidian B12 blocks to make a portal and then needed to oxidize some copper before making the rift totem, which actually activates this portal. Anyway, by the next day I wanted to go to Mars, which needed more dash, and that meant I had to go out and stock up on even more oil. This frozen ocean allowed me to fill up so many buckets. Back home, I refined tons of this and loaded up my suit with some more oxygen. As soon as that was done, I hopped right back into the moon to mine like 6 blocks worth of dash ore. With all that time spent in here, I had a pretty insane amount of dash and even fought some aliens. With all that done, I came home to load up my suit once more, and after cooking everything, it turned out I had 13 blocks of dash. This was way more than enough for me to craft a tier 2 rocket. Before going to Mars, my copper oxidized, so I made a rift totem and activated this Alterlands portal. My quest reward for that was a few netherite ingots, and I checked this dimension out. Now this place was weird with very odd looking mobs. I also couldn't find any good structures, so I decided to get out of here and go to Mars instead.
Let's go check Mars out. I can't wait. I'm actually excited for Mars. Yeah, if I have time, if I can do it in time, I wanna make a tier 3 rocket or something. Let's land in this bad boy. Okay, pull up now. Whoa. Let's go.
Turns out Mars was very underwhelming. It just happened to be the moon, but orange. Anyway, I did craft a rover, which was absolutely awesome and gave me tons of levels. Then I spent most of the time underground mining this Mars Ostrom ore. Down here, I fought these Martian raptors and then launched back home after I had enough Ostrom. Using all these ores, I was able to make a tier 3 rocket and then saw that I needed a netherite spacesuit to survive on Venus and Mercury. Sadly, I didn't have enough time to get the netherite since it was already day 100. I survived 100 days in All the Mods 9 once again. All the Mods 9 is one of the biggest mod packs in Minecraft. Since the last time I've played, this mod pack has gotten tons of huge updates. And in these 100 days, I basically farmed this warden and took all of its souls. Then made a supercharged mob farm, and I mastered as many mods as possible to help me get the ATM star.
Brand new, All the Mods journey. The mod pack's been updated like crazy. There's this entire new section for all the Moddedium stuff. Let's grab this and the book. Okay, well this is just telling me, okay, I already know what these are basically. I'm just gonna get these to get the XP. Let's go get some wood. There's something there. Oh, and that place has tons of iron. Okay, we're gonna go just start off by getting some of these oak log. There you go. One of the quests. Tons of food and torches. And then we have sticky resin, don't care. And I think we can do crafting table on a stick. Crafting table on a stick. This is the best thing to do in my opinion.
Once I got ready, I explored around this rainforest. I quickly made a pickaxe and upgraded to stone tools. With that done, I tried climbing up this one structure.
Dude, they're so unbelievably strong.
I was actually starting this journey around Easter, so I was getting tons of these little Easter egg things to drop, which filled up my hunger bar. Anyway, since I was scared off by these mobs, I decided to mine inside of this cave. First, I grabbed 16 cobblestones for the quest rewards. I then grabbed tons of copper to help me eventually make an ore hammer later. From there, I took out a zombie that dropped an affixed helmet. Deeper into this cave, I managed to find coal, and this is where I remembered I could vein mine. From there, I had torches and started delving deeper. Here, I decided to pick up a ton of copper and more dark gems. Of course, the copper was needed to double ores, so I cooked up as many of those as I could. From there, I actually needed sticks, so I tried working my way up towards the surface, and I mined about 6 iron ores working my way up. Back on the surface though, I almost died running away from a skeleton. Luckily, I had grabbed some wood, which allowed me to crush this iron ore into iron dust, and I cooked that up as well.
Oh, that's it? We're done cooking? Since we just need one iron, let's make a chest plate.
So the chest plate already made me feel significantly safer, and then crafting the shield on top of that also helped. I then tried taking on this structure and almost died immediately.
Yeah, never mind. Okay, well, I learned my lesson.
As I was running away, I grabbed some melons just in case and found another pretty large cave. Before hopping down, I mined a vein of iron ore inside of this pool of water. After doubling that, I cooked up these dusts and had iron leggings plus a new sword and pickaxe. From there, I fell down into a smaller little area and staircased down slowly towards a larger cave. Inside of this much bigger area, I mined tons of expetrified orbs and even more iron and gold. One of the quest rewards gave me a sink, which I used to fill up this bucket. Then, after I got a full set of iron armor, I made my way up to this mine shaft.
So we need chests, leather, and string. Tons of string. Let's go. I kind of want like a really good artifact. Come on, give me something good. Compressed iron helm, is that better than mine? Oh, this thing is sick. And that's blood, this thing's sick.
Inside of another chest, I picked up a backpack, which I upgraded to iron and then smelled some of the dust I had. From there, I was even able to upgrade to a gold backpack and got a protection book as a quest reward. Deeper into this mine shaft, I even picked up some amethyst shards and a mythic level gem. Once that was done, I had to take out this rare level apotheosis witch, who was very annoying. From all of this, I now had 2 compressed armor pieces, an ender pearl, and tons of gold. I managed to dig out here by night and crafted a boat to escape all these mobs.
Give me 1 second, I kind of want a bunch of kelp, since that really should help me with create. Yeah, this way I don't have to like come back every single time. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, waystone. This thing's gonna be so helpful. Let's go. And some sugarcane? Heck yes. Hold on a minute. This actually looks really nice. No, it's too bushy. Yeah, I want like a nice flat space where I can just start tearing down, build a lot of industry.
To help me locate a nice place, I chopped down tons of trees for saplings, and this was all just to make a nature's compass, but I actually didn't have any redstone. So to get that, I hopped into a little cave and used this ultimine to start tunneling down. I did end up breaking into a pretty large cave, which I found tons of lapis and these prosperity gems inside. Also in here, I found a little spawner room. I managed to get another piece of compressed iron armor and a ring, which made me immune to poison. From there, I made my way back to the surface with some redstone.
Okay, day 4. I think this is a plains biome. Whoa, chicken. I have 30 redstone dust, and this thing, starbunkle, more condensed blood, and then this thing right here, poison ward ring, which should, in theory, make me very overpowered.
Before this night ended, I chopped down even more trees, which I turned into chests and crafted a supply camp.
Right here, this is nice. It's a nice area. Let's see this thing. Urban Savanna looks nice. Nordic Spruce. Let's do Medieval Dark Oak. Move it down 1 more. Oh, wow. This right here is making me pretty angry. I don't know how to get rid of it. I mean, it's already there we go. Thank goodness. Oh, and there's a mine right here. Okay. There you go. Just clear out a nice little area. Make the space a little bigger. And there should be some secrets in this place. No, nothing? Wow. Now I'm gonna need botany pot. Boom. This thing needs clay base. Perfect. Yeah, I think it's time to use this little area to start cooking stuff up.
With this camp set up, I grabbed some dark oak logs from one of the chests and automated this iron furnace. Then I cooked up the copper ores first so I could make more hammers and moved this rack inside of the tent. To clear my backpack up, I crafted a gold chest, and from there, as I was checking out these quests, I looked at how much energy I would generate with this generator upgrade inside of a furnace. As soon as I figured that out, I staircased down into the mine for a little bit just to gather some resources. I came home quickly after that to make this generator augment. Once that was done, I upgraded this furnace all the way up to gold. To fill this generator up, I first sacrificed some of my coal and charcoal, and then to automate it, I had to actually find some clay. It took me until the night to get about 3 stacks of clay. I decided to cook up a ton of that and made a factory augment for the other furnace that I had. I ended the night by making a hopper botany pot and then used this to automate the golden furnace. Day 7, I collected some of the quest rewards and even picked up an extra hopper. From there, I sped up the botany pots with bone meal and was able to cook up all the ores I had already set up. Then, after doing a little bit of research, I figured out how to automate this entire thing properly. The first thing I did was expand my base, and then I placed this golden furnace down in the center. With that done, I made some item pipes and designed it to fit about 4 hopper botany pots. I was able to set the inputs on this pipe using this wrench that I got from a quest reward, and then I moved my factory furnace right next to the generator as well. I actually fit 1 more botany pot, which helped a lot, and then I ran through this cave really quickly looking for iron or coal. On the way back, I even took out a wandering trader, which gave me even more quest rewards. Back home, I put down a third hopper botany pot, which would be even more help.
Power gen is looking really good, honestly. If we get one more, I think we'll be set.
Turns out I needed even more iron and obviously osmium, so I staircased down into this large cave once more.
One of these is a mimic for sure. Oh, never mind. You are a mimic. Oh, Jesus, this thing's strong. Probably something good. Oh.
From there, I mined a good amount of iron and hit a huge vein of osmium. That's not all though, I ended up finding a roguelike dungeon. Now this place was perfect to stock up on gear and food. Immediately, I picked up tons of good things, and as I broke my first spawner, I picked up an even better piece of armor from one of the chests. Around this area, I ended up finding stairs, and this took me to the other sections, which just had even more food in the chests. Now this place also had a bunch of ender pearls too, which was nice. With some armor upgrades, I finally felt safe enough to start moving down, and the area down here just had the same loot. From there though, the next floor was significantly scarier. The mobs in here almost killed me twice. Now the loot in this place was actually pretty nice, and my backpack was halfway full. The next floor from here had a free diamond helmet, and I actually ended up getting to the bottom of this entire dungeon. Down here, the mobs ended up being ridiculous. Being very careful, I started pushing through.
Okay, first chest of this place. Diamond chest plate, let's go. 1 diamond, thank you. This looks sick. Keeping that. Let's grab some levels. What did I get? 1 more diamond, sick. Oh, XP boost. And we get a looting book.
At this point, I decided to make a diamond pickaxe and mine tons of obsidian. Once that was done, I moved over to the other side of this roguelike, where I grabbed even more loot. I picked up tons of redstone and coal blocks in here, which would eventually be very helpful. Underneath this roguelike, I found a deeper cave, and here I picked up around 2 more stacks of osmium and a ton of redstone. This was my cue to start working my way back towards the base. Back home, my generator was fully filled up, so I crafted a speed augment and put it in the main furnace. This thing was draining power as I was crushing all these ores, and I even placed down a brewing stand which I picked up from the roguelike dungeon. Before the night ended, I made 1 more hopper botany pot and filled up the entirety of one of my gold chests.
So there's a heat generator, but these things suck. Now these ones are sick. Wind generator specifically. Okay, metallurgic infuser. I think it's time to get rid of this. Yeah, I don't think we need this anymore. There we go.
With a plan set up, I ran back to the river just to grab some sand. After coming back and cooking that up, I made some paths and used all the stone blocks from the roguelike to make a staircase down to this other layer that I had made. I wanted to use this area specifically for machines, and once the sand had cooked up, I covered this tree farm up with slabs. At this time, the phantoms were making me very mad, so I had to go to sleep. As soon as the next morning started, I used up a lot of the books I had to craft some bookshelves. From there, I had a very basic enchantment setup and cleaned up the little area I made underneath the main base. Around this time, my osmium had all cooked up too, and the first thing I did with that was make a set of osmium armor, which is better than diamond. Turns out I didn't have enough bookshelves, so I had to hop down into the roguelike to get more books. Before checking the place out, I got attacked by an insanely strong zombie, so I built up to a safe spot. With that guy taken care of, I once again ran through this dungeon and picked up a few books. This allowed me to come home and fill out the bookshelves. I spent an entire night rolling enchants after that. I only managed to get a few good enchants on my chest plate. As the next morning hit, I wanted to increase my power generation, so I crafted a heat generator for quest rewards and then a metallurgic infuser. I infused a bunch of iron ingots with redstone, and I was able to work my way up towards this wind generator. Since I had more than enough materials, I made a second generator, and I placed them both together on the layer below. I actually wanted these generators to power a storage system, so I also had to set up a nether portal. I hopped into it, and I got pretty lucky with my nether spawn, so I picked up tons of quartz and other random stuff here. Back home, I enchanted some gear and ended up with a Fortune 3 pickaxe and protection on most of my armor pieces. To get this storage system started, I first used up a bunch of slime balls I had to craft processor bindings. Then, after using some diamonds, I turned that all into advanced processors. That was basically enough to make this refined storage controller. After hooking this controller up, I made a disk drive, 1 storage housing, and worked up to a 4K storage part. To make things neater, I moved this generator behind the controller and set up the portal again right next to the waystone. I had to hop in the Nether one more time, but this time I was able to use my fortune pickaxe and I stocked up on even more quartz. Back home, I had to cook up a ton of these to first make a grid and then upgrade these storage parts all the way up to 16k. The last upgrade was to make a crafting grid, and that basically completed the basic storage setup. By the next morning, I grabbed all the old items out of my chests, but kept all of the gems and enchanted books in a separate area. Then, I dug out even more dirt to increase the size of this bottom area. From there, I crafted a novice spell book so I wouldn't have to carry any torches, and I then bookmarked a jetpack. That night, I had to go to sleep once again to get rid of the phantoms.
I want to get this vengeance pickaxe thing, which is a little complicated. Hardened blood shards. Need to cook up hardened blood. Drying basin. Boom. This here. Blood furnace here. 1, 2, 3. I think 3 should be fine. 15k supply. Let's see. Oh, wow. We already got a dark power gem. Okay. Oh, what did I get? Looting 2. Oh, I'm gonna eat this. Why not? Get more hearts. Scribe's table. Hold on. Right here. Boom. I want mage light. I want to keep this right here. Beautiful stuff.
So since I kept running out of redstone, I decided to jump down into this cave, and I wanted to extract some blood while I was there too. This time, I just used my Fortune 3 pickaxe on most of these ores to help me stock up. By the time I got down to deep slate level, my backpack was already like half filled. I even mined a stellarite piece, and that actually led me down to this apotheosis boss chamber. I had to eat a golden apple to fight this guy, but on the bright side, taking out the minions filled up my extractor like crazy. With those minions gone, I waited for the main boss to get close enough for me to take it out from a safe distance. The chests in this room were alright. I did get some really cool gems though. Well, with that done, I moved deeper down the mines.
More iron. Whoa, this thing's awesome. Increases the damage dealt by the wearer. Sick. Whoa, this is where the deep dark is. Okay. So we found where we can potentially fight a warden one time or one day.
Down to this Y level, I couldn't find any redstone, so I just started to work my way up, and around this time my backpack was pretty much filled. When I got back to the main caves, I stuck around this roguelike dungeon trying to fill up the extractor. I looted some of the rooms that I missed on the first try, and here I even picked up these quartz blocks, which can be turned back into regular quartz. From there, I picked up 4 buckets of lava and came home. I upgraded my furnace, and as things were cooking, I placed some of this blood inside of this drying basin. As soon as this thing dried, I cooked it up to make some shards. With these shards, I made an infusion core, and of course the main machine, the blood infuser.
Okay, plenty. Now we need dead wood. Oh, I already got the pickaxe. Never mind. That's very funny. Beautiful. First Avengers, you can get out of here. Fortune 5.
Finally, with this Fortune 5 book secured, I made some dead wood and I put it inside of this infuser for the quest rewards. While that was processing, I made these energy coils and batteries to finally get a wooden jetpack as well. Now to power this jetpack, I crafted these pipe upgrades that would hopefully pull in more energy from these wind generators. Then I used those buckets of lava to make dielectric pastes, which I then turned into capacitors and rods. I first crafted an aerial pearl, and I turned my diamond pickaxe into a silent gears one. Just to help me out, I also put Fortune 5 on this pickaxe. Now, for the quest rewards, I planted this undead sapling, which gave me undead logs. Because I also wanted a sword upgrade, I made another one of those looting 2 little swords, and disenchanted both of them, giving me 2 looting 2 books. With that done, I rolled enchants on this diamond sword that I had until I got something really good. From there, I put some of the books that I had been hoarding on it, and that basically turned out a really nice sword. Before this night ended, I used this aerial pearl on a zombie and was able to craft a starter player transmitter. With that done, I also made a binding card, and that kept me charged up at all times. But for it to work across dimensions, I needed to find an enderman.
I need a bunch of stuff. We'll set up the energizer later. I actually wanna... How much uranite do I have? Let's cook that up. Let's put all this away. And then I wanna set up some drawers here. Yeah, like 3 drawers, 1 for flax.
So I wanted to do some very important things, and for that, I started off by making an osmium paxel. I also disenchanted some of the old tools I had, and ended up getting some really solid enchants on this paxel as well. To make a bunch of upgrades, it turned out I would need a pretty insane amount of redstone, which meant I had to put this Fortune 5 pick to use. I ended up fighting more Apotheosis bosses down here, and finally had around 3 stacks of redstone. The best thing about these chests down here were these condensed blood, because you could just slot that right into the infuser. I even picked up around 2 stacks of amethyst shards before hopping back into this roguelike once again. This time I found the library.
Oh, let's go. There's things here. There it is. That's what I meant. That's what I was looking for. Oh, 2 blocks of emeralds. Okay, sick. More emeralds. Officially 20 days in. There's no way. Yeah, oh wow, this thing's filled up.
Back home, while all my ores were cooking, I started working through these jetpack upgrades. I first upgraded to stone, and while I was making all the upgrades for the iron items, I ended up running out of iron ingots. This time I did a very quick run down to the mines and came back home to crush these ores. From there, I made 3 drawers and crafted this iron jetpack. One of these drawers were for deep slate and cobblestone, and in the other 2 I placed down 2 hopper botany pots, both with inferium farmland. The first one was for industrial hemp seeds, which could be turned into strings, and the other was for wheat. I ended up sleeping just to get rid of the phantoms, and as soon as I woke up, I bone mealed these crops. Then I used one of the emeralds I finally picked up to craft a warpstone. Just for later, I increased the size of this blood extractor and then crafted a storage controller, linking tool, and a configurator. Since I wanted to connect all these drawers to my system, I first linked these drawers up and then locked them. With that done, I made some cables and an external storage and then hooked this thing right up to the system.
Oh, is that an enderman? Don't go anywhere. Let's go.
So the binding card now worked in every dimension, which made life so much easier. From there, I crafted some energy rods to complete this energizing orb quest. This quest menu was awesome since it gave some great tips. Number 1, I decided to cook up this bread for toast, which was supposed to be way more efficient, and then apparently thermal generators got buffed. To help me out with some energy for the meantime, I made another wind generator, and I also grabbed a bunch of flint to craft this repair kit. I filled this kit up with diamonds and repaired my sword and pickaxe. Then I disenchanted some of the old stuff I had and put Unbreaking 3 on the pickaxe. Day 22 to day 23, I really wanted a feeding upgrade and I was only missing melons. In order to get that though, I had to fly back towards that structure that I saw at spawn. Now the loot in here was pretty disappointing. I only picked up like the same kind of stuff you find in roguelikes. This one compass really did look useful though. Anyway, I grabbed the melons, which meant I could warp back home and make these feeding upgrades. I also decided to mine all these iron ores that I picked up from there, and then I crushed them for tons of iron ingots. As that was cooking, I grabbed the apples from all these tree farms that I had set up, and then used most of my gold to make golden apples. My next goal after that was to make a storage disk upgrade, so I cooked up some of these raw advanced processors and went over to this beach for tons of sand. Since I had the items, I decided to get auto-crafting set up as well. I first made this pattern grid, which I could use to set up all the basic recipes. Once all those patterns were set up, I then made an iron crafter and placed all these new recipes inside of there. Another machine I needed was a disk manipulator, and with that set up, I asked the machine to make me some raw processors. Eventually, once I automate the furnace, I can skip straight to cooked recipes too. By the next morning, as I crafted a few of the lower tier storage parts, I also went around collecting these red flowers for their dyes. As soon as I had enough of those dyes, I also made these infusion altars and pedestals. This was mainly just so I could make silicon seeds. I first used an infusion crystal to upgrade my inferium and then did the ritual. With that done, I decided to make a 1x1 drawer and had this one farm silicon essence. Once I set up the recipes for that, I focused on making an advanced solar generator. Now this process was super annoying. I first had to make tons of infused alloys, which then turned into solar panels, and that turned into solar generators. I needed enough solar generators to finally make a single advanced version. The next morning, since this solar generator doesn't work at night, I wanted to put an energy cube in between it to store as much of the energy as possible. This actually took some time to fully set up the inputs and outputs. So around this time, I also realized I could make those charms of ore-psyched items, which would highlight the items I needed for me. After a quick run through the mines, I was able to make a calcinated redstone powder, and all I needed was blaze powder after this. That night, I crafted a few more things which would help me survive the mobs. First was a salvaging table, which would now allow me to break down all these affixed gears, and the other was a simple reforging table. After breaking down a bunch of the old junk and crushing a ton of gems, I got really good affixes on my helmet, chestplate, and diamond sword. That's not all. I used this smithing table to socket a gem on my sword, which increased my attack damage.
Yeah, let's see. So 16k, let's make this 64k bit before we do anything. We'll also have to set up the automatic furnace later too. Oh, no, don't burn that. Do I have emeralds? I do. I think it's worth it. Give me that. And you can basically get out, bro. Oh wow, this thing's doing tons of damage now. Whoa.
While making these storage parts, I ran out of quartz, so I hopped into the Nether to mine tons of that and also some of these crimson iron.
Let's go. This thing can be turned into a tier 3 material, which allows you to repair all the diamond stuff. That's sick. We need all the purple stuff we can get. There we go. Oh, Bastion. Okay. Oh, they don't do that much damage, okay. Don't care about looting. Soul speed, don't care about that. Oh yeah, I like these ones. Boom.
After flying around for quite a bit of time, I finally found a fortress. I made sure to bookmark this blaze gate pearl recipe here, and inside of the center room of the fortress, I picked up all of the loot inside of the chests. This thing gave me tons of nether warts and was already starting to fill my backpack up. The second floor barely had any loot, but the top floor is what I wanted. Inside of every chest, I picked up an affixed gear, and I just grabbed everything that looked good. By the end of it, I had filled my backpack up, and some items even spilled over into my inventory. With my looting sword and these reliquary drops, I ended up with tons of wither skeleton heads too. Right as I was back home, I cooked up all of this crimson iron and put all that gear inside of this gold chest. Before the night ended, I filled up my repair kit with crimson iron and then salvaged the rest of the stuff that I had actually snatched up from the fortress.
So this sword is pretty great. I want something really good. 6 gem dust. Oh, it's gonna take so much. Oh, this looks sick. And then one more. Let's go.
So I ended up putting a rare affix on my chestplate, and I could actually finally brew awkward potions. Once I made potions of redstone sights, I turned it into a charm too. From there, I started doing this entire process for as many ores as I could. The next charm I made was diamond, then iron, and gold. This whole time, while waiting for these potions to brew, I was also crafting storage parts too, so at night, I had the 64k storage part ready. To transfer all my items into this new storage disk, I ended up needing more iron. This was the perfect time for me to use my new charm. Doing this, I picked up a stack and a half of iron ore, which I doubled and cooked up. Then, once I auto-crafted these speed upgrades, I could let this disk manipulator run. This still took a very long time, so I paused in between to make more storage upgrades. Once everything was transferred, I got my old storage part back as well. The next upgrade I made for my storage system was a wireless transmitter, and I even crafted a range upgrade for it. Before the night ended, I made a simple compacting drawer for coal, and then made this wireless crafting grid for the future.
29 days in, I'm going to make some hell shells. Which require potions of regen. I should have enough for that. We'll just do 5, that's 15. Then we need nether bricks. We gotta go back to the nether. Okay. So let it go through.
As my regeneration potions brewed, I repaired my osmium armor. Then I started making all the patterns for a starter reactor. Turns out I actually had all the items needed, so I immediately started the RLcraft. I got this reactor set up on the corner of my base. Before actually filling this reactor up, I made some neural processors, and that was just to upgrade to a gold crafter since I had too many recipes at this point. Then I needed nether bricks, and of course the best place to get that was in the nether, and turns out there was a fortress right in front of my portal. I I picked up 2 stacks of nether bricks here and used this nature's compass to help me find a soul sand valley. In that biome, I snatched up a stack of soul sand. Back home, the first thing I did was repair my pack soul and then craft 14 hell shells. With that done, I used some blaze rods to make tomes and enchanted a ton of these. The good ones I put onto my chestplate and helmet. Once that was done, I used the nature's compass again to help me find a deep dark, and of course it was already pretty close to my base. I fought a mimic and a monster box down here as I dug out to a much larger deep dark area. Here I even got lucky.
No way. Dude, I don't have any. Oh my god, what's a tier 4? What's a tier 4 metal? We found one though.
I couldn't really mine this all the mods ore yet, so I had to fly back home after setting a marker down. Day 31 to day 32, I needed netherite really badly, but first, to help with my power generation, I also made all the recipes needed to upgrade my reactor. Then I crafted an ender inhibitor and brewed up some potions of fire resistance. While all that was working, I moved these wind generators and solar generators like a few blocks back just to make it look nicer, and I also crafted 2 regular compacting drawers. These 2 were for iron and gold because all 3 variants of each would be needed non-stop. Since I had the items, I filled up these drawers with copper upgrades as well. I also started imbuing lapis with magic, turning them into source gems. From there, I crafted a tablet of scrying and then made a ritual brazier. After grabbing my fire resistance potions, I was ready to go look for ancient debris. I used the mining tunnel from Altamine to get down to y = 15 in the nether and then found a chunk border.
Oh, I found one. I was lucky. Let's go. Burn this. And now it should give me... should tell me where all the ancient debris is. Okay, scrying. There it is. Okay. Let's make our way over to there. 1. Beautiful stuff. 3. We gotta grab literally as much as humanly possible. Oh, there's a bunch here. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Oh, dang. How much more scrying time do we have? 3 minutes. Okay. Give it to me. Let's go. Another one. Beautiful stuff. That should be 12. Okay. Boom. Oh, dang. Okay. That's 18. 24. That's good, whatever. 6 seconds left there, whatever. We're good. Let's get rid of all our netherrack.
In total, I had 27 netherite scrap, which I turned into 4 netherite ingots. One of those ingots were used to make coating, which now upgraded my pickaxe.
Should be able to. Let's go. 6 all the modium ore. Dude, we're cooking. We didn't have to take down a warden for that. It's 12 all the modium dust that we can cook up. What else? All the modium. Let's go. Boom, we got another ore. Which give me 20 more. 3 more, okay. 18 all the modium ore. That is so ridiculous to me.
To go to the mining dimension, I needed some more ender pearls, but before focusing on that, I was able to craft some more wither skeleton skulls. Then, I went deep underground to challenge a wither.
See if this guy is strong at all. Hope it's not like overpowered. Okay, that's 1 nether star. That's all we need. That wasn't too hard though.
Since I was already down there, I fought 2 more withers and remembered I should probably save up these skulls for hostile neural networks, so I came home with only 3 nether stars. Back home, I looked around my base for any endermen, but had no luck. I did fight through this illager tower though. Anyway, I focused on upgrading this reactor again and ended up needing iron, which meant I had to do another quick trip down to the mines with my charm on. This time I fully upgraded to a basic reactor and filled it up. I ended up using this 1 dry ice I got as a quest reward, and that ended up being enough to start the reactor. To help me keep this solid coolant slot stocked up, I used a nature's compass to help me find a tundra biome. Luckily, I found some mountains along the way and decided to grab a ton of snow here. In total, I ended up with 6.5 stacks of snow blocks, which should be more than enough for now. That night, I used this redstone sight charm to also grab like 5 stacks of redstone, and then went down to bedrock level with an obsidian. This was just so I could create flux dusts.
35 days in. I've had these dark gem cooking up. I'm gonna turn this into empty bowl of promises. Turn this into a dusted. Empty bowl of promises. Now we gotta throw this in here. A dark block. Okay. Oh, I have this thing. Let's cook up this hardened blood. And I need to automate this furnace really quickly. Let's go. So we have that, and then this thing is gonna be 1 block of iron and condensed blood. Finally put these to use. Gorgeous stuff. Yeah, because I really want these. Boom, boom. Beautiful stuff right there, folks. Good to go. Got that. Put that right here. Let this fill up. Finally, we can all use this condensed blood. Used all of it in there. Keep that, the whole thing in there. We also have tons more blood in there. Okay, there's that. So I'm just gonna do this. Then we have a block. This maybe? Let's even move up another tier. Okay. We'll have that ready. And then this thing needs an ender pearl, which we don't have. And then it needs a block of gold in there too. Okay, so we'll do both those. Okay, let's go. Give me that. So I want the gold furnace here. We want an importer down here. Come on. Okay, beautiful stuff. Take an importer. Boom. Elite importer, let's go. Oh, beautiful. Okay, now we need another crafter on top. Oh, iron crafter. Use. Bang. Okay, connected to the system. 2. Augment. Let's grab the factory augment. Stick that in there.
Day 36 to day 37, at this time, I genuinely needed ender pearls to progress anything, so I hopped into the nether to hopefully get some. Here, I picked up 1 soul pearl and then looted a bastion right next to this biome. As soon as I came home, I realized I was having tons of power issues, so I had to wait until the morning for the solar generator to turn back on. Anyway, from here, I went over to a nearby village and began leveling up this cleric. To help me restock the trades, I made these rough emerald shards from a stonecutter. Doing this, I traded a bunch of gold and picked up a good amount of ender pearls. With these pearls, I could now do so many things. First was to make a flux network. I put all of my power generators on the backside of my base and connected them all up to a flux plug. Once that was done, I then used a flux point on this energy cube, which would, in theory, pull in all the power and transfer it to the storage system. Later on, this actually became a stupid idea. To make sure I didn't run out of ender pearls again, I made an enderman gateway pearl and grabbed my ender inhibitor.
Okay, so let's do it like right here. 1, 2, 3. Like this. You guys are abnormally strong. This way, boys. Oh my god, things are awesome. I love all the loot. Let's go. Dude, I don't think we'll have to worry about ender pearls for a long time. Oh my god, there's so much. I'm actually shocked. There's actually so much. Ooh. That's it? That's everybody? Holy. Oh, that's so many things. Okay. This is insane. Use. Oh, we can turn all these into gas tiers later. Okay. What in the world? That was literally insane. Now we never have to worry about that again. Okay. We got our teleporter pad. Probably put like right here.
Finally, to end these days off, I used the ender pearls to make a 3rd range upgrade and turn that into an infinity booster. Remember that energy cube? Turns out this cube limited how much energy would be outputted to the storage system. So every single time I'd put that infinity upgrade in, it would just drain all the power. So I couldn't use this upgrade for a pretty long time.
So it turns out these things aren't as efficient as just regular thermal generators. I'm gonna make the recipes for that. Let me set up that energizing orb too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Perfect. Boom, boom. And then we need redstone link. Perfect. I want to here. So I want this. After this way. Boom. Netherite. Then we need a network card, which I think we'll get from this. Network receiver. Transmitter. So what it's gonna be like is we're gonna do Okay. Okay, now this just needs recipes. Yeah, so, oh. Throw that in there. So receiver here. That did it. We're gonna go hop into the mining dimension to challenge those blazes next. Like that. Energize steel. Let's see if we can make like 10. Boom. See if that works fully. Oh, dude.
The next morning, after everything was set up, I moved on to other machines to generate power. The first thing I made was a crusher. I also had to move my generators inside of the chunk border too.
Melon on the bottom right. They basically come into here and they get crushed into biofuel. 4. Okay. Input biofuel into each one. Okay, so these biofuel. Oh, and then we need to do it distribution round robin. So all of these should technically get tons of biofuel. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna grab some cables and back out into this. Yeah, so this thing is churning 700 FE per tick. This thing is 1000 FE per tick. So we have 4000 FE per tick going now.
Right after the power upgrade, I made a blaze gate pearl and went over to the mining dimension where nothing would burn down. Here I drank one of the fire resistance potions I had and set down a waystone as well. Once I was set up, I activated the blaze gate pearl. Now these guys were significantly weaker than the endermen, but after the final wave I still managed to get a huge drop of loot. At this point I had about 400 blaze rods secured, so I could upgrade all these power items to a new tier. The first thing I did was make all the recipes up to a nitro level thermal generator. I even had the system RLcraft a niotic thermal generator, which was the diamond level. While that process was going on, I crafted another teleport pad and went to the Nether. This was so I could go over to the other dimension. My plan here was to hopefully pick up soul lava and just get to the surface. For the soul lava, I had no chance of picking that thing up, but I did make it to the surface by just spamming the engine of my jetpack on and off. I then set down a waystone in front of a cave and came back home where I started up this thermal generator. Turns out this thing is basically useless without soul lava.
I think since we have so much biofuel kicking through, I think we should probably do one more. Okay, I'm just gonna hook this up right here. Let's grab more redstone, another bio generator. So with another set of cables down here. There we go. That's just at the divide. Okay, there we go. These things are working. Okay, we're gonna go to the mining dimension, making all the Moddedium site potion 2 while we're there.
In order to properly use this mining dimension, I made calcinated all the Moddedium powder. Then, as I was about to brew this, I got a really good trade from a wandering trader. At this point, I didn't have enough emeralds, so I snatched up a cleric from the village and brought it next to my base. After forcing this guy to restock a bunch, I managed to get the 55 emeralds and bought this stacked set of leggings. Once I equipped those leggings, I brewed the potions I needed and put this villager into a chest. Before crafting the all the Moddedium charm, I went into the mining dimension and used this mining tunnel setting to get down to deep slate level. This time I used my diamond side charm, and using that I picked up an incredible amount of ores. I teleported right back home to crush everything, and then I also energized every uraninite since that would double the output. As Alu was cooking, I crafted the charm of all the Moddedium site. This smelting basically took the entire night, as I even made another compacting drawer for all the copper I had. Since I had enough materials, I also upgraded the furnace from gold to diamond and then to emerald tier. This time I decided to go back to the mining dimension since I had repaired my pickaxe and I gathered an absolute ton of redstone. Instead of going back home, I decided to go look for all the Moddedium instead. Mining down here got me 46 raw all the Moddedium ores, and my backpack was completely filled up. This ended up being a massive haul that needed tons of hammers to crush all these ores. By the next morning, I was able to get a hardened reactor to start auto-crafting, which was a significant power jump. I also upgraded to a diamond crafter and started using these flux ducts, which allowed me to pull in way more power. I swapped out most of my cables for those and then crafted an all the Moddedium pickaxe. Once I disenchanted my old stuff, this new pickaxe had efficiency 4 and fortune 5. To end these days off, I also made a sleep charm because the phantoms made me very mad, and I upgraded the reactor up to blazing tier.
Okay, 45 days in, still waiting for these things to cook. 55% of the way done, and then these ones are... This one's also almost done, but it needs the energizing ore, but it's a locked chunk destroyer. So for that, we need a workbench plus, which is this, workbench plus, right here. And this thing needs, oh my goodness, 32, 32, 64, 16. 4 plus 2, 3. Oh wow, that's draining our power. Oh wow, these are some insane amounts of... Okay, now we need to grow cactus too. Oh, actually, that's not that far. Okay, we might get really lucky. Things are working out. Yeah, we'll stock up on glass and cactus. There we go. A bunch of things basically need lime green dye. Or sorry, green dye. Oh, was that a village? It's a village. This is a beautiful place.
Back home, I started the RLcraft for like 500 glass and also put down this blazing reactor. With that done, I placed down another 1x1 drawer and had this one growing cactuses. Turns out I had to process like 500 more glass, and as my cactus were growing, I used a ton of levels to infuse most of these hell shells. The next morning, I also made calcinated netherite potions and turned that into a charm as well. Once that was done, I got rid of my old tree farms and put them all into one 1x4 drawer, which I of course linked to my system. To make sure none of these things ran out of space, I also put gold upgrades into each drawer. Later that night, I finally got half of the required amounts of cactuses, and I then made these Eyes of Enders since I needed dragon heads later. Since my plan was to spend a lot of days inside of the mining dimension, I also crafted these things called spawner agitators. By the next morning, I found a way to speed up my cactus production. Doing this, I made the pumps and 3 markers. Turns out the chunk destroyer needed tons more emeralds, so I had to make a charm of emerald sight as well. Even inside of the mining dimension, emeralds happen to be pretty rare. I still got the 8 blocks needed regardless. I stocked up on even more diamonds after that and hit a huge vein of redstone. I came home to put all the items away, and this chunk destroyer only needed like 3 more items now.
48 days in, this thing needs 64 Eyes of Ender. So we have, oh boy, so a stack of that. There we go, 64 Eyes of Ender right there. And then it needs 2 nether stars. Right there. Boom. So we have 3 spawners, which is going to be specifically for slimes, skeletons, and creepers. That's exactly what we need for these. Now that we actually have time, I wanna 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have enough? I don't. I'm missing a few. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some netherite so I can make a structure compass, and then we're gonna go upgrade my jetpack soon. I think the last time I went mining was down here. Now we have an actual shredder too. We'll go Y equals 15 and we'll just go to town. How many minutes? 16 minutes of fire res. That's actually so much time. We'll try and go straight first. This should be right at the chunk border. Yep. Okay, we'll go the other way. This way there's no lava pools. We'll find another chunk border. I guess right here will be good. Okay, we'll go from this way. There we go. What am I wasting time doing? Oh, that stupid stuff. Whoa, this is a little fortress. Hold on a minute. I'm just gonna double check everything.
So I was basically around here looking for ancient debris. I needed about 18 pieces. Once I got that, I came home and I crafted a structure compass. I also made some bottles and corks. Once all that was done, I put down recipes for a model framework and auto-crafted like 10 of those. To use those items, I needed a deep learner and then put all of this inside my backpack for later. To help me in the long run, it was time to upgrade the jetpack to the next tier. Once again, this was pretty tedious, but it was worth it. I wanted another upgrade just to be safe, so I did a trip to the mining dimension and used this gold sight charm. In total, I picked up a stack and a few, which I cooked, and I began upgrading to a diamond jetpack. I also upgraded to blazing energizing rods, which should help speed everything up in this little energizing orb area. I even got a blazing player transmitter. As soon as my jetpack charged up, I did a few things. I maxed out this tier of bookshelves and placed this Promise of Tenacity 2 inside of the blood infuser.
Whoa, chestplate. Do you sell chestplate, sir? Yes, you do. 55 emeralds. With that, 55, perfect. Give it to me now, please. Let's go. Dude. It's like so much better. Berserker's Fury, that might be the annoying one. I think we're good. Let's crush some gems while we're here. Gorgeous stuff. What can you give me? Alright, this has to be 1. More health here? Okay, whatever, we're good. Whoa, that is very helpful.
With my old armor repaired, I used this structure compass to help me locate a stronghold. I ended up doing tons of digging when I got near, but luckily, I also picked up tons of clay, which would be useful for later. I used this mini-map to find the portal room pretty quickly and set a waystone down here. So for this first trip, I really didn't want to fight the Ender Dragon, which meant I had to go home, clear my backpack, and then activated this portal. I decided to skip the main island for now. So instead of doing all that, I actually used a structure compass to help me find an end city. My first end city did not have a ship, but I did get a brand new helmet. At this point, I was having some lag issues and I couldn't click any items, but I did end up inside of this crazy structure called the aviary. Now this place had one dragon's head and tons of diamonds in every single chest. I even picked up 1,000,000 books and then marked this place down for later. Around this time, my compass had found another end city, and this one had an end ship, which was exactly what I needed. I picked up a second dragon's head and an elytra from the center chest. My backpack was filled to the brim, so I decided to come home.
Yeah, let's take one of these. Let's fit into one of these. Plus 5% to all stats, which should be huge. Let's go. That needs tons of levels. I'm gonna do health. Netherite. This one, obviously. Okay, we'll go look for that in a bit. In the meantime, let's... Yeah, I don't think I have enough. And not yet anyway. So I need about 3 more blocks of emeralds. That'll make us a chunk destroyer. Okay, I'll grab one of these dragon heads. I guess we'll do 2 for the dragon at most. We'll be filling these up. First, the bottle and cork. Let's go take down a dragon.
The first thing I did during this ender fight was get this bottle darkness and some dragon's breath. Then I remembered I needed to make a purple knife, so I had to do another quick retreat back home. The second time around, I broke each of the end crystals first, and with all that gone, I used these model frameworks on the dragon and put the data modules inside of the deep learner. I still had to wait and fill up these bottles, but once all of that was done, I was able to take the dragon out with a purple knife. Sadly, I didn't get this dragon's tooth thing to drop, but I still need to take out the dragon like once more anyway, so it didn't matter too much. I picked up a bunch of levels, these roses of oblivion, and the dragon egg. From there, I tried to go directly towards the aviary that I had found, but I got distracted by a giant ship. Here, I broke as many of the outside spawners as possible, and then finally got inside of the main ship. The chest here had absolute tons of golden carrots and gear that I could salvage for later. I even took down a ton of slime, which would be very helpful later. With this ship taken care of, I was back at the aviary, and this place was significantly tougher. The loot though was the same as that ship from before. I ended up having trouble on the bottom floor because of these mining fatigue little wither skeleton guys. But even with that, I managed to completely fill up my backpack. Back home, I then salvaged tons of gear, and this chest was almost fully packed. I had to make another quick trip to the mining dimension to get 3 more blocks of emeralds, and after that, I could finally craft this chunk destroyer. Now to use this thing, I would need so much power, and to fix that, I made crafting recipes for more thermal generators. I also wanted to take on wardens too, and I really needed an armor upgrade, which needed these netherite smithing templates. This meant I spent a good amount of time running through the nether using this structure compass to help me find some bastions. On the third one, I finally got 1 smithing template. With that, I was able to upgrade 2 of my really good armor pieces, and then I even upgraded to a proper reforging table. At this time, I also had this archaeology brush for later and used some Unobtanium to craft a sword. Now I wanted this sword to be overpowered, so I disenchanted my old sword and crafted these 2 vein swords. Once those 2 were disenchanted, I ended up with a pretty great new weapon. I put an epic level affix on it and a gem that increased the crit damage. Before the night ended, I even upgraded this blood infuser to the 3rd and final level.
I'm gonna grab a bunch of buckets, maybe like 10 buckets-ish. We're gonna keep that in here. First thing, we should probably find the ancient city. Hold on, sorry. Which should be 2,600 blocks, so this way. We're gonna find this ancient city first. See if we can get one of the Unobtanium templates. Grants immunity to fall damage. That's definitely better than the water walking. 200 blocks away inside of this structure. Okay. So should be here. Summon the guy, bro. Oh wow, this guy's actually really tough. Oh. That was actually like genuinely tough. Oh my god. Oh, there's more. Oh, where'd my boy go?
I think I managed to take down like 2 wardens before falling into the ancient city. I also grabbed some of the quest rewards and just stayed on hover for quite a bit of time. I was looking for suspicious clay to dig out. Some of the chests did have echo shards, which meant I did have to fight like a warden or 2 down here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. That's 1. All right, thank you, sir. We are out of here. Oh, now we need tons of netherite. Okay, well, we got it at least, which is huge. With those smithing templates secured, I upgraded some of these infused hell shells into glowing hell shells, and I ended up needing something called Arcana. Let's go look for soul lava. We have our buckets. Okay, I'm gonna take this, because we're gonna be here for a bit. Let's go find the piglin village. This is gonna take forever. What? We actually found it. What the heck? Yeah, I'm just glitch flying over here. Basically just tapping V on and off. I see it. Whoa, I'm already lagging. So inside of this place should be some soul lava. Dude, I have to be so careful. No. That blindness effect is the worst. So it should be underneath this place. There's an evoker spawner. We definitely need this. We don't need an illusioner spawner. Oh, it's so laggy here. Okay, armor-wise, not looking too bad. This place is the one I actually needed. It also says there's ancient basalt deltas. That's where tons of soul lava are. Whoa, here we go. Okay, let's get rid of all this. Grab our diamond blocks. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you guys can see the lag, but this is like insane stuff. But this is it. This is the place. I need to cover these up. Give me that. Woohoo. Okay, that's tons of netherite. Bro, leave me alone. These spawners are insane, so we're gonna have to grab a bunch of these. So I need to, okay, I'm gonna mark this place down, and I need to make a bunch of things. So there's an underneath portion too of this place. Yeah, this is where the really good spawners are. Yeah, definitely gonna have to set the waystone. Oh, set the waystone here. Dude, this is an insane amount of netherite. So we can upgrade our armor. Okay. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Okay, full netherite. Boom. 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 Let's go. I never have to worry about this ever again. With this massive armor upgrade, I went back towards the other dimension structures and I looked for an ancient basalt delta biome. This thing happened to be only like 200 blocks away, and I finally picked up soul lava here, which would be extremely overpowered. So I should probably do this in the mining dimension. Problem is I can't, yeah, I don't have anything here. This chunk would be nice. This, and then thermal generators on top of each. So we're gonna do a few things first. Flux ducts, again, 10 needs how much? 59 more, 34 more. There we go. Do you also sell blaze rods by any chance? You do not. Thank you for your service, sir. Okay, we'll do it here. Where did I just get? Oh, those stupid things. Was that a loot pinata? Jeez. Scrap 10 spirited thermal generator, not nuclear. We're gonna have so much power after this. It's gonna be sick. We should be able to run that chunk destroyer non-stop. We don't have to worry about shutting it on or off. Yeah, I'm also gonna need, what is this block? Network transmitter and a receiver, and then another crafting grid. I want that inside of that chunk next to my stuff, just so I can access everything. To fully craft everything, I ended up needing to like get more redstone, but I was able to get 1 thermal generator just to start the whole process. Yeah, there it is. 8 million FE, and this thing's generating at 900%, so 13.5k FE right there. Like that, and we'll connect it to our main power gen, and we'll call this thermal. Yeah, that's 135k right there. And it's time to do a bunch of things. The number one thing I need to do is actually make this, and this is a tip I learned from Alfred GG. Introduction pylon, okay. So this thing, I need a block of netherite. Oh boy. Quartz slabs, we got that. And then we have mob filters. I want to get rid of a ton of mobs around the other dimension so that I can pick up all the loot in there. And then grab some spawners too. 3, 5. Let's go to the other structure and let's go find these guys. So first, indicators, let's go. Skeletons, let's go. Zombies, and then we need
Evokers, that's a big one. Evokers, come here. Vexes? Let's go. Okay. So I need to find a spot. So I think here would be nice. Whoa. Okay, we're gonna put this interdiction pylon right here. Put these on. The 5x5, so it should work. So we're gonna get out of here and then come back. And this should work pretty well. Let's get home. I wanna make a bunch of things. 1, 2. Do one here. Polarizer here. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, beautiful stuff. Oh wow, I forgot I have a million of these. So technically, 5x5 area, this should work. Gorgeous stuff. What, do I not have wither skeleton ones? 1, 2. Where are they coming from? How many of these should be great? So that's 2 spawners. We'll grab like 6, 7. Okay, how many? That's like a ton of spawners. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Grab these chests. Whoa, don't care. These are amazing. All the Modium nuggets, amazing. Oh, amazing. Smite and efficiency. Sharpness unbreaking. Oh, we'll take that. These ones, big boy chests. Gold, diamond. We'll see the other side too after. Put this right at the center. All these. 5x5. Let's go home. So I need to do a few things. I really want this enchantment library. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Got it. Let's go. That. Right there. All these books in there. Let's go over to the other dimension. I'll just grab some spawners. That should be enough. That should be, these should be like literally more than enough. I'm just gonna take everything. Okay, let's do. Have all this. That's so much stuff. Okay, give me all this. Oh, that's what we need. It's for way later. The vibranium ingots are gonna be extremely clutch. Okay, that's as good as we're probably gonna get, I think. I think we just got probably the best haul ever. How much Unobtanium do we have? 125. Sharpness 6. Smite 8. And then do we have looting? Looting 5. Like a magnet too. 2. Boom, what's a looting like? This thing is crazy. Let's go. Oh, that's sick. Okay. Right, that's actually crazy, is it not? Oh, vibranium sight. There we go. Keep that in our backpack. Boom, vibranium sight. 61 days in. Let's set this chunk destroyer up with the experience crystal, and then we need an XP pump. Experience pump for quarry. I think we turn this into a module. Regular backpack. Turn it into diamond. Advanced pickup upgrade. Void. And then we need compacting. Compacting. Let's go. This should be everything needed. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm thinking we can just skip mining in the overworld. I don't think we need to do that. So I guess we'll go pretty far away from this. Like right here. Chunk destroyer here. We'll flux point it from here. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Did not mean to do it here. Okay, we'll start off with this. XP pump in there. Hold this right here. Claim this chunk that I'm in. Okay, this is good. So right, this is our chunk. The end of the chunkish. Oh, beautiful. 5 chunks? Yeah, just 5 chunks. That's insane. Okay, and then we're gonna... So we need to set up so many drawers. Okay, there we go. Boom. Okay, we're gonna run through these. Void upgrade, Greg Tech. Void any match mod. Anything that's Greg Tech should go away. Okay, so I wanted to not compact any more than this. Okay, so we have that, and then no, don't compact any more than this. Don't compact any more than this. And don't compact any more than this. Let's make just a stack. Okay, all the way up to here. Boom, so we'll do ancient debris. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have copper, uranium, we'll do uraninite here, like this. So all that's connected, and we need to hook it up external storage wise. Priority 1. Hey. Okay, we know how to make all that. Gold upgrade right there. Loose diamond. We'll stick up the diamond. And last but not least, there we go. Okay. So right here. Okay, that's everything. Now, what about the rest? So the moment they compress, they come here. Another course, they compress anyway.
So once this basic chunk destroyer storage was set up, I outlined the chunk that I was working on with deep slate tiles and began slotting more recipes into the main storage system. From there, I doubled the power limit on the chunk destroyer and had enough ancient debris to make netherite pipe upgrades. Then I could craft a ton of diamond upgrades for the drawers, which meant each of these could hold like millions of items. I also placed a diamond crafter and a crafting monitor inside of the mining dimension and wanted to set up a very basic neural network farm for dragon eggs. This basically meant I had to fight the dragon one more time to upgrade the data modules. Once again, as I was fighting, I forgot to grab the purple knife, so I had to make a quick detour. This time, I decided to double the area I wanted the chunk destroyer running in and quickly took down this dragon using the purple knife. I ended up getting a ton of things. I now had a dragon's tooth and could farm this ender dragon back in the loot fabricator. Before these days ended, I made recipes for prediction matrices.
Okay, 65 days in. Let's go look for this stuff. I'm gonna make a mob swap. Okay, now we need to find some mushrooms. I think we'll find them in the nether. Oh, that's solium. Which I don't really need. Are there no mushrooms around? Come on. It might be worth it to just grab all these sick little items over here. Okay. Anything that's purple. Oh, purple. There we go. Oh, 2 purple is sick. Okay, let's get out of here. There we go. Oh, red mushroom immediately. Alright, these guys are so weak now. There we go. Oh, let's go. We got red mushrooms at least. Oh, brown mushroom finally. 1. And these guys are gonna be super annoying. And once the acidic ones come in, it's wraps. Oh, there we go. These guys, insanely strong. So when they hit you, they just keep hitting you. Delete. Okay, put everything away. Just for now. Catalyzing. Then we'll do... boom. Insane amount of stuff.
Day 66 to day 68. Now towards the right of the chunk that I was in, I started a mob farm. I had tons of tinted glass and used this chisel to make really cool looking stone blocks. It took me until the night to get the right dimensions, but eventually I did get 3 spawners inside of this place. Once that was done, I also had these vector plates leading towards the front 3 redstone blocks. Now to kill these mobs, I made 3 mob mashers and put ethereal tinted glass on the front of the structure so I could go in and out. I had enough materials for a bunch of sharpness upgrades, and I also had 8 ender dragon predictions ready. I turned the predictions into dragon eggs. By the next morning, I put these spawner agitators on the spawners and realized only one of them happened to be the fast ones. After swapping out the other 2 spawners, all these spawners managed to be extremely fast after that. Anyway, I covered the top of the farm and placed comparators inside all these spawners, making them redstone controlled. Then to turn them on and off, I used redstone links. I also made a side panel so I didn't get ruined by the mob masher, and as soon as I upgraded those mob mashers as well, I was pretty happy that I started RLcraft very early, since the looting upgrade needed tons of looting books. Lucky for me, I could make tons of those looting swords after infusing these gems with blood. As that was working, I put epic affixes on my boots and leggings, and then I needed some mob DNA. Using this gateway of otherworldly knights, I picked up 3 DNA and tons of mob drops as well. To get slime DNA, I once again used the slime gate portal, but this time I decided to fail it after swabbing the mob. I turned all that into chicken feed and was able to get 4 spawn eggs, 3 of which I was going to use right away. Once those spawners changed to the mobs I needed, I placed dragon eggs inside of each of them. So the collection system was similar to the one I used for the chunk destroyer, but instead it just had a magnet upgrade in the backpack. Once the backpack was set, I made sure 2 spawners had no AI and all of them were silent on top of that. So the mobs are working very well and the items are piling up, which is a good sign.
69 days in. Mob farm is set up. I've even stocked this thing up with a netherite. Ultimate pipe upgrade, sorry. This thing is good. Now, to make this generate significantly more. Oh my goodness. One of these, I got rid of like max health. Let's see if we can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, never mind, you can just put it on. I'll do Dragon's Breath. Oh yeah, now let's go get a ton of looting books. We're gonna need that for the mob masher. How much do we have of this? Tons of dark blood gems. So I need like 15 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 33 looting books, that's plenty. 11, boom, that's 15. Okay, beautiful. Oh my goodness, jeez. Looting. Okay, moment of truth. Let's run it one more time. See what the situation's looking like. And then we still have like capability to add more and more. We just need to find more Vindicator spawners, specifically Vindicator spawners. Those are the insane ones. 81, how much? Oh boy. So the slime stuff is good. Swamp. Okay, 1,000 blocks away. We have more than enough of that. We just need the lily pad to grow. I also don't want things to get overfilled, yeah. Oh wow, things are looking absolutely insane.
I ended up spending the night and a little bit of the next day just spamming this lily pad farm with bone meal. As soon as I had enough, I auto-crafted 81 lily pads of fertility and a few harvesting pylons. So to start a farm, I used the chunk right behind my main little area. I first created a 9x9 area filled to the brim with these lily pads of fertility. Because these effects extend up to like 4 blocks, I was able to make 2 9x9 dirt farms on top, both with harvesting pylons in the center. I used 2 all-the-modium hoes in each of those pylons and put 2 ender chests on top of that as well. The first thing I farmed was a few Inferium seeds, which were already set up on my drawers. I then moved these infusion ritual things over to the same chunk. Before the night ended, I even made air, earth, and water seeds.
71 days in. I have this thing producing. I do need fire seeds. So for that, I need 4 buckets of lava. Back to the ATM dimension. Let's get ice seeds too while we're at it. Now let's do these 4. 2, 3, and then we gotta make a spot for all these essences. Water, air, fire, earth. And then we need to do a bunch of things. Number 1, we need, so obviously a soul laser base. Dissolution chambers, that's how you say it. I'm losing my mind. Okay, pity machine frame, let's make 3 of these. We have a fluid extractor, let's make that real quick. 2, 3. Now this is what we need to get latex. So these things should be pulling in tons of latex. So once we get this set up, we need to make 3 of these dissolution chambers. We just need 1 bucket of latex. Hey, let's go. Okay, so we have this. Hey, hee hee. Do like 10 millibuckets, yeah. Hey, some dry rubber. Okay. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cook all that up. We'll have 3 just to make sure. I want these dissolution chambers to be here. 1, 2, 3. I want pipes going into this one first and foremost. Boom. So that's linked here. There we go. Now they're on. Shift click that. Processing 2. Let's do 4 of these. Let's see if that works. We need we need a way to, okay, whatever. I mean, as long as it works, right? Perfect. Okay, that's good. For pink slime, we'll set it up here.
With this latex-filled dissolution chamber, I could make all of the speed and productivity upgrades, but for a lot of the advanced things, I needed pink slime. To get that, I crafted a mob slaughter factory and put that right next to my mob farm, and on each side, there were basic tanks just to start. Also, to help me out, I put a range upgrade on this machine. Now this thing pulled in tons of liquid meat, but the pink slime was very slow. I was able to put this pink slime directly into the second machine and then got rid of those tanks and put 2 fluid drawers instead. In the morning, I hooked up importers to these 3 machines so it would be fully automatic and then fit a speed and efficiency upgrade into the mob slaughter factory. I decided 4 buckets were enough and filled up the chamber that needed pink slime. During this time, I also slaughtered in recipes for a simple machine frame and an advanced machine frame. So it turns out I would need 2 advanced frames and a good amount of unobtanium to extract souls from wardens. To get all these items, I quickly made a brass pickaxe and put down recipes for a blue and purple lens into the latex machine. Once I got both lenses, I made a stasis chamber, and this thing kind of holds the mobs in place and heals it as well. Around it, I made a contraption that looks just like my mob farm and picked up the XP from this chunk destroyer. It happened to be around 140 more levels, which I put back into the crystal. A lot of these souls foregoing things needed items from the deep dark, so I grabbed some data modules and then enchanted my brass pickaxe as well. I then crafted a mob yoinker and went down to where the ancient city was. I immediately grabbed tons of skulk and used this model framework on the warden. Because I needed to take out like 5 warden anyway, I just went haywire and looted as many chests as I could inside of the ancient city. I grabbed tons of skulk catalysts and echo shards and then captured a warden for myself. From there, I spent most of my time taking out the 5 wardens.
1 in here, prediction matrices, put 1, yeah, get this thing cooking. Now, I need to power this thing up, otherwise this guy's gonna move. So this thing does have power. Beautiful. So if I... Oh, wow, yeah. So if I throw my mob yoink... If I throw this guy down here... Yeah, he's fully chilled. So we need tons of things. Soul laser base. Skulk shrieker. I didn't grab any shriekers? No, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, I'm just gonna keep you safe, big fella. I'm sorry. Okay, so we definitely need shriekers. That's what we needed. Oh my goodness. Now we just need unobtanium. We don't have any unobtanium? That sucks. Oh, let's go. Warden prediction. What do I want? Echo shards is what we need. Boom. Okay. Have these things cooking. Yeah, this thing's gonna be generating way more later. This thing's running good. Everything's running good here. Let's make some laser bases, laser drills. Put the, whatever, this thing in the center. 75 days in. So I just figured out that this thing is extremely expensive. This soul siphon. Yeah. And we're gonna need at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 for this thing, which will basically give us unlimited power. Or 10 on this side, because I want to do 10 for the loot fabricators. Yeah, this one's not too bad. We're gonna have echo shards coming through. This one's gonna be a nightmare. These all the modium blocks. So I'm gonna go get all the modium. Okay, I'm gonna work back. We'll do. Let's cook up all the modium. We need to make another compacting drawer. Here, let's do like this. 41 all the modium blocks. That still might not be enough. Yeah, these things are also gonna be soul siphoned. I should get another spawner. Big spawners, don't care. That's 1. Let's get out of here. Okay, so these are the good ones. This 25% health is clutch. Do we have vibranium sight? Yes, we do. Okay, let's go get tons of vibranium. There we go, there's 1. Okay, that is a stack and a half, basically. Okay, cook all these up. Max health spell power, max health magic power. I think this is good.
So with all that done, I decided to upgrade through all these infusion crystals just to try and get the master one. As soon as that was done, I started the auto crafter for spirited energizer rods and then put the vibranium I had into a compacting drawer. At this point, I needed another crafter, and in this one, I had some nitro level recipes. I also really needed unobtanium, so I went to the end with a destruction gadget. Now, at this point, I only needed like 1, but even while I destroyed huge parts of this End Highlands biome, I couldn't find a single vein. I had basically destroyed half of the biome before finding one of these things. Luckily, I got 15 ores from there, which I crushed and turned into a charm. On my second go around, I managed to get a stack and a half of unobtanium ores, which I crushed and put into a compacting drawer as well. Before the night ended, I managed to craft a soul laser base and position these laser drills so that I could store some souls.
Yeah, 78 days in. I'm gonna find a much better way to do this entire thing. Do it like this maybe. Show working area. Okay, there we go. Basically just like this. 1 here, 1 there. Now both these things are powered. Let's go grab my processing. my speed and my efficiency. Now this thing needs efficiency and processing, and then this needs a whole gambit. And apparently the other trick that I learned from Alfred GG, so apparently it's like this. Yeah, this thing should be tick sped up, and we should be pulling tons. This is an insane setup. Is it pulling souls? Should be, right? Because that means it's working. So I also need so many of these things. We're gonna grab tons of these.
At this point, I had enough echo shards and was able to put down one soul surge next to a single thermal generator. So I think this basically doubles the output of a single machine, and I was basically just waiting for latex to turn into rubber. While that was happening, I grabbed some of these dynamic lights and put them all around the chunk borders. With all of that done, I used up tons of all the Modddium ingots to make 10 soul surges and connected them all up with soul pipes, even though I don't think that was necessary at all. With these generators tick accelerated, I changed the network they were a part of really quickly. I then used an energy trash can just to see how much energy I could pull, and it happened to be around 400,000 FE per tick. Also, it took me like 80 days to stop being dumb, but I finally got rid of this energy cube on my storage system, and now I could use the infinity range booster. To be safe, I put another laser drill next to the soul laser base, but I was still having a hard time just keeping the storage full. I stopped worrying about that for a bit and increased the area my chunk destroyer would work on once again. Then to get Nether Star production underway, I tried fighting a wither inside of these tinted glass, but the first one escaped. After learning my lesson, I made the area bigger and defeated 5 more withers. Then, with these Nether Stars, I was able to make 3 nitro-thermal generators just to start. For some reason, my auto-crafter was being annoying, so I manually made the rest and had 10 of these nitro generators hooked up. To help my soul storage fill up, I did get rid of all these soul surge things for now.
We're 81 days in. For some reason, my tick acceleration kicked right back up. Yeah, this thing has gone nuts. Health-wise, the warden's doing great. I want to get some emeralds set up. So 1 here. No, we'll just do it. It'll be 2 down, I guess. Because they're both evokers and vindicators. Let's go grab our soul surges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So hopefully this means we can generate almost infinite amounts of power, because we're gonna need it. Set up the hostile neural network. I want 1, 2. Okay, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll do 6 for now.
Turns out I was completely out of obsidian, and to easily get a ton of that, I grabbed this dank that I got from a quest reward. Inside of this dank, I wanted to fill it with all the endstone that I had collected. The uncompressing was really annoying, so after I got like 15k, I also started to make these exchangers. Now these things were kind of expensive, so I only got up to an emerald version. Anyway, so I went to the end dimension and had this exchanger swap all of the endstone I had in my dank for the obsidian in the obsidian pillars. This process took a pretty long time, and I had almost gotten rid of like half of these pillars. In total, I had around 3.5k obsidian. I put that into my storage system and also upgraded to an emerald jetpack. Once that was done, I quickly made 2 mob swabs and 2 more spawner agitators. Then I hopped into the other dimension to get a vindicator and evoker DNA. I turned those into seeds and eventually got spawn eggs. I used those eggs to change 2 more spawners into emerald producers. After messing around with some void upgrades, I realized I was having some issues in the morning. Turns out my backpack was voiding emeralds and totems of undying, but once I changed all of that, these drawers are filling up really fast. So with all that fully set up, I placed down 5 loot fabricators, and 3 blocks away from that, I had 5 simulation chambers. Once that was done, I made recipes for high-level importers and exporters. I basically wanted the loot fabricators to pull in stacks of prediction matrices and export out the wither predictions into a drawer. Then that drawer sends out the prediction towards all the other loot fabricators in a round robin style. Once all the wiring was set up, I placed down the data modules and powered everything. Then I had the Nether Star import into a drawer as well. Just to make sure I never ran out of sand, I also made dirt seeds and taught my system how to make sand with dirt and fire essence. Before the night ended, I placed 4 soul surges down on the loot fabricators to speed this whole thing up like crazy.
85 days in, I got some stupid gifts. This thing is still churning stuff out really well. I think once this becomes self-aware, yeah, it's gonna be off the chain. If we turn them on, it should only be emeralds now. Get rid of the slime spawner. How are the data modules coming through? Okay. Red fertilizer. Not poppies, specifically rose bushes. Oh, we need like a ton of these. There we go. There we go. 4. We'll do ice seed right here. Do like right here. For that, let me go enchant my shovel. Boom. Now let's change these. Okay, I like these. I really do. These are awesome. I want a different block for this one.
Once the decorations were finished, I wanted to make nature seeds, and I decided to farm sugarcane instead of cactus. Then I picked up some pumpkin seeds and had these nature seeds up and running inside of the farm. I did the same thing for nether seeds and expanded these drawers out 1 block. Next up, I had the system craft an ultra disk manipulator and then started putting recipes for all these storage parts, leading up to a 256k storage part. I sent that to RLcraft and got a massive storage upgrade. Once that was done, I made Enderium ingots, which I turned into plates, and then eventually crafted this dimension card. Around this time, I had 1.7k nether stars. From there, I started up the emerald farm again to stock up on that, and after picking up this XP module, I had close to 600 levels inside of the XP crystal. My next goal was to automate mechanism, which would be pretty complicated. The first thing I did was crush tons of osmium and cook up hundreds of raw iron blocks. It was then time for the machines. The first one I placed down was a crusher, then an enrichment chamber, and 4 metallurgic infusers after that. I connected them all up to a gold chest, which had a pipe with an ultimate pipe upgrade. On top of these chests, I put a diamond crafter pointing down and connected that up to my system. That was just for the recipes, but for everything else, I had to dig some blocks underneath the machines. So I first slotted in recipes that enriched some items. Then I also hooked up an osmium compressor here as well. Once that was done, I auto-crafted 7 ultra importers and 7 ultra exporters. Once I set all the cables up, I also powered everything and auto-crafted a stack of enriched carbon. I made a configuration card after that to basically just share the settings in every machine. So in order, I needed the first infuser to have enriched carbon, then the second one needed enriched redstone, the third needed enriched diamond, and the last one needed enriched refined obsidian.
89 days in, I'm having this thing make tons of enriched carbon. Sorry, enriched redstone. I'm gonna then get rid of this. Get rid of that. Regulator back in. Put that there. 64 of that. There you go. So those are cooking. That's filled up. That's filled up. This one's gonna be diamonds, so we'll do diamonds over there. And then we'll focus on upgrading them way later. How's our upgrades looking? Just put them into every single one of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do another 30. Installer. It's gonna send obsidian through here. And then it's gonna do what? It's gonna put it through the diamond. Enrich obsidian on the last one. Boom. Oh, there we go. Got this bad boy working. You guys, are you self-aware yet? Oh my god, this thing should be just cranking stuff up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, wow! I can't believe we just got this all set up. There's steel dust recipe right away. That'll allow us to get deeper into mechanism. Let's go make some of these items. Let's do a gold dust recipe. Boom, purification chamber. Let's go, chemical injection chamber. So from there, we also need, these things are nice. Should get us into tier 3. I thought it was gonna take a lot longer, never mind. So we got all that. We can now move on to advanced mechanism. I should also make some of these. Yeah. We don't really need this anymore. Yeah, these things don't do anything. Let's go look at our emerald production. 70k. Okay, everything's good. Everything working in here. Fluorite, this one's gonna be huge. Inferium. I think we can just do it like this. Oh ho. Okay, that's plenty. There's the tertium. Try to get it to the highest level. Imperium right there. That's what we need. Turn that into whatever. Got Insanium blocks. Perfect. Yeah, if we need this fluorite cooking immediately. This is a very important one. Obsidian to netherite. Netherite to Unobtanium. Oh, let's do this much iron. See how quickly it does it. Oh my god. We need to upgrade the importer. Whoa. I think, yeah, with this, we shouldn't really have any issues importing this much because we're going to need uranium hexafluoride or whatever later. I want to upgrade this thing, but I can't find this stupid smithing upgrade. God dang.
It took me literally forever to find a vibranium smithing template.
Got the smithing template. Let me go get the quest word for that. Oh, and a beacon. Free beacon. Cook all these bad boys up. Recipe. This is why I grabbed all those ancient stones. Okay, now we need all the moddium. Tomorrow we're gonna have everything upgraded. Yeah, we'll go for a stack and a half. There's just so much of these. 34. Throw these in the enrichment chamber. 16 blocks. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. Oh, I'm getting a quest. Okay. Here we go. That's that. Get our sword up. Boom. I guess we'll do one more. What else do I get? Oh, what's up? Dang. Plus 10 max health. That's insane. Recipe. Vibranium. 21 blocks. Go helmet. Whoa. Just play. Dang, that's sick. Oh my god. And then we'll do sword. And then maybe. Might as well. This looks so epic. Okay, so now we got the armor upgrade. We need Piglich.
Before setting up a Piglich farm, I upgraded the fortune on my pickaxe and put air affinity on my helmet. Once that was done, I made an agronomic source link which would fill up all these source jars. In front of all these jars is where I was gonna farm the Piglich. Then I did the ritual for manipulation essences which could craft these tablets of containment. I also fought tons of wildens for their horns. Turns out you could just trade for the Drigme tokens, so I stole a villager and turned it into a shady wizard using this one arcane core. Leveling this guy up was very easy after I made this one book. I picked up like 15 Drigme tokens from that guy. With that done, I did a ritual for 2 Drigme charms and used it on this mossy cobblestone. Now I needed a Piglich, so I hopped into the other dimension. Along the way towards this pyramid, I captured a blaze and also brought this Piglich home to contain it there. With these 2 mobs in a jar, I was able to make more Drigme charms to hopefully speed this whole process up.
There we go. Okay, we have Piglich hearts right there, and then we should have blaze rods maybe? So we know that that's working.
After some light decoration, I was back in the overworld and made this bottom area of my base larger. I needed space to start the create mod. This one was very simple though. I had 9 empty burners and a good amount of fluid tanks on top of that. I also found a fortress very quickly and stole 9 blazes. Back home, I had those blaze burners under the tanks being fueled up with coal blocks. Then, after grabbing a good amount of andesite, I had steam engines and shafts coming out of this machine. From there, I sent these rose quartz through the enrichment chamber and was able to make tons of mechanical crafters. Since I now had a bunch of stress ready, I could make copper wire and eventually 5 electric motors. With that done, I also put in the recipes for all these alloys inside of this energizing orb crafter.
96. Let's do a few things. We should probably expand this real quick. Yeah, weather prediction wise, we're doing fine. Cleared everything up. 58 of these. Let's grab a ton more of these. This is gonna help like crazy.
So around this time, while my entire system was making these alloys, I crafted 55 mechanical crafters. I also decided to upgrade to nitro energizing rods, which should make everything better. By the morning, I had these 55 mechanical crafters set up and ready for the ATM star. Turns out I only needed like 3 electric motors to power this entire thing. And then to get 28 Unobtanium alloy blocks for the perimeter of these mechanical crafters, I decided to go to an End Highlands biome. Using my charm, I picked up 2 stacks of these raw Unobtanium and came home to throw them in the enrichment chamber. Turns out I was still short 150 Piglich hearts. Other items I needed were these 3 times compressed nether star blocks, which I set a recipe for. For just 15 of those blocks, I needed like 80,000 more nether stars. To help with that, I went down to bedrock and fought 6 more withers to advance some data modules. Back in the mining dimension, I placed down 2 more simulation chambers who were also soul surged. all my machines were now pulling close to 100,000 FE per tick. One of the harder items needed for the ATM star was a dimensional seed, and for that I actually managed to get a 4 times compressed emerald block. Later that night I also moved a chunk destroyer to a whole different area and cleaned up this soul lava generator area. Then one of the biggest upgrades I ever did was basically just using these mechanism cables. Since I had most of the items automated anyway, I just slotted in recipes for each one of these things. One was for gas, one was for liquid, and one was for just energy. Now these are so much better, I decided to replace all of my old universal pipes and flux ducts. Well, as many of those as I could. I ended up having to soul surge these loot fabricators as well, since they were now filled up with wither predictions. Before hitting day 100, I even got obsidian seeds ready. Okay, here we are. Final day. It says day 99, but that's just because we started at day 0. Nether star wise, we're basically getting 2 per second. Let's make the creative essence, that's what we need. Insania. These 6 I'll turn into. Let's go. Boom, bang. And creative essence. Easy money. Whoa, that's the first thing we got. So now that I had my first major item, I went into the Nether for some soulstone. I then crafted the items needed for an awakened ritual and grabbed 4 unobtanium and 4 vibranium blocks. At this point, I even picked up all 3 alloy ingots that I needed for some quest rewards, but this awakened ritual needed a whole block, and sadly, I didn't have enough time to energize all that. On the bright side, in these 100 days, this was the best setup I could have asked for. I survived 200 days in All the Mods 9. All the Mods 9 is one of the biggest mod packs in Minecraft. In these 100 days, I finally got the ATM star, which needed the most gigantic machines, millions of items, and even tons of blood. 101 days in. Make sure this guy's running all good. Everything's good. Nether star wise, we should be pumping them through. Take a look at my Nether star production. 24k Nether stars, and then 180 piglet hearts. 3k fluorite. I should probably make some more seeds. Let's see. ATM star. So I want Master of Oblivion. This thing is pretty nice. So we're gonna use this on a unsuspecting tree. Yeah, these things are barely doing anything. Yeah, I kind of want to make these nice, this area a little nicer. So we'll do 2 up, and then we'll just make a flat right here. So we're going to be doing a ton of stuff here. There we go. So with this nice little area set up, I spread around more brilliant fiber to other trees. Then, since I would need an insane amount of recipes, I decided to craft a netherite crafter. I auto-crafted a second one, which was then all used to replace my old diamond crafters. With that done, I then looked at this Nature's Aura book and used it to visualize the ritual I needed to do. Turns out you didn't need all the wooden stands, and at first I didn't have enough gold powders to place down, but once I collected it off of this tree, I could finally move on to putting these stands down. I only placed down the 4 stands needed and started the ritual for the environmental eye. There we go. This is a beautiful ritual. Oh, okay, that's 1. I made a slight mistake at this point by growing the tree before I placed down all the items. So to salvage that, I decided to put some fiber on this thing since I was out of gold leaves. One of the more annoying things to do for the star is basically working with extreme reactors. So I set down recipes for a graphite ingot and some basic reactor casings. Also, since it was raining, I grabbed a weather container and used this structure compass to help me find one of these environmental accumulators. I was able to contain this rain, which I would need for later. By the next morning, I had the second environmental eye, which turned into 2 world eyes. All of this meant I could move on to RLcraft. I started off by making 2 vengeance rings, which I turned into 2 vengeance focuses. Just to help me for later on, I started making some speed and efficiency upgrades for this infuser. These upgrades took forever to be done, so in the meanwhile, I placed down more recipes for extreme reactors. From there, I made some of the concrete powders I would need for the Patrick Star and decided to start Forbidden and Arcanus instead. I cooked up some arcane crystals, which I used to make dusts, and turned that into Diorum ingots. At the same time, I now had one of those piercing vengeance focuses and also began making these darkstone blocks, which would be needed for rituals. I followed the quest menu and made the exact amount of blocks needed and used that same area I had flattened out to get this ritual started. Even though I had done this before, I still made some slight mistakes. Now we need tons of darkstone, like literally a million. Okay, last time I found darkstone down here. Whoa,
So I think this thing is now officially set up. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There.
So on those last 2 pedestals, I actually put the wrong blocks underneath, and this meant I couldn't turn this smithing table into a forge. I didn't realize that for a long time, so I got frustrated just trying. At night, I did end up crafting a ton of reactor blocks, which I then used to set up a 5x5 basic reactor. This build was very simple. The only thing new was putting down lead blocks in the center. After the fuel and control rods were set up, this whole thing was functional. For now, this machine was only going to be used to get cyanite. So once I had set up the inputs and outputs, I put down an energy trash can so this thing would basically never bottleneck. From one drawer, I wanted the system to pull in thousands of uranium ingots, and then on the other, I wanted it to output cyanite. This process would take a very long time, but I only needed like 36 ingots to get cyanite seeds.
Oh, okay. Finally getting cyanite dust. I did remake this entire thing. I got rid of these pedestals. Let's try now. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. We'll do the dust. Boom. And then 1, 2, and that will generate us Oriel. There we go. We'll do here. Okay, and then we should have a spawner here. I don't need like a really fast one. Okay. Boom. Okay, great. We have a witch spawner. We might just do that.
With this spawner set up, I also made it have no AI and then put a soul lantern in there as well. This was just used to get some blood inside of the forge. As the Oriel kept filling up, I thought this thing needed XP, so I went over to my chunk destroyer and tried getting some bottles of enchanting. This didn't work, but I did get up to level 400 at this point. I even made an XP drain tank, which also didn't work. Turns out the best way to get those bottles were from a cleric, and I filled up the forge with some XP. Then I only needed to collect souls, which meant I needed these edelwood logs, so I had to go over to a dark forest biome. There, after harvesting the wood, I crafted a soul extractor and then a diamond blacksmith gavel. To upgrade this forge, I still needed some more souls, and I got that inside of the Nether from some soul sand. Day 105 to day 107, I managed to get all the required items and filled up my forge with all of it. On the pedestals, I used these spawner scraps and arcane crystals. Once I hit the forge with my gavel, it upgraded to tier 2. The next upgrade just needed more of everything I already had, so I set down the obelisk and was just mowing down these witches to fill the blood up. I also had to grab more soul from soul sand and decided to start brewing tons of regeneration potions. Once I turned that into regen 2, I was able to craft bottles of Oriels. I ended up being 100 Oriels shy, so that was just generated passively as I grabbed tons of gravel and made these colored concrete blocks and powders.
Oh, so this should be it. Oh, sick. Patrick Star, ready to go.
This Patrick Star thing freed up my mechanical crafters, and as soon as that was done, I also upgraded the forge to level 3.
Oh, first Eternal Stella. And we need to find more Stellarite pieces. That's going to be annoying. 3 more? Let's go. Process is starting. Oh, there we go. First Eternal Stella. Oh yeah, now we can also make 28. 28. Oh, this is gonna take forever, boys. 8.1 billion FE per tick. Yeah, this is gonna be a nightmare.
Before letting these alloy blocks process, I made more nitro energy rods and set this area up with a better design. As I was making more rods, I also decided to work on this ender cell thing, and this was mainly so I could use these little ender gates, which looked better than flux points. This entire process took forever, but I did do something very smart, and that was use these larger block recipes for all the power materials. By the morning, I had the ender gates and even put this nitro energy cell into a nitro ender cell. The only problem was that I forgot to make this machine input power, so I set up these mechanism machines with those ender gates and they worked fine for now. Anyway, I had the 28 alloy blocks cooking once more and then crafted a 4 times compressed diamond block. With that done, I went straight into the caves looking for stellarite pieces. I picked up one pretty quickly, but the other 2 took forever to find. Back home, I did the ritual for 3 more Eternal Stellas. Now the only thing I needed to do was focus on RLcraft. Before the night ended, I made something called an inverted potentia, which needs to be struck by lightning.
108 days in. Let's go look at some of these easy ones. This dragon soul stuff. So, non-hatchable dragon egg. Let's turn all this into 1. Beautiful. This thing's still cooking and it's gonna take literally forever. We only have 1 stored maybe. I wanna use this for fissile fuel production later. Now to get this mace stuff, I can also get these vengeance spirits. So for that, I need these vengeance things. Okay, let's get this. I think it's these two, if I'm not mistaken. And let's go find some strike with lightning to empower. Hold on a minute. If it's just that, let's make a lightning spell. This one. Heart of the Sea, Air Essence. So I think we gotta kill a mob. That'll give us the vengeance form. Can it work with this? Oh, and then we gotta kill this. There we go. Bro, die. There we go. Okay, so we need to make 3 of these. Now we'll turn these 3. And let's go look for cataclysm. What is this? What is the place called? Sunken City. 5,000 blocks that way. Okay. We will go there soon.
So now that I had these materialized essences in the infuser, I needed to hit this one item with lightning. I tried to get some pufferfish with my diamond enchanted fishing rod, and this was because I wanted to go to an underwater boss structure. I didn't get any water breathing, but I did put respiration 5 on my helmet and flew over 5,000 blocks. I entered this cataclysm structure from the top and basically picked up a Heart of the Deep immediately from one of these deepling things. I stayed here for a little bit longer, picking up this one sword item from a deepling priest and then some drops from this mob called a Coralysis. As soon as that was done, I placed a waystone on top of this structure and warped back to the mining dimension to do a ritual for air essence.
We need lightning rods. 3 of these, I guess. Should be good. Hey, we got our air essence. So let's pick all this up. There you go. Should be plenty. I need to upgrade my spell book.
So it turns out I needed to fight this Wildland Chimera 2 times anyway. So I summoned the first guy. The only thing annoying about this fight was just having to wait for the boss's like phases. Other than that, I managed to upgrade my spell book and destroyed the second dude before this night even ended.
Lightning. Let's see if this thing works. Put that there. Oh, that did it. We'll grab all of our Garbonzias or whatever. Put that there. Let's first make our mace. No, there we go. Oh, beautiful. 2 above the Patrick Star, right there. How much of these do we have? 23, so we need tons more of these. This thing's working great though.
At this point, I thought this dragon soul item was easy to make, so I first crafted this non-hatchable dragon egg. Then it was time for occultism. First thing I did was plant these demon dream seeds to get demon fruit. After lighting the fruit on fire, I could now start making the necessary items. The first thing I crafted was a dictionary of spirits, and then I threw some feathers and saplings into the flame. Once I ate a demon fruit, I could harvest these otherworld logs, and I turned that into white chalk. I made gold chalk as well, and to make the last type of chalk, I had to do a ritual. After flattening out some dirt, I used this dictionary of souls to visualize a ritual that would summon a crusher. I had to make some other stone, and I finally got a foliate crusher to show up. Now this little guy is the only one who can crush end stone, and I needed the dust to make purple chalk. With that thing thrown into the fire and made pure, I could do the main ritual. Once again, I used this dictionary to help me visualize how this thing should look. This ended up taking a bunch of sacrificial bowls and candles. Anyway, I did the ritual using a binding book of Jinn, or Genie, which turned all of my items into an empty soul gem. Another item I needed for the dragon soul was a focus of summoning, and this thing needed to be made by a ritual with an enchanting apparatus. From there, I needed only like 3 more items, and this is when I decided to try out Botania. So at this point, I had no clue just how complicated this mod was, and I started off by making this petal apothecary. I also grabbed all the Botania flowers I had in my storage system as well. Using some of these mushrooms I had and some dyes, I made white Botania flowers and turned that into pure daisy. The quest reward gave me an extra one of these daisies, which I used to convert logs and stones into living wood and living stone. Before the night ended, I crafted a wand of the forest as well.
We're 111 days in. I do want to mess with this, but I'm going to see if I can actually make mushroom. I have everything needed for it. Can I use the nature essence for this? I can. Nature and dirt essence? Okay. I should probably make dye essence. Like this stuff. Okay, just one of these. Get a dye seed up, and then we should set another row of 4x4, and then and this one's gonna be strictly for uranium. So I want to do this dye here. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Throw these two. I'll throw all these. Okay, so we'll put one here, I guess. So this is what it should be like. I don't know, should we just do mana pool here and here?
Turns out I had the right idea in generating mana. I just used the wrong flower, and this one was super inefficient. While I was messing with all this, I made 2 fluorite seeds for later. Another item I needed was sulfur, which meant I did the ritual for sulfur seeds as well. I had those two basically coming into the system and threw these Greg Tech sulfurs into the pulverizer to make the sulfur dust that I needed. Then I grabbed all of my uranium blocks and put it inside of this simple compacting drawer. All of these were items needed for fissile fuel, so I used this area to the left of my previous little ritual area. By the morning, this place was flattened out and ready for future use. I also had 36 cyanide ingots at this point, which I turned into blocks, then cyanide seeds. At this point, my system had auto-crafted these vibranium alloy blocks as well, so I could do the ritual that awakens it.
There should be 2 awakened stuff right there. Great. Now let's put this where it should be. One up, one to the right. So I guess it would be right here. Right, because I need uranium oxide, which is yellow cake uranium in a chemical oxidizer. That's what we need. 10, 11. Put the craft for those. Okay. There. Yeah, these things don't draw enough power. I should make recipes for a muffling upgrade. Let's do a stack of energy upgrades too. I might as well. So I'm gonna first set up right here, right here. That's gathering water, and then we'll do it right here and here. Okay, so you're gonna be putting hydrogen to the left and then oxygen to the right. Okay, boom. We don't have to worry about this. Speed, energy, muffling. Yeah, this thing is going crazy. We're gonna have tons of these. And then on this wall, I wanted to do chemical oxidizer. Sorry. So we have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That's to start off. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick that on there. 2 elite exporters and then drawers. 1, 2. I want it to be like here and here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, is it the other way around? There we go. Hook up 2 quantum tangle porters here, here. Boom. Okay, sulfur dye. Pull in, netherite, round robin, netherite, round robin. Yeah, oh, it's churning, it's working. Grab upgrades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Uranium oxide, we already have like 240,000 millibuckets, 89,000 of that. Okay, so this is good. These are all working fairly good. So we'll do 1, 2 right here. Chemical infuser, quantum entangler porter. So we'll grab like 6 more. Power surge it. So we need 1. Okay, that's oxygen. And that's gas. So we need to do output there. This needs to be sulfur dioxide. And that helps you sulfur trioxide. Okay. Muffling, speed. Beautiful. Making tons. So we'll go 1 block out. Boom. Gases, clear that. Back will be an input of sulfur trioxide. Okay. And then we have ultimate universal cable to give this thing power. Condensator right here. Right there. That way. Oh, beautiful. Right there. And there we go. Speed, speed. That makes us sulfuric acid. 2, 1, 2. So we have 1 here, 1 here. It's an input. That's the input. Perfect. Now we need to do an item thing here. That's right. 1 here. Got that. Stack at all times. Boom. Auto eject. We'll do input from the bottom. There we go. Put that in there. Boom. We're good to go. So now these things are churning out hydrofluoric acid. Muffling. And we'll do gas output. Gas output. And we have the output here. We need it this way. Into right there. That. 1.
uranium dioxide. Gas. Input 2. Speed. Muffling. Now that makes uranium hexafluoride, which then needs isotropic centrifuges. So here's where it kind of gets a little tricky. Yeah, because we're going to need to constantly pump out uranium hexafluoride, or sorry, uranium. Boom, boom. So we need this thing to just make millions. It's great. We did it. Fissile fuel production ready to go.
At this point, I had all the machines set up for fissile fuel, but I needed constant sources of sulfur and uranium. For some reason, I was able to turn these GregTech blocks into sulfur dust, but sometimes this option isn't even there. Then I cooked up tons of raw uranium ore blocks to help me out some more. As my quantum entangler was filling up with fuel, I decided it was time to start decorating a little. I used my emerald exchanger and chiseled stone blocks to make this ritual area underneath look much better. I also placed down some stone brick stairs as well. Before decorating the fissile fuel area, I wanted to make a dynamic tank since it can hold so much more than this entangler. The tank I made was like a 3x3 and it held around 432 million millibuckets. So far, I only had like 6 million in storage. To decorate this area, I used cobbled deep slate stairs to start and then swapped the dirt up top with cobbled deep slate pillars. I covered up the cables too, and everything looked pretty great. I ended this entire process when I had around 8 million millibuckets stored in the tank. Since I wanted to focus on making the main reactor, I also tried making a thermoevaporation plant in this little fissile fuel area, but I just couldn't get it to fit. I decided to go over to the mining dimension and I wanted to try it here. Instead, I crafted some obsidian seeds, which I would need tons of, and I made a full hazmat suit to start the advanced mechanism questline. With that done, I upgraded my backpack to netherite and then set down the recipes for reactor casings and reactor glass. I put down recipes for the fission fuel assemblies and control rods, and for now I grabbed a stack of everything. I put everything in my backpack and then used this structure compass to help me locate a blue skies hut.
I'm just going to keep that open for now, and we're going to work on HDPE sheets. So we'll do a pressurized reaction chamber to start the thing. So biofuel. Wheat. Okay, that should go in the crusher. Boom. Okay, now this thing should make liquid ethylene. Let's put that right there. It should be just these three that make everything. So I want this.
I actually had to move these stupid machines one block forward, but after that, I had all the gas needed to run this first pressurized reaction chamber. The last PRC, which makes the HDPE pellets, needed hydrogen and liquid ethylene, and that was also pretty easy to stock up as well. I then covered up all these cables before the night ended and had around 400 HDPE pellets. To turn those pellets into sheets, I put in a recipe inside of the enrichment chamber and then built the Everbright portal. I activated this thing with a zeal lighter and hopped into this place. Now here I was looking for a flat area or just an ocean to start the next massive builds. By just spamming the engine on my backpack, I got to the beach, and it turns out this ocean was a much better place to build on. So in the middle of a chunk, I placed down some endstone. Since I was going to use tons of blocks, I upgraded to an infinity wand and basically made this area 4 chunks large, which I force loaded. After placing down a mega torch and a waystone, I started on the outline of this massive reactor. The plan was to make a 12x12 fission reactor. Using my building gadget, I made the outside frame of this machine very easily. I even filled out the bottom base, and then it was time for the really hard stuff. I started off with tons of glass to cover the outside up, and once that was done, I placed the bottom layer of the fission fuel assemblies down. I also opened up 8 little spots on the front of this reactor and placed down these logic adapters. So I learned this trick from Alfred GG, and once this reactor is fully set up, I could set these adapters as fail-safes. From there, I placed down the ports, basically 2 inputs and 2 outputs. I cooked up thousands of lead to make more assemblies, and using this infinity wand, I built these things up. As more of these things were getting auto-crafted, I set up redstone links on each one of these logic adapters too. Right before the top of this reactor, I placed down control rod assemblies, and now I could fill out the rest of this area with glass.
Oh, reactor is good to go. That is insane. Configure, yeah, that. So these should be set to activation. Activation. And these things you should only give one during high temperature. You should give one during excess waste. You should give a signal damage critical. And then insufficient fuel. Okay, so that'll just shut everything off. Okay. 6, so let's grab water. Boom. So water is good. One here. Just one like this basically. Right here. Input from the top. Boom. And then they should start input only. There we go. Okay, that's 8 million millibuckets. So we'll turn this into fissile fuel. And there we go. Huge amounts of stuff. Oh my goodness. So now we have everything.
Before even thinking of turning this machine on, I used a trash can to collect all the steam and then started routing tubes to where I would need the nuclear waste to go. So I wanted this waste to splinter off 2 ways. This is since I needed polonium and plutonium. The first machines I put down were a solar neutron activator, which needs sunlight, and that's why I was even in this dimension. That goes into a PRC after. The other side had an isotropic centrifuge, and that also goes into another PRC as well. I also made this break spell to dig out the blocks underneath these machines. Then I set up a drawer in between all these machines, and basically both of these pressurized reaction chambers needed fluorite dust, so I had this drawer hooked up to my storage system. After tons of wires and cabling and piping things together, everything looked pretty solid and automated.
So I need to do a few things. So this side makes polonium, right? That's the solar neutron activator. Let me just break these. What I was trying to do is set the solar neutron activator here. So this one, polonium, because I want polonium basically to make a SPS casing around this side. Boom. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, now we gotta do a few more things, which number 1 should be, let's go to ATM dimension. Let's go make recipes for a barrel. Radioactive barrel. Got that. Go make like 10. Oh, tons of quest rewards. Okay, so we interface that. Okay, good. Don't care. Fissile fuel time. We got that. We'll grab 2 yellow cake uranium. Why not? We'll go complete all those quests in a bit. So we need yellow cake uranium and then some sodium dust. So I'll grab 1, 2, 1, 2. That should be enough for everything. Whatever. What's our fissile fuel looking like? 6 million buckets. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then another thing we need to do, number 1, water. And then obviously we gotta take an importer. Boom. Okay. Let me actually go equip all these. Charge is good. I'm just gonna collect the sunshine or whatever. Bang, let's go. Water's good. Okay, moment of truth. Oh, we're good. Oh, we're moving. I think everything's going. Nuclear waste might be getting into our thing. Let's now turn the tick rate up to 50 and speed here, energy here. Okay, so we'll do speed, energy. Oh, we're turning up polonium. Nuclear waste, yeah, we're filling it up. Oh, this is like so nerve-wracking, folks. If this thing blows up, we're screwed. 450, so let's do 200 burn rate. Oh yeah, we're eating it up now. Oh yeah, I think we should be. Let's look at our pellets. Oh yeah, there we go. We're making them now. Okay, now let's do a few things. Let's go back to the base. There we go. Now we're doing it. Okay. Boom. Do the tube here. And then let's go do the cable here. So that should, in theory, help us turn out even more sulfur dioxide. And that should help us with this maybe. Oh no, our issue is uranium oxide. Okay, let's cook up more and more. Let's just do like 1,000 right there. So now we should be, okay, our burn rate and everything should be equal. Okay, nothing's blown up yet, which is good. Let's turn our burn rate up to 350. How is this working then? Spent nuclear waste. Yeah, oh yeah, we're gonna be chilling. Oh yeah. Look at our pellets. Oh, let's go. We're gonna try and get like maybe like 200 of each. We gotta stop with plutonium. I don't think we need more plutonium. But this is like absolutely amazing. I did not know. Damage has gone crazy. What the heck? Okay, let's just stop this. Let things heal. It is damage critical.
While this fission reactor was healing, I crafted all of these machines and needed to complete a ton of these quests. Then, I crafted all of these item recipes needed for a supercritical phase shifter. Turns out I was short 100 polonium pellets, so back at the Everbright, I turned the plutonium machine off. I had to hop back in the mining dimension where I put down recipes for a fusion reactor as well and grabbed all the items needed for an enchantment mover. I put all of these things inside of a workbench plus and then enchanted a diamond pickaxe with fortune 4 and unbreaking 3. Using the enchantment mover, I was able to get a chunk destroyer that had fortune 3 and unbreaking 3, and then I set this thing up to tear through even more chunks. Doing this, I had way more uranium and added another chemical oxidizer towards the uranium oxide production.
Damage is 0%. Let's go here. Let's do 225. And let's activate. No damage. High temp though, but no damage. Oh yeah, we're churning out polonium, folks. Damage looking good. Okay, let's go to 250. How is no damage? Okay, good. 300. This is when it starts getting really hot. Let's just make everything that we need for these. The 36 fusion reactor frames. 36 of these. Please make that. Fusion reactor frame. 3 ports. 3 ports. That's okay. We'll take 4 ports. Why not? 25 reactor glass and then a controller. And a controller. So 1 controller would be nice. There we go. So that's everything for a fusion reactor.
At this point, I had tons of items crafted, so I came back home and I decided to upgrade a lot of these diamond storage upgrades. These new netherite upgrades meant I had tons more storage in these drawers. By this time, I finally had enough polonium pellets to start crafting the SPS casings. Turns out I was missing HDPE sheets, so I set up this chemical tank thing to dump off excess ethylene. This got the HDPE pellets churning again, and I was able to make 3 SPS ports. The final items I needed were 3 stacks of structural glass and 3 supercharged coils, which were much easier to make.
We will first grab all of our thermal evaporation stuff. So 3 valves, and then a controller. Let's make 1 first. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna keep this hazmat suit on for a little bit. Okay, so basically what I want is controller here. We want the water coming in from here, so valve here, heater here, and then water coming out this way. How many is it? Is 1, 2, 3? So we're 3 layers there. Let's go grab our wand. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. How many blocks is this? 14. So we need 4 more. 2, 3, 4. It should be 18. We'll need 2. So right here, it should be now pulling in water. Boom. We'll grab a. So we'll put that to our thing. We'll set this at 2,000. Boom. So this should be generating just like tons of brine. And then next to it, we want the same thing basically. So 1 valve here, 1 valve here, 1 valve here. Good to go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Boom. There we go. Back to back. Pull. So this should be pulling in brine. And now we need to make another heater. Boom. Set it into this. Power surge. Power surge. And this should be everything needed to make liquid lithium. Okay. Hook that bad boy up. And then now we should have all that cooking up. Speed energy. Beautiful. Okay. And we should have. Okay, that should be good then. So let's start making recipes. Why not?
With lithium dust coming into the system, I can now make induction cells and providers. The recipes for these were very annoying. I had to make like each level of these energy cells and then each level of the induction cells and providers all the way up to the ultimate level. Turns out I needed even more lithium dust, so I added a second chemical crystallizer, and after that, I had enough to start the RLcraft. This thing ended up taking such a long time. Day 124 to day 126, by the time the induction cells were done, I started the craft for the induction providers as well. The SPS needed an insane amount of power, so these things were very necessary. As these items were being processed, it was time to move the polonium away from the PRC. All I had to do was just basically get rid of all the inputs and outputs on the solar neutron activator. This was mainly just to bring these tubes over to a new area. I looked at the quest menu and began making the outline for the supercritical phase shifter. I repeated this outline 3 more times and then just filled in the rest of the area. On the left of this area, it would input polonium, and on the front, it would output antimatter. Then towards the back and right, I fit in 2 supercharged coils. Once I covered the top of this machine, it was all built, and all I needed to do was just connect the tubes up, and of course have this machine output to a chemical crystallizer. So around this area, I spread 3 flux points around, and then went to the mining dimension because I needed to start working on DT fuel. Using my thermal evaporation plant, I hooked up 3 rotary concentrators, and this made lithium gas. And I wanted all that to be pumped into a large dynamic tank. This dynamic tank to the left was pretty big. Once that was done, I moved my awakened ritual items and crafted like 10 solar neutron activators. I put that in my backpack and then dug out 10 blocks of dirt. Once that was done, I filled that all up with water. I made about 10 electric pumps, and after some troubleshooting and fiddling around, I had all these things fitted with filter, speed, and energy upgrades. All these things were now pulling in heavy water. Using an ultimate pipe, I set up 2 electrolytic separators which turn heavy water into deuterium. Once I slotted in some upgrades, I had deuterium inside of a quantum entangleporter. To really speed everything up, I brought these soul pipes down and soul surged as many electric pumps as I could. This checked off one of the items, and then for tritium, I needed lithium inside of another quantum entangleporter. Once that was finished, I put down tons of solar neutron activators inside of the ever bright dimension. Now the whole purpose of these things are to turn lithium into tritium, and of course for those I needed even more entangleporters. I crafted a whole room, and using this quest menu, began constructing a fusion reactor. This machine was fairly small and easy to make. I had the fuel inputs on the back, the power output on the right, and the laser in the front. Using 2 entangleporters and a chemical infuser, I also made DT fuel. After filling up this whole room, I pumped that DT fuel directly into the reactor and then used 2 more entangleporters to pump the other 2 fuel into this whole reactor as well. With this whole room inside, I realized that tritium was my limiting factor, so I crafted a copy-paste gadget and grabbed tons of thermal evaporation blocks. In about 3 clicks, I had 2 more of these thermal evaporation plants placed down. The inputs and outputs were the exact same, and this thing allowed me to have a surplus of tritium. For energy storage, I also made an induction battery, and this thing was a little bit bigger than I needed since I plan on upgrading. The absolute last thing I needed to do was set up 3 lasers going into an amplifier, and now I just had to wait for this thing to fill up. Day 127, this was a massive day. I first crafted recipes leading up to like 5 times compressed obsidian. To help with that, I also made an extra obsidian seed, and then to get like the 530,000 dirt and netherrack, I crafted a RF tools builder. I then made a regular quarry card and a clearing quarry card. At this point, I was getting very close to making 15 3 times compressed nether star blocks as well. Anyway, back in the mining dimension, I placed down this builder at netherrack level and used a regular quarry card on a very large section. The regular card replaces the netherrack with dirt, and then I can use the clearing card on that. As this was working, I also upgraded the exchanger and mined tons of all the modium ores. Inverted? Oh, there we go. So let's come in here. Fuel, let's do 98. That should be the injection rate. So we should be, there we go. So these are looking fine. These are looking fine. This is going crazy. Now you, on the other hand. Oh yeah, reactor. I'm gonna turn this off real quick. Yeah, everything's holding up pretty incredibly well. Finally, with all this power, I could turn on the fissile fuel production once again. This meant I could run this fission reactor, and that produced polonium, which was now filling up the chemical crystallizer. I did have to lower the limit on the flux plugs down to like 7 million Fe per tick. Back in the mining dimension, I made recipes up to 6 times compressed netherrack and dirt, and by nighttime, I also had the 15 3 times compressed nether star blocks as well. Oh, let's go. Huge one. Oh my goodness. There we go. Before this night ended, I asked the system to make me 25 more of these alloy blocks. Then I was halfway to my first antimatter pellet. I set up an ender chest here just in case and swapped to a clearing quarry to grab all the dirt that was left over. As that was working, I placed more drawers and saw that my tritium was going down. Day 129, I tried adding another solar neutron activator, but that didn't do anything. So I tried adding another rotary condensator. Things weren't too bad, so I moved on and I upgraded to a netherite exchanger and grabbed my dank again. I upgraded this dank and uncompressed tons of endstone.
Oh, check for antimatter. Oh, dude, that is insane. I can't believe that's amazing stuff.
I'm pretty sure that was my first time that I had ever gotten an antimatter pellet, so I was pretty shocked. I still needed like 4 more pellets to complete the ATM star. Around this time, I had a new bottleneck and that was uranium. So I planted 2 uranium seeds. I also had around 200,000 dirt and netherrack, which is only half of what I needed. Anyway, I decided to spend the majority of the night in the end dimension exchanging these obsidian pillars. By the time I had most of them turned, it became morning. Day 130 to day 131, to help with tritium, I ended up making another set of thermal evaporation plants and connected that up to the condensators again. With 3 sets of these things fully maxed out, I could now never worry about the fusion reactor. The actual next worry once again was sulfur and uranium, which I now completely ran out of. This meant my fissile fuel production slowed down. I basically made 3 more uranium seeds to help me and about like 4 more sulfur seeds. Since I was already there, I crafted more obsidian seeds as well. Around this time, I got my second antimatter pellet and made charms of uranium site. This thing helped me find some huge veins, and I even began looking at upgrades for this pulverizer. For some reason, I no longer could like convert this sulfur block into sulfur dust anymore. It had to be put through this pulverizer. I decided to soul surge this thing and put down some energy upgrades. At this time, I had a surplus of sulfur dioxide, and I finally completed the quest for this oblivion shard. Turns out I hadn't made enough wooden stands. Sadly, I kept getting rid of all these swords that I would get from these cool quest rewards.
This might be the last one. Hold on, let me see. Alloy, that's 21. No, that's not enough. We have tons of uranium now. It's getting pushed through, and that's the biggest limiting factor we have. But luckily, we're getting tons. So we need to start working on extreme reactors and blood magic. So let's look at extreme reactors, just so we never have to worry about this stupid things ever again. 1024k. Let's make one. Get advanced housing too. So we're gonna take this here, that in there, and then put this in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, home stretch for these.
So for extreme reactors, you have to bear with me. I started off by making a nice little area for all these multi-block structures. As soon as that was done, I actually had this 6-time compressed netherrack done too, which meant I only needed dirt and obsidian. So I swapped the clearing quarry to grab all the dirt, and then I started making all these extreme reactor recipes. At this point, all the cyanide I had was finally worth it, since these items used up 4 cyanide ingots for everything. I first made the recipes for everything that the reprocessor needed. Then that night, I grabbed some villager DNA to make villager spawn eggs. I used this to change this ritual area spawner. As soon as the villagers spawn, I turned these guys into werewolvians, and now I just needed to wait for a full moon. Anyway, some of the extreme reactor items also needed prismarine shards, so I located an ocean monument. The structure was pretty close, and after taking down some guardians, I made the items that I needed to do the ritual for prismarine seeds. With the seed planted and recipes set, it was time to get this insanite block. I auto-crafted everything these quest rewards asked me to make, and now also had 3 antimatter pellets as well. The first machine I built was this reprocessor, and it took a bunch of troubleshooting.
There we go. Collector, a waste injector here, fluid injector here, power port here, controller here, and then we should go there we go. 256. So 1 stack should go in here. Now this thing should start. Turn it on. Like that. Now we should be making plutonium. Finally, my goodness. Finally move on. Jeez.
With plutonium done, I needed a fluidizer, and once I set up the recipes for that, it turned out I needed tons of uranium. I ran through the caves grabbing a bunch of this uranium ore, and back home I started making a little fluidizer. This machine was just a 3x3. I accidentally put plutonium in to start, so after using a trash can to clear it, I placed some cyanide in here. Now this liquid cyanide needs to be the base for a second reprocessor. This time I used a copy-paste gadget, and I actually got this thing up and running ASAP. Okay, now we need to shove plutonium in this bad boy. That will help us make ludicrite. Boom, ludicrite right there. Quickly, back in the mining dimension, I could craft a 6 times compressed block, which meant I only needed compressed obsidian next. I then picked up my 28 alloy blocks, which were just processed, and the reward gave me a really cool sword. 1, 2, 3. That's amazing. Now all we need to do is just start crafting all these stupid things. Okay, let's go back, see how close we are to getting our absolute final antimatter pellet. 1,000 millibuckets, and we got our 5th antimatter pellet, which should be more than enough. Let's shut this thing off. So at this point, I shut off the fissile fuel production and then broke some cables as well. While waiting for all of these uranium essences to pile up, I began crafting other items needed for the philosopher's fuel. First was a Diorum block. Then I started working up to a supremium furnace. I also enchanted my old Unobtanium sword and then put some really incredible enchants on this new sword. I was able to put a legendary level affix on this sword as well and then fit some gems into it. Turns out the next machine I needed to make was a reinforced reactor, and I had to make a ton of recipes for that too. Right across from all of the other machines, I made this 5x5x4 machine. So the whole purpose of this thing was to take in plutonium and pump out magentite. Let's go grab my copy paste gadget. Oh, right here. Copied 1 all the way to here. 36 reprocessor casings. No. Hold on. Does it work still? It works still. Okay. Great. Okay, now we need this to be magentite. Oh, let's go. We also need a ton, like a million yellorium. There we go. Okay, now that we have magentite coming in, ludicrite, and we're not even close to being done yet. We still need like 2 gigantic machines. Yeah, like 600. Tons here, tons here. So we have ludicrite here. Okay, let's put all this ludicrite here, I'm assuming. That should make us ridiculite. Am I mistaken? Yeah, magentite, ludicrite will make us ridiculite. Getting ridiculite was just step 1. To complete this whole thing, I needed to expand this little dirt area once more. The next machine I needed to make was a 5x5x3 fluidizer, which has 2 input ports. After setting it up and powering it, I tried using the old recipe, which was plutonium and yellorium together, but that didn't work. Turns out this thing needed plutonium and uranium, and then this makes something called verderium. So this verderium needed to be put inside of a reinforced reactor, which I had to use this copy-paste gadget for. As soon as this new machine set up, I took the verderium and was able to make rosinite. This was the last base liquid I needed. I had to copy-paste another reprocessor, and it hooked up immediately. Sadly, at this point, I only had 3 ridiculite ingot, which meant I could only make 1 inanite ingot. The limiting factor right now for me was just my magentite production. While waiting for that, I ended up throwing these benedictites into the reprocessor to make insanite ingots. That night, it was a full moon, so werewolves spawned, and I got rejuvenated flesh as well. I made an ender generator after that, and the most annoying item to craft for this philosopher's fuel was this rainbow furnace. It took me forever just making each one of these furnace types and all these different colored glass. As soon as morning hit, I did a nether trip for more benedictites, and then I worked up to a supremium sword, which I put mystical enlightenment on. This was just so I could take out some withers deep underground and picked up these cognizant dusts. Using all that, I was able to do the ritual to awaken this supremium furnace. At this point, I had most of the items for the philosopher's fuel. Okay, that's 7. Let's throw this in here. Boom. How much are we gonna get? Just 3. That's annoying. That's 5. Once again, I had to play the waiting game, so I decided to get more items. I hopped over to the end and looked for an end city. Here I took out tons of shulkers. Before leaving, I even grabbed these azure silver ores.
Okay, beautiful. Let's go turn all this into Tyrian steel. Get rid of that. And then we should have most of that done. Rejuvenated flesh, and now this thing. So we need 3 Snow Queen's head. Boom, 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 done.
The next things I do are also very ridiculous, so stick with me. I was inside of the mining dimension and got rid of my old mana generators. Once they were gone, I made a mana splitter and 4 mana pools. To automate this thing, I placed on pressure plates. So for now, I was just using 3 pressure plates about 3 blocks away from these mana pools. With that set up, I crafted these open crates and placed them 2 blocks above each one of these pressure plates. After hooking up a hopper in each one of the crates, I made 3 RF Tools redstone transmitters and 3 RF Tools redstone receivers. I had the transmitters set to the pressure plate and the receivers set to the hopper. So the whole point was I wanted the hoppers to drop down items whenever the plate was empty. With all this redstoning done, I stuck these mana spreaders underneath and then needed to feed coal into each hopper. Before that though, using this petal apothecary thing, I kept crafting endoflame flowers. For each pressure plate, there were like 3 of these things, and this would basically turn coal into mana. As soon as everything was done, I hooked up a drawer to my system that pulled out coal, and then with item pipes, I piped the coal into each hopper.
Oh, that's so sick. So over here, here, and here. So I can turn my magnet on, and then we're good. If I turn my shader off, yeah, if I turn my shader off, I can see the mana fill up. Turn it off, we're good to go.
By the next morning, I even started the craft for more induction cells and providers as the mana was filling up. I also only needed 1 more inanite ingot. But for Botania, I was barely even scratching the surface. The first thing I did for that mod was make some mana infused steel, which I turned into seeds and farmed. Then I made a mana pearl, which allowed me to craft a runic altar. After connecting a mana spreader to this thing, I started putting down some items. I first made 2 runes of water, and the next rune I made were runes of fire, then earth, and mana and air to end it off. All of these took quite a bit of time. Using those runes, I was able to make a thing called a terrestrial agglomeration plate. Back in the overworld, I got the last inanite ingot I needed to craft an inanite block with, and then turned that into an insanite block. The quest reward for that gave me a sick gem to put on the sword, and now I only needed this Twilight Forest miniature portal. So it was time to speedrun the Twilight Forest dimension really quickly. I brought a mob swab with me so I could make some Snow Queen spawn eggs. Since I've done this a million times, I'm just gonna speed through what I did. First, I took out the Lich, then this minnow shroom so I could eat the meat stroganoff, and then I also collected some steel leaf in here. This allowed me to fight the Hydra, who drops fiery blood, which I turned into fiery ingots, and then a block of fiery metal. The next boss were these night metals, and they were extremely hard to find. They only dropped a few of these stupid ingots, so I had to fight a ton of the mobs inside of their own structure. With that done, I fought the Urgast, who gave me Carmonite, and I turned that into a block. The last thing I needed was to get the Snow Queen's head, and I decided to take out an Alpha Yeti along the way. When I got to the Aurora Palace, I broke through the top of these towers and immediately swabbed the Snow Queen. After taking the boss out, I came home to make some chicken feed and got the spawn egg as well. I replaced the ritual area spawner once again and picked up 4 heads in total. Next up, I grabbed all the materials needed for a ritual.
Snow Queen's head, and then we get a miniature Twilight Forest portal. Boom. Okay, so we'll put this away, and let's grab our rainbow. Let's grab our flesh. Oh, let's go. That's one of the biggest things. I can't believe we got that. Bottom to the left of the Patrick Star. There we go. How much? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of the major items. Done. Dragon Soul. Oh yeah. And then now we're gonna have 5 soon. Because these ones are next.
Before these days ended, I put all these mob heads somewhere nice, and then using my structure compass, I found this honeycomb cave area. I used my silk touch pickaxe to grab literally everything. Back in the mining dimension, I was then able to make honey seeds, which would be a huge time saver. I even made all the recipes for like tons of bee-related items.
Let's do a few things. Oh, dang.
So at this point, I had known how to make a Gaia spirit, so I was focused on getting these draconic chunks. While waiting for these obsidian nests, I crafted an advanced beehive and an expansion box. After making a powered centrifuge as well, I had 4 draconic bees inside of cages. Really quickly, I was in the End Islands just to grab 1 chorus flower. This was mainly to upgrade my exchanger, which is needed for the star. Back in the ATM dimension, I placed down the beehives next to the Nether Star farm, and then also made a simulation upgrade plus 8 speed upgrades. For now, inside of these hives, I just used like 3 speed upgrades and 1 simulation upgrades. This allowed me to put the 4 bees in. After hooking up 2 soul surges on this thing, I got some draconic dust very quickly. Next up, I needed to infuse teleportation cores since I finally got the obsidian compressed blocks too. Now this process was very annoying. On the bright side, the quest menu told you exactly what bookshelf combinations you needed for each version. Luckily, I had tons of warden drops from all this farming, so I was able to craft these echoing skulk shelves. Using that, I could now infuse Dragon's Breath, and then after farming these Ender Dragon data modules, I was also able to make dragon heads very easily. Finally, after using all those items, I had everything needed to make a nether infused teleportation core and turn that into a miniature nether portal. Next up was the miniature exit portal, and this thing was very easy now. I got the draconic infused teleportation core immediately. That was 2 miniature portals done, and the last one was by far the most annoying. For some reason, I had like an enchanting bonus, so even after having the right combo of bookshelves, I had to do a bunch of stupid stuff. I equipped all my armor and then put all these items in my backpack. Doing that, I even made the miniature end portal as well.
I think that should be the last thing that I need for the dimensional sea. Look at this. So sick. I'm also gonna put all my enchantment books here. Now you go where? You want to check my quest reward? Oh, we got everything. Helmet gives what? 15% attack damage? Dude, why not? Welcome home. Boom.
At this point, I was more than halfway towards the ATM star. The next item I wanted to work on was a Nexium emitter. This thing needed some really cool items. To kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I first flew over to an environmental accumulator with an aerial pearl. I really quickly made this thunderstruck weather container, and then I snatched up a zombie inside of this pearl. With that, I worked up to a nitro player transmitter, and I already had 2 of the items needed for this Nexium emitter. The next item was also very simple. I started crafting each version of this wireless grid, and then using all 3, I turned it into 1 wireless universal grid. So now 3 items were done. The final item I could make so far was this gravitational modulating unit, and this thing took 3 antimatter pellets and 2 ultimate induction providers. This process ended up taking a good while.
So we'll worry about that in a bit because I know how to do Botania better. So let's go focus on Botania. I'm also gonna get rid of this thing. I don't need these guys anymore. Let's get rid of these guys. Thank you guys for your sacrifice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put this right here. 1, 2. Put 1 here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Boom. Okay, so this should be... Turn my magnet off. Like that. There we go. Oh my god, look at all that. It's 1 Terra Steel. So it moves on past that. Let's go. I'm gonna look at my mana real quick. We still have plenty. Okay, we're chilling. Next up is 2 of these nature pylons. 2 of these. 1, 2. 1, 2. That's 2 nature pylons. Okay, that's the core. How much do we need? 3 of these, so we'll just make 3. Okay. Of this and this, I'm assuming. Glimmering. 1 here. So let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh. Oh, and we're good. Okay, let's throw this in there. Beautiful. Mana steel, so I guess we trade a million of these. I guess we trade this. Like this is what I'm assuming. There we go, let's throw all this in there.
Turns out, to summon the Gaia spirit, I needed Alph Steel Nuggets, and to make that, I had to get started on Mythic Botania. Somehow, that mod is more annoying than this. I broke this portal for now since I thought I needed the nature's pylons, and from there, I had to make an item called a mana infuser, and this thing needed some insane runes. Yeah, I had to remake the portal because I was an idiot, and this way I could get some elf items. One of the more important things I also made was this Rod of Bifrost. After making some mana glass, I tossed those into the portal for elf glass, and this turned into a single Bifrost block, which finally got what I needed. That item was called a Shimmer Rock. I set this new mana infuser area up just like the last infuser, and then it was time to make all these very annoying runes. First up was this Rune of Autumn, which wasn't as hard as the next ones. I had to capture a chicken just for these eggs. The second rune that I crafted was a Rune of Spring, and the third one was the Rune of Summer. The next one was a Rune of Asgard, and the final one happened to be a Rune of Winter.
Let's put one here. Let's go. Now, mana infuser. Got that. Put that here. So that's good to go.
After even more research, I moved this mana infuser area, and then I put sparks on this thing. Turns out I had to use this dominant augment on the main spark here, and then this whole process for Elf Steel just takes tons of mana. I ended up using all of the black lotuses I had collected.
Oh, finally, okay, just finally generated enough mana. I think we're gonna go through the process now. Oh my god. Yeah, did we get it? Oh, let's go. Elf Steel, and then the nuggets.
Okay, with these Elf Steel nuggets, I could make 4 Elf Steel pylons and then 4 Gaia pylons. This meant I could finally start the ritual to summon this Gaia Guardian. Using the book, this ritual area was actually very simple to set up. It was just a 1 block tall beacon and 4 pylons spread out. I used my last Terra Steel for this and turned my shaders off. Now this boss was very easy. In 2 hits, I had taken a quarter of its health off. When its health got down to its last third, it flew up, and then I had to fight off a horde of mobs.
There we go. Gaia Spirit 8. Gaia Spirits. Great stuff.
Day 152 to day 153, I started off these days by expanding this area near my mechanical crafters. Then, I wanted to automate the precision mechanism production. Now this thing wasn't too complicated. It was a few mechanical belts, and behind that, I put down some item vaults. To power everything, I used encased chain drives, which would be hooked up to like 3 deployers. This observer and dropper was basically what made this entire machine automatic. I plugged an electric motor to the back, and then placed an andesite funnel, which outputs items, and a brass funnel, which basically takes in some of the incomplete precision mechanisms. The last few things needed to complete these machines were some hoppers and chests. Then, 1 redstone dust and a lever. So in order, the deployers were supposed to use a regular cogwheel, then a large cogwheel, and finally an iron nugget. This repeated 5 times, which turned gold plates into precision mechanisms.
Alright, there we go. I'm gonna get rid of these. We'll let this one run through until we get it, and then we're good to go. Oh, and we get this. Boom, mechanical arm. Huge, dude. We got so much stuff. That done. That away, kinetic arm, we'll keep that inside, so that means we have most of the items for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 2 more, so we need a railgun, which is all immersive engineering. So immersive engineering is a little different, because we gotta do it like this way. So I'll make a hammer real quick, just to get the quest started. Okay, let's get that hammer.
So immersive engineering was actually pretty fun, and I started off by making a pyrolyzer. I brought this thing into the mining dimension so I could soul surge it.
Okay, immersive workbench, boom. Okay, so let's put all this away. Crafting components. Metal press molds. Coke dust. Now we need to make a crusher. 10 light engineering blocks, so let's set up all these. So we gotta make this. Light engineering block. Redstone engineering. Yeah, we're gonna have all of that. Got that. Okay, so what do we need again? 10 redstone engineering blocks. Okay. 10 steel scaffolding. Okay, 10 steel scaffolding. 8 steel fence, and then 9 hoppers. 1. Like this. Hey, let's go. So this thing needs power through one of these. This one up here. Boom. We throw all this coke in here. Get it. We should, yeah, get back coke dust. How do you make a squeezer? Squeezer. 1 piston, 6 steel scaffolding. Hey. Oh. There we go. HV accumulator. Boom. That's one huge section of that done. Heavy engineering blocks. We should probably set recipes for that. HEAVY. This one. Beautiful. Okay. That can allow us to get started on some of these big boy blocks. 2 light engineering blocks. Right here. Hey. So we got ourselves a fermenter. Boom. This should turn into ethanol. Oh, it is. Beautiful. 16 iron sheet metal and 5 fluid pipes. Boom. Like this. So we should have ethanol in here. So we have ethanol coming in. Okay, that'll be plenty of ethanol coming in here. And we need to use ethanol and silver plates to make acetaldehyde or whatever. Okay, we'll mix with that. We'll turn into...
The next multi-block machine I made was a second refinery, and this thing makes phenolic resin. From there, it was time for the absolute last machine, and for this thing I needed conveyor belts and metal press molds. This last multi-block was called a bottling machine, and it was pretty easy to set up.
Hey, now where's this input? Right there? Oh, let's go. So let's throw 1 here. We got it. Duroplast sheet. Now for the real gun. Boom, let's go. Let's go. 2 HV, and then we're good to go. Real gun. It's real gun, so now we need a singularity, and then we have this thing.
So for some reason, at this point, these draconic chunks were taking forever. I was able to put 3 productive upgrades into it, but it still was taking like way too long for me. Anyway, to get this singularity thing, I used my structure compass and found an AE2 meteorite. I dug through the center of this thing and broke everything down here. This gave me all of the items needed to make Certus quartz seeds. As soon as I planted those things on my farm, I made some items. First, I powered and placed down a single inscriber and charger. After charging up this compass, I was able to complete some quests, and I placed down 5 more inscribers for later. I spent the rest of the night charging Certus quartz.
I'm gonna keep charging these things up because I need this, which is made through this. I need this, and that is for 2. So I'm gonna need like 18. Okay, I'm also gonna set recipes for all these things. Let's see. So we need a singularity. So we have 1 recipe right there, 4K. 1K, and then this thing, logic processors, 27 of these, and calculation processor, boom, 13 of these, and then quartz glass too, so I gotta make a recipe for that. Okay, I guess we'll put that here, like that. Beautiful. So we have that cooking, and then what else do we need? Printed silicon, so just silicon press, so 1 there, that. Okay, we got that cooking. So these are turning into printed logic circuits, silicon, and that'll make this. So grab a stack of redstone. So now we need to, I'll just do it right here, I guess. That. Oh wow, that's so cool. Okay, let's turn these into 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Good to go. 30 of these, 24 of these. We'll put that there. Yeah, so turn them out. Logic processor, we need 27 of these. So we need more of you guys. Put you right there, put you right there. Put you right there. So we need this, obviously, this is next. And then let's make you, please. Let's go. So I'll hook you up right here. Now this needs a 64K part, and then we can make a singularity after that. Bang. Hook that up. Okay, so 27 of these, which should be enough. Okay. That there, 14, put that here. Let's grab another stack of redstone. 27, okay. Now that's not the only thing we need from AE2. And while we have all these things cooking, we should probably make this thing too, because why not?
So here, I actually had the processors, but I was low on Certus quartz. I made another Certus quartz seed to help me out, and then started inscribing some diamonds. I also started making some of these glass cables, and worked up to dense smart cables from there. finally, I was able to auto-craft the 64K ME storage component. So I had no clue how to use this matter condenser, but I did also make an ME ring, which was needed for the ATM star as well. Turns out this condenser needs water, so I placed an external water block right on the side of this thing, and it was finally storing energy. Since this machine took forever, I started extracting latex off of some logs, and this was so I could make another fluid laser base. I also made a second stasis chamber and one more laser drill. The plan was to extract ether gas from a wither. After powering and upgrading the stasis chamber, I built a nice little exterior of tinted glass. Right on top of this working area, I placed down a fluid laser base and then upgraded all these things. Plus I upgraded the drill too. To collect all the ether gas, I put a fluid drawer on top and I summoned the wither, and this thing was already pulling in tons of ether gas. Inside of the last dissolution chamber, I put in a recipe for a supreme machine frame. So by the next morning, I actually had to replace the wither since this machine bugged out a little. This reminded me that I was short on wither skeleton skulls, so I went to the Nether to grab some wither skeleton DNA. After turning that into a spawn egg, I replaced one of my spawners and then turned this thing on. So let's do it here. Ether gas, okay. Just one. Of course we're missing something. Oh my god, we need more oak. Stack of these. Stack of these. 16 of these. Now, if we go here. Boom. 10. That's so much more hearts. Let's go. I think it's gonna go through here. I'm sorry, here. Make an advanced machine frame, and it's gonna go through here. Let's go. Now let's build a wither, whatever. A wither builder. Good to go. Oh yeah, moment of truth. Let's go, dude. Got ourselves a singularity. Okay, so let's use end. Right there, right there, right there. Wireless player transmitter, Nexium emitter. Dude, how huge is that? So after we get the dragon soul, we'll only have 1, 2, 3 left. To end these days off, I started blood magic, and now this mod is probably the one that takes the longest. I first crafted a sacrificial knife and a blood altar. Using this knife, I filled up the blood and started infusing these stones to get blank slates. I also infused a diamond to get one of these orbs. So at this point, I realized more hearts would help, and I crafted 10 more yellow heart containers. To turn that into green heart containers, I used up my Ender Dragon predictions. Then I also got rid of the ether gas generator. Day 159 to day 160, I was kind of dead set on making this wither compass, and I didn't realize just how ridiculously hard this thing was to make. I wanted to also get these abyssal sacrifice things done, so I went over to that cataclysm boss structure to swab 2 mob DNAs. I grabbed the Corallises and a Deepling Priest's DNA. I turned those into chicken feeds and grabbed some more miniature green hearts as well. This reminded me that I had to take down tons of shulkers. Once I got a really good amount of shulker shells, I used these 2 chicken feeds to make the spawn eggs. Now, to collect this loot that I had from the spawners, I added another drawer. These guys dropped exactly what I needed, but the Deepling Priest dropping these Ethame swords ended up taking tons of space, so I had to manually remove a ton of swords. All I needed next were Hearts of the Deep, and I stupidly wanted to make a new machine. I had to start up the fissile fuel production again, but at this time I had tons of uranium essence. I also grabbed 2 flower pots and nether stars. The machine I made was called an anti-protonic nucleosynthesizer, and this thing used up 2 antimatter pellets. After hooking this thing up and bringing in antimatter, I was able to turn 2 flower pots into nautilus shells and 2 nether stars into Hearts of the Deep. This meant I could easily craft the 2 abyssal sacrifices, and now all I needed to do was basically finish the blood magic. To help me out, I was able to make the 10 green heart containers, and then basically just kept using this knife to craft more blank slates. Once I had enough slates, I turned that into blank runes and turned this altar to level 2. Using any leftover slates, I also upgraded to speed runes, and then I needed to infuse these blank slates to make reinforced slates. To aid me in that, I crafted a 4-layer beacon which had regeneration. This is basically the entire mod, just sacrificing yourself so you can make more and more blocks. By the next morning, I had these runes of self-sacrifice as well, and then a lot of these quest rewards gave me demons' wills. I'd already replaced all these blank runes for upgraded runes and was able to upgrade my main furnace as well. Then, after even more and more grinding, I had enough blank runes to get to a tier 3 altar. Because this upgrade actually didn't take up too much space, I didn't move the altar at all. Anyway, I can now turn reinforced slate into infused slates, which just took even more blood. I was progressing through these quests smoothly though. The next major item I needed was a blood shard, and to get that, I did a ritual on a gold block. This was to upgrade to a higher tier orb. I looked at some of the higher tier altar upgrades as well, and decided to move the entire altar just a few blocks to the left, so I had more space. On that second layer of blank runes, I placed some upgraded runes down and finally crafted a new item. This little machine was called an alchemical reaction chamber. I got some iron keys as quest rewards and then also made another item called a Hellfire Forge. Using some of these demons' wills, I crafted Tartaric gems inside of there. I filled up these gems using more of the demon's wills that I had, and I made 2 petty Tartaric gems, which I turned into 1 lesser gem. I spent the entire night using these soul snares things to just pick up tons of demon's wills.
Okay, we got that. Now let's make 2 lessers. There we go. So we'll have 2 lessers to work with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Throw that away. Don't grab all that. And then let's see, can we get Loot Pinata? Let's do purple. Just roll 1, put it back in. Loot Pinata, Loot Pinata. I need 15 gem dust, so some of these gotta go. Okay, let's do this. We'll turn that real quick, because these things are gonna need like an insane amount of blood later. Come on. There we go. Right now, we gotta do a few things. Okay, so I gotta get rid of Corellis, so we're gonna get rid of this. Get rid of that. Beautiful. There we go. Exactly what we needed. 2 common. So I don't think we need any more than these. Whoa. Here we go. Sanguine Reverter. Oh, go on here.
Even after spending all this time on blood magic, everything I just did was like warm up. I now needed to do the major grinding part. First, I swapped a villager and made a villager spawn egg. With that done, I grabbed one of those spawners I had inside of my mob farm and placed it like a few blocks on top of the altar. Just for now, I fenced the area off and reduced the spawn range. I was able to sacrifice these villagers for blood. Eventually, I just got rid of the fences and built up this little dirt that was in between each layer. Before it turned into night, I got really sick of doing things manually, so I grabbed 2 drawers and 2 modular routers. I set up a sender module on the bottom router, which would basically put stone into the infuser, and then a puller module, which would bring in all of the slates.
There we go. Now we don't have to kill ourselves over this. Okay, so we're just gonna leave it until this runs out for a bit. Oh, okay, that'll be 10. So let's grab 1, 2. Great. Okay, now let's see this.
At this point, I had just enough blank runes to fill out the bottom of a tier 4 altar, but these pillars needed a whole nother block on top. It was called Bloodstone, and to make these, I needed tons of ritual blocks, which also happened to be a major grind. I had to turn a bunch of blank slates into reinforced slates, and also had to make this item called a Ritual Diviner. From there, I infused a lava crystal, which then turned into a weak activation shard. I had a bunch of iron keys from quest rewards, and I decided to craft 1 more to be sure. After shift clicking this Ritual Diviner, I selected something called the Edge of the Hidden Realm, and I placed a Master Ritual Stone down. Now this thing needed tons of ritual stones. Turns out even having all the blocks didn't matter, since I still had to do 1 more thing, and that was infuse this blood orb with a life essence as well. And I had to craft an alchemy table to make these things called arcane ashes, and this was all to grab a divination sigil. With this in my offhand, I first filled this orb using my altar and then started sacrificing my own hearts. My plan was just to alternate between these two methods.
Oh, that's plenty. This has to be enough now. Oh, let's go. Finally. Jeez. So we can do that in a bit, but I'm gonna fill this up real quick. Let's make tons of these. So I'll start replacing some of these. So I guess we'll do it right here. 3 iron keys. Let's go look around. Boom. Oh, tile fruit. Perfect. Human will. Perfect. Get out of here. I think one of the ways to grow this thing is, hold on, let's grab a hoe. And then put you right on top. Until it becomes saturated. There we go, now we have saturated tile.
At this point, I was pretty close to finishing this mod, so I farmed more saturated tau and put that into the alchemical reaction chamber to get a weak blood shard. Using that, I made large bloodstone bricks and had this tier 4 altar ready to go. One of the quest rewards also gave me a rune of capacity, and these things would be huge help. I spent the entire night replacing some of the old runes and some of these blank runes with runes of sacrifices and runes of capacities. Once all that was done, I let the modular rooters do their things and stock up on blank slates. By the morning, I even had a master blood orb and got rid of this beacon so I had more space. A tier 5 altar needed tons of blank slates, so I made a stack of blank runes to start. I even picked up a demonic slate, which was the highest level that I could get, and started working on this dusk ritual diviner. I needed to do one last ritual to finally complete the stupid mod. This place was called Pathway to the Endless Realm, and it needed more than a stack of ritual blocks. I charged up my master blood orb once again and could finally get inside of this dungeon. On my first run through this place, I only used a few of my iron keys. I didn't get anything that was good other than this demonite ore. It was mainly a bad run since I had no clue what to look for. Day 168 to day 172, as soon as I was back home, I cooked up all these demonite stuff and I was able to turn it into 4 Hellforged blocks. This meant I could upgrade to a tier 5 altar. For that, I actually had to get rid of my create machine. Anyway, the setup was basically the exact same, but with just more runes and Hellforged blocks this time. This new altar meant I could also get the 4 ethereal slates, which are needed to make these reinforced speed runes. This intricate Hellforged part is what took me forever to get though. I was back in the dungeon and began searching through each room once again. Turns out I needed a specific key. My second run through though also didn't get me anything good. Back home, I was able to upgrade to a greater Tartaric gem, which I filled up. Using this gem, I made a miner's key, but I needed another key for the special rooms. I tried looking for the foreman's key once more, and this time I finally got it. Now inside of this part of the dungeon, each chest was stacked.
Finally, bro. Exactly what we needed. Okay. Whew. That is a lifesaver.
I got into the other rooms of this area using these miner's keys, but they didn't have anything too good, so I just came back home. It was then time to make ethereal slates, and these things just took forever to make.
Wow, this is crazy. There we go, ethereal. Our first ethereal slate. So we need 3 more of those. Dang, that took a long time. Let's go. That's 2. Okay, I learned my lesson this time. I'm just gonna wait for this to stock up. Okay, so put that through. Quick check. Let's go, dude. Finally. There we go. Oh my god, last one. Home stretch. There we go. Oh my god, okay. Boom, boom. Let's freaking go, dude. Oh my god. How annoying. Now we need this thing. Is it connected? Oh, dude, I'm an idiot. Of course, it's not even connected. So this whole time, I didn't even have this thing connected. Oh my god. Am I the dumbest person alive? I probably am.
Those reinforced runes were by far the hardest, and now I just needed to take down 3 cataclysm bosses. The first guy I fought was a netherite monstrosity, and this was mainly since I knew where it was. Now this guy had 15,000 hearts, so I just had to play keep away a little. But after I spammed my sword and I started getting some crits, I took this guy down pretty easily. I needed this thing called the Infernal Forge, and after that, the next boss was inside of an ancient factory, which was 8,000 blocks away. It took a little bit for me to find the entrance, but I got in there and put a nether star inside of the Harbinger's heart. This guy basically had half the health of the monstrosity, so I wiped it out really quickly. I used the Harbinger's drop to make a mechanical fusion anvil. Around this time, I had gotten my 2 antimatter pellets back, which reminded me to make some of the items needed for an improbable probability device. I first crafted an advanced pocket computer and then crafted this syringe which needed to be used on ghasts. I filled it up inside of this Twilight Forest dimension and then crafted the flight module. Before making the rest of those items, I went to the end to fight the last cataclysm boss. The Ender Guardian somehow had the lowest health, so I wiped it out even faster.
So here, this, that. Let's go, dude. Is that everything? For a wither compass? Dude, amazing. Hopefully we have tons. 7. The wither compass goes right above the Patrick star. Don't get it off my hands, please. Amazing. 3 more things left.
Before these days ended, I made recipes leading up to a 10 million fluid storage part and a nitro battery. I started the craft for 2 nitro batteries immediately and even made a high density power capacitor.
So I'm waiting for these to charge in. I accidentally put one of these into my ender cell, which was very stupid. At Mythic Botania, I should make this thing, the Gala Horns, the Horn of the Wild. Yeah, because we're gonna need this for way later. And we need an Elven Mana Spreader. So it is an induction cell, and then a provider. So now this thing should be able to have, hold way more energy. Oh, we have a million mana. Okay. Okay, we should probably set up that thing again, the Terra Steel stuff. So put a spark here. Okay, so we got ourselves Terra Steel. Thank you. Now I need to make something that... And then I think we need an Elven Mana Spreader. So we gotta make this Elven Mana Spreader. And I want this here. I want you like right here. There we go. There we go. So once that turns, we drink that and then we fight the guy again. Oh, did we get it? We drink this. As you drink from the well of Mimir, you gain knowledge that you can never imagine in your wildest dreams. So I wanted to make this thing. Where you at? So we'll make one Gaia Spirit Ingot and we'll see what this thing is like. This is like a Gaia fight part 2. Okay, now it's gonna do all of its mob summons hopefully. I hope that doesn't limit the guy's spawn. I knew it. Dude, this is so annoying. Okay, so this one. I gotta get rid of rebounding. I'm gonna get rid of rebounding real quick. Let's go. This guy's Spirit Ingot. I think this will give us what we need. That's it. There we go. Oh, did we get... Yes, this is what we needed. Oh, and runes. Oh, sick. Oh, let's do that. Okay, that's more draconic chunks too. Oh, finally. Let's freaking go, dude. SOUL. Empty soul gem. Dragon soul. Let's freaking go. Right above the Nexium. Ah, 2 more! Dude! Okay, one of them is a jet suit, which we need to make a bunch of things for.
With the Dragon Soul crafted, I focused back on the improbability device and was able to craft this 10 million fluid storage part 2. It ended up being finished at night, and this is when I started working on Ad Astra. The first machine I crafted was the compressor, and then I made an entire set of spacesuits. With that done, I placed down a launch pad and also placed down an oxygen loader as well. After connecting this thing right up to a sink and some power, I was able to load up the spacesuits with oxygen. Then to actually travel to space, I made a fuel refinery and worked up to an ultimate fluid tank. Day 175 to day 177, as soon as morning hit, I used this structure compass to help me find an oil well. I turned this tank into bucket mode and picked up every little bit of oil as I could. Putting this thing into the refinery gave me fuel, which I scooped up in a bucket. Next up was making the rocket, which I crafted using a NASA workbench. This took a bunch of steel to make, and as soon as it was done, I placed a tier 1 rocket down on the launch pad. From there, I fueled this thing up, enchanted my spacesuit, and took off. With a tier 1 rocket, I could only go to the moon, and here, I needed to collect Desh ore. So I picked my rocket up and dove into a cave. I made sure to grab as much Desh as I could, and that didn't take too long. I had nearly 4 stacks of these. From there, I warped back home and cooked it all up. Using Desh, I had to make plates and specific items to upgrade my rocket to tier 2. With this tier 2 rocket, I loaded it up once again and went over to Mars. Inside of Mars, now I needed Ostrom ore, and this thing was a little rarer. I stuck around till I had near 4 stacks of these and then warped back home with my rocket. After cooking that thing up, I needed to make a netherite spacesuit for the next planets apparently. I first made diamond gear, which I upgraded. Then, with Ostrom plates, I made a full set of netherite space gear. With the rest of this Ostrom, I upgraded to a tier 3 rocket. Once again, I had to load up on oxygen and fuel and then took off over to Venus. Inside of Venus, I needed to find calorite ores. In this first little cave, I only picked up 16 of them. I stuck here longer than I did on any other planet and then came home with a stack and a half only. As soon as I cooked this thing up, I was pretty happy that I had grabbed tons of those previous ores. This was mainly since I needed tons of like plates. Okay, finally. Boom. Boom. Jet suit. Oh wow, these are so close to being charged too. Put that all here. Put you right there. Oh, let's let these charge, I guess. We're so close. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. That's insane. Holy, last one, which is pneumatic craft. The last major item for the ATM star was a pulsating black hole. The first thing I tried to look for was a pyromancer's building on my compass. This thing was like 7,000 blocks away, so I focused on making an item called Mjolnir. In the JEI menu, it showed me exactly which items needed to be thrown on top of the ritual, and these things were very easy to make, so I had those ready. I then threw a stack of gunpowder into the mana pool, and this was so I could make a central rune holder and 20 regular rune holders. Setting up this ritual though took me forever. I had to restart a few times. I did, however, fill up this mana tablet, which would be needed for later. Day 178, I outlined the rune holders with blackstone, but honestly, I wish I chose a different color. Anyway, this time I actually used these coordinates in JEI to make sure I had the perfect right spots. This, however, was the easy part since I now needed to make more and some of the newer runes. The first rune I had to make was some more of these air runes. 4 runes of air should be these 2. Oh, these 4? 2, 4. Okay, let's put that away. The next runes were these runes of earth. So 4 earth this way. 3, 4. So that's done. Oh, we actually have that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 prod right there. And then we'll do all the winter ones too. Oh, bro, we need so many of these. Jeez. Because we don't just need 3. We need a million of these. Oh my goodness. Some of these mythic Botania runes were actually pretty hard to craft. So before all that, I had to make tons of earth runes. And using that plus water runes could make a rune of winter. And then using this rune of winter, I could finally make runes of wrath. I made 4 of those and put them around. These were all the easy ones, by the way. Jotunheim Asgard. 2 Nidavellirs. So let's make 2 of these. Winter. Earth. Okay, let's go. 1 of Nidavellir. Boom. So these should go on the left and right. Nidavellir, so here. Here, thank you. Boom. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's do everything but the Asgard one. And then these 2. Let's freaking go. Rune of Asgard. Jotunheim. Okay. Now we need to drop these on top.
We have our mana tablet, and then we just right click. Oh, oh, that's so sick. Okay, so now we absorption hearts, and then we got it, dude. And it comes back. That's amazing. Last thing, dragon steel stuff. Oh my god, I can't believe we did it.
This dragon steel thing is something that I had no idea how to get. I first tried looking for a specific mob inside of the other dimension, but that didn't help at all. I did set a waystone here and then decided to try another way. Turns out I just needed to crush a ton of these thermal series blocks, and for that I learned I could just make a create crusher. I had set up these mechanical crafters right in front of all these Ad Astra stuff and then just put in all the items needed. This turned out 2 crafters, which I powered using 2 electric motors. As soon as these things started spinning, I crushed apatite, and using that dust, I made soul infused dust. This was the first tier upgrade. I had also crushed a niter after, and then made a soul infused RF coil. The next tier was the Enderium tier, and I could already make Enderium ingots very easily, so I had upgraded this very quickly. The tier after that was called Shellite, and for this I threw Cinnabars into the crusher. For the rest of the items, I needed shulker shells. To get this, I hopped into the end and began looking for more end cities. This time I made a single data module, clicked it on a shulker, and leveled it up. Using the simulation chamber, I picked up tons of shulker shells, and this allowed me to make Shellite dust, and I upgraded the RF coil once again. The next tier was called Twinite, and for this, I pulverized quartz, and more importantly, I pulverized amethyst shards. Doing this, I now had 1 upgrade left. For that, I first crushed netherite ingots to make dragon steel dusts.
Let's grow. That's it. Dude, we unlocked everything now. Okay, got that. Dragon egg again. Now we have we have a bunch of the things.
By this time, I already had 5 of the 9 items needed for the pulsating black hole. To grab another easy one, I used up my thunderstruck weather container and I turned that into a lightning bomb. That was now 6 of the 9 items inside my backpack. To help me out with some other items, I grabbed a villager and turned this guy into a pressure mechanic. With that done, I used up all these grimoire books and had the master trait unlocked, which just happened to be micro missiles. That's now 7 of 9. Another item I could make right away was a stable wormhole. I used this dictionary of souls to visualize the ritual. After putting down some candles and chalk, I made a wormhole frame. Then I used this book of binding foliate, which got me a stable wormhole. This was 8 of 9. The last item was a fire upgrade orb, and before getting that, I made 6 air compressors and a stack of pressure tubes. Once that was done, I also crafted 17 security upgrades as well. For the actual chamber itself, I had to make some crafting recipes. With all this, I grabbed about 96 pressure chamber walls, 4 pressure chamber valves, and 2 interfaces. I started the build at the edge of the chunk right in front of my storage system. I first laid out the air compressors and hooked them up at the back. Then I made a little 5x5 base which had an input and an output at the front. This machine was 5 blocks tall and had a valve on the left or right side, I forgot which direction it is. As soon as this structure was good to go, I hooked it up and I put security upgrades everywhere so that things don't blow up. To generate pressure, I put coal blocks into the air compressor and now I just had to wait. Before the night ended though, I swabbed an ancient knight in the nether and also tried looking for arcane debris.
We're gonna get another netherite backpack. It's a regular backpack, thank you. This. Netherite backpack. And we gotta make some upgrades. There you go. Another one. Great. Okay, great. Thank you for this, thank you for this. This much. Whoa. So I'll put you up top. Throw you guys in there. Oh, wait, there we go. Arcane debris. Keep the backpack right here, I guess. Why not? Stick this on just for now. 1, okay. Now we need fire runes. Do we have a mob slot? We do. We're gonna use our trader, or the trader llama spawner to spawn like a million of these guys, hopefully. Should be inside of this place, okay. There we go. Put you in there. Whoa, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Jeez. This spawner is insane, guys. What in the world? So let's make our last thing. Fire upgrade orb. To the ATM dimension. Let's put our final thing down. Boom. For this, do we have enough bar? 3.31 bar. This needs 4.9 bar.
Now it was just a waiting game, so I decided to do some decorating. First thing I did was make tons of deep slate tiles so I could outline each of the chunks that I was using. This ended up almost taking the whole morning.
Okay. I think we're good to go. How much bar? 4.46. I'm just gonna start pulling these items in. Mjolnir. That's 1. That's 2. Should be 3 next. Oh, lightning bomb. Oh god, I'm actually nervous. Oh, there we go. Next one. Take this next. Last one. Micro missiles are the only one left. Import that. There we go. So that's everything. Now we need to wait for the bar to pile up. Here it is, folks. There we go. Holy, we got it. Oh my goodness. This is it. All this work. No way. Oh, our first ATM star. Dude. That's insane. Let's get that, let's get that, let's get that. What can I pick? And I'm taking antimatter, bro. Right there. We did it. You. Let's go. Now we can go into creative. Creative jetpack, I don't really care about that. Greg Star. Creative power, for sure. I want creative energy cube. 4 of these, which is 5 unobtanium. Let's also do a storage upgrade just for fun. 10, 48, so let's make this one. Get this thing cooking.
I managed to get this 4 million storage part pretty quickly and upgraded to that. Turns out I could also make a 16 million storage part, so I just started the RLcraft on that. Once that was working, I grabbed about 5 stacks of all the modded ores in the mining dimension. I threw those into the enrichment chamber and then also upgraded to the 16 million storage part as well. From there, I needed to go to the end. Here, I searched for an End Highlands biome and used my charm. I managed to grab about 3 stacks of unobtanium ores, which I also threw into the enrichment chamber. With all those, I could make 4 uncharged creative energy cubes. I put the recipes for the charged version inside of the energizer and then expanded this area with more nitro rods. By the next morning, I actually wanted a new item, and that was an all-the-modium alloy paxel. So to get this crafted, I started working my way up these tiers of mystical agriculture tools. I got all the way up to supremium axes, pickaxes, and shovels, and finally turned that into a paxel. Then I needed to awaken it. From the crafting menu alone, I could also just ask my system to make these alloy ingots. So while all that was working, I also grabbed 2 stacks of vibranium in the Nether. I set up this ritual area right in front of my farm and was able to get this alloy pickaxe pretty quickly. Next up was an axe, and the part that took the longest was of course the energizing of the ingots. As soon as the alloy axe was done, I started the craft for even more alloy ingots. I only needed to make the shovel now. Finally, with all those tools done, I disenchanted my alloy sword and then made an all-the-modium alloy paxel. This basically completed the main quests of the all-the-modium section on the quest menu, and from there I decided to enchant my paxel, but I still needed a better weapon, so for that I made a spare unobtanium axe. I stacked this thing with enchants too, and since axes are considered heavy weapons, I could use some really cool gems. The most important affix I had was this current HP damage percentage thing.
Energy cube. And let's make one of these. Oh, 2.1 billion FE. So after this, goal is to make mech suit. We got creative power. We got unlimited power. At the center, top of our mob torch, we'll grab a flux plug. Boom. Bypass limit. There we go. This is Unbelievable.
Now that I had unlimited power, I also wanted to make mech suits. The first thing I did to help me make this was make more smithing templates, and then I decided to clear some quests. I ate an Allthemodium apple and an Allthemodium carrot, and then placed a teleporter in the end to go to the Beyond dimension. This cleared all the secondary quests in the Allthemodium section as well. Once that was done, I made a gem cutting table, which completed the quest inside of this Apotheosis gear tab. To complete Silent Gears quests, I made a salvager and a material grader. This is basically all I needed. Before these days ended, I even completed sophisticated storage quests. Day 189 to day 195. In these days, I basically wanted to complete whatever was left of the mod pack. I had most of the quests done and even most of the bosses beat too. However, there was another boss called an Ancient Remnant who I had never fought before. So it was time. I made this Eye of Desert and then located a cursed pyramid. I flew over to that structure right away and fought these mobs called Koboldatons. I had never seen this structure before, so I actually spent quite a bit of time just running around here before I even found where the boss was. When I did see it, it happened to be a giant skeleton of a dinosaur, and to summon it, I needed to find suspicious sand somewhere. This actually didn't take too long. When it came to the boss's health, this thing was by far the weakest, but every attack it did took down tons of my health. I actually had to eat a golden apple, but as I kept fighting, this dude lodged himself into one of the corners. I thought it would be easy to take out from here, but it managed to get me down to like the last few rows of hearts that I had. I ate one more golden apple and finally took this boss out. Back in the mining dimension, I decided to craft an end exchanger once again. This was mainly so I could decorate these chunks. For the rune chunk, I used chisel quartz blocks. For the pressure chamber chunk, I used diagonal blackstone bricks. For the fusion reactor and induction battery chunk, I used cobbled deep slate stripes. I also used cobbled deep slate beams for the thermal plants and DT production chunk after that. I left these nature themed chunks alone. Back to the mech suit though, I had to get netherite armor first, and then after using these plutonium pellets, I turned that into a mech suit. By itself, this thing sucked, so I crafted a modification station. The first upgrade I made was the energy unit, which I put 8 into the bodysuit. I then put these radiation shields on each piece of the armor, and then I finally got each piece filled up with energy units. Inside of the helmet, I put 4 breathing and 1 purification unit. For the body, I put in a charge distribution unit, 1 stabilization unit, a Geiger unit, and a dosimeter unit as well. With some of these Godforged pearls, I put affixes on the chest and leggings. From there, I finally started up on fissile fuel production again since I needed 2 more antimatter pellets. This time I could use the SPS uncapped, which meant these things pulled in hundreds of millions of FE. I also upgraded to an Allthemodium jetpack. From there, I flew over to a dark forest just so I could get this Edelwood branch. I used all of this to make tier armor. This was mainly since shaders don't show the mech suit in third person. While the antimatter was being produced, I went to the Nether to fight Ignis. The cool thing about the mech suit is that my health was basically how much power I had, and I had infinite power. So I took down the minions very quickly and summoned the main boss. Very easily, I also took down Ignis and crafted Ignitium templates. I ended up liking the look of this armor way more than the tier armor, so I just used Ignitium armor as the cosmetic one instead. When I finally got my 3rd antimatter pellet, I made a gravitational modulating unit for myself. After putting that on my mech suit, I had fully unlocked creative flight. I survived 100 days in Prominence 2. In these 100 days, I have to defeat 8 bosses in order to free the world from the corruption of the void. During this journey, I forged mythical level gear, explored gigantic structures, and of course, fought some mini bosses as well.
In these mod packs, the first thing I like to do is check the quests. Let's see. Oh, this one is First Steps. Okay, sick. Now, so we need to find a fruit or a vegetable. Let's see. These are sheeps. We don't really need sheep. I think, no, I'll grab it just for the wool. Tons of wool, huh? Give me all the logs. Let's do it right here. Pickaxe, obviously. Oh, I see cows now. There we go. I need leather, so sorry, folks. You have to go. And we just stumbled into a cave. These are some nice ores. You have no reach with these. This sucks. We need iron real bad. I see mobs on the minimap. Oh, iron finally. Let's freaking go. It's 2 iron ore. Oh, this is a huge vein. Oh, wait, this. Boom, put that right here. You should be able to take this and then this. Oh, that's great.
Deeper into this little cave, I fought my first zombie. After picking up some more iron ore, I went back to my furnace to craft an iron chestplate, pickaxe, and sword. Sadly, these items were only like common tier, so they actually had negative effects. I turned the rest of these fake coal ores into torches and explored the rest of this cave really quickly. After fighting some zombies, I found a few skeletons, and this was basically my cue to leave. Luckily, on the way back, I picked up more iron, which I was able to turn into iron leggings as well.
Oh, okay, finally. This one's actually solid. Let's see if we can get lucky on the boots roll. Durability and speed debuff. Oh my god, I'm moving so slow now. Okay, let's just take all these. Put that here, put that there. Okay, let's get out of here for now. Oh, let's freaking go. I really want to get started on the quests. Oh, looks like a village or something. Okay, we found some sort of civilization. Meteor. That should be for applied energistics, which is good.
As I was making my way towards this structure, I found a mine cells portal, and inside of this little villager area, I picked up tons of food. Then, inside one of these chests, I picked up an iron halberd, which was pretty bad quality. Before the day ended, I finally completed my first main quest. To complete the next quest, I stole a chest and almost had enough items for a backpack.
This is such a nice area. Oh, and there's a spider cave here. Let's go make a sleeping bag from all these strings. Great. I think it shouldn't matter, right? Okay, it shouldn't matter. 1, 2, 3. Oh boy, cave spiders too, so these things poison.
Instead of messing with those spiders, I explored more of the area around this village. Here, I built up the defeated Vindicator safely and then took out the rest of the illagers.
What the heck? Oh my goodness. Aha, nice try. There we go. Did you drop leather? What? That was kind of scary, folks. Okay, let's get that. We will not use you. And then you. Thank you. And then we need to obtain an anvil. And use a teleporter. Give me something good. Oh, leather. Let's frickin' go, dude. And that should get us the standard traveler backpack, which we can now equip. Just this way, and then it's G or B? B. Luckily, there should be a cave like right down here. This is good. This is good. Honestly, this is the best case scenario. We'll start from here. This is the spider cave, I'm assuming. These are the spiders. There's more food down there, which is awesome. No, I'm poisoned. Why am I doing so little damage? Oh my goodness. There's so many of you guys. What in the world?
Finally, with all the mobs cleared in this area and all these hay bales taken, I started looking for iron ore. In total, I ended up getting around 30 iron ores. Then it was time to come back to the surface. I also got my first skill point, but I decided to wait before picking my first skill. Once I was safe, and as my iron ores cooked, I picked this Protector's Path since I just needed this bonus health immediately.
Let's see. Is there any other quest rewards that I can mess with? Void Invasion, the beginning. Deep within Vaz, the volcano where everything originated, lives Skelak, the creator of all things. Let's go grab some fried rice. Whoa, there we go. We unlock these. Boom. So we need... Yeah, oh, we have exactly enough. Boom. Good to go. Anvil created. So let's do limestone chunks. Whoa, there we go. Anvil here. And then iron. Bro, come on. So reforging iron here. This requires full durability. We need so much iron, dude. Now the hunt for more iron begins. See how much iron we can get in here. No, this is all watered in. I think this is a good time to check out this meteor. Whoa. I forget how much coal is here. This is like an insane amount. Oh, this is an Ad Astra one. Okay. Oh, whoa, there we go. And diamonds. There's combat stuff, so I'm gonna get that, and then this stuff. Runic tablet. How do you make this thing? Ah, beautiful. Skeleton. Let's try goofball. Oh, there we go. More iron. Let's freaking go. Yeah, number one, we have to reforge our stuff. We have to reforge our gear. Right here. That done. So here, there, that. Finally, oh my god, it's not a negative. Oh, 2 to repair, that's annoying. You here, you there, you there. There we go. More health, thank you. That's all I ask for. Oh my god, we're moving so much faster, this is beautiful. Whoa, huge cave, there we go. Found something good. Okay, let's get rid of these guys over down here. Okay, that's great, alright. We'll start cooking a good bunch of you up. Diorite. I'm gonna grab a ton of these. Turns out you can make limestone chunks with these, so we need like a million. Yeah, let's get out here, we're gonna upgrade our backpack, and then we'll come back here with a vengeance. There's a smithing table here, so let's upgrade that. So 1 leather, this, and then that. Hey, look at that. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for the stone cutter. Put that right here. Let's go grab our limestone chunks. 23 limestone chunks. Oh, this one's good. Now this one isn't that good. That's annoying. Alright, well, helmet's good though. We are 4 days in. We need tons of iron because some of these still need to be, yeah, they all need to be turned to something better. Let's go make a boat. Pretty good. Armor wise, I think we're doing better than most. These are sick animations. What are you? Dimension of bees. That's the Bumble Zone. I need an ender pearl to get in there. Villagers. Oh my goodness. Oh, that actually didn't do too much damage. What in the heck? Let's try goofball. Oh yeah, these guys aren't too strong. Oh, I'm actually a lot stronger than I thought. Wow, I'm shocked. You guys don't have anything, right? What in the heck is that? I asked for a structure and I got 2. What is that? Hopefully it's not a death sentence. So I see mobs on the minimap. Is this one of those hot spring things? Oh yeah, I know exactly what this is. Yeah, these guys have tons of health. I need to just break this one spawner down here. I'm hitting them, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, now let's try and break this. Oh, what is that effect? Not the blindness, just the damage stuff. What the heck? There's something's happening at least. I think every time I beat these guys up, they drop some stupid potion. Come on, there we go, okay. Tons of food, not saying no to that. Top 2 floors might have more stuff. Let's see. There we go. This is like pretty scary, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I just don't like these potion effects, they're so stupid. And I'm gonna be out of a sword soon. Oh dang. Oh, we got ourselves a skill point. We have a safe spot. Oh, let's freaking go. Just what we needed. Iron spear. Let's go make an iron spear. 2-handed, okay. It's like this. This is gonna be pretty annoying. We'll just keep doing this for a bit. There's so many of these stupid goofs. Let's go. Upgrade some skills, dude. Do you want attack damage or want health? I want to get down to here. That's the goal. Tree seems like these 2 seem the best. Okay, so I'll grab more health. New skill point. Sick. But what in the world are these effects, man? Okay, we're good. We can probably loot this stupid stuff. Boom, let's freaking go. There we go. Whoa, what in the world? Brimstone Claymore. Yeah, if you think I'm not taking that, you're an idiot. Dude, that's so sick. Let's go check the 2nd floor. Okay, this was actually nerve-wracking. I'm actually like terrified. Oh dang, why are there so many of you goofballs? Oh yeah, this thing is amazing. Let's get up here, see what the situation is. Nice try, okay. Learned my lesson. Dude, this is such a cool sword. I'm so lucky I got this. A new skill point. I'll take the lethality and then we'll work our way down here. Whatever lethality means. Does that mean they just get 1 shot easier? No. Okay, we lit it up. Let's chill out for a second. Oh, no. Okay, Iron Twin Blade. I'm gonna use you for a bit. Good to go. That should be every spawner gone. Okay, I would say this journey was completely worth it. It seems like such a good, easy source of food. Alright, we're gonna go there next. Iron Bucket. That's gonna be something important. Just so I can protect myself from falling. Level 34, so we're in good shape. We need obsidian, we need diamonds. Those are the big things that we do need. 2 spawners. Now, what are you? buddy. Whoa. So if I run in there, I can probably break the spawners. Let's see. Oh, yeah, no thanks. Well, there's tons of spawners here, bro. Oh. Yeah, I'll take all these, bro. I don't care. Oh, diamond armor. Okay, there's more here. Great stuff. Another free anvil. I'm gonna swap to my claymore. Let's freaking go. Any more spawners? No. There should be chests here. Whatever you are, you need to go away. You are literally terrifying, brother. That was genuinely not fun to look at. That was terrifying. Lodestone, sick. We can uncraft that if that's a thing. Oh my goodness. Bro, what the heck? That was terrifying. Oh my god, what are you, dude? Yeah, give me the shovel. I don't really care. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for any of that. Dude, that was so scary. My heart can't take this. So to the left is the actual mine shaft. Oh, it says 6 days. Okay, we're 6 days in. Oh, I didn't even notice it says on the minimap. Okay, let's enter into this mine shaft. This is it? Just all skeletons? Oh my god, what a waste of time. Black Lotus. Oh, this is good for Botania. We'll keep that. Pickaxe heater. Automatically smelts mined ores. Spell tome. I don't care about that. Iron ring. Okay, sick. Pickaxe heater. That's +2 armor. Pickaxe heater. So I guess that's offhand stuff. Oh, that's a mutant skeleton. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna waste time here. Let's get the heck out of here. There might be a mutant zombie out here who are way worse. Mutant skeletons you might be able to run away from. Hey. Okay, thank you. Might as well. Oh, add Astro stuff. That is a mutant enderman. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm the dumbest person. There's no way I can fight this thing. I'm gonna eat my golden apple. Let's get in water. There's no way you can meet me here. Oh my god. Jeez, we gotta stay on water for a bit. Problem is the water is dangerous too. There's like tons of stuff in here. Get up here. Let's get over to these cows. That's it? Okay, I thought it was gonna be a trap. 7 days in. Let's go check this thing out. Can you crouch? Water, I think I can. Hopefully I'm not stuck in here. Some more diamonds, more all these. Okay, I'm good to go. Now, what are you guys doing here? Yeah, it looks like there's nothing. Okay. 700 blocks this way. That's in the water? Oh, it looks like it's in the sky. There's a structure here. What will you give me? Please don't be a trap. Oh, so this is a jungle temple, I'm assuming? Oh my goodness. Okay. Are you joking? There's no chest or anything? There's nothing. What a waste of time. Okay, let's go to the plains area-ish. Now this is like a nice place. Cows, there we go. Thank you for your service. Let's freaking go. We found something. This, whatever this is. Oh, we probably should not build a home here. Oh, tons of leather, bro. Thank you. That's gonna help us with this sword. Max health. Bone meal. Oh my goodness, what the heck? This is what I deserve. Oh, that was so scary. Block of amethyst, yeah, I'll take that. Mending, maybe we can disenchant stuff. 2 mending, maybe we can disenchant more stuff. Dark iron ingot, whatever that is. Dude, this is insane. You can keep the string, I don't care. I need you, number 1. I need you, number 2. Okay, that gives us a lot more space. Here. First, we'll cook up sand. Boom, boom. And that's 4 right there. Perfect. So let's do gold. Now that I'm better equipped, let's see. What did I get? Simply swords. Let's grab this. Oh, 3 more runing tablets. 4. Okay, beautiful. What's this stuff? Empowered remnant. Thank you. Ooh, epic stuff. 7 armor. That's better than mine. Oh, this is awesome. We just struck gold. Oh, let's freaking go. We need to do more grave robbing. This is worth it. Oh, that's huge. That's absolutely massive. We don't need food anymore. What is this? Wither skeleton skull. You never know if you need that. And nice try. Oh, Acolyte, that's what you are. Yeah, you don't do anything to me, bro. Oh, more ghouls. Get this, let's get this. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. No need to waste my time here, okay. This has to be, this is so pretty. This is the area. We found it. There's an ore deposit here too already.
Day 9 to 10, the first thing I did was flatten out an area to start the most basic build. I placed down 2 double chests, basically to clear out my inventory, and then started putting down the rest of these utility blocks. After marking my home down, I chopped down a maple tree since there were plenty of that, and because I didn't need a fancy home, I decided to use only fences. This base just happened to be a 2-fence high structure right behind all of these blocks I had already placed down. I extended the corners up so I could make a roof, and during this time I accidentally used up 1 skill point on lethality instead of attack damage. Anyway, I was rudely interrupted by a mutant zombie, which meant I had to run away very quickly. Surprisingly, this guy actually didn't do a lot of damage. The problem was, I also couldn't do much damage at all, which meant my armor was getting destroyed. To save durability, I led this mutant to the waters and ran back home safely. By the morning, I had all the stones needed and could properly set this roof down. With this shelter taken care of, I wanted to complete a major quest, and the quest was just to get a waystone. These things spawn in villages, so I decided to check up north. Along the way, I picked up diamonds from this meteor, and after a good bit of traveling, I actually ended up inside of a village which had a waystone. This one would be for my base. I grabbed all the books I could in here and even fought an enderman who didn't drop anything. Before this night ended, I was inside of a mushroom village fighting these mushroom brutes. The chests in here were pretty stacked, but I did end up getting swarmed since these guys had tons of health.
There you go. That's a lot of these guys gone. Okay. This thing's holding up great. Everything else though, not so much. Yeah, nice try, Goop Boy. Yep, nice try, nice try. Oh, new skill point. Alright, attack damage it is. Alright, I'm just gonna do attack damage. Freaking go. I'm trying to only attack you. Oh, those are just rangers. Whoa, what the heck? No, I do not want to be here. And this is where there's tons of obsidian, thank goodness. So inside there should be even more diamonds. Oh, 50. I really need to enchant things. Oh, okay, get rid of this spawner. Good to go. I think that's everybody. There might be another top to this, but oh, more diamonds. Oh, let's go. Oh no. Let's go. Let's get out of here. We really need a bow. I'll go grab tons of obsidian. Whew. Let me do this. Hopefully none of these guys see me. Where's the center of this thing? Come on. Oh, there you are. Can't hide from me. Oh, let's freaking go. Let's go make one. So I need like 10 obsidian? I'm gonna risk it. You know what? Found something. You can't get up here, not with your cow. Oh, let's go. Omni vampirism. Give it to me. So I guess that means I get health back? I heal from hitting these guys? Break this thing immediately. Let's freaking go. Oh, let's go. So there is a dead cell stuff here, or mine cell stuff here. Let's put that right the corner, I'm assuming. Home. We're gonna cook you up. It's 11, 15. Okay, beautiful. Great. Dude, honestly, why don't I just do this? Do 1, 2, that is 10. Sprinkle that here. Okay, let's go make this thing. Mechanical short bow. Awesome.
Day 13 to 15, I learned that you could do some really cool things with computer craft, and that made me want to craft an advanced turtle who should be able to automatically mine for you. All the items were pretty easy to make, but it did use up a good amount of resources. Anyway, once I placed this thing down, it turns out that I actually needed to give it some code, which I had no clue how to do. On the bright side, I was able to reforge all this iron armor and get some really good boosts. Around this time, I also changed my skills to the rogue's path too, since now I was able to actually survive a lot of hits. Once that was done, I needed lapis so I could finally start getting some enchants. Inside of this cave, from the first 2 ores, I already had 14 lapis lazuli, and before going back to the base, I grabbed half a stack of diorite. Soon as I was back home, I rolled this pickaxe a bunch, but I didn't get fortune. Luckily, with the last 2 lapis, I got sharpness on my claymore.
Okay, whatever. That's actually pretty decent, I'm not gonna lie. So if I can get fortune on that, that's gonna be an endgame pickaxe. We're gonna go get more lapis. Specifically so I can enchant my bow. Honestly, we can get lucky with the dungeon here. Dang. Oh, this place is massive, bro. Jeez. Die, 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 die. Give me something good, too. Give me something good. Let's go. What is it? Night vision goggles. That might be quite possibly the best. Great stuff. Thank you. Oh, there we go. A spawner. I'll do it right here. Whoa. There we go. 31. Okay, this is a zombie spawner. Yep. Pelican or rubber ring. Whoa. Whoa. Hey, new skill point. Let's move up to max health. Great. Oh, finally. Diamond. Whoa, my god. Okay. Tons of chests. I'm gonna grab you guys. This one. Or whatever this is. We gotta get inside. Oh, there's one. There's a chest right there. Make sure there's no TNT trap down there. Okay, great. Nothing. Oh, more runic. Oh, more diamonds. Diamonds. Mimic? Oh, let's go. Something great. Like a feral claw or something. What is this? Oh, that's sick. 15 days in. I think almost at the end of day 15. There's so much stuff.
With all these levels and lapis, I started rolling tons of enchants. I first got power 3 on my new bow, and then I was able to reforge it to be epic tier. Once that was done, I crafted a gold chest, which can hold as many items as a double chest. At this time, I could also make an abyss watcher with some flint and a single ender pearl. Inside of the gold chest were all of my most valuable items. Then, using that abyss watcher, I made a waystone and wanted to roll enchants for this legendary paladin chestplate. I ended up getting unbreaking on it, and then I used up around 10 levels to get sharpness 3, which I was able to put on my claymore. Using some emeralds, I was even able to upgrade my iron armor to different like little variants, and I even reforged those things to be rare level with really good effects. Finally, to end this day off, I enchanted the rest of the leftover gear and ended up getting protection on my helmet.
Day 17. Now, this thing needs full durability, so I'm gonna do something stupid. Okay, repair that. Oh, okay, sick. Plus 2 attack damage is really good. The diamond tier. Look at that. Let's go check this mine cell stuff out. So it's this one. Prisoner's quarters. Whew. Okay, I'm a little nervous, but let's take this thing out. That is our first one. Die. There we go. Boom.
This first little mine cells area was actually very easy. I picked up tons of gold, iron, and paper from these chests. Every once in a while, I did get some diamonds and a few good enchanted books. I think I even found a mending book here. Deeper into this structure, as my inventory filled up, I used a skill point on attack damage once again. From there, I got another runic tablet, and I found a Fortune 2 book, which I immediately put into my pickaxe. On this final floor of this area, I ended up getting some really great books. Also in one of these rooms, I found a portal to the Promenade of the Condemned. I quickly hopped into this portal and then took this teleporter thing back to the overworld. Here, I was able to use a dimensional rune to change the main portal. I placed a waystone down in this area, and then I teleported back home, where I almost had half a chest filled with enchanted books. To make me stronger though, I upgraded to a mercenary helmet, which I was able to reforge to epic tier. Once all that was done, I was back at the promenade and explored a little area only, since my armor started taking some serious damage. I decided to come back home to upgrade another chest to gold and picked up even more obsidian. This was all just so I could build a nether portal. I quickly jumped in so I could complete a quest which gave me this fire gauntlet and some potions of fire resistance. This new relic just meant I had fire aspect on any melee hit. Using an ender pearl from the promenade, I was also able to make another waystone.
We should check out the nether just really quickly. Yeah, let's check this place out. That's a baby. I don't think you do damage. There's tons of piglins. Magma cream and gas. Okay, I need all the gas tiers I can possibly get. Jeez. There's so many, you guys. What the heck? There we go. Oh, with a skeleton skull. That's 2. There we go. That place has blazes. Oh my god. Oh my god. This thing gone? Okay. And you are done. No. Boom. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm breaking 1 diamond helmet. Let's freaking go. Another helmet. Let's freaking go. Fire res is still here, so we're chilling. And if anything happens, we can always fully teleport back. Whoa. The decaying king. How are you already almost dead? Oh. Ancient debris. Freaking go. Let's freaking go. We can turn this into pyrite too. Mending. 2 mending books right there. Backstabbing. Pretty good. Cloud in a bottle. I guess you can jump higher with this. Oh, there's 2 right there. Oh, more runic tablets. Increases the... Okay. This is more important than this one for me. Let's go more pyrite. We can turn these into pyrite chunks too, but... Oh, whoa. We got a bunch. 4. That's enough for 1 netherite ingot. Okay. Give me lucky one more time. Give me 2. How much is that now? 6 ancient debris. Ambush. These are some garbage books. Oh, let's go, dude. That's 8 ancient debris. That's enough for 2 things. There we freaking go. I mean, if we find something on the way, I'm not opposed to exploring. Whoa. This is definitely the nether gauntlet structure. Okay. That is a bastion, and that is a fortress. Okay. Oh, no. Also seems like... This seems like the gauntlet. We are... here. I'm so used to this place from like RLcraft, when there's like a million different mobs in here. What the heck? A lot of these side rooms should have like enchantment areas, as far as I'm concerned. Whoa! What the heck? You got any more? Dude, we're gonna get so stacked in here. Oh my goodness. The chests are kind of hidden, but this is insane. 8 netherite scrap. That's already 2. We have 4 netherite ingots. Enchantment table wise, we're good. Should we take the books? Chest drawer. Blue obsidian. I don't know, whatever this is. 2, 3. Oh, nice try. You thought you had me. Oh yeah, we're getting unbelievably stacked, folks. Ooh, clutch. Let's get over to here. This. Dude, how are you still alive? Oh my goodness. Okay, die. Okay. Put that away, put that away. Blue obsidian. Put that away, put this away. This is where I think it's smartest to put the waystone. City. Boom.
As soon as I got home, I put a lot of these new valuable things that weren't ingots or ores into a separate gold chest. Then I cooked up 10 ancient debris, and now I had 2 mending books. The first one was of course from the mine cells dimension. With my inventory cleared out, I tried to check out the Nether City once again, but this time it was just jam-packed with armored wither skeletons. I did pick up this farmland block though, and some nether warts, which I was able to plant back home.
23 days in. Let's use some of these. We gotta make some hell shells. So potions of regen. We have our sand, so let's cook up the sand. 5 times 2, that's 15. That should be plenty, theoretically. And then we also need logs. Throw that in here. That's 3 regen, that's 3 hell shells right there. 3, 6, 9, that's 9 hell shells. Keep it here. Boom. Bang. 16. Snowball. Oh, that's sick. Okay. -1 health, but then you get tons of stuff. Okay. Boom. There's something 700 blocks that way. which I haven't seen. I thought that cloud on the bottom thing was going to be useless. Turns out it's awesome. One of you guys should be a Fletcher though. Oh, let's go.
For the rest of these days, I was actually inside of this village. I already had netherite scrap, so I only needed like protection or unbreaking from a librarian. This process of refreshing trades took me almost an hour, and that was with 2 librarians. I even slept inside of the village a few times. I ended up skipping through tons of really great trades. Anyway, on the 26th day, I got a protection 3 trade and locked this thing in. I had to gather as much sugarcane as possible from the surrounding areas. I marked this village down and had 1 protection 3 book. After securing this librarian in a boat, I ran back home. Here, I made a diamond chestplate, which I was able to reforge, and I got extremely lucky on it. This thing ended up being legendary. So from there, I put my protection 3 and mending book, which basically made it the perfect chestplate. Sadly, I didn't grab a single smithing template, so I couldn't upgrade it to netherite.
27 days in. Let's go and check the promenade out. Alright, we're gonna be here for a bit. Unique effect, you know what? Let's get out of here. So burn that, we can get some cool stuff. Oh, let's freaking go. Empowered remnant. Simply swords. 4 golden apples. So I guess let's make rune fused gems and nether fused gem. Rune fused is 1 runic tablet, empowered, and then crying obsidian. So we're just gonna make those 2. Alright, there should be a spawner in the center. Bye bye. Good to go. First thing we need to do is make fused rune. Okay. Good. Gotta grab all these. Oh, let's freaking go. Oh, let's freaking go.
All those quest rewards gave me like 15 levels, which I used to enchant these diamond leggings. Since this one ended up being pretty solid, I grabbed my last mending book and went over towards the village. I was very low on emeralds, so I had to trade all of my paper and then tons of sticks just to afford 1 protection 3 book. Using an anvil right there, I had these epic leggings ready to go. Since I had also bought tons of lanterns, I placed them all over my base, and then I was able to enchant my helmet, which ended up being pretty decent. All this teleporting around made me waste another level, but it was mainly since I remembered to brew some fire resistance potions. Back in the Nether city, it was time to loot the other buildings that I missed. First, I had to get rid of an insane wave of armored wither skeletons. After jumping around and blocking off doorways, I found those towers, which always had nice chests in there. Once again, I just sat around trying to take out as many wither skeletons as I could, and sadly, these chests only had rubies and gold. Inside of one of these library rooms, I picked up a mending diamond pickaxe, and then fought these netherite armor wearing wither skeletons. While I was trying to defeat these guys safely, I got a skill point, which I put into lethality. From there, I decided to grab my waystone and just started running away. In the absolute last library room, I found a chest that had a few smithing templates. While running away, I ended up finding one of those large bastions as well. As I was fighting the brutes, I picked up a gilded blackstone shard and was able to get down to the center of this bastion where the chests were. Here, I got a cursed eye, tons of gold, and 1 ancient debris. Before these days ended, I even found a fortress. Inside one of these chests, I picked up a nether eye as well. I decided to check out this central structure, and this place had nothing good. So I placed down a waystone right in front of the blaze spawner. Day 31, I spent a good chunk of this day farming blazes, and since I didn't have looting, I only managed to get 16 rods. I was able to craft 7 hell shelves and upgraded my enchantment setup to that. Then I even replaced my old brewing stand with this new nether brewing stand. And with all that done, I grabbed 2 out of the 3 smithing templates and also crafted 2 netherite ingots. For now, I upgraded the chestplate and leggings to netherite. With all that done, I actually decided to skim through all these quests and started clicking through the ones that I had completed, which ended up giving me a good amount of XP. 32 days in, I'm gonna repair these 2 real quick. And then these, yeah, there we go. I was trying to get this armor stuff. So 8% armor, 8, 16, 24 right there, 24% armor. And toughness, these 2 would be nice. Favorite that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then how do you make this? Boom, thank you. This, boom. Let's go try and take down a wither. So I should be immune to fall damage technically, shouldn't I not? Why am I still taking fall damage, bro?
Yeah, the further away from home, the better. I'm trying to dig out a good amount of blocks. Boom. Okay, let's do this. One here. One here. Let's hope you're not ridiculous. 300 health. That's not too bad. Let's eat a golden apple. Armor's doing fine. Okay, one more gapple. There we go. Attack mode. Come here. Come on. We're so close. And you are done. Oh, it didn't drop the sword. Mimic. Give me something good. Please give me something really good. Ah, I already have this thing. I literally already have it.
Back home, I decorated the floors with all the deep slate I had grabbed, and at this point, I had tons of loot, so I needed to make more gold chests.
No. Alright, well, epic. Yeah, I'm fine with that. You know what? I'm not gonna risk it. Oh. Let's freaking go, dude. This one's unbelievable. So let's get rid of this. Oh. Okay, let's put that there, and then we'll grab like a smite book. We should have a smite book. We're gonna go. My backpack effect isn't working. Yeah, those guys explode like crazy. There we go. Blaze Guardian gone. Do I get levels for that? 3 levels. Let's freaking go. 14 levels. I think it's worth it. Oh wow, that wasn't actually 14. Okay. So these are just diamond armor. They're not too good, so I don't really care. I do have an anvil with me. I'm going to set down a marker real quick. So both fine, and then another portal this way. Okay. Not a good book, but whatever. We do have a skill point that we should use. I want to work up this armor tree. So we're gonna go... Stamina kind of sucks. I'm going attack damage. And... Hey, there we go. It's down here. Oh, dang it. Oh, it's actually not doing anything. And you are gone. Okay. Got ourselves a vine room. So now... we can use it on these things. Oh, someone's another? I don't want to fight these guys. Dang it. So these things should lead us to different rooms. And the portal is this way. And right here. We're gonna get in here. Great stuff. Room within a room. Do we have a portal to the overworld? We do. Okay, so that's... boom. So this is the ramparts, so we're gonna do... boom, right there, to the ramparts. 35 days in. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna go finish up the ramparts, see if I can get something good. So I've never gotten this far into the game. But let's see. Oh yeah, we're doing tons of damage. What the heck are you? I'll keep the monster cells, I have no issue with that. Whoa, no! Oh, it spawns you back. That's funny. Okay. I thought I was dead for sure. Okay. And we're good. Gotcha, boy. What even is this guy? Molten chunk. That actually looks valuable. And I'll take all the iron. I have no issue with that. Portal's there, I'm assuming. Oh, runic tablet. Oh. No, these books suck. Come on. Okay, let's slowly get up here. Alright, let's keep moving. Yep, alright, we're going the right way. Whoa. Got a new skill. Okay. Bro, come on. There we go. So this should... there we go. How's our armor looking? Pretty decent, okay. I think we're good to go. Screw it. Alright, let's get in there. Whew. I don't really have a waystone, so... well, you're not doing much damage to me either. Oh, I'm doing surprisingly good. Ah, nice try. Aha, jump on those. You're mad now? Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm actually very proud of myself. Oh my goodness. Armor-wise, we're doing good. Dang it. Come on. Aha. And you are done. Let's freaking go. What did I get? A bunch of stuff. 10 diamonds. I guess this is how you resummon it. Yeah, so let's not worry about that. Let's check this. Hey, now let's do a few things. And let's go stamina, and then we can work on armor from there. Back at day 36. Let's go out to the right. Recovery compass, I don't care. Explorer's compass, this thing. Boom. Boom. Thank you for 6 more golden apples. Let's throw you here. How close are we to leveling up? Oh, not close at all. Let's go.
Using my structure compass, I looked up the first structure on the list, and it was called an Antiquus Crypta. Oh yeah, at this time I'd finally turned on my backpack ability, which got rid of fall damage. Turns out it was just a switch in the menu. Anyway, this first structure kinda sucked, all the loot was bad, and the only thing good was the XP. By the next morning, I searched for a bone dungeon instead. I ended up entering through a mine shaft and broke a few spawners while I was here.
Ooh, you scared me. Oh, that was terrifying. Give me something good. You didn't drop anything? What? Oh, another mimic? Jeez, you guys are strong, okay? Please, you drop something good. Power glove or something? What is that? Pocket piston. Wonder if there's something here. Whoa, that looks like there's something. What is this place? Is this a skeleton dungeon? It is. You can keep that. I see thorns, looks nice. Let's try baby skeleton. Oh, sick. Smiting. That looks nice. These are some awesome stuff. Oh, sick. Got a million anvils. Smite 2. More golden apples. This is pretty insane. More golden apples. Long-footed. Multiplies XP gain from kill. Heck yes. Ooh, Gapple. Life mending, I don't care. Ricochet, don't care. Weakness, thank you. Is that a mutant creeper? Luck of the Sea, don't care. Critical hit, let's go. Wild Rage, okay. Where's my anvil? So you, and then Endless Quiver, there we go. I'm just gonna keep the weakness on me. Give me another mending book. Oh, that would be sick. Golden apples, get rid of all this. Dude, how many golden apples do we have? 30 now?
Day 38 to day 39, at this point I started searching for a small dungeon and began digging up. Turns out I had to go through this old mine shaft that I used to get in, and then in here I picked up a lost eye. Anyway, I stumbled into this room which looks like an illager structure. This whole place was flooded and the only thing valuable in the center room was the gold block. I did check out all the side rooms to be sure, and these chests only had cobblestone or bread. That was basically my cue to leave. I spent the entire night inside of this cool looking village, and in the morning I got on my boat. One of these islands out there had a village and another had a lighthouse. But that was basically it, so I had to come home. My enchanted book chest at this point was more than halfway filled, and as some ores were cooking, I used up 2 gas tiers to make more regen potions. I needed more hell shelves, so I teleported to the fortress to get even more nether bricks. After placing down 3 more of these shelves, I still managed to need a few more. Day 40 to day 43, to start these days, I actually grabbed even more nether bricks, and using those, I made 4 more hell shelves that I would eventually need to infuse. Once that was done, I made another diamond helmet and another set of diamond boots. The helmet turned out to be epic, and I noticed protection 4 was available, but I just needed more levels. And this is where I ended up spending most of these days. Using my compass, I found a lich tower, and this was the first main boss. I already had around 5 of these soul stars, so I just needed to find the structure. As soon as I got over to the tower, which was 3,000 blocks away, I immediately had problems. This entire place was on a frozen ocean, meaning this boss fight was gonna be even tougher. I placed a waystone down on one of these snow mounds and climbed up the tower. Here I broke the top spawner and started placing these stars inside of the altars. Immediately the skies turned dark and the lich was summoned. I ate a golden apple, and using my bow, I managed to get like 10% of the lich's health down. This fight took 40 minutes, by the way, mainly since the ground would always break, and this guy's exploding attack just ruined my armor. Anytime I got a melee hit though, I managed to take a ton of its health down. This way, I actually managed to get to the next phase. So initially, I thought this phase was going well, and then I checked my armor, which managed to be almost broken. Also, since this battle area was awful, this boss would just start healing once I got a little bit far away. As soon as my diamond gear broke, I had to teleport home. Here, I made iron armor to replace my broken gear and then repaired my netherite armor by taking out some mobs. I felt much safer the second time, and since I picked a much larger area to fight this guy in, I was able to get this lich down to another phase. Another 10 minutes later, I got this lich down to its last phase.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, you're almost done. One more. We'll do one more enchanted golden apple. How's my armor looking? Not so good. Boots are almost broken. There we go. Okay. And this fire should ring it out. You're basically good as dead. Right there. Ooh, let's freaking go. And dude, just got a ton of stuff. Please give me a mending book. And some XP. And then, obviously, the main reward. Sharpness, shield bash. Put this away. Ugh, dude, that was annoying. We are 44 days in. I'm gonna use my diamonds to make a helmet and some boots. I still don't know what I should do with this though. Hold on, let me find it. There's these things. Ancient animas. I can only make two of these things. I still need tons of levels. And this one is, one of these is protection 4. Helmet. So it's helmet obviously.
Because of that last boss, armor upgrades were essential, so I tried to go towards these prisoner quarters that I'd marked down. Along the way, I got sidetracked by a cave, which had tons of mobs inside. As I mowed through all these guys, I ended up being right next to a mine shaft.
Something good. Mirror. That's annoying. Another lost eye. Okay, I don't think I've been here before. It's a good sign. Meaning that there's potentially good stuff. Oh, here we go. Mimic. You, sir. Give me something good. Gotcha. Oh, it's flippers. Man. Get out of here. You, sir. Give me something good, too. I don't think I've gotten a pearl from these guys in, like, forever. Oh, these things give levels. Boom. Level 33. Ooh. Oh, let's go. Die. What is this? How many night vision goggles can I get, bro? Oh, new skill. Let's go upgrade our armor again. Oh, diamonds? Yes, sir. Let's go. Anything good? Ooh. Let's get out of here.
With that cave marked down, I surfaced up and finally got towards another mine cells portal. I was level 38 by then and decided to speed run towards one of the corners of this entire place. Using a vine rune here, I was able to unlock the portal to the insufferable crypt where another main boss was. Before even thinking of fighting that guy, I came home and got protection 4 on my helmet. I used a mending book on it, and I even got lucky with the reforging, which made it legendary. I immediately upgraded this thing to netherite and then crafted a pair of iron boots. This is when I realized I could make tones of scrapping, which I used to extract the mending off of 2 items. I even got a sharpness 5 book as well. To fully upgrade my armor, I equipped this villager's hat and went over to buy protection 3 books at a huge discount. Back home, I got protection 4 for my chestplate and mending plus protection 3 for the boots. I didn't upgrade the boots to netherite since I still needed to reforge this thing.
47 days in. They should. Make some fire res. I'm gonna go get diorite. Oh yeah, there we go. Boom. I need you to be limestone chunks. Let's freaking go. Oh, there we go. This should be good enough for now. We really need levels bad. Just so I can enchant these things. And so I can make this thing. We'll keep our eyes in this one.
I spent the rest of these days trying to grab some more ender eyes and level up. I forgot I had the cold eye already, so I wasted a bunch of time inside of these snowy biomes. Further into these biomes though, I found a snowy village which had a waystone, and I very carefully tried to loot the snowy pyramid as well. I managed to grab 2 chests before exploding the TNT. By the morning, I was inside of this pillager castle. The issue here was that every mob had like ice arrows. This meant I was slowed down, weakened, and I couldn't regenerate health. Even with all those debuffs, I shred through the pillagers out in the front and began climbing up this center tower. I didn't get anything good but XP. In the second highest floor, I fought a mini boss. Now this guy was called a frostologer, and it wasn't very tough to take out. With that place cleared out, I started running away and I ended up in another snow pyramid. This time I didn't blow up the whole thing. Inside of the chest, I picked up a whoopee cushion, which gave me some XP, and I even got another mending book in here. By the time I climbed up this structure, I was able to put one more skill point into armor. 50 days in, I'm gonna, once again, do a quick run through. So we will be fighting all these guys. They also give tons of good books, so this would be a nice, thing to get. This is also cool. I'll use it right now. Oh, it just freezes. Okay, this is awesome. We're gonna keep you for sure. Right now, the goal is just to get tons of levels and loot. Alright, so this gets us to the insufferable crypt, which doesn't matter. And this goes down to the promenade. Okay. Let's check every other place first. Get me out. 600 blocks this way? Something's here. Oh, another igloo. Does this one have a... Oh, it does. Ends up... Oh, we got ourselves a cold eye. Thank you. Level 40 already. Okay. We still need, like, 10 more levels. Dude, come on. I'm not trying to break the entire thing. There we go. You, sir. You have anything good? Can I spread bad omen right here? Yeah, there we go. I don't really care about this place. We're gonna run home. Yeah, this thing's gonna have tons of stuff. Okay. I'm gonna light this up real quick. Oh, we need to break it. Dude, this loot sucks. I should not have broken it. You know what? Oh, what's this? Oh, unique. Jolt forward with lightning on right click. Oh, that's actually really cool. Yeah, just in case, let's go grab tons of like a stack of obsidian. That's how much we need? Okay, so this should be enough for the ender chests. I finally got home without teleporting since I was trying to save as many levels as I could. After I put everything away, I decided to go to the Nether to get pyrite chunks and more levels. I drank a fire resistance potion and started running towards the east. Which one is this one? Are these the tower ones? They're not. Oh, they might be. Oh, I love these ones. Yeah, these are like the 4 tower ones. Is there not a chest in this one? Wait, these guys can't even do anything to me. What is this? A ruby upgrade. In this first little tower, I didn't get anything good, so I started checking out the others. This time, I got runic tablets and some pretty great enchanted gear. Once I got a floor lower, inside of one of these chests, I picked up a crystal heart artifact. This thing gave me plus 10 max health, but sadly, I could no longer double jump now. Deeper into this tower, I got up to level 45 and picked up a skill point as well. After putting a point into lethality, I fought dozens of piglins. With those guys taken care of, I explored the next tower, and inside of this place, I finally started getting netherite scrap and netherite ingots. There happened to be ancient debris around here too, but the item I had the most of was gold blocks. Before coming home, I needed to explore one last tower, and by doing that, I got up to level 48. I also had 3 netherite ingots and almost 2 stacks of gold blocks. Back home, I could infuse 2 health shells only. Aside from that, I used some ancient debris to get pyrite chunks. Inside of this chest, I also laid out all the items I wanted to disenchant or use in a row. Before the night ended, I looked through some quests and got 5 levels, which allowed me to enchant the last 2 hell shells. At this point, I only needed ender pearls. Day 54 to day 56, to get all these pearls, I grabbed all my emeralds and I even picked up some blocks of gold. I quickly ran over to the village that had the protection 3 trade after that. I forgot to equip the hat, and a lot of these trades were a little more expensive. This cleric would be essential for later, since I would need tons of bottles of enchantings for the boss fights. Anyway, I picked up 4 ender pearls, turned them into eyes of ender, and finally got ender chests. So after an annoying amount of time, I had this enchantment library ready to go. I put this thing right on my enchantment setup and started moving all the books around. Now I could just start enchanting tomes and putting them in here for later. That night, I reforged my diamond boots until they were legendary and scrapped all these items that I had already prepared. Once that was done, I upgraded my boots to netherite and figured out how to cosmetically turn off my artifacts. Now that I was stacked, I explored the rest of this bastion. First, I ran into the center treasure room. I had to take out tons of piglins to get here first. In the center though, I picked up tons of gold blocks and a superstitious hat, which gave me more XP. Thankfully, one of those other towers were connected to this room, so I hopped right in. The first few floors here sucked. I only picked up smithing templates. But as I climbed up, I got a golden hook, which was a pretty sick artifact. This thing increased the XP dropped by creatures. At this point, I had cleared out this bastion, and while checking out the surrounding areas, I took out a piglin beast. The quest reward for this gave me 5 levels, and I snatched up a waystone here so I could move it near a nether gauntlet structure. Back home, I made spare hell shelves while putting all the loot away. Then I scrapped this sword for the looting enchantment. That night, to get some easy levels, I made an Ad Astra hammer and crafted 2 machines. They happened to be the compressor and coal generator. In total, that got me 7 more levels. 57 days in, we have our Abyss Watchers here. Okay, that's great. 1 for the bag, 1 for me. Let's go over to Protection 3 Village. We'll set a waystone down there. This will be... You get the gist. Get tons of these. Whoa, that was way too much. Let's go make you. Thank you. Get back home. Boom. What's our quantum looking like? So if we do 1 more, we should have enough to infuse these. And then Arcana, we need 35 Arcana. Okay, we have our fire res. Here we are. Okay. Okay, so I drank my fire res. I should be able to start this fight. Okay. Eat 1. Oh, there we go. Run! Oh, this guy's way stronger. Ooh, nice try. 900 health, bro. Get the heck out of here. I feel like the Night Lich might have been the same, but that was more annoying. Can I get this guy stuck somewhere? Oh, dang it. Honestly, it's not hurting me, though. Like, it's not barely doing anything. So I gotta get it down to half before it starts doing those stupid laser attacks. And you're down 200 health officially. Okay, armor-wise, we're holding up. I need unbreaking on everything, bro. Yeah, especially because these boss battles are gonna get longer and longer. There we go. Now we're doing some major damage. Never mind. Still only 2 hearts per. Run! There we go. 300 health. Okay. We are doing a pretty excellent job. I'm not even joking. Oh, that's a big one. Those attacks are the hefty ones. Jeez. It's blindness and slowness. That's so annoying. 99. Okay, home stretch. God, that blindness move is so annoying. Come on, 7-5. Done. Whew. Okay, tons of levels. Still didn't repair everything, but good enough. 3 ancient debris right there. And then what's in here? The blazing eye. First of all, 5 and another netherite. I have netherite ingot. That's annoying. 2 netherite. Oh wow. Yeah, there we go. It's technically like 4. 4. Yeah, look at that. Pacifies phantoms. Heck yeah. Yeah, heck yes, dude. We look sick. Whoa. Boom. Oh my god, nothing good. No unbreaking at all. You, sir. Thank you for your service. Okay, so let's make a few. 2 is nice. Okay, let's see. So obviously, bonus speed, attack damage, lethality, attack, lethality, self-healing, attack, warrior's devotion. Omni vampirism, that thing looks sick. Lethality, attack damage, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it just has to be. Yeah, we should be doing so much more damage. Armor's 30. Attack damage is 32. Let's see. Oh, wow. So bow-wise, we do half the damage. But yeah, we shred through these guys. Oh my god. Day 58 to 60. Turns out, if I wanted to fight the bosses in order, I'd have to defeat the Ender Dragon next. This meant I needed 7 more unique eyes. The one that I thought would be the closest was the magical eye. So I searched for a mansion and moved towards that direction. I teleported towards a snowy village and I found the old champion remains here. This boss would be important for later. As I moved along, I ended up inside of a zombie dungeon, and this place was pretty easy to run through, even though the loot was pretty mid. I stuck around just in case I would get any cool artifacts. I did, however, get a skill point here, which I put into a health increase. Back on the surface, I crossed a large body of ocean and was still 3,000 blocks away. I did end up in a mushroom pyramid where I got a thorn and flame pendant. I even picked up this cool scythe and set a waystone down in some random structure at night so I could come home and clear my inventory. 61 days in. Let me just try and enchant this, see if I can get anything good. Ooh. Leeching, soul siphon, and pain cycle. I don't like any of those. Looting 2. Oh, there we go. We'll stick with this. We'll try and go get the eyes, and then we will work on getting a brand new sword before the Ender Dragon. Please hook it up. Oh, there is a bad omen effect. No, are you joking?
Oh, there we go. Okay. You better run, goofball. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 second. There we go. Now you can't get them. All the bees are inside too. Alright, so we're good to go. Boom. Boom. You, ma'am. Witch pupil? Of course you didn't drop that. Yes! Okay, we got a witch pupil and we fell down. Whoa, there's a ghoul too. Evoker eye. I did not get the evoker eye, did I? I did not. That was it? I only fought one? Oh, there's 2 big structures to the left and right. Infested temple, this thing's awesome.
This infested tower was massive. Each floor had like 4 spawners, and also in every room there was these floating skeletons who happened to be pretty annoying. I explored as many rooms as possible, and sadly, the chest kind of sucked. I did, however, get tons of levels. As I got higher up, I started fighting wither skeletons, and these guys were pretty strong. I was able to get a skill point, and I put it on more attack damage. And on one of these floors, I was almost swarmed by tons of wither skeletons as well. On the bright side though, each floor had enough spawners and mobs for me to level up a couple times. By the time I was at the top floor, I was level 63. Once again, these chests absolutely sucked, but I was pretty close to the mansion. In between the infested tower and the mansion, I explored this mushroom structure, which had tons of lapis. Before the night ended, I found the woodland mansion. Here I placed the waystone down and came home to infuse more hell shells. I turned those things into glowing hell shells. I was also able to use a few honeycombs to make candles, and that was everything needed to be able to infuse these tomes of scrapping. Basically, these things could now extract every enchantment off of an item. Oh yeah, and I made a witch's eye.
Alright, we're 64 days in. I'm gonna see if I can get looting 3 and scavenger 2 on here. I think that's worth it, because I can strip it all anyway. Let's challenge a wither one more time, see if we can get the awakened blade. There we go. 2, 3, alright, let's try it. Oh yeah, we're shredding through it. Oh yeah, that's already half health. Anytime soon. Let's go. You didn't drop anything good, did you? Okay, let's go and get that stupid eye. We have looting 3, so let's get on there. You, sir. Come on. You, sir. Drop it now. Still haven't dropped the magical eye. 5% of the time. Anything? Ooh, runic. Let's go. Ooh. Alright, this is the one I don't know what to get. Either lethality. I'm taking lethality. Alright, 8% lethality. Let's take that.
Since I didn't get a magical eye, I started looking up more structures, and it turns out a jungle temple was somewhat close. I ended up spending the entire night trying to get close to this structure, and by morning I was still 300 blocks away. I explored this jungle pyramid first, and I was disappointed until I looked at the map and realized the temple was also right next to it. Now this structure was significantly bigger with way more traps, but I just brute forced it. I ran through all those traps, and I took the stairs all the way down to the bottom. Thankfully, this place had a rogue eye, which was gonna be huge help. From there, my compass found a desert pyramid as well. Along the way, I ran into another one of those structures that housed tons of villagers, and I began grabbing flint so I could make an abyss watcher. Once that was done, I equipped my villager's hat and tried to get this evil eye trait from a cleric. I first had to level one of these guys up. Turns out I would need a rabbit's foot, so I smelt some stone up and crafted a waystone. This way I could have a way to get back home.
So we have our 2 brewing stands. Let's go try and get these whatever eyes. So one here. I'll try and level these guys up. Matthew, oh, there we go. Let's do the minimum to level these guys up. I don't want to waste too much. Please have the evil eye. Oh, you do. Okay. And then a rabbit's foot. No, come on.
Now that I could potentially trade for the evil eye, I decided to go to the desert temple right away. I was keeping my eyes out for any rabbits. This place still ended up being 4,000 blocks away, so I spent the whole day running. At night, I ended up inside of a pillager castle thing. This one was just made out of bricks. Then after slaughtering tons of these guys, I picked up a corrupted eye inside one of these chests. I also got the bad omen effect here, and I ended up starting a raid in this little area that only had 2 villagers. I was actually looking forward to fighting evokers, but these pillagers started getting stuck inside the caves, and I couldn't complete the raid properly. I ended up getting the bad omen effect again right before I was about to leave. By the next morning, I started a raid in another village, and this time, no enemies spawned. It's almost like the game didn't want to give me the magical eyes. Across this ocean, I jumped into a flower pyramid, and this place had a runic tablet and another little cool artifact. It took until this night for me to find a desert biome and eventually a desert pyramid. This place was called an ancient tomb, and it immediately gave me mining fatigue.
Boom. Wards off negative status effects. But a pyramid? We shouldn't have anything. Oh my god, bro. So what is the point of this thing then? Actually, I have TNT. I might just blast my way in. Okay, we're in.
This tomb was so annoying to get through. I'm sure that there was probably a puzzle that got rid of the mining fatigue, but I decided to just blow everything up. I was very lucky that there was a loot room in the center, and I was even luckier that I accidentally didn't activate the TNT trap. After slowly breaking a few blocks, I managed to get down there, and inside of the first chest, I picked up an old eye. I also picked up a single rabbit's foot here, so I teleported back to the clerics to get an evil eye. I didn't want to call it quits yet, so I spread this bad omen effect once again towards another village and started a raid. This time it actually worked. After slowly working through the Vindicators, then the Ravagers, I was able to fight the Evokers. By the morning, I had picked up a magical eye and completed the raid. In total, I had up to 11 unique eyes at this point. Day 70 to day 73, I spent most of this first day fishing for pufferfish. As soon as I got one, I made water breathing potions.
We need to grab this little eye thing, and then we gotta go straight for the stronghold. Oh, there's a mutant. Boom. Gotcha. There we go. We're here. One potion of water breathing. Let's put that away. Anything good? Oh, there we go. Give me something good. Did you drop the eyes? Of course it didn't. Oh, come on. Come on, bro. Let's freaking go. We didn't get the eye. You'll get attack damage. That's good. You better drop it. Okay, we got the last eye. I think this should be the last one.
With the last unique eye secured, I came home to put all the junk away. I then grabbed all the eyes I needed, put them in my backpack, and then used a compass to help me find a stronghold. This place was actually pretty close to my base, but before running there, I repaired my bow and crafted a waystone. As I got within like 1 block away from this stronghold, I started digging down. Now inside of this stronghold, I used the minimap to get to the portal room very quickly.
Dude, we didn't need 3 of them already filled. That's stupid. So let's do ice. Because they're cold. Corrupted. This one. This one's cursed. Evil eye. Guardian eye. Lost eye. Magical eye. Nether eye. Rogue eye. Oh, I'm an idiot. I should not have. I didn't even need to grab all these eyes. Okay, with the waypoint set, let's go and loot around. Please, some of these chests, give me something good.
The rest of the rooms in here didn't have anything good. I did have to make a quick detour back home to put these enchanted books away though. Before jumping in this portal, I picked up tons of these amethyst blocks just in case I needed to build. As soon as I was in the end, I built up to the main island and got this dragon summoned. As far as dragon fights go, this one was just a little bit harder. I snatched up some dragon's breath immediately and started blowing up these end crystals. So this dragon had around 500 hearts, and every time you blew up an end crystal, you get struck by lightning. I still managed to blow up all the pillars, and every time I did melee hits, I was able to take off chunks of the dragon's health. This fight actually started off pretty smoothly since I was able to reduce a quarter of the dragon's health. Then at this time, a few end crystals started respawning. Aside from that, by just using my claymore as this dragon was perching, I managed to get his health down to half. This is when things got a lot harder. There were now non-stop lightning blasts, and also every hit from the dragon gave me like the wither effect. This was all combined with these crystals respawning. I still managed to take chunks of this dragon's health down using my sword.
There we go. Wow. We did it. Got my levels. Oh my god. Let's freaking go. And then dragon egg. Got that done. And you are also done. Whoa, we just got a free elytra? The heck? Oh, 2 levels. Let's go home. For dragon eggs here. Use. Yeah, I wanted to make this one. This thing looks sick. Look at that, dude. This looks insane. Oh my god, this is funky. It's so weird. Dude, this is so weird. Good thing I don't have fall damage. 74 days in, I got my dragon wings, which look absolutely awesome. I know how to summon the blackstone golem. I need like 81 blackstone. I don't have a single one. I have this stuff. I think it said any blackstone can work. I'm gonna get rid of you and get regular blackstone. And then I need 2 more gilded blackstone shards. Okay. Nether gauntlet. Okay, this is good. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. These flight controls are the weirdest thing ever. There's these guys. Oh, we're doing damage to these guys. That blackstone? It isn't. I'm gonna just grab this and get these guys angry. There we go. Drop one. Ooh, did not mean to do that. Oh, that's 3. Okay, one more. Drop the gilded blackstone shard. Oh, huge city. What is this? Okay, definitely getting a gilded thing here. What's up, fellas? Man, that sucks. Alright, let's get out of here. Whoa, another bastion. Let's go. We got 4. I would like more gunpowder. Coal, bone meal, sulfur, and coal. Whoa, what the heck is this? 20 XP. What is this thing? Because it was this, and then you put this here, and then 4 holders. Oh, we need to upgrade to netherite iron first. 4. 4. Perfect. Okay. Wow. Okay. Boom. Boom. Helmet. Let's go. Chestplate. This. That. Boom. Now pacifies piglins. Okay. This will stack this helmet up. Oh, let's freaking go. Yeah, okay, we'll just do magic protection 3. I just want to have the basic protections covered. Oh yeah, there we go. Boom. Okay, now 23 levels. Blast protection and that. Okay. Now boots wise, what can we do for boots? Oh, long footed for sure. Boom, boom. And then let's see how much we roll now. Whoa. Okay, let's clear some area. So in theory, it's just these. So right here. Gilded blackstone shard right here. 1 there. 1 there. 1 there. This last one should summon the golem. Uh-oh. It's coming. Oh, there it is. Bro, please attack. Okay, you don't do too much damage. You know what? I'm pretty over-prepared. You can set me on fire, but it doesn't matter. Health bar's going down. Oh, you turn blue. And you should be dead now. Let's go. What the heck? Little guys. Alright. And panic necklace. So we have this one done. Perfect. Let's go home. Let's go fight this conjunctivitis, bro. Fine rune. There we go. Yeah, they should lead to the crypt. Boom. Oh, there you are, fool. Oh yeah, we do insane amounts of damage. Come on. I think, so this guy summons tentacles, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, you don't do damage. Okay, I think I'm like way too strong. Die. Should be good? Come on. Oh, we are just shredding through this guy. Oh my goodness. Okay, tentacles again. You. Back to you. Is it stuck? And... well, thank you for the fight, I guess. Okay, so we completed this. We completed the conjunctivitis. And then there's the fallen icon is next. Now this guy's gonna be kind of gnarly. Day 78, figured out a lot of things. Number 1, let's grab some moonstone. This. So we can get the quest started. That's great. Unbreaking. Whatever that is. Frenzied again and chilling. You don't get any protection books from there. So boom, boom, boom. That's almost all my levels gone, dude. Let's make a beacon. Then I need to check my skills again because I don't know. I need survivability, tons of survivability. You attack damage, attack damage. Okay, So we got Warrior's Devotion. This one. Armor. Armor. Health. There you go. Like this. Force load. And boom. What's more fun at home? So resistance, so regeneration and resistance. That'd be nice. What the heck just happened? What? Where did it get used? Chance on hit to stall the target for a duration. That'd be nice. Inventory connector. Boom. Okay. Storage terminal now. Give it to me. Let's freaking go. So we can access everything, right? Let's go make crafting terminal. Boom. Let's freaking go. Now we can start working on these things. Bang. Boom. Let's go. Terminal out of range. I'm literally, is it not right next to a beacon? Now, officially, we should be able to do tons of stuff. Okay. Oh, we got a new skill. Let's do health. Okay, so this works. There we go. Here we are. Let's get down. Ooh. Was that a crit? That was a crit. Gotcha. Dodge. Oh yeah, that effect is gnarly. Nice try. Ooh. That thing just shred through my heart. Come on, dodge. Okay, we're good. Ooh, nice try. And you're gone. Here comes the worst challenge. Oh my goodness. Where's this goof ball? Freeze, there we go. There we go, that did tons of damage. Oh, brother. Where's this guy? Oh. Oh my goodness. Bro, where are you? There we go. Oh yeah, that just totaled it. That's one. Where's this guy? Boom. Huge hit. Oh, we picked one up. There we go. Whew. 50 XP, and then we got this stuff, which I don't even know what to do with. Boom. Okay, good waystone make. Oh yeah, there's also Captain Cornelia, who I should fight. That'll be for later. That'll be once we're done the quests. Oh, there it is. Let's set this thing somewhere safe. Cathedral. Okay, we're not gonna summon the boss just yet. These guys are way too strong. Ooh, enchanted golden apple. Thank you for that. More golden apples. Oh, that's funny. You can just take this somewhere. Day 81. Full transparency. I don't think I can beat this fallen icon guy. I think it's way too strong. Like, legitimately way too strong. So I need mythic stuff. So I need this thing bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we have enough for 4 netherite. Okay. And this way. Finally found some end island stuff. Boom. Oh, dang. Whatever. We'll take the long way. There we go. And these are where the chest should start. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's start looting. What's this? 24% attack damage? That must be, that's way better than just 4 health. Diamonds, obviously, we'll take that. Nope, nothing good. What's this one? Oh, this is actually better, I think, than this. You get 1 extra, you get double rolls. So what is it at right now? Ooh, 52, that's gnarly. Oh yeah, we're shredding through. You know, this is worth it. I'm glad we came here. Now our attack damage is like doubled. What's this? This one. Ooh, attack damage and roll. Okay, this is better than another ring. Let's get rid of the armor ring. Okay, we're good. Oh yeah. So we have another, how much is this? 61 attack damage. Okay, let's grab another electro wing. Unbreaking and mending, that's sick. Whoa, chorus totem. What's this one? 6 max health and 1 armor toughness. That's not better than attack damage. Let's look up a few things. Heavenly Challenger. So I guess we'll try and make it over there. This thing looks sick. Let's get up here. Oh yeah, these guys are still super weak. Anything? Oh, chest. Oh, runic tablet. Thank you. More golden apples. Thank you. Oh, sapphire upgrade. we got a nether eye here. That's funny. And then we're done with fireworks. We're like completely out of fireworks now. 10. Okay, that's 10 right there. Let's get out of here. Actually, hold on. Let's cook up some sand first.
Day 83 to day 84, so I ended up making a pretty big mistake here. I crafted a dragon backpack. Anyway, this backpack had some insane perks though. It just gave you regen and strength, which would all be necessary for the next boss. After upgrading this backpack, I made galena chunks, and these things allowed me to get mythic level armor. Thankfully, I could also plant a chorus fruit in my base. I ended up getting a mythic diamond helmet to start, and on the last galena chunk, my chestplate finally was mythic as well. So almost all of my diamonds were used trying to reforge the leggings, but it worked, and this thing was mythic as well. These bonuses were amazing. To get more diamonds, I hopped deep underground. The dragon backpack also gave me fire resistance, and I even put on these aqua dashers so I could walk on lava. With 32 more diamonds, I still couldn't get mythic boots, sadly, but the rest of the diamond gear was like significantly better than what I already had. After all that, anything that said mythic was upgraded to netherite, and I started stripping enchants off of my old armor. Since the disenchanting took so much XP, I could only make sure the chestplate was stacked. Day 85 to day 88, turns out there were tons of mobs to take out in the nether who all gave like 5 to 8 levels as a quest reward. First up was a withered demon inside of a crimson forest, and this dude was extremely easy to take out.
Oh, what is this structure? That's a decaying king? What the heck? I'm gonna see if I can fight this guy. Oh. Yeah, guy sounds like a nightmare. Oh. Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting rid of this freak. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, tons of damage. Let's get out of here. We'll just keep like, yeah, we'll keep like 1 or 2 of our mythical stuff. Oh, we're doing damage, boys. Oh, that was basically one-shotting me? What the heck was that? Totem? Dude, get up. Oh no, I'm doing the thing again. Ah, this lava. This guy's almost done. There. Oh, jeez. Leave me alone. Oh, we got a 6 sword? Whoa. Whoa. Hold on a minute. Dude, let's get some XP for this. Oh, well, back to level 50. Okay. Chest plate, obviously. Whoa. Oh my god. Okay. Yep. You and you. Boom. Now, last 2. These are going to be good. So I need to get enough levels for this. One of them is insane, dude.
After that major boss fight and armor upgrade, I went to the fortress and started taking these stairs down to the bottom floor. Here I fought a mob called a necromancer, which gave me 7 levels. Plus, I picked up some protection 2 books down here. Back home, I used the lower version of the scrapping book just to get unbreaking off of my old leggings. I was then able to put some pretty amazing enchants on my netherite helmet. Once again, the only piece of gear that needs to be enchanted happened to be the boots, which at this point still weren't mythic yet. Anyway, since I was short on levels, I decided to complete some Ad Astra quests. First, I used my hammer to make metal plates, and then I made launch pads. Turns out these launch pads completed like 3 quests, which got me like 9 levels. Getting to the moon also gave out tons of levels, so first I made a fuel refinery. I then used my old coal generator to power everything and place these oil buckets that I had been saving up inside of the refiner. I had around 6 buckets of fuel, which was enough for a round trip. The last thing I needed to do was make a NASA workbench, craft a spacesuit, and of course make the actual tier 1 rocket. Crafting the rocket was super annoying since there were no recipes and I had to look it up. With the rockets loaded up and the oxygen suit filled up, I was ready to go to the moon.
We're full space suited out. What the heck? Look, I'm glowing. We have our oxygen filled up. We can quickly go to the moon and that will give us 10 levels. Whew. Again, this is all just for levels. This is always such a cool thing to watch. Moon. Okay, we're here. Here on moon. We're here. And we're not dying. So grab our levels. Boom, boom. There, there. There, there. There. I didn't want anything else. Let's get out of here. Let's get back to Earth. Okay, we're here. Oh, whoa. How are we landing right on top of my enchantment table? So we want tons of lethality. We don't need toughness. That's just stupid. We need tons of lethality. Attack. Attack damage. Lethality. Attack damage. I don't know where to go. So this and then Omni Vampirism, whatever that is. So we're gonna do this. Thank you for all that, and then thank you for all this. Whew. All right, let's do it. First things first, let's clear out whatever these goofballs are. Okay, that was simple enough. I'm so nervous. Okay, we're good. I'm doing a handful of damages too though. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is gonna be a nightmare. Oh dude, okay. Okay, so if we roll out of the way, we're good. Keep you here. Oh, I'm shredding through these guys too. Roll, and roll backwards. Roll this way. You know, I'm so glad I did all that prep, because this guy would have shred through me. Jeez. Get out of there. Armor. Not looking so good. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, we're chilling. Eventually, we gotta like warp back towards the village so we can get more bottles of XP. That's for later though. For now, we gotta try to survive. Yeah, once this guy dies, we get the harbinger of the moon or whatever. Roll. These guys are huge help, and that thing already shred through me. Okay. What the heck? That was one attack. How's my armor looking? Probably not good. Oh no, it's pretty. It's holding up normally. Okay, let's get out of here. We're actually doing so much better than I would have ever thought. We only almost died once. Okay. Now we gotta get out. Because, yep, it turns into the fallen eye, goes to Harbinger of Moonlight. Let's go to... Okay, it's a good tactical retreat. Because we need to repair our stuff. Boom. Buy tons of these. Buy tons of these. Okay. Oh, I should probably do running shoes for now. Hey. So now this guy's gonna have his ridiculous attacks. Like, yeah, when it's not summoning a million dudes, and it's not doing tons of big AoE attacks, pretty easy. Can't really take too much, but we're doing a good job, like way better this time. Oh, whoa. It would have been ruined. Dodge, there we go, good to go. And you should be dead anytime now. 40. What? What? There's 3 phases or something? What the heck is this game? Oh, and this guy has the range attacks too. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this guy's a freak, dude. I think this guy can take arrow damage. Nope, and still not. What the heck? This is not good. Get out. Please get out. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's our cue to get the heck out of here and go home. Alright. So, my armor's in bad shape. Real bad shape. First up, let's look at the charms. Absorption. How do you make absorption charms? So, apparently, these are extremely overpowered. Gotcha. Let's make this one. Boom. So, this thing is supposed to be pretty incredible. Let's go over to this village. Boom. Give me some more lapis. I'll take that. Oh yeah, that repaired almost everything fully. Okay. I'm gonna go underground just to go get some diamonds. I genuinely need this. Oh, what is this? Oh, diamond blocks. Just a free one? This is a trap. Oh. Oh, diamonds finally. Oh, let's go. Oh, unbreaking 3. I am an idiot. Oh my god, I had it. I had it right there. No, come on. Yeah, this one is taking as long as the chest plate. And the chest plate took like a stack and a half, finally. I think we'll be good with this. 22 levels. Oh my goodness. And that's everything. You stay here. Let's go to the cathedral, activate this, and let's try. Oh my goodness. I'm actually doing some really good damage. Oh my goodness. And just like last time. Oh wow. Okay, that did tons of damage. Okay. Now we're back. Oh no, my game crashed. It's the first phase too, so I think it's gonna crash again. This guy's gonna go down. Okay. And then we should stand back a little. Oh, there we go. Here comes the annoying shots. Yeah, this is the very annoying phase, so let's chill out here. And the game crashed again. Alright. Now this is like my 5th or 6th try because my game kept crashing at this boss. This time I've put the settings down and I've turned particles off. No, see, it crashed again. It keeps crashing. Oh my god. I had to load a backup since the game crashed so many times. I think in total it crashed maybe 4 times. And I'm gonna go over to the Obsidiolith. This mod pack is bugged out. Absorption 2, get our hearts, and let's put this in here. 2,000 health. As long as you don't crash my game, I'm chilling. It has so much health. Oh my god. Okay, let's get it down to stage 2. Get off. Dude, it's just barely clipping us. Okay, this is a way easier boss, I'm gonna be honest with you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Last one. Let's go, that's 2 done. Let's go. Dude. Break out. Okay, get it under. There we go. Oh my god, here comes the runes again. Done, okay. Gone, now last one. Done, let's go. And the fire damage doesn't do anything. Oh, our armor's almost shattered. Good thing we double checked. Oh, here it is again. There we go. There we go. There we go. Home stretch. So it's those rune phases, man. Those are real killers. Alright, home stretch. Let's go. Done. Armor is in rough shape, folks. Alright, let's build up. So we got it. If only this thing didn't crash our game. So stupid. That was actually a really fun fight. Hey, what do we get? Something sick. Unbreaking 3, let's go. Unless we can... Oh, critical hit, we can take that. Max health and armor toughness. Let's get rid of... We don't need that, okay.
With the Obsidiolith taken care of, I needed an armor upgrade, and after doing some research, it turns out Sapphire armor gave the best set bonus. The only problem is that Sapphire ore is extremely rare. I did already have some Sapphire template upgrades though, which would be a huge help. I then learned that to make a Sapphire ingot, I needed 2 Netherite ingots as well. The first thing I did inside of the Nether was fight a Nether gauntlet again. However, this guy happened to be the most annoying boss ever since it kept flying out of the structure. Anyway, I took it out to get the ancient debris. Thankfully, this place was right next to one of those tower bastions, so I could pick up even more items that I really needed. I managed to get around 6 sapphire here, which allowed me to craft 2 sapphire ingots, and I could upgrade the chestplate and boots first. To almost guarantee the rest of the sapphire, I went to a soul sand valley and dug down to y = 15. Here I used my TNT to blow up a large area, and I picked up even more sapphires. After all that exploring and mining, I could finally get the best armor. The set bonus is that you get a deflection 3 effect. To end this journey, I wanted to at least beat the eye. However, I completely forgot that I still had 1 dragon egg left in one of my chests. I assumed that you could fight the dragon again, so I resummoned the dude, and this fight took a while. Plus, I was extremely disappointed that there were no eggs available. I then even tried taking on the Harbinger of Moonlight, and the game crashed again. However, I still had more time. I'm an idiot. I just realized in this entire thing, I have another dragon egg. This quest gave me another dragon egg. So, let's go grab a dragon egg. I'm an idiot. And rods, it said 5x5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then a 3x3 here. And then 4 end rods here. And I'm pretty sure it's like dragon egg at the center. Let's try these 4. I'm hoping this is how it's done. Like this. Yeah, it turns out all I have to do is just wait like a minute. And then the eye should spawn. Okay. Oh, there it is. Come on. So this guy's crazy because it then goes into the void. No. Okay, I knew this was going to be annoying. The worst part is this mod pack's Elytra Flight. That one's going to be super annoying. Alright, well, this is honestly pretty easy fight, and if I can just keep doing this, I'll keep doing it. There we go. Alright, we're just gonna keep doing this for like 40 minutes. Why not? We're at 30% health, and I think we took down 30%. Okay, that seems like it's about 40% health. Okay, that it should be officially 50%. I never thought a boss fight would be relaxing. That's funny. Yeah, I think it's at 100 health or something like that. Come on. I'm surprised my bows, stood the test. Oh my god. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Whew. Prime eye. Dude. Oh my goodness. Is that it? Oh, I got rid of it. Okay. There's no way it could have fixed itself. But let's actually try it out. So I'm gonna go over to Protection 3 Village. So give me that first and foremost. And then give me this. 48. Okay. And obviously I fell in. I'm an idiot. Okay. So we already got it down to half. Let's go one more time. We don't want to get caught by the big ones. That's really doing a lot of damage. We're close to getting this guy to phase 2. This way. Okay, we're down to 100 health. Come on. Oh my goodness. Oh, and it's getting health now. No, and the game crashed. Alright, so it really genuinely does seem like we have some huge issue. Anyway, thank you for watching if you made it this far.